Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Douluo Continent, southwest of the Tiando Empire, Ficino Province, Holy Soul Village. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the rhythmic crowing of roosters stirred the village awake. The once bright full moon began to fade, casting its last silver glow over the small settlement. In the most secluded corner of Holy Soul Village, a humble courtyard stood in eerie silence. Inside, atop the roof of a modest wooden house, a young boy about 5 or 6 years old sat cross-legged, his sharp gaze locked onto the pale morning sky. If anyone had been present, they would have been horrified to witness the moment he opened his eyes. Unlike normal eyes with whites and pupils, his were completely black, void-like, as if they contained an abyss. A faint black mist swirled around them, giving off a sinister aura that was unsettling to behold. The strange phenomenon lasted but a fleeting moment before his eyes returned to normal. Stretching lazily, the boy exhaled softly. "That kid Tang San is heading up the mountain again for his training," he muttered, his gaze flickering toward a distant figure leaving the village. "I wonder how much progress he's made with Shen Kung Fu." He paused, a knowing smirk tugging at his lips. If my calculations are right, Su Yuntao should be arriving soon. His name was Jiang Chen, and while he was just another child of Holy Soul Village, his reputation was anything but ordinary. To the villagers, he was an omen of misfortune, a cursed existence. Feared and avoided like a plague, he had been given the nicknames Broomstar and God of Plague. Anyone or anything that stayed too close to him, be it animals, plants, or even humans, would suffer. Some would fall gravely ill, while others would simply perish. Jiang Chen stretched, causing his joints to crack with a series of satisfying pops. His smirk widened as he admired the strength in his young body. Not bad at all. Without hesitation, he leaped off the roof, his body descending like a phantom. Despite falling from several meters high, he landed soundlessly, like a ghost touching the earth. If any ordinary villager had seen this, they would have been left gaping in disbelief. For a 6-year-old to be this agile was unnatural. Brushing the dust off his plain clothes, Jiang Chen was about to whistle a tune when something caught his eye. His expression darkened. At the edge of the yard, inside a small pen, 2 plump pheasants lay stiff on the ground, their once vibrant feathers dulled. "Not again." Jiang Chen groaned, his heart aching. "My chickens." Rushing over, he poked one of the lifeless birds. No response. With a resigned sigh, he reached out his palm. The moment his hand touched the feathery corpses, a strange black mist seeped from them, swirling like ghostly tendrils before disappearing into his skin. The pheasants, once plump and full, instantly shriveled up like dried husks, as if all life had been drained from them. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. What a waste. With practiced ease, he picked up the 2 lifeless birds and walked toward the outskirts of the village to dispose of them. Behind him, his barren courtyard stood as a testament to his existence. Not a single blade of grass grew within its confines. The earth was dry, cracked, and lifeless. Even weeds, the hardiest of plants, refused to take root. It was a place completely devoid of vitality, a reflection of the ominous aura that surrounded him. Despite the loss of his pheasants, Jiang Chen wasn't one to dwell on misfortune. He quickly let go of his frustration and decided to catch some fresh fish from the nearby river instead. Can't starve myself just because of a little setback. Unlike Tang San, who was obsessed with cultivation, Jiang Chen believed in balancing training with proper nourishment. As a result, compared to Tang San's lean frame, his own physique was well developed and brimming with vitality. After half an hour in the river, he emerged victorious, carrying 3 large, fat fish strung together by a thick straw cord. As he made his way back, he passed by the familiar hill where Tang San trained each morning. Just as he predicted, the boy was making his way down the slope, his breathing slightly labored from the rigorous exercises. Seeing him, Jiang Chen grinned and called out, "Yo Tang San." Tang San looked up, spotting Jiang Chen in the distance. A stiff smile formed on his face, but his body instinctively tensed. "Jiang Chen. You're up early." Jiang Chen took a few steps closer, raising his fish triumphantly. "Caught some breakfast. Want some?" Tang San's expression twitched, and without hesitation, he stepped backward, several steps in fact. His eyes held a trace of wariness. "No. Stay there. Don't come any closer," he blurted, waving his hands defensively. Jiang Chen frowned, feigning hurt. Come on, am I really that scary? Tang San swallowed hard. Yes. Yes, you are. He had personally experienced the terrifying aura Jiang Chen emitted on more than one occasion. Even with his Shentian Kungfu protecting him, he could still feel an icy deathly energy creeping into his body whenever Jiang Chen got too close. If it weren't for his special cultivation technique, he might have fallen deathly ill, just like the others in the village. Seeing the visible fear in Tang San's eyes, Jiang Chen chuckled. All right. No need to be so dramatic. I'll keep my distance. Tang San exhaled in relief, but he still kept his guard up. They walked side by side, but with a significant gap between them, as they made their way back to the village. The sun was beginning to rise, casting a golden glow over Holy Soul Village. And in the distance, a carriage was approaching, its occupant destined to change the fate of them all. The worst part had been that one morning, when Tang San was heading up the mountain to train, he caught Jiang Chen sneaking back down. Suspicious, he hurried to investigate, only to be met with a sight that left him seething with rage. The hill, which was no more than 100 meters tall, had turned into a barren wasteland. The once lush and vibrant vegetation at the summit, extending nearly 30 meters down, had withered into lifeless husks, their vitality completely drained. 4 months after that incident, the spiritual energy at the mountaintop had noticeably weakened, affecting Tang San's training. It had taken a long time for nature to restore what had been lost. Tang San never forgot that tragedy, and as he glanced at Jiang Chen now, he could tell the other boy remembered it too. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. You're still holding on to that? I swear, it wasn't on purpose. He really hadn't meant to ruin Tang San's training ground. That day, curiosity had simply gotten the best of him. He'd wanted to see what was so special about the spot Tang San always used to cultivate. But the moment he attempted to meditate, the ominous energy within his body had overflowed, and before he even realized it, the damage was done. Anyway, to make it up to you, take this. Jiang Chen tossed a freshly caught fish in Tang San's direction. Tang San reacted instinctively. With a flick of his wrist, he caught the fish mid-air, his fingers gripping the straw loop securely. The Tenjin fish was large and heavy, yet he held it with ease. Thanks, Tang San muttered. But before he could turn to leave, something odd happened. Jiang Chen's black, jewel-like eyes suddenly flashed, his gaze locking onto Tang San's neck. A strange hunger flickered in those dark depths. He could hear it, the rhythmic rush of blood coursing through Tang San's veins. The steady thumping of his heartbeat echoed in his ears. For some reason, the sight of the exposed artery against Tang San's skin was mesmerizing. Jiang Chen swallowed involuntarily. Tang San's entire body went rigid. A chill raced from the base of his spine straight up to his skull, making his scalp prickle with unease. Jiang Chen. Tang San took a cautious step back. I need to go home and make breakfast. See you later. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Tang San was already gone, darting away at a speed that left only a faint afterimage behind. Within moments, he had vanished into the village. Jiang Chen blinked, snapping out of his trance. Damn it. He wiped the involuntary saliva from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening. Again? Why am I hungry again? Gritting his teeth, he immediately began channeling his cultivation technique, suppressing the strange craving rising in his chest. If Tang however found out what had just happened, he'd probably smash him with a hammer. Back at the village. After returning home, Jiang Chen put away one of his fish and grabbed the other, heading toward Old Jack's house. Old Jack had been his savior once. When he was still an infant, Old Jack took him in, raising him in his home for the first 3 years of his life. But everything changed when Jiang Chen began cultivating that cursed technique. The villagers had always viewed him with suspicion, but when strange things started happening, when livestock withered and died near him, when villagers fell ill without explanation, their fear turned into hatred. Even Old Jack himself hadn't been immune to the effects. He would fall sick frequently, and the older he got, the harder it became for him to recover. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. Out of helplessness rather than malice, Old Jack had given Jiang Chen a small remote courtyard, urging him to live alone. Jiang Chen had understood. Even now, he held no resentment toward the villagers. He knew that the aura he emitted was toxic to those around him. Avoiding him was only natural. At one point, he had tried to make amends by hunting game and offering it to the villagers, but they had refused outright, unwilling to take anything touched by him. Their fear of him had long since surpassed reason. Only Old Jack and Tang San's family still treated him with some level of kindness. Jiang Chen strode through the village, ignoring the wary stares and whispers from the people around him. Women doing laundry quickly looked away, men carrying farm tools gritted their teeth, and children scattered in fear. He's cursed, an omen of disaster. Some of the women whispered. A few braver kids grabbed small rocks, hurling them from a safe distance. Jiang Chen smirked. Pathetic aim. Turning sharply, he lunged forward in their direction with a sudden burst of speed. Instantly, the kids screamed and fled in terror, their frightened cries filling the morning air. Ha! Jiang Chen chuckled. Scaring brats never gets old. Old Jack's house was near the village center. By the time Jiang Chen arrived, the morning sun had fully risen, casting a golden glow over the small courtyard. Old Jack, enjoying his retirement, was lounging on a bamboo recliner, basking in the warmth of the sun. Grandpa Jack! Jiang Chen called out, waving. The old man's body twitched at the sound of his voice. Then, moving with unexpected swiftness, he shot up from his recliner, rushed to the gate, and before Jiang Chen could get any closer, locked it shut. Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, staring at the firmly barred door with a blank expression. Inside the courtyard, old Jack let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Chen wasn't offended. He had long since gotten used to it. Grandpa Jack, I brought you a fish, he said, holding up the large catch. Old Jack, standing several meters away from the door, forced a smile. Ah, Xiaoxue, you're such a good boy. Just hang it on the door handle, and I'll grab it later. Jiang Chen shrugged, expertly looping the straw string over the doorknob. For a moment, his gaze lingered on the house he had once called home, a flicker of nostalgia in his dark eyes. Old Jack had found him abandoned as a baby outside Notting City, frail and malnourished, barely clinging to life. Most had believed he wouldn't survive. But he had. And with each passing year, he only grew stronger. There was even a strange rumor among the villagers. The day old Jack picked him up, the sky above Holy Soul Village had been covered in dark clouds. Thunder raged like the wrath of heaven itself, roaring endlessly as if heralding a calamity. Now, with his ominous aura and cursed fate, many believed that Jiang Chen was a child abandoned by the heavens themselves. Jiang Chen never put much stock in superstitions, but he had to admit, he wasn't normal. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something important. Grandpa Jack, when is Su Yuntao coming? Old Jack scowled. How many times do I have to tell you? Show some respect. Call him Master Su Yuntao. Then sighing he added, he'll be here the day after tomorrow. You should come and join the awakening ceremony. Jiang Chen grinned. Finally.
Jiang Chen suddenly felt something was wrong, and asked suspiciously, Grandpa, did you forget me? If I hadn't asked about it today, wouldn't you plan to tell me that the day after tomorrow is the awakening ceremony? Old Jack coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. When people are old, they are somewhat forgetful. Jiang Chen was a little speechless. Okay, then I'll go back first, and I will attend the awakening ceremony on time the day after tomorrow. Go, go. Old Jack waved again and again. After Jiang Chen left, old Jack quickly opened the door, happily taking that big fish in. I didn't misunderstand the person back then. Xiaoxue is really a good boy. Jiang Chen would send him these nutritious wild game every now and then, making him feel that it was a very wise choice to pick Jiang Chen back. Decide. Jiang Chen, who had already walked away, moved his ears, and when he heard old Jack talking to himself, a smile appeared on that somewhat handsome face. Jingle, jingle, jingle. The sound of hammering iron came. Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, and looked at the village head. There are 3 simple adobe houses there, and on the roof of the middle house, there is a wooden sign with a simple hammer painted on it. Jiang Chen knew that it was Tang San's home. Tang San should be practicing blacksmithing at this time. One must know that the sloppy blacksmith Tang Hao wouldn't get up until noon. He has never been close to it. He is the only person in this village who knows Tang Hao's details. He is a very powerful titled Douluo. When he just stepped into the realm of titled Douluo, he can defeat everyone in the Wuhan Hall. The titled Douluo even beat the former pope to the point of death. If Tang Hao also thought that he was a scourge like those villagers, and beat him to death with a hammer, it would be wronged. Back home, after Jiang Chen ate the fish, he fell asleep. This is his habit. It is not suitable to practice during the day. Apart from eating and drinking, he usually stays indoors and sleeps. It wasn't until evening that he woke up leisurely. After a simple dinner, he jumped up to the roof and waited for the night to come. Finally, the setting sun sank below the mountain, and the bright moon poked its head out from the sky, and another wonderful night descended on the earth. Jiang Chen faced the rising moon and began to practice. With the operation of his exercises, strands of moonlight that was hard to see with the naked eye poured down from the sky and was absorbed into his body. His pupils were as black as ink in an instant, and the originally short nails grew rapidly, more than an inch long, with black nails and extremely sharp tips. 2 small white canine teeth elongated strangely, protruding from his tightly closed lips, which actually made his handsome face a little more cute. A black air that seemed to come from the 9 Serenity Hell emanated from his body, lingering around his body, his small body looming in the black air, a bit eerie. After absorbing the essence of the moon, Jiang Chen's whole body felt comfortable, immersed in cultivation. Chapter 3 Can't awaken him. The sound of the cock crowing sounded, and a new day was approaching. Jiang Chen slowly collected his energy and finished his cultivation. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Tang San leaving quickly at the entrance of the village. For 3 years, unless the weather was bad, Tang San was unmoved, and went to practice on that hill day after day. What a little monster, he muttered, but in his heart he admired Tang San's perseverance. Thinking of his experience of being unpopular in the past few years, he couldn't help laughing bitterly. It was all caused by that evil practice. When he recovered the memory of his previous life, he was already more than 1 year old. At that time, a practice method, heavenly corpse transformation, automatically appeared in his mind. Just hearing the name of this skill is a little scary. Although he knew that he had time traveled at that time, he didn't dare to practice rashly. Isn't it a joke for a living person to practice a technique that seems to be practiced by a corpse? Then he spent a year learning the language of this world, and finally knew that the world he was in was actually the Douluo Continent. He was a fan of novels in his previous life, so he had naturally read Douluo. This is a fantasy world with a chance to become a god. How many people can resist the temptation to become a god? Jiang Chen was no exception, but he still didn't have the guts to ask him to practice that creepy exercise. It wasn't until he was 3 years old that he discovered Tang San, who persevered in cultivating on the mountain every day, that he came to his senses. Tang San, the lucky son of Douluo Continent, is cultivating so hard, but what does he have? Apart from a weird exercise, there is nothing special about it. As a student of the 21st century on Earth, he has read countless novels, and he deeply understands the truth of winning. Having read Douluo Continent, he knew that if he cultivated from an early age, he might be able to awaken his innate soul power at the age of 6 and win at the starting line. So he made up his mind and began to practice heavenly corpse transformation. This is indeed a powerful exercise, which brought him great strength, but also made him human, ghost, and became the god of plague in everyone's eyes. The corpse poison in his body has not yet reached the point of control, and every time it leaks out, it will cause panic in the Holy Soul village. And once he started practicing this technique, he couldn't stop, otherwise he would become a vampire zombie with no emotions. After he secretly drank the blood of a few poultry back then, he never dared to stop practicing the heavenly corpse transformation. Only by practicing heavenly corpse transformation all the time can he live like a normal person. During that time, he was once very decadent, but he still had to bite the bullet and practice. Others traveled through all kinds of awesome systems, but he turned into a zombie, and his future happiness might be in jeopardy. Later, he slowly looked away, and found that cultivation is actually quite comfortable, and as long as he can become a god, happiness or something doesn't seem to be that important. The cultivation of heavenly corpse transformation has reached a bottleneck recently. No matter how much he cultivates, the power in his body will not increase anymore. Jiang Chen understands that maybe his situation is the same as Tang San's. He needs to obtain the first spirit ring before he can continue to cultivate. What he is most concerned about now is what kind of martial soul can he awaken in tomorrow's awakening ceremony. He already has a powerful technique. If he has another powerful martial spirit, then he will completely win at the starting line. Even if he is not as good as Tang San, the son of luck, he will not be far behind. Everything depends on tomorrow. Time passed quietly in Jiang Chen's anticipation, and in the blink of an eye it was another morning. Tang San still went up the mountain to practice like a repeater. Jiang Chen jumped down from the roof excitedly. Today will be a day full of hope. After making some casual breakfast, Jiang Chen headed towards the Wuhan Hall in the middle of the village. He didn't wait for old Jack to notify him, because he knew that old Jack had gone to pick up Tang San. It is said to be the Wuhan Hall, but it is actually just a slightly larger wooden house. He has observed the Wuhan awakening ceremony from a long distance in the past few years, and he is extremely envious in his heart. Now, it's finally his turn. This day may be engraved in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. A total of 9 children in the Holy Soul village have awakened this year. When Jiang Chen came to the Wuhan Hall, there were already 7 children inside. Outside the gate, it was even more surrounded by adults. Compared with the children inside, these adults outside were more excited. The children inside are the future of their Holy Soul village. If they can awaken a soul master who can cultivate, then their Holy Soul village will become famous. Jiang Chen stood behind a group of adults, with a helpless look on his face. Please let me go, he reminded aloud. A woman in her 30s who was in front of him looked back suspiciously. The moment she saw Jiang Chen standing behind her buttocks, she immediately screamed, making the loudest voice in her life. Her body jumped to the side like that when he jumped out. He jumped 3 meters away astonishingly. Jiang Chen was extremely speechless. Did the reaction have to be so big? He just wanted to go in. The woman's screams were very tragic, as if she had been treated inhumanly by others, and many people turned their heads suddenly. The moment they saw the small figure standing behind them clearly, everyone's reaction was the same as that woman's. They all jumped away with screams, and the entire front of the spirit hall was instantly emptied. Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? A middle-aged man asked with a frown after confirming the safe distance. Jiang Chen showed an innocent smile. Uncle, I am also 6 years old this year. I am here this time to participate in the Wuhan awakening ceremony. Everyone looked suddenly enlightened, but someone still said, no, you can't go in. Others are awakening inside. Aren't you making trouble when you go in? What if we mess up the awakening ceremony in our village? Yes, absolutely don't let him go in. My son is still inside, but don't let him go in and destroy my son's awakening. That's right. What if he uses black magic again? Maybe all the children won't be able to awaken their martial souls because of him. The fortune teller said that my son has the appearance of a titled Douluo. Even if I risk my old life, I can't let this kid ruin it. All kinds of voices of crusade came one after another, and even a few bold villagers blocked the door with their courage. Judging from their death-defying expressions, it is estimated that Jiang Chen would not be allowed to enter even if he was beaten to death. They will absolutely not let Jiang Chen hurt their son or daughter. Everything that happened outside the door was watched by Su Yuntao from the beginning to the end, and he had already begun to feel a little impatient. He had just walked 2 villages, but he hadn't awakened a child who could practice, so he was in a bad mood. Moreover, he has a heavy task today. After awakening Holy Soul Village, there are still 5 villages waiting for him. Seeing that the children had not arrived for a long time, and one of them was blocked outside the door, he became angry instantly. Let go of that kid and let him in, he shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 4 Su Yuntao's Disappointment. Su Yuntao's loud shout used the soul power in his body, like the roar of a wild lion. It shocked the villagers at the door. The villagers looked at Su Yuntao, who was angry, and they were terrified in their hearts. They stood there blankly, at a loss, and did not dare to make a sound. The whole world became quiet. The 7 children in the wooden house were even more frightened and huddled together, tremblingly looking at Su Yuntao with an angry face. The Master Soul Master of Wuhan Temple is angry. What should we do? Su Yuntao looked at the villagers who stood there blankly and refused to move away. The dissatisfaction on his face became even worse, and he wanted to scold him again. At this moment, old Jack's growl sounded. What are you all doing in a daze? Master Soul Master wants you to get out of the way, didn't you hear? Old Jack dragged Tang San over in a hurry, like an angry old lion, almost beat those people with the crutch in his hand. Those people quickly stepped aside, not daring to offend old Jack's majesty. Old Jack continued to scold. Are you confused? If Master Soul Master gets angry, who will awaken our children? Master Su Yuntao is the greatest existence, you know. These people came to their senses one after another, and quickly shouted, Lord Su Yuntao, we know we were wrong. Su Yuntao's face softened. He was quite satisfied with old Jack's flattery, and said softly, let the children come in, I'm short on time. But someone still boldly said, Village Chief, Jiang Chen. Old Jack glared at him angrily, ignored him, and said directly to Jiang Chen, Xiaoxue, go in, remember to keep a safe distance. No problem. Jiang Chen walked in quickly, smiling so brightly. The so-called safe distance is no less than 5 meters away from other people, so that everyone doesn't have to worry about being harmed by his breath. You all wait outside. Old Jack ordered, leading Tang San into the room. The gate of the Wuhan Hall was shut with a bang, leaving only the adults of the whole village waiting outside expectantly. Lord Su Yuntao, I will trouble you this time. Old Jack stood beside Su Yuntao and said respectfully. Su Yuntao was very satisfied with old Jack's attitude. Let's start right away, the children are all lined up. As his voice fell, the 7 children rushed to the front. Tang San was pushed to the back helplessly, and Jiang Chen was behind him. Due to having an adult mind, Tang San couldn't play with these children at all these years. It's normal to be excluded by all the children. Needless to say, Jiang Chen stood at the end very wisely, leaning against the wooden door behind with his arms crossed, looking a little slack. Old Jack noticed Jiang Chen's appearance, and was so angry that he blew his beard and stared at him, and kept giving Jiang Chen winks. Jiang Chen had no choice but to stand up straight. And 5 meters in front of him, Tang San turned his head frequently, staring at Jiang Chen vigilantly, as if he was afraid that Jiang Chen would suddenly pounce on him and give him a fatal blow. Seeing Tang San's vigilant little appearance, Jiang Chen was a little amused, immediately raised 2 paws to his fair face, bared his mouth, showing 2 cute little tiger teeth, and stared at Tang San lewdly. Tang San trembled all over, turned his head away quickly, not daring to look at Jiang Chen again. Su Yuntao saw that the children were lined up, so he said, My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master, and I am your guide. Next, I will awaken the martial soul for you. When I release the martial soul, there will be some scary, but please don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. After talking about important things 3 times, Su Yuntao was also very helpless. Children would often run away in fear, seriously affecting his work speed. After finishing speaking, he took out the tools for awakening the martial soul from his tool bag, which were 6 jet black stones and a blue crystal ball. After arranging the 6 black stones into a hexagram, he motioned for the first child to stand in. Close your eyes and feel carefully. Don't open your eyes without my order. Lone wolf, possessed. Su Yuntao completed the transformation under the horrified eyes of the children. His long hair fluttered, his figure swelled, and his clothes were stretched to the point of bursting. Jiang Chen watched Su Yuntao's transformation curiously. At this time, except for that handsome face, Su Yuntao was no different from the werewolf in Jiang Chen's previous life Western movies. Except for Jiang Chen and Tang San, the rest of the children were trembling with fright. The first child closed his eyes tightly, but he didn't see Su Yuntao's terrifying appearance. Su Yuntao is very satisfied. As long as the first child can be awakened smoothly, then the next few children will not be afraid. The movement of his hands didn't stop. He activated the magic circle on the ground, and immediately a golden hood enveloped the child. Countless golden light spots floated out from the black stone and entered the boy's body, calming down his trembling body due to nervousness. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao said gently. The boy subconsciously stretched out his right hand, and suddenly a sickle slowly came out. Su Yuntao was a little disappointed. Although the sickle could also be used to attack, he hadn't heard of a powerful sickle soul master, and this kind of martial soul could only be used for farming. He picked up the crystal ball to test the child's soul power, and the result made him even more disappointed. There was no soul power at all, which meant that the child could not cultivate. Su Yuntao was extremely disappointed that 6 children had been awakened in succession. All of them were farming tool spirits. The little girl in front of Tang San was a little different. She awakened a blue-silver grass. You are a useless martial spirit, without any ability. Lanyanko is the most useless martial spirit in Douluo Continent. Following Su Yuntao's words, the little girl burst into tears. Su Yuntao took her hand and tested it. Sure enough, the girl still had no soul power. Finally it was Tang San's turn. Without Su Yuntao saying, he had already stood in the magic circle. Tang San, come on. Jiang Chen shouted from behind. Tang San nodded solemnly. None of the 7 people in front had awakened a martial soul that could be cultivated, which made his heart sink to the bottom. It turns out that it is really difficult to become a soul master. Su Yuntao activated the magic circle again. Tang San's right hand successfully condensed the martial spirit. It was a gently swaying blue-silver grass. Su Yuntao was already ecstatic to see more golden light spots gushing out of the magic circle than all the children combined before, but the appearance of Tang San's martial spirit poured cold water on him. The joy disappeared. Su Yuntao became expressionless, and waved his hands indifferently. Waste Wuhan, next. Old Jack, who was watching from the sidelines, was heartbroken, and his old face was extremely disappointed. This year, it really didn't work. Uncle, you haven't tested my spirit power yet. Tang San reminded. Su Yuntao said lightly, there is no need to test it. You are a waste martial soul. It is impossible to have soul power. Just let me try. Tang San insisted. Jiang Chen also said, Master Soul Master, help him test it. It won't take much of your time. Okay. Su Yuntao turned back, and walked in front of Tang San with a crystal ball indifferently. Seeing Su Yuntao's indifferent look, Jiang Chen secretly laughed in his heart. Tang San's soul power would definitely scare Brother Tao to death later. Chapter 5 Such a strong resentment, such an evil breath. Su Yuntao stood in front of Tang San holding the crystal ball. With a look of impatience, he didn't even look at the crystal ball. However, at the next moment, dazzling light burst out from the crystal ball, illuminating the entire room in the blink of an eye. A smile finally appeared on old Jack's face. Su Yuntao also lowered his head in horror, and looked at the crystal ball bursting with bright blue light in disbelief. First, congenitally full of soul power. He was so shocked that he stuttered. How is this possible? He exclaimed again. Finally, he took the crystal ball away and looked at Tang San with a complicated expression. Innately full of soul power, it's a pity that it's useless. Su Yuntao was heartbroken. If Tang San's martial soul wasn't blue-silver grass, it would be great. Tang San grasped the new vocabulary of congenital full soul power, and hurriedly asked. I don't know if it was because of sympathy for Tang San. Su Yuntao became patient and explained some soul master knowledge to Tang San. In the end, Su Yuntao shook his head again and again. It's a pity. It's a rare genius to be born with full soul power, but it's a pity to meet such a useless martial soul like you, otherwise I could. Tang San was not disappointed by Su Yuntao's words. He stood aside consciously, and looked at the remaining Jiang Chen curiously. If it is said who is the most mysterious person in his heart, it must be Jiang Chen. Although more than a year has passed, he still has lingering fears about Jiang Chen's cold aura, which can be said to be fresh in his memory. If there was not only a trace of the cold aura that penetrated into his body back then, I'm afraid he would have suffered that time. As a disciple of Tang sect in his previous life, he knew the poison best, but he couldn't tell what kind of poison Jiang Chen's breath contained. That kind of poison was really too overbearing. Just a trace of it almost exhausted his internal energy of Xiantian Kung Fu. He also suspected that it was corpse poison, but in the end he vetoed it. Corpse poison was a legendary thing in his previous life, and he had never seen it before. Moreover, it is said that corpse poison exists in zombies, but according to his observation, Jiang Chen is not at all like the legendary zombies. Jiang Chen's mystery had already made Tang San regard him as a person of the same level as himself, or even more dangerous. He was very curious, what kind of martial spirit would Jiang Chen awaken? Is it also like him, a waste martial soul? Without Su Yuntao's orders, Jiang Chen had already stood inside the awakening circle. Seeing Jiang Chen's serious demeanor, Su Yuntao, who was already somewhat impatient, also became serious. It is his duty to wake up all the children. Close your eyes and feel carefully. Jiang Chen obediently closed his eyes, and began to feel it. Su Yuntao activated the magic circle, and as soon as he started, a large number of golden light spots poured out, densely packed, almost filling the entire mask. Su Yuntao was startled. His eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a faint green light. He has never seen anyone who can stimulate so many light spots when awakened, which is very abnormal. There are more and more golden spots of light, appearing much faster than Jiang Chen can absorb them. In the blink of an eye, the entire wooden house has become golden, very dazzling. But everyone didn't close their eyes, they suppressed the discomfort, and looked at Jiang Chen who was in the magic circle. Old Jack and Su Yuntao's eyes were particularly bright, and the excitement on their faces could not be concealed. With such a big battle, perhaps an unprecedented and powerful martial spirit is about to appear. Don't stop, feel it with your heart. Su Yuntao shouted loudly. There are more and more light spots appearing, and the time experienced has far exceeded the awakening time of everyone before, but the light spots are still emerging continuously, and there is no sign of the martial soul appearing on Jiang Chen's body. Su Yuntao's expression was agitated, but also a little anxious. He had never heard of such a situation. There were so many deacons in the Wuhan temple in Notting City, and no one had ever encountered such a situation. And when they were training before, in the various strange cases of awakening recorded in the entire Wuhandian, there was no description of Jiang Chen's situation. Could it be that a brand new and powerful martial spirit is about to appear? Su Yuntao blushed, so excited that he couldn't hold it back. If he can awaken a powerful spirit and absorb Jiang Chen into the spirit hall, then his promotion and salary increase to win by Fume is almost a certainty. But after a while, Jiang Chen's martial soul still hadn't been released, which made him even more anxious. Click, click. Su Yuntao's expression changed, and he saw that there were cracks on the 6 black energy stones, and then a large group of golden light flew out, all pouring into Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally changed. Behind him, an endless black mist began to emerge. The black mist was as thick as ink, and the aura was sinister and cold, which made one's spine shiver uncontrollably. Su Yuntao's heart beat wildly, a sense of crisis of death enveloped him. What kind of spirit is this? Just awakening, it can make him a level 26 great soul master. Feel the danger. Get out. He suddenly shouted violently. Those children and old Jack were already frightened by the aura that appeared on Jiang Chen's body. Their legs were trembling. How dare they stay at this moment? Immediately, he rushed out as if fleeing for his life. And Tang San was still standing there, staring at Jiang Chen's back with a solemn expression. It was this kind of breath, very cold, as if it came from the 9th Serenity Hell, and it also carried a strong and overbearing poison, which gave him, a disciple of the Tang sect, a headache. At this moment, he finally understood that Jiang Chen's poison came from his martial soul. He didn't want to go out. He wanted to see what Jiang Chen's martial soul was. Maybe through Jiang Chen's martial soul, he could know what that overbearing poison was. Little San, come out quickly. Old Jack shouted anxiously outside the door. However, the black mist behind Jiang Chen changed again. The billowing black mist churned, and gradually, a humanoid creature appeared within the black mist, looming. Everyone could only see the creatures in the black mist wearing a very weird and ancient costume, and their faces were covered by thick black mist, making it hard to see clearly. Suddenly, amidst the rolling black mist on the mysterious figure's face became lighter. 2 blood-colored red lights shot out from the figure's eyes, and 2 terrifying fangs loomed. The moment the black mist rolled, Tang San saw that the mysterious figure turned out to be a zombie with blue face and fangs. The blue-faced, fang-toothed zombie raised its head and let out a silent scream, and a surge of pressure swept away, making everyone's hearts beat wildly and panicked. Tang San still dared to stay there at this time, and ran out quickly. Only Su Yuntao stood there stunned. With his strength as a great soul master, he felt great pressure under this mysterious martial soul, and a heavy feeling weighed on his heart. It was also at this moment that Tang Hao, who was sitting in his home, suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the center of the village. His cloudy eyes burst out with a frightening light. So strong resentment, such an evil breath, what exactly is this? The voice was still floating in the room, but Tang Hao's figure had disappeared, and he had arrived outside the Wuhan Hall in an instant, standing behind everyone, his eyes locked tightly on Jiang Chen inside the room. Chapter 6 Heaven and Earth are incompatible. Jiang Chen, who was standing in the 6-pointed formation, was stunned at this moment. His Wuhan turned out to be a zombie? At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Is it because he practiced the celestial corpse change that he formed this zombie spirit? Or is it because of this zombie martial soul that he has the technique of transforming the corpse in his mind? What is the truth? He didn't have an answer in his mind, but fortunately, the thick black mist around the zombie martial soul didn't spread out, otherwise the entire Saint Soul village would be infected with the corpse poison. Few people can resist such a strong toxin. After all, most of the villagers are just ordinary people. He wanted to take back the zombie martial soul with his mind, but found that it had no effect at all. The zombie martial soul kept roaring towards the sky. Although there was no sound, Jiang Chen felt the overwhelming hatred and unwillingness from it. The villagers outside the door stared at Jiang Chen in horror, and muttered to themselves, such an evil spirit, he really is a disaster. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the cloudless sky, and the entire sky suddenly darkened. The black cloud was as heavy as lead, and it seemed as if it was about to collapse. Countless buckets of thick thunder and lightning shuttled through the tumbling black clouds, and the rumbling thunder almost pierced people's eardrums. Everyone get out of here immediately. A majestic shout rang out, briefly suppressing the roar of thunder, resounding in everyone's ears. Tang San looked up suspiciously, feeling that this voice was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he heard it. Old Jack reacted, and led everyone away anxiously. He turned his head frequently and looked worriedly at Jiang Chen in the spirit hall. The black cloud was getting lower and lower, and the thunder inside was even more frightening. Everyone had never seen such thunder and lightning, purple, black, red, and even golden, which were extremely weird. However, it was Tang Hao who felt the deepest. Those ordinary villagers could only feel the huge pressure, but he felt a strong threat. He had a strong premonition that if the terrifying thunder and lightning fell, he might be turned into fly ash. Fortunately, the thunder in the sky did not target him, but the child standing there blankly. Su Yuntao ran out in embarrassment at this time. The horror on his face could not be concealed, and he stood in the distance with the villagers of Shengun village. Lord Su Yuntao, what's going on? Old Jack asked tremblingly. Su Yuntao shook his head again and again. This scene frightened him to death. His legs were still weak and trembling constantly. Standing in the house just now, under the roaring thunder, he almost knelt down. At that moment, he felt a strong death crisis, and escaped with all his strength. Master Su Yuntao, you are the strongest, you must save Xiaochen. Old Jack shouted anxiously. Shut up. Su Yuntao shouted violently. Wouldn't it be courting death for him to enter there again? The villagers were already shrouded in great panic at this time, and they couldn't help talking nonsense. He must be a man abandoned by heaven, and now God will punish him. Awakening a martial soul can bring about the wrath of the sky. I hope it doesn't destroy our holy soul village. Even if he doesn't die, we must not let him stay in our village, or we will be killed by him sooner or later. Why did Jiang Chen stand there blankly and not run? Because he found that he couldn't move at this moment. The whole holy soul village seemed to be turned into night at this moment, and thunder flashed from time to time in the darkness, and the huge thunder explosion almost burst his eardrums. He felt that he was locked by the thunder in the sky. He didn't understand that he just awakened a martial soul. Why did he provoke such a terrifying thunder, as if it was really the will of the heavens, wanting to kill him? Even if it's a zombie, there's no need to make the world intolerable once it appears, right? At this moment, Jiang Chen felt another kind of power appeared on the zombie martial soul behind him. This is a power completely opposite to corpse poison, exuding extremely violent fluctuations. That terrifying aura makes Jiang Chen's soul tremble. He faintly felt that this kind of power was so strong that it seemed to be very similar to the breath of thunder in the sky. While he was thinking, the thunder and lightning in the sky unexpectedly gathered together, forming a multicolored thunder, which bombarded down towards the wooden house below in the terrifying vortex formed by the black cloud. What? Countless people uttered horrified screams and fell limply on the ground. Tang Hao stood beside Tang San. His resolute face was as solemn as iron, and the majestic soul power in his body was about to move, ready to carry Tang San to escape at any time. Just as the colorful thunder struck down, a thick golden lightning shot out from the wooden house, heading towards the colorful thunder. Boom! High above the sky, two thunderbolts bombarded together, with a strong explosion sound, as if the sky was about to split open. The place where the thunder collided was full of light, like a small sun, and the entire dark world was illuminated like daytime. An extremely oppressive atmosphere lingered in everyone's hearts. Su Yuntao wanted to escape many times, but unfortunately his legs were already weak, and he could not resist under the might of the sky. The small sun formed by the two thunderbolts exudes terrifying fluctuations. Tang Hao has no doubt that if he is there, he may not be able to last a breath and will become slag. Suddenly, the little sun disappeared, and the colorful thunder shot back, submerging into the lead cloud. The golden thunder returned to the wooden house, submerged into the zombie martial soul, and disappeared. Except for Tang Hao and his son and Su Yuntao, everyone else was paralyzed on the ground. Fortunately, the black clouds in the sky began to fade, and they disappeared strangely out of thin air in the blink of an eye, as if they had never appeared before. Many people rubbed their eyes involuntarily, with lingering fears in their hearts, and a sense of survival after the catastrophe emerged. Xiaochen! Old Jack yelled, and rushed over tremblingly. Although he was usually a little afraid of Jiang Chen, he had already regarded Jiang Chen as his own grandson. How could he not be worried? Let's go and have a look, Tang Hao said. His broad palms were placed on the back of Tang San's head, and the two walked towards the wooden house. Su Yuntao's face was uncertain. He sensed it carefully, gritted his teeth, and finally followed. The danger seemed to have passed, and his means of eating were still inside. He had to see what kind of martial soul this awakened martial soul had made such a big commotion. None of the other villagers dared to approach, and there was still horror in their eyes, watching the wooden house from a distance. Inside the room, Jiang Chen's martial spirit has disappeared, and his body has recovered its mobility. Sweat had already wet his back. It was really thrilling just now. It made him feel as if he had walked before the gate of hell. The 6 black stones on the ground had turned into powder, which made Su Yuntao feel distressed. He took out a notebook, and said angrily, "Boy, what kind of martial spirit is that of yours?" Jiang Chen was silent for a while, and did not hide anything. "My martial soul is called a zombie." Chapter 7. Are you willing to join Wuhandian? Su Yuntao, who was a bit aggrieved at first, suddenly brightened his eyes. This is really a brand new martial spirit that has never appeared before. He hesitated and asked, "Can you safely control it now?" Jiang Chen nodded, "It's fine." After taking back his body from the martial soul, he has already obtained some information in his mind, and now he can control his martial soul at will. Even the corpse poison, which was always out of control, can now be controlled in a subtle way, and it is almost impossible to leak the corpse poison in the past. Then let's release your martial soul to have a look, Su Yuntao said excitedly. At this moment, he had forgotten the grief of his damaged tool, and he was extremely excited. This is a brand new martial soul, awakened by him himself. No matter whether he can recruit Jiang Chen to the martial soul hall or not, he will be able to get rich rewards. As long as Jiang Chen's zombie spirit is reported, the higher UPS of the Wuhan Hall will definitely not forget his contribution, and may even write the name of the person who discovered it into the dossier and pass it down forever. Jiang Chen nodded, and with a thought, he released his martial soul very easily. This time, no thick black mist appeared, and the true face of the zombie martial soul was finally revealed in everyone's sight. The zombie is wearing ancient costumes and has a very tall skeleton. There are no muscles in the whole body, but it looks very burly. The black nails were as sharp as the tip of a knife, and a black and terrifying aura lingered on its body. Its face was thin, and two sharp fangs were exposed, terrifying and creepy. Su Yuntao, Tang San, Tang Hao, and Old Jack all stared at him with surprise. This turned out to be a humanoid martial spirit. They had never heard of it. Su Yuntao and Tang Hao do know that there is a kind of martial soul called Numenon martial soul, but that kind of martial soul is made from a certain part or organ of the human body. And the zombie spirit in front of them is a complete human form. Is this an enhanced version of the body spirit? It is said that the martial soul of the body is a very powerful martial soul, so how strong will Jiang Chen's martial soul be? Martial spirit possession. Jiang Chen shouted, and the burly zombie standing behind him suddenly turned into a black light and merged into his body, and his body changed rapidly. This change was exactly the same as his previous transformation. Two teeth came out, his pupils turned completely black, and his nails became extremely sharp. This made Jiang Chen secretly heave a sigh of relief. If he also became skinny like that zombie spirit, then he would want to die. What is the ability of your martial soul? Su Yuntao had already taken out a small notebook, ready to record it. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, and said excitedly, after being possessed by the martial soul, my strength, speed, and defense have all been greatly enhanced, and the soul power is also accompanied by severe toxicity. Originally, his soul power possessed overbearing toxicity, but now that the martial soul possessed him, the toxicity became even more terrifying. I'm afraid that as long as he releases a ray of toxin, he can kill a full-grown buffalo in an instant. Su Yuntao recorded it in a hurry. Very good, you are a brand new and powerful martial soul. Next, I will test your innate soul power for you. As he said that, he excitedly brought the crystal ball and handed it to Jiang Chen. Although he has never awakened a powerful martial soul, according to the theoretical knowledge he learned in the Wuhan temple, the stronger the martial soul, the higher the soul power will be. For example, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, unless it is a mutation, it is impossible to have 1 or 2 levels of soul power. Jiang Chen's excitement was not much weaker than Su Yuntao's. He reached out and pressed the crystal ball, and suddenly felt a huge suction force coming from the crystal ball, and the soul power in his body began to frantically rush towards the crystal ball. It was exactly the same as Tang San's situation before. After the crystal ball absorbed the soul power, it instantly burst into bright light, and the whole room became blue and blue. Ha ha ha. It's really good to be full of soul power again. Su Yuntao, got shit luck today. Su Yuntao laughed wildly, almost insane. He was really too difficult up. At this time, he finally saw the hope of reaching the pinnacle of his life. Little friend, would you like to join the mighty spirit hall? Su Yuntao asked very gently, like a big bad wolf trying to abduct a pure little sheep. Jiang Chen had expected this scene a long time ago. He smiled and said, Master Su Yuntao, I have no plans to join the spirit hall yet. I want to study at Nodding Soul Master Academy. This was a plan he had thought up long ago. Although he possessed powerful skills and talents, he didn't think he would have Tang San's unfavorable luck. After all, it was normal for a genius to die halfway. If he wanted to become a god, staying by the side of Tang San, the son of the plain, was undoubtedly the most comfortable choice. After more than 10 years, he would be able to obtain a god position steadily. It would be a fool if he didn't choose this easy way to please. I suggest you think about it again. You must know that the Spirit Hall is currently the most powerful soul master force on the Douluo Continent. You will definitely get the strongest training when you join the Spirit Hall. With your innate talent full of soul power, it is possible to become a titled Douluo. Su Yuntao persuaded. He has never longed for it like now. If Jiang Chen can be pulled into the Hall of Spirits, his status will definitely be greatly improved. When the time comes, he will be promoted and his salary will be raised, and there will be a beautiful sissy. Think about him. Just get excited. Old Jack's dizzy eyes burst out with frightening rays of light. He didn't care about anything anymore. He rushed directly in front of Jiang Chen, slapped Jiang Chen on the head, and said angrily, Stinky boy, are you stupid? It would be great to join Wuhandian. After a few decades, you will become titled Douluo, and our Holy Soul Village can be renamed titled Douluo Village. Old Jack blew his beard stare, with a look of hating iron but not steel. Jiang Chen was a little dumbfounded. For all these years, he had never seen Old Jack so fierce. Su Yuntao looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, waiting for the latter's answer. Titled Douluo is the most powerful existence in this world. He doesn't believe that any child can resist this temptation. Seeing that Jiang Chen hadn't answered yet, he continued, if you join the Spirit Hall, we can take you to get your first soul ring tomorrow, and make you a real soul master. Compared to titled Douluo, becoming a soul master is equally tempting for a 6-year-old child, and this is something that can be obtained immediately, unlike titled Douluo, who is just a pie drawn out of thin air. Faced with the temptation to become a soul master right away, he didn't believe that this child wasn't tempted. However, Jiang Chen still shook his head stubbornly. I'm sorry, I still don't want to join the spirit hall for the time being. Su Yintao was extremely disappointed. It seemed that it was impossible to win over Jiang Chen today. He looked at old Jack, and some thoughts flashed in his mind. It seemed that if he wanted to get rid of Jiang Chen, he could only find a way on old Jack. That's okay, you go back first. Village Chief Jack, you stay here, and I'll give you the martial soul certificates of these 2 children. Old Jack glared at Jiang Chen fiercely, and then looked at Su Yintao with a bright old face like a chrysanthemum. Then I will trouble you, Lord Su Yintao. Chapter 8 Don't hurt my dad. Finally able to leave, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to go out, ready to go home and study his own zombie spirit. Tang San and his son had been watching from the sidelines just now. When Jiang Chen walked out, they immediately followed. Kid, wait a minute. Tang Hao held Tang San by the hand, and suddenly called out to stop Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked back suspiciously, and found that the person who called him was actually Tang San's father Tang Hao. He had only observed Tang Hao from a distance before, but today was the first time he got so close to a titled Douluo. Tang Hao was still as sloppy as ever. His hair was like a chicken coop. It seemed that he hadn't washed it for 10.5 months. He has a vicissitudes of life, a burly figure, and his clothes are full of patches. Tang Hao was the only blacksmith in several nearby villages, and it was reasonable to say that life would not be so difficult, but unfortunately all the money he earned was used to buy wine and drink. Uncle, what do you want from me? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Now he can freely control the corpse energy in his body, so he is no longer afraid of Tang Hao, and Tang Hao will not give him a hammer so cruelly. You sent a fish to my little San the day before yesterday. You really have a heart. Let's go to Uncle's house to play today. You are about the same age as Xiaoxue, so we can communicate more. Tang Hao said with a smile. Jiang Chen thought for a while and said, okay. Tang San on the side was stunned. He had never seen his father smile in so many years. He never thought he smiled because of that nasty Jiang Chen. Immediately Tang San looked at Jiang Chen as if looking at a monster, but he was very grateful in his heart. These years, his father drank his sorrows every day, and lived a muddle-headed life, but now he smiled because of Jiang Chen, which has to be said to be a good thing. Seeing that Jiang Chen agreed, the smile on Tang Hao's face became more gentle. He reached out and wanted to grab Jiang Chen's hand, but Tang San firmly held him back. Tang San firmly held his father's hand with both hands, exerted strength on his waist and legs at the same time, and even used the kung fu of the jackhammer, trying to stop Tang Hao from walking towards Jiang Chen. Father, don't approach him, he is in danger. Tang San shouted hastily. Even he was almost caught in the trap before. He was very worried about his father. If he was corrupted by Jiang Chen's corpse poison, he would have to suffer a serious illness. Moreover, the battle that Jiang Chen had just awakened, the black mist emitted by the zombie martial soul, the corpse poison in it was many times stronger than Jiang Chen's original one. In Tang San's heart, Jiang Chen's danger factor had once again increased. A big grade. Tang Hao lowered his head in surprise. He knew Tang San's strength was great, but he didn't expect to be so strong at only 6 years old. He exerted a little force on his arm, and easily lifted Tang San, who was using all his strength to nurse. Tang Hao said with a smile, how could he be in danger as a child? Tang San was lifted up in the air by his father, shocked by his father's strength. He had just secretly used his soul power. His strength was several hundred catties, but he was easily lifted up by his father. He had no choice but to let go of his hand and fell to the ground. Father, you don't know that Jiang Chen has a nickname called Plague God, and he can easily poison those who approach him. Tang San worried. Jiang Chen had a playful face, his eyes as bright as black jewels rolled around, ran up, and directly grabbed Tang San's shoulders. Tang San was caught off guard by Jiang Chen, and his whole body became stiff like an old hen's feathers. Uncle, let's go. Jiang Chen smiled. He hooked Tang San's shoulder with one hand, and his smile was very bright. Tang Hao smiled, nodded, and led the way. Let's go, Xiaoxue. Jiang Chen put his mouth close to Tang San's ear, licked his lips and said. Tang San looked at Jiang Chen's exposed 2 small canine teeth, right next to his neck, and thought of Jiang Chen's appearance just now when he transformed with his martial spirit, and his hair stood on end. He was really afraid that Jiang Chen's teeth would just penetrate his neck, puncture his blood vessels, and then drink his blood. Others on Douluo Continent didn't know what a zombie was, but he knew it clearly in his heart. It was an existence that sucked human blood. Tang San urged his internal force with all his strength. His body twisted, and he escaped from Jiang Chen's control all of a sudden, and rushed to his father's side in a few steps. Jiang Chen was a little speechless. Tang San was too timid. He just bared his teeth. Is it necessary to react so loudly? But that kid's neck seems to be quite fragrant. Jiang Chen couldn't help swallowing a big mouthful of saliva. He had never drank human blood, and when he was so close to Tang San just now, he suddenly felt a fatal feeling. Temptation. Tang San's neck seemed to become a fragrant chicken leg in his eyes. He shook his head, suppressed that desire, and quickly followed Tang San and his son. He also didn't know why Tang Hao invited him suddenly. It was a bit abnormal. Could it be that Tang Hao has taken a fancy to my peerless talent and wants Tang San to befriend me? Jiang Chen thought to himself. When passing by the group of onlookers, those villagers ran away in panic. They used to dare to approach Jiang Chen for 5 meters, but now, they dare not approach Jiang Chen even for 50 meters. That Tang Hao is really bold, isn't he afraid of death? That's right, I don't think we will be able to ask him to make farm tools in the future. Well, that's right, I also told my kid to stay away from Tang San. Tang Hao led Tang San and Jiang Chen at the same time, walking towards his home. Tang San turned his head frequently, looking at Jiang Chen on the other side from behind his father's butt. He was really afraid that Jiang Chen would do something wrong and hurt Tang Hao. Even now he has already figured out how to deal with the corpse poison in his mind. Although he had never seen corpse poison in his previous life, he had seen the introduction of corpse poison in the 100 Poisons manual. Junior high school corpse poisoners, the symptoms are not serious, you can use glutinous rice to detoxify. Fortunately, there are still some glutinous rice at home. Tang San was slightly relieved. Arriving at Tang San's house, Tang Hao said with a smile, Xiaoxue, you can sit wherever you want, you're welcome. Jiang Chen smiled and sat down. Tang Hao suddenly remembered that he called Jiang Chen over. It seemed that there was nothing he could bring out to greet Jiang Chen. Ahem, little San, come in. Tang Hao said as he walked into the back room. Tang San hurriedly followed in. Father, what do you want me to do? Tang Hao made a booing gesture and whispered, you know how to catch fish, right? Tang San nodded, didn't understand why his father would suddenly ask these things, although he had never caught fish and had no experience, but with his concealed weapon skills, it was still easy to catch these things. Ahem, look, isn't there a guest at home, you go grab 2 and come back to cook. Tang Hao's old face turned red. Tang San finally came to his senses, he looked at his father strangely, very puzzled. His father seemed to be a different person today. Although he was puzzled, this feeling was quite good. He had never seen his father so happy as today. Perhaps I still need to thank Jiang Chen. Tang San thought to himself. After leaving the back room, Tang San whispered in Jiang Chen's ear, don't hurt my father, you know. Jiang Chen nodded and said, don't worry, I'm a good person. Tang San gave Jiang Chen a warning look again, and then went out. Jiang Chen felt a little speechless in his heart. Your father is a hidden boss, how dare I dare to bite him, isn't this courting death? Chapter 9 Uncle teaches you how to play iron. Tang San's speed was very fast, and it didn't take long before he brought back 2 fish. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. It turned out that this kid Tang San ran to catch fish. He glanced at the 2 fish in Tang San's hands, secretly shocked in his heart. There were 2 small holes on the heads of those 2 fish, as if they were pierced by something. It should be a hidden weapon, Jiang Chen secretly said. Seeing Tang San clumsily dissecting the fish, Jiang Chen moved over curiously, startling Tang San who was sweating profusely and concentrated. Seeing Tang San holding a kitchen knife, his hands as clumsy as a hoof, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. Let me do it. He snatched the kitchen knife from Tang San's hand, quickly scraped off the fish scales, opened the belly and intestines, removed the fish gills, and rinsed them clean. Under Tang San's horrified gaze, Jiang Chen completed the performance in a few minutes. You must be dumbfounded. Looking at Tang San's demented appearance, Jiang Chen suddenly said happily. Tang San nodded, but quickly shook his head again, curled his lips, and thought to himself, what's so great about this? Leave it to me, you go and prepare the ingredients for me, onion, ginger, garlic, chili, wine, soy sauce. Jiang Chen said and caught another fish, but Tang San stood there without moving. You want so many things? Can't you just boil them and eat them? Tang San was surprised. What do you think? Hurry up and get ready. Jiang Chen urged. He knew at a glance that Tang San was a guy who couldn't eat. If it was made for Tang San, even a dog would hardly be able to swallow it. Tang Hao stood aside, looking at the 2 busy little figures with great interest. In fact, he doesn't know how to cook, otherwise he would go into battle by himself. Tang San collected all the ingredients, looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously and said, can you eat this way? Jiang Chen shook his head, smiled without saying a word. Half an hour later, Tang San stuffed a large piece of fish into his mouth. The rich aroma and the taste of chili immediately shocked him. It's so delicious. Tang Hao's eyes were also bright, and he looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Xiaoxue, come over to play with Uncle more often in the future, and Uncle will teach you how to play iron. Playing with iron eggs. Jiang Chen muttered in his heart. He knew that Tang Hao must be greedy for his cooking skills. But it's okay to visit often. After all, he has already planned to share Tang San's luck with Tang San in the future, and this relationship has to be established in advance. At this moment, old Jack's voice came. Xiaoxue, are you there? Jiang Chen moved his ears, rushed to the door, and waved at old Jack who was walking over. Grandpa, here. Old Jack pushed open the yard door and walked in, complaining, you boy, why did you come here, and made me go to your house? As soon as he approached, he moved his nose vigorously a few times, and immediately smelled the tempting aroma of food. His old eyes lit up, and Jiang Chen pushed open the door and walked in. Hee, I've been busy all morning, so I'm just hungry. Old Jack was so thick-skinned that before the owner called out, he took out a bowl of rice himself, and sat down at the dining table. Jiang Chen also sat down. Old Jack took a large piece of meat and put it in his mouth, praising him again and again, but suddenly found Tang San and his son who were a little stunned. This fish is not bad, you are welcome to eat it. Old Jack didn't feel blushing at all. Grandpa, I did this. Jiang Chen said. Old Jack's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again, and sighed, it's a pity that you are sick. Jiang Chen said, Grandpa, the harm I caused to everyone before was caused by the martial soul in my body. Now that my martial soul has awakened, I can control it freely, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Old Jack laughed out loud. Why didn't you say earlier, boy, that you will move back tomorrow? No, you will move back tonight. I will leave the cooking to you in the future. Looking at Tang Hao's envious eyes, Old Jack stared. Xiaochen is mine, so don't make any crooked ideas. Tang Hao was a little embarrassed. Old Jack continued, Tang Hao, you kid is cunning enough. Seeing that Xiaochen has awakened a powerful martial spirit, he immediately brought him to his home. Do you want to have a relationship with the future titled Douluo? Jiang Chen was sweating coldly, and he secretly sweated for Old Jack. This is a genuine titled Douluo. You are always so sarcastic. Do you think you have a long life? But Tang Hao seemed to have been told what was on his mind, and he was embarrassed and speechless. Jiang Chen immediately smoothed things over. Grandpa, I was the one who wanted to come and play at Tang San's house. Old Jack froze for a moment, then nodded. You and Xiaoxue are our village's future hope, so we should have fun. However, Xiaochen, you can consider joining the Wuhan Palace. You must know that the Wuhan Palace is. Uncle Tang, Grandpa, Xiaoxue, I'm full, you all eat slowly. Jiang Chen stood up and ran out quickly. Grandpa, I'll go home and pack my things first, and I'll move back to live with you at night. Jiang Chen's voice came from afar, making several people in the room dumbfounded. Can Jiang Chen not run away? He knows Old Jack's nagging temperament best, and he will never stop talking about it. He understands that Su Yuntao must have made Old Jack a lobbyist. Inside the house, Old Jack looked at Tang Hao while he was eating. Tang Hao, I plan to let Xiao San go to Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy to study. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes lit up and his ears pricked up. No. Tang Hao's answer was firm. Old Jack was angry. Do you know what being a soul master means to Xiaoxue? There was a quarrel in Tang San's family, and the result was that Old Jack left angrily. Tang San was a little frustrated, and was very puzzled by his father's decision, but he could only accept it silently. He didn't want to make his father sad. After Old Jack left, Tang Hao's anger disappeared, and his expression gradually eased. Little San, let me see your martial soul. Jiang Chen ran back to his home excitedly. Now that he finally had his own time, he could finally study his martial soul carefully. He had just awakened his martial soul, and this kind of temptation was irresistible to him, just like a child who just got a beloved toy and couldn't bear to let go of it for a moment all day long. After studying for an afternoon, the novelty faded away. The zombie's martial soul was so powerful when it was awakened. He thought that after possessing his martial soul, he could directly defy the sky, but it turned out that his strength was limited. In addition, since the awakening of Wuhan, he has a feeling of restlessness. His right eyelid keeps twitching, as if there is a mountain pressing down on his heart all the time. He was no stranger to this feeling. It was exactly the feeling when he was locked by the thunder in the sky when his martial soul was awakened. Damn, I didn't break into Laozi last time. Do you want to do it again? Jiang Chen was a little angry with this god. Why should he hack him? He's still just a kid. Now the strength of this zombie's martial soul has obviously shrunk a lot from what it showed when it was awakened. He wonders if he can withstand the lightning strike. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he thought of Tang Hao, the strongest man in Holy Soul Village. It seems that he still has to build a good relationship with Tang Hao. If the thunder and lightning come again, he can only run to Tang Hao's house. Chapter 10 I have a ball in my stomach? When it was almost evening, Jiang Chen moved back to Old Jack's big yard, and had a sumptuous dinner that night, which made Old Jack laugh from ear to ear. Old Jack carefully took out the old wine he had treasured for many years, poured half a bowl of it distressedly, and poured Jiang Chen a sip as well. In the end, Old Jack was flushed from drinking, and passed out on the table drunk. Jiang Chen hugged Old Jack to the bed, tidied up and went up to the roof. Night is the time for him to practice. Although he has awakened the innate soul power, he will not relax. According to Xiaogang in the book, after the soul power reaches the threshold of upgrading, it cannot be promoted due to the lack of soul ring. Although continuing to practice will not show that the level of soul power has improved, but after obtaining the soul ring, this part of the soul power will increase. Show up. Still as usual, he performed the exercises without using the martial soul to possess his body, and his body directly turned into a zombie state. In this state, it is easiest to absorb the essence of Yu. However, he had just started practicing before he discovered the difference. He can actually look inside. As if blessed to his soul, he found out that he could look inside as soon as he practiced. In his spiritual induction, the internal power of the corpse transformation in his body, that is, the soul power of this world, is circulating along the meridians, and finally flows into the danshan like 100 rivers converging into the sea. When his mental power came to his danshan, he was immediately stunned by the scene in his danshan. Inside his danshan was a round object, the size of a ping-pong ball, and all the soul power flowing back from the meridians was injected into this ball. The ball is a bit weird, half is as black as ink, and the other half is dazzling golden. The aura on it is very familiar to Jiang Chen. The black side is obviously the aura of his zombie martial soul, which belongs to the same source as the internal force he cultivated before. The golden side is the aura of the golden lightning, which has never appeared before, until today when the martial soul was awakened, it suddenly appeared, driving away the five-colored lightning. What the hell is this? Why didn't I feel it before? Jiang Chen was shocked, but more puzzled. With such a big object in his stomach, it stands to reason that he should feel it, but he has never felt the feeling of a foreign body. Is this Neodon? Jiang Chen couldn't help being curious, and approached with mental power, wanting to see if he could get any information. After a while, however, he regretted it. When his mental power touched the sphere, a huge memory suddenly flooded into his mind. This memory was so vast that it seemed to last thousands of years. Such a huge amount of memory was suddenly injected into the soul. How could Jiang Chen bear it? The moment the severe pain of the soul hit, he stretched his legs, stared at him, and passed out directly. Whereas the shock of the soul that ordinary people can bear, even in a coma, Jiang Chen's body was still twitching non-stop. That cute little face was already distorted to the point of twisting. Ding, the host has started inheritance, the super zombie evolution system is being activated, and the system is loading. Jiang Chen felt like he had a dream. In the dream, he watched a zombie grow from the perspective of a bystander. After thousands of years of blood-sucking training, this zombie has reached the state of flying stiff, can go to the sky and enter the earth, and even feeds on the blood of powerful practitioners, which is frightening. 10,000 years later, zombies have reached a more terrifying state. They can be called immortal, and they have become existences that even immortals and devils should fear. At this moment, this zombie ushered in the most powerful catastrophe in its life, which was the catastrophe it ushered in when it evolved into. This time the catastrophe can be called the strongest catastrophe in history. It changed the color of the world and made all living beings tremble, and this zombie also turned into flying ash under this catastrophe, leaving only a corpse pill. The corpse pill was chased by the sky thunder, passed through the plain, and turned an unlucky young man into fly ashes when passing through the earth, and finally arrived at the Douluo Continent, where it entered the dead body of a baby. The morning sun wasn't hot, but it was very dazzling. Jiang Chen lay on the roof, feeling a little uncomfortable. His consciousness gradually recovered, and he felt as if something was pecking at his face. Slowly opening his eyes, he found a little bird standing on his nose, pecking him from time to time. Don't make trouble. He pushed the bird away and sat up. Who am I? Where am I? He looked a little dazed, and it took him quite a while before he remembered his identity. The memories of his previous life and the past 6 years of Douluo flooded in one after another, and he remembered that his name was Jiang Chen. He remembered that when he practiced last night, his mental power touched the bead in his danchan, and he passed out inexplicably, and also had a strange dream. The whole dream has become blurred, but as long as he thinks about it, he will remember it clearly again. Thinking of the corpse pill that finally came to Douluo Continent in the dream, Jiang Chen's whole body trembled. There was also a bead in his body. Could it be? All this is not a dream. Jiang Chen quickly gathered his spiritual power into his danchan, and once again saw the bead that was quietly swallowing soul power. Half of the bead is black, half is golden, and the golden half seems to have lightning lingering on it. The last part of the dream flashed again in Jiang Chen's mind. The golden lightning chased the black corpse pill and came to the Douluo Continent. As if seeing the blue sky through the clouds, Jiang Chen suddenly understood why he came to the Douluo Continent, and the round thing in his body turned out to be the corpse pill, which seemed to be fused with the terrifying sky thunder. Looking back on that zombie's life now, Jiang Chen still feels very shocked. That is really too powerful. Born with the resentment of heaven and earth, feeds on blood, does not enter reincarnation, does not fall into hell, condemns lightning strikes, goes up to the 9 heavens, goes down to the netherworld, to the yin to the evil. And it died under the catastrophe leading to a higher realm. Through the memory of that zombie, Jiang Chen had some understanding of that higher realm. That realm is called, also known as Drought Demon. Wherever the drought demon passed by, there are thousands of miles of red land, and it carries a terrible plague that can destroy the world. It feeds on the blood of dragons, and gods and demons are afraid of it. At that level, there is almost nothing between the heaven and the earth that can threaten its existence. The sky is hard to destroy, and the earth is hard to bury. Just when Jiang Chen was wandering in a daze, a lowly voice suddenly sounded in his mind, so frightened that he almost rolled off the roof. Congratulations to the host for awakening the martial spirit. The super zombie evolution system is activated, and a gift pack for beginners is given as a special gift. Jiang Chen's face was sluggish, and after a long while, he suddenly laughed wildly, and anyone could hear the joy in that laughter. The little black sparrow flew onto Jiang Chen's shoulder, and seemed a little happy, but its eyes were a little dull, lacking a bit of spirituality. Go play by yourself. Jiang Chen smiled. This is his corpse puppet, under his control, it is his eyes in normal times. Everything that happens in Holy Soul Village cannot escape his observation. What exactly is the novice gift pack? Jiang Chen's eyes were shining with excitement. Chapter 11: The Cheating Gift Pack for Newbies. In 6 years, he only had one exercise, and he thought it was his golden finger. But unexpectedly, a huge surprise was yet to come. After the Wuhan awakened, a system appeared. At this moment, in his mind, a system interface appeared. Host Jiang Chen. Douluo level 10. Zombie level 112. Soul ring no. Props none. The system pops up a message whether to open the novice gift package. Yes. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. The novice gift pack is opened and the following items are obtained. The God-given spirit ring is the most suitable spirit ring generated according to its own attributes. The lifespan of the spirit ring is related to the physical strength and willpower of the host. When absorbing the spirit ring, the longer the host persists, the higher the lifespan of the spirit ring. After a spirit ring upgrade coupon is used, you can choose to increase the lifespan of a spirit ring, and the lifespan after the upgrade is the maximum lifespan that the host can bear when using it, and it can only be used at level 1120. After one bottle of Dark Blessing Potion is taken, it can heal all the current injuries of the host and restore it to its peak state. Looking at these novice items in the system's inventory, Jiang Chen grinned in satisfaction. Someone really gave him a pillow just after falling asleep. He has just awakened his martial soul, and he is born with full soul power. As long as he absorbs a soul ring, he can break through to the realm of a soul master and continue to practice. He thought he could get his first soul ring after arriving at Notting College, but he didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. How could Jiang Chen resist the temptation of becoming a soul master? When he thought that he would soon have miraculous skills, he couldn't wait. He jumped down directly and took a look at old Jack's room. Old Jack was drunk last night and hadn't woken up yet. Jiang Chen immediately rushed back to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to absorb his first soul ring and break through to the realm of a soul master. He came to the system interface again, concentrating on the God-bestowed spirit ring, but after choosing to use it, a reminder popped up. After absorbing the soul ring, the host must go through the first catastrophe within 3 days. It is recommended that the host try to last until the end when absorbing the soul ring, so as to increase the hope of surviving the catastrophe. Please confirm whether to absorb it? Jiang Chen was already very hungry and thirsty, but after seeing this reminder, he was immediately poured cold water on him. Catastrophe? Are you kidding him? The scene where the zombie was smashed to ashes by the heavenly tribulation involuntarily appeared in his mind. How terrifying! And the 5-colored divine thunder that appeared when the martial soul was awakened yesterday, it is probably what the system called a catastrophe. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's chrysanthemum tightened, his tiger's body trembled, and his heart felt cold. He recalled that zombie's life, and it seemed that when his strength was low, he did not encounter a catastrophe, only in the later realms did he encounter a catastrophe. System, why am I so weak, but still have to overcome the catastrophe? Jiang Chen roared in his heart. It's a pity that the system can't answer his question. It seems that it only has a reminder function. His whole face was wrinkled, his mood was in a mess, and the joy of just getting the system was washed away. Although he has the memory of that zombie, it belongs to someone else after all, and he has no experience at all. Why am I suffering so much? I'm only a 6-year-old child. He really wanted to cry without tears. No wonder his eyelids kept twitching after he awakened his martial spirit. He just guessed like that at the time, but he didn't expect that he would be struck by lightning. It took him a long time to accept this fact, and looked at the few novice items again. God-given spirit ring, the longer I persist, the stronger the spirit ring I get, and the stronger my strength will be after absorbing it. The hope of overcoming the tribulation should be greater. This dark blessing potion should be used to save life during the tribulation. Using it at a critical moment is equivalent to an extra life. As for the soul ring upgrade coupon, using it after breaking through should not have much effect. It is best to wait until level 20 to use it to maximize its effect. However, if Tianjia really can't stand it, it will be considered a waste. It can only be used, and it can be improved a little. After calming down, Jiang Chen had already made a decision in his heart. The calamity must be crossed, otherwise he would not cultivate in his whole life. But how to cross, he still has to plan carefully. In the end, he finally decided that there were still 3 months before the start of Notting College, and he planned to practice for 3 months before absorbing the spirit ring. Maybe when he absorbs the soul ring, his soul power will directly increase by a few levels, and his confidence in crossing the tribulation will be greater. After all, it is a catastrophe. Who is not afraid? He was just an ordinary person at first, but after arriving in this world, he was just a child who had only cultivated for 3 years, and he really had no idea. Steady development is the kingly way to survive. Thinking of this, he could only forcibly suppress the urge to absorb the spirit ring immediately. Jumping out of the bed, Jiang Chen felt a little frustrated. As for the gift package for newbies that he had promised, it turned out that none of it can be used now, and it will be 3 months later. It is really too deceitful. The oppressive feeling of crossing the catastrophe has always enveloped his heart, making it difficult for him to relax all the time. No, I have to exercise. Jiang Chen decided. In the past few years, he has only practiced heavenly corpse transformation, and he has never done physical exercise. Now that he thinks about the need for a strong body to absorb a soul ring, he feels the urgency. Due to the existence of the 10,000-year corpse pill in his body, the soul power he cultivated in the past 3 years has been refined by the corpse pill, and it has become extremely poisonous. At the same time, because of the characteristics of zombies, his strength and physical strength are abnormally strong, but even so, he still feels insufficient. Thinking of this, he ran out in a flash. The sun has just risen now, the day's plan is in the morning, which is a good time to exercise. Du Ji's sense of crisis was like a sharp sword hanging over his head. It was a matter of his own life. Jiang Chen didn't dare to relax anymore. After running for a few minutes, Jiang Chen felt something was wrong. With his current strength, running was really too easy for him, and it couldn't have any exercise effect at all. If you want to improve your physical strength, you must do high-intensity exercise. When he ran to the entrance of the village, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw an object that was very suitable for exercise. The women and men at the entrance of the village, when they saw Jiang Chen running over, they all yelled and ran home, locking the door firmly. Jiang Chen curled his lips. He didn't care. He has now moved back to live with old Jack. I believe it won't take long for these people to understand that he is different. In front of him there is a huge stone mill, which is used by Holy Soul Village to grind millet. Jiang Chen ran over excitedly, and directly hugged the stone roller that was several times bigger than his body. He weighed it, and it should weigh 700 or 800 catties, which is slightly heavy. Haha, not bad, I will use you to exercise in the future. Jiang Chen just hugged the stone roller like this, and left quickly amidst loud laughter. Tang Hao's home is at the entrance of the village. At this time Tang San went to the mountain to exercise. Tang Hao got up early once in a rare time. He was sitting at the door of his own house, holding a bowl of porridge cooked by Tang San. Just after taking a sip, he saw the little one rushing away with a huge stone roller in his arms. Pfft! His eyes widened, and he spit out a mouthful of porridge. Chapter 12 Tang San attacks the rabbit. Gilu Tang Hao couldn't help swallowing, unable to hide the horror on his face. He knew that stone roller, it weighed dash catties, so he was hugged and run away by that kid Jiang Chen. Is this a monster? The shock in Tang Hao's heart was hard to calm down. The members of the Clear Sky School were the best at strength, but at the age of 6, the strength of 100 catties was considered to be the best. I have never seen anyone who can run at the age of 6, running around with 800 catties. He knew that his son Tang San was born with supernatural power, but in front of Jiang Chen, it seemed that it was not enough. Thinking of Jiang Chen's vision of being punished to come to the world yesterday when he awakened his martial soul, Tang Hao strengthened his mind even more. Their Clear Sky Hammer martial soul of the Clear Sky School is one of the top martial souls on the Douluo Continent, but the scene when it awakens is not even a 10,000th of Jiang Chen's. A god-level martial soul, that is definitely a god-level martial soul? Only a god-level martial soul can have such great potential. Tang Hao knew a little about the secrets of god-level martial souls, and those who possessed god-level martial souls had a terrifying talent potential. The god-level spirit he knew was the angel family of the Spirit Hall. Legend has it that talented and outstanding disciples can even possess innate 20th level spirit power when awakened. And now, in front of him, a god-level martial soul appeared. How could this not make him excited? He has been decadent for so many years. Isn't it because of his wife's death that he still has no hope of revenge? He has a deep understanding of the strength of Wuhandian. Although he seriously injured Chihiroji, the culprit who killed Ayin, he also left an incurable injury in his body. Under the increasingly powerful strength of Wuhandian, he can only linger on, and there is little hope of destroying Wuhandian. Ayin's revenge can be regarded as revenge, but Wuhandian killed countless members of my Clear Sky School and forced the sect to hide from the world for many years. This revenge must be reported. Back then, Chihiroji died shortly after returning from a serious injury, and Tang Hao's anger also subsided a little, but he had to ask the Spirit Hall to repay the debt he had caused to the sect. Jiang Chen's appearance gave him new hope. As long as Jiang Chen grows up, there is absolutely a possibility of overthrowing the Wuhan Palace. This is the reason why he wants to get closer to Jiang Chen. Hey, if Xiaoxue wants to go to school, let him go. It happens to be with this kid. Tang Hao sighed in his heart. While Tang Hao was thinking, Jiang Chen had already run around the village holding the stone roller. At this time, Jiang Chen was sweating profusely, but his face was full of excitement, because he felt that his body was starting to get tired. The small figure and the huge stone roller flashed by the entrance of the village. Tang Hao finally understood what Jiang Chen was doing. This kid is actually exercising. Tang Hao couldn't laugh or cry. The frightened villagers also came out at this time, and those with sharp eyes immediately spotted the disappearing stone roller. Hey, where's the stone roller? Yes, I was still sitting on it just now. Why did it disappear after a while? Hey, look, the stone roller is there. It has long legs, and it can run. Everyone looked in the direction the man pointed, and saw that there were actually 2 legs under the stone roller, and they were running towards the entrance of the village quickly. Could it be that this stone has become refined? These people all rubbed their eyes, suspecting that they were wrong. After waiting for Jiang Chen to approach, they finally saw the figure behind the stone roller, opened their mouths, and backed away in shock. How is this possible? Someone yelled in horror. That is a stone roller weighing -jins. Even 4 or 5 grown men would have difficulty lifting it, yet at this moment it was carried and run by a 6-year-old child. He's a freak, someone exclaimed in horror. What kind of epilepsy does he have? Why is he running around with a stone roller in his arms? The stone roller was hugged by him. I dare not use it. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen's level of terror in these people's hearts has once again increased by several levels. Jiang Chen didn't care what these people thought. He was exercising vigorously now. Hi, Xiao-san. Passing the village entrance again, Jiang Chen saw Tang San who had returned from training, and immediately greeted him. Tang San was holding a struggling rabbit in his hand. Seeing Jiang Chen roaring past him with that huge stone roller in his arms, he was immediately dumbfounded. as if there were 10,000 grass Nima running around in his heart. It took him a long time to react, and he choked out pervert. Jiang Chen didn't stop, he was running happily. After running 2 more laps, he stopped and put the stone roller back to its original place. He was panting like a cow, and his whole body was soaked in sweat, but he felt a hearty feeling. In the exercise just now, he didn't use the soul power in his body, he just relied on physical strength to support him, and ran 10 laps holding the heavy stone roller. After stopping at this moment, he circulated the soul power in his body, and he immediately felt extremely comfortable. His whole body was itchy, and his body seemed to be slowly strengthening. The corpse pill in the danshan slowly rotated, while absorbing the soul power flowing back from the meridians. It gushed out again, nourishing Jiang Chen's body. Looking at the half-black and half-gold bead, Jiang Chen felt a little weird, wondering if this bead fused with Sky Thunder could still be called a corpse pill. He had tried before, but he couldn't mobilize this bead at all, he could only passively let it purify the soul power he cultivated. Thinking about that zombie's extraordinary cultivation, he knew that this bead must be a great treasure, but it's a pity that he couldn't use it. While thinking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Tang San's clumsy actions. Right now Tang San was standing in his own yard, holding a struggling rabbit in his left hand and a kitchen knife in his right, not knowing what to do. Looking at Jiang Chen's days of big fish and big meat, Tang San only recently realized that he was really lacking in nutrition. Although his whole body was not yellow and thin, it was almost the same. Moreover, he is learning blacksmithing from his father now, and his physical energy consumption is not ordinary. He eats porridge every day, and he feels that his body is about to be hollowed out. With his skills, it is not difficult to catch some animals. The grey rabbit in his hand is today's result. Tang Hao folded his hands on his chest and watched from the side, not intending to help. He is a rough man, he can kill people, but he really has no experience in killing a little rabbit. Tang San struggled for a long time, finally made up his mind, pressed the rabbit's head on the ground, and wanted to chop it off. Tang San, what are you doing? Jiang Chen walked in curiously. Tang San stopped the movements in his hands, and said with some embarrassment, I'm killing a rabbit. Jiang Chen was a little speechless. Fortunately Tang San didn't know Xiaowu yet, otherwise he would definitely be beaten up by Xiaowu. Look at you, your hands are like your feet, let me do it. Tang San's eyes lit up, and he quickly handed over the rabbit and the kitchen knife. He had seen Jiang Chen's knife skills and cooking skills yesterday. Tang San couldn't help swallowing when he thought of being able to feast his mouth again today. Why are you still standing there? Help me grab its 4 legs. Jiang Chen ordered. Okay. Tang San helplessly. Tang Hao looked at the 2 busy little figures, feeling a little satisfied. Xiao Chen can stay here for lunch at noon. Tang Hao said. I think so too, but I still have to go back and cook for Grandpa. Jiang Chen blinked his eyes and said helplessly. Tang Hao was a little speechless, so he could only say, then call that old Dong, ahem, call your grandpa together. After drinking and eating, old Jack burped, touched his somewhat round belly, and left in satisfaction. During the meal just now, Tang Hao had already let go, allowing Tang San to study at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. This made him finally let go of a big stone in his heart. He liked Tang San very much, he was obedient and sensible since he was a child. Therefore, he still hoped that Tang San could study at Notting City College, so that he would have a way out in the future. Otherwise what future would he have with Tang Hao, a decadent father? As for Jiang Chen, just let him study in the Spirit Hall. After all, the sincerity of the Spirit Hall is so great, Jiang Chen will definitely get the best training when he goes to the Spirit Hall. There is only one work-study student in Holy Soul Village, which is just right for Tang San. In this way, there will be 2 soul masters in their village in the future, and one will be the future title Douluo. Old Jack's calculations are very loud, and he seems to have seen the glory of the Holy Soul Village under his leadership, and the name of his greatest village chief will be remembered by the descendants of the Holy Soul Village for generations. After eating, Jiang Chen just wanted to leave, but was stopped by Tang Hao. Xiao Chen, I see that you ran with that stone roller in the morning, do you want to exercise? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, I heard that the better the body, the easier it will be to absorb the soul ring in the future. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Yes, I also heard that if you have good physical fitness, it will be more advantageous to absorb the soul ring. How about this, you can come and learn from me in the future to forge iron. Forging iron is the most exhausting exercise. The effect of exercise is not worse than your running. It just so happens that you can also have a companion with Xiaoxue. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That's right, blacksmithing seems to be a good way of exercising. And he should also be able to see Tang Hao's chaotic wind hammer method, but he doesn't have a hammer martial soul, so learning this hammer method is not of much use. Most importantly, forging iron with Tang San can bring the relationship between the 2 closer. Although he couldn't say he liked Tang San very much in his previous life, his cautious character still felt that relying on Tang San to become a god was the safest way. Okay uncle. Jiang Chen readily agreed. In this case, he will conduct running training in the morning and learn blacksmithing in Tang Hao's blacksmith shop in the afternoon. Jiang Chen immediately decided to pass the next 3 months like this, it should be very fulfilling. Through several contacts, Tang San's impression of Jiang Chen has also changed a lot. He thinks that Jiang Chen is actually quite a nice person, especially the dishes he cooks are super delicious. As long as Jiang Chen doesn't go crazy one day, Tang San thinks he is still a good friend. At this time, in the Wuhan Hall, Su Yuntao excitedly broke into Master Maxi Unyo's office with a report. Who is this? You don't even knock on the door when you come in. Matthew Nyo's dissatisfied voice sounded, and he raised his head at the same time. So it's you, kid. Every time you come in, you don't knock on the door. The cultivation of a soul master requires concentration and a calm personality. Otherwise, you will be like me, and you will never be able to break through the threshold of level dash dot. Facing Matthew Nyo's reprimand, Su Yuntao chuckled and didn't care. He raised the report in his hands and looked very excited. Master Matthew Nyo, I awakened a peerless genius in Saint Soul Village yesterday, and I guess his martial soul may be the legendary god-level martial soul. No, I have already written a report, please help me pass it to go to the Pope's palace. Su Yuntao was so excited that his face flushed a little. Although he still couldn't win over Jiang Chen, if this report was delivered to the Pope's palace, His Majesty the Pope would definitely be alarmed, and the Pope might come in person at that time. As for him, Su Yuntao, as the great hero this time, rewards are absolutely indispensable, promotion and salary increase will definitely not escape, and that beautiful and charming Sissy, who has always been indifferent to him, will definitely agree to be with him at that time. Socialize. He has foreseen that his life has begun to move towards the peak. Master Matthew Nyo's old face sank when he heard this, and he angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think that a god-level martial spirit is a Chinese cabbage? In the records of our Wuhan temple, only the family of the Pope of the previous generation has possessed a god-level martial soul. You told me that a god-level martial soul appeared in the corner of the mountain? I think your head was kicked by a donkey." Being scolded by Matthew Nyo, Su Yuntao immediately became anxious, and quickly explained, "Master Matthew Nyo, I swear that what I just said is true. At that time, all the villagers in Saint Soul Village saw the spirit the awakening phenomenon. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to investigate. In this report, I have described the entire awakening process in detail, and if I submit it, His Majesty the Pope will definitely pay attention to it." Seeing Su Yuntao's swearing, Matthew Nyo couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. He turned over the report that had written several pages, and his face became more serious the more he looked at it. After a long while, he closed the report heavily, and said in a deep voice, "Well done, you have made a great contribution this time. But the matter is of great importance. I'd better send someone to the Holy Soul Village to confirm it first, and then I will send you this report. Submit the report. Don't worry, if the matter is true, your reward will definitely be indispensable." "Then thank you, Master Ma Xiunyo," Su Yuntao said gratefully, his face was even more excited. Matthew Nyo put down the document and asked, "By the way, I heard that you are still pursuing that girl Sisi." Su Yuntao blushed and nodded. Matthew Nyo sighed and said, "Listen to me, that girl Sisi is not suitable for you." Su Yuntao hurriedly said, "Master Maxiunyo, don't worry about my business. I'm leaving first, and I'm going to find Sisi for dinner." He hurried out after speaking. Matthew Nyo shook his head, looking at Su Yuntao's receding back. His old and muddy eyes were full of pity. Then, his eyes moved down, and placed on Jiang Chen's document again. He opened the report again, looking at the contents inside. His face became colder and colder. Rip, rip. Matthew Nyo actually tore the report into pieces and threw it into the trash can. Su Yuntao, you kid, don't blame me for ruining your future. As long as I'm here, I'll have the final say on the branch hall of Nodding City. Jiang Chen, it's your bad luck. If you go underground, blame it Su Yuntao." Matthew Nyo's voice was extremely cold and creepy, and his old face was already full of killing intent. After decades of hard work, he finally got the position of chief deacon. Now the position of the master of the branch hall is vacant. Although he is 81 years old, he still wants to sit there. If this report is really handed in, will it still be his turn for this position? At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in at the door. The person who came was a young girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old. She was tall and hot, close to 1.8 meters tall, with a protruding front and back, and a beautiful face. After entering, she locked the door behind her back. "Master Matthew Nyo," the delicate voice sounded, making one's bones almost brittle. Matthew Nyo's eyes lit up, and the smile on his face was meaningful. "Sisi, why are you here? Come here and let me hurt you." Chapter 14 Killer? Looking at Sisi's fiery figure and revealing clothes, Matthew Nyo's old face suddenly glowed. "Why did you come to my place, girl? Didn't Su Yuntao go looking for you just now?" Matthew Nyo asked with a smile. Sisi went straight to Matthew Nyo's lap and sat down, snuggled into Matthew Nyo's arms, and stretched out her hand to draw circles on Matthew Nyo's chest. "I don't want to talk to that idiot," Sisi said angrily. The fire in Matthew Nyo's body quickly sprang up, but he still asked in a deep voice, "I heard that you and that kid have been getting close recently. Where is it?" "I'm just teasing him, you're so annoying." Sisi patted Matthew Nyo's chest lightly. "Oh, I told that kid to give up on you, but unfortunately he just didn't listen." Matthew Nyo sighed. "Honey, I'm hungry." Sisi stared at Ma Xiunyo with big eyes. Matthew Nyo's heart fluttered. "Here. 10 minutes later, Matthew Nyo was out of breath, sweating profusely, with a frightened expression on his face. Just now, he almost passed out, but this has never happened before. "Is it really beyond what you want? Honey, what's the matter with you?" Sisi, who was touching at the side, asked with some doubts. Matthew Nyo shook his head. How could he say such a shameful thing? Go back first, I have something to do this afternoon. Okay. Ceci stood up and adjusted her makeup. Honey, what you promised me. Matthew Nyo waved his hand and said with a smile, don't worry, I will reserve the position of hallmaster for you. Si was very satisfied. She twisted her sexy figure, walked to the door, and gave Matthew Nyo a wink. I love you. After Si left, the smile on Matthew Nyo's face faded, and he murmured, what a naive girl. I said I would help you sit in the position of hallmaster, but I didn't say when. Wait until I've had enough talk later. After closing the door behind him, SIC's obsessive look disappeared, and she became very cold. Humph, if it wasn't for your status, do you think I would serve you, a disgusting old guy? It's really useless. That guy Su Yuntao is good looking and has a strong body. After I become the palace master, I can give him a chance. Su Yuntao was wandering around anxiously in the hall, when he suddenly saw Ceci coming downstairs. His eyes lit up. Ceci, where did you go just now? We agreed to have dinner together at noon. Si walked over and said with a smile, I just went to ask Master Ma Xiaoxue some questions. I'm not very hungry, so I'll just eat something. Su Yuntao's eyes lit up when he saw the tender body and the remaining blush on his face. Ceci, you are so beautiful today. Si gave Su Yuntao a white look, and said coquettishly, slick tongue. Hey, Ceci, I'm about to become a star. Yesterday I... What? You awakened a god-level martial soul. Su Yuntao nodded excitedly, and told about the awakening situation and asking Matthew to submit the report. He looked at Ceci excitedly, and now Ceci's attitude towards him should have changed a lot. You are really amazing, then I will wait for your good news. Si boasted. Her eyes flickered, and she had secretly decided in her heart that she must find an opportunity to ask Ma Xiaoxue clearly. She did not want the position of palace master to fall to Su Yuntao. I believe that with her charm, that old pervert Matthew Nyo will definitely help her without hesitation. After Ceci and Su Yuntao left, Ma Xiaoxue came out quietly, put on a black cloak, and walked out through the back door of the spirit hall. Half an hour later, he came to an ordinary-looking small restaurant and walked towards the waiter at the front desk. Hello, I'm from the world, and I want to go to hell. Matthew Nyo's voice was a little hoarse. The waiter's complexion changed, and he walked out quickly. This way please, distinguished guests. Matthew Nyo nodded and followed the waiter into a box. The waiter pressed a position on the wall, and suddenly a secret door appeared, and the two walked in. I want to see your chief helmsman. Matthew Nyo's voice sounded in the dark underground corridor, and he took out a token. The waiter looked a little respectful, and took Matthew to a room. You wait a moment, I will inform the helmsman. Matthew Nyo sat down naturally. He has been to this place many times, he is no stranger to it, and he has no fear. Half an hour later, Matthew Nyo walked out of the restaurant, and there was a tall middle-aged man in the underground room. He sat there quietly, with a ferocious Azura mask on his face, a blood-red aura surrounded his body, and his aura was overwhelming. There is a document on the table in front of him. To kill a 6-year-old child? To cause an accidental death? Holy Soul Village, then arrange for a bronze envoy to go. The bronze medal envoy is more than enough to deal with 100 ordinary adults, let alone a child. No life. The middle-aged man's voice sounded. A moment later, a young man with black hair and black eyes came in. He had an ordinary appearance, thin figure, indifferent complexion, thin and long fingers, prominent hand bones, and looked very powerful. His eyes were unusually indifferent, with no emotion or life in them. Father. The boy's voice was cold, making the middle-aged man frown. How many times have I said this? When performing missions, you are an assassin. In normal times, you are an ordinary person. You must know how to disguise your emotions. The boy didn't speak, but just nodded lightly, which made the middle-aged man a little helpless. He directly threw the information in his hand. This is your task this time, and it will be completed within 3 days. The young man didn't even look at it. He reached out to catch the rapidly flying information, nodded slightly, turned and walked out. The middle-aged man looked at the leaving figure with admiration, love, and guilt in his eyes. In Tang Hao's blacksmith's shop, there was a clanging sound, and 2 small figures were wielding hammers, while Tang Hao sat aside and pointed from time to time. The black iron hammer in Tang San's hand was a small forging hammer that Tang Hao specially cast for him, and it weighed 20 catties. And the forging hammer in Jiang Chen's hand is much bigger. This is one of the forging hammers used by Tang Hao. It weighs 100 catties. There are many forging hammers used by Tang Hao. This is the lightest one, but Tang Hao and his son couldn't help being shocked when they saw Jiang Chen swinging freely. This is simply not human. Jiang Chen seemed tireless. He kept raising the forging hammer in his hand high, and then smashed it down hard. Tang San's unwillingness to admit defeat was also aroused, and he wanted to compare with Jiang Chen to see who would last longer. However, 10 minutes later, Tang San was already sweating profusely, almost exhausted, while Jiang Chen was only slightly sweating. Seeing Tang San stop, Jiang Chen also stopped forging, and wiped off his sweat. Carrying out forging according to the method Tang Hao pointed out, really can exercise all parts of the body, and the effect is no worse than running with that stone roller. Curiously, Tang San approached Jiang Chen, and opened Jiang Chen's hand, but found that Jiang Chen's palm was still so white and tender, without any wear and tear. What a pervert. Tang San couldn't help muttering. Chapter 15 The Drowned Boy. Time flies, 2 days have passed. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, on the side of the road outside the Holy Soul village, under a big tree, stood a boy who looked to be 11 or 12 years old. He looks ordinary. The only special thing is his cold eyes without any emotion, and his hands with slender and strong fingers. At this time, he was holding a document in his hand with some information written on it. Jiang Chen, 6 years old, has just awakened his martial soul, a martial soul zombie, born with full soul power, regarded by everyone in Saint Soul Village as the god of plague, born with supernatural power, likes to fish in the water in the morning. The information on the file is extremely detailed, and there is even a portrait of Jiang Chen, which is --% similar. This information was summarized by their organization after a day of investigation and Matthew Nyo's information. The killer organization has professionals who specialize in intelligence investigation, so it is not difficult to get Jiang Chen's information from the villagers of Holy Soul Village without anyone noticing. Matthew Nyo gave them 3 days, and now 1 day has passed, and the boy is ready to take action. Zombie martial soul? What kind of martial soul is this? The young man was a little puzzled. As killers, they often assassinate various targets. They also have their own research on martial soul, but they have never heard of it. Zombie spirit. When he saw Jiang Chen's innate supernatural power, a trace of disdain appeared on his dull face, and he lamented in his heart that the investigators were too cautious, even writing such useless information. Even if a 6-year-old child is born with supernatural powers, how could he escape from a 19th level soul master? In his opinion, the so-called natural power is only 100 caddies, and it is very likely that the villagers of Holy Soul Village are exaggerating. It's a pity that the investigator didn't see the scene of Jiang Chen running with the stone roller in his arms, otherwise he would have circled the word natural power with a red pen and explained it in detail. In fact, the investigator at that time had the same thought as the young man now, thinking that the innate supernatural power mentioned by the villagers was just an exaggeration, but in the end they recorded this information. I like to fish in the river in the morning. There was a gleam of coldness in the boy's dead eyes, and he folded the documents and stuffed them into the lapel. Shadow. He snorted, a yellow soul ring suddenly appeared on his body, and then the soul ring lit up, and his whole body poured down like a liquid, blending into the shadow of the big tree, making it hard to see. There is a clue. His purpose is to cause Jiang Chen's accidental death. If Jiang Chen goes down the river to catch fish, that would be the best. But if Jiang Chen doesn't come out all day, he can only sneak into the Holy Soul Village at night. He is proficient in countless killing methods, which are enough to cause Jiang Chen to die unexpectedly, such as catching fire, poisonous snakes, falling into a well. The boy just waited on the sidelines, waiting quietly, without any fluctuation in his mood. He had already started killing people when he was 6 years old, and he had already developed a heart of stone over the years. Even if he killed a 6-year-old child, he didn't feel guilty. It's just that he feels a little regretful in his heart. It's a pity that he is born full of soul power, a peerless genius, and the hope of the whole village. Not long after, a little guy walked out from the entrance of the Holy Soul Village and walked quickly towards the big tree. It was Tang San who went up to the mountain to practice every day. His steps were light, 1 step was 3 meters away, and the distance between each step was not the slightest difference. After leaving Holy Soul Village for a certain distance, Tang San's speed was even more fully deployed, passing by the side of the big tree like a gust of wind. The hidden killer boy recognized that this was not his target, but Tang San's frightening performance made him secretly startled. This skinny boy who looked only 5 or 6 years old had such incredible speed. He was simply a monster. This speed is not much worse than the speed of his 19th level strength. If the killer boy hadn't been invisible, he would definitely have noticed that his usually calm eyes were already full of shock. However, the quality of the killer still prevented him from producing any breath fluctuations. Concentrating breath is a must-have skill for every killer. Tang San flashed past the big tree, didn't notice anything unusual, and went up to the distant mountain under the cold gaze of the killer boy. The young man continued to wait patiently, like a cold poisonous snake hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. Finally, another small figure came out of the Holy Soul Village. It was Jiang Chen who came out to look for food in the morning. Having just finished a night of training, Jiang Chen was not as impatient as Tang San, and walked leisurely towards the direction of the river. Although practice can make him feel comfortable, he still needs to relax properly. In the early morning, when everything wakes up and the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, it can make people feel the most happy. Your Majesty asked me to patrol the mountain and catch Tang San for breakfast. Jiang Chen hummed, walked past the big tree with slow, small steps. Suddenly, when the singing stopped, he stopped in his footsteps, with a puzzled expression on his face. His nostrils fluttered slightly, and he sensed the breath of a stranger, not far from him. But he glanced around and found that there was no one else but him. Jiang Chen walked slowly under the shade of the tree, and walked back and forth in the shadow several times. Strange, could it be that there is a problem with my perception? Jiang Chen murmured. In the end, he shook his head helplessly, and left with a puzzled face. No matter whether there was a problem with his perception or catching fish, he would go back to exercise later. After Jiang Chen's figure disappeared, a black shadow suddenly appeared from within the shade of the tree, and finally the black shadow gradually became clear, forming the appearance of a young man. His expression was uncertain. Jiang Chen's performance just now really shocked him. Jiang Chen could actually sense his existence. It's just that in the end, because he couldn't find out where he was, he left in doubt. Maybe this is the ability of that zombie martial soul. The young man thought to himself, and followed in the direction Jiang Chen left. The target has appeared, it's time for him to make a move. It is quite normal for a 6-year-old boy to drown in the river. I believe no one will suspect that he committed suicide. At this time, Jiang Chen had already stripped naked and dived into the bottom of the river. This river is very deep and there are many fish, catching fish is very easy for him. At this moment, he vaguely heard the sound of footsteps approaching, accompanied by a strange breath. This breath was much more obvious than before. Jiang Chen knew that someone was walking towards the river. The killer boy walked to the river, stopped next to Jiang Chen's clothes by the river, and glanced around the river. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the figure standing still on the water for a long time. He was a little puzzled, and suddenly popped his head out of the water. He looked at the boy suspiciously, and found that the boy was staring at him with a strange gaze. "You are Jiang Chen." The young man's voice was a little cold. "Chapter number 16 is being targeted by us, you can only wait to die." The young man was condescending, with an expressionless face, and his cold voice was like questioning. Jiang Chen frowned, feeling a little displeased with this strange boy's attitude. "I am Jiang Chen, who are you?" The young man's murderous intent began to show. He stared at Jiang Chen and said, "I'm the one who sends you to hell." Before Jiang Chen could react, he jumped straight into the river and swam towards Jiang Chen's direction. "Damn, you crazy!" Jiang Chen cursed, turned around and fled. The cold killing intent on the young man made him understand that this might not be a joke, and he would be foolish if he didn't run away. At this moment, he was very at a loss. What is this boy crazy about? He wanted to kill him, a child who was only 6 years old. Although he had doubts, but in a hurry, he didn't have time to think about it. Although his swimming speed was fast, that young man's speed was even faster. His figure was driven by the strong soul power in his body, and he caught up with Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Being chased and killed for the first time, Jiang Chen inevitably felt a little flustered, and he could feel the extraordinariness of that young man, and there seemed to be a strong strength hidden under the killing intent. All of a sudden, the young man caught up with Jiang Chen, his 2 hands locked onto Jiang Chen's body like that, and he pushed towards the water with all his strength. But the young man obviously miscalculated Jiang Chen's strength, and he must pay the price if he was careless. Under the struggle, Jiang Chen suddenly choked up a few mouthfuls of water, but he also discovered that the boy's strength was not as good as his. You must know that his physical strength alone is close to 1,000 catties, and if he uses his soul power, he can also increase his strength by hundreds of catties. In an instant, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with brilliance, and a huge burst of force broke out. In an instant, he opened the boy's hands, and pushed the boy down instead. The killer boy was stunned at this moment. His head was full of shock and bewilderment. He was pinned to the bottom of the water by Jiang Chen, and he couldn't break free. The huge force coming from the top of his head made him feel endlessly shocked. This kid is really born with supernatural power. Do not, is this more than just natural power, it's just a natural monster? At this moment, he already hated the investigator to death in his heart. Such important information was not investigated in depth, and it was just a simple word of natural supernatural power. Isn't this a lie? In terms of strength, with the blessing of all his soul power, it is only close to 1,000 catties, but he can feel that the strength of this perverted child has already exceeded 1,000 catties. How can he resist? If it wasn't for him to have a powerful martial spirit, he would definitely die aggrieved by this kid today. The young man stopped his needless struggle. The soul power surged in his body. A sharp sword suddenly appeared in his left hand, and he stabbed back with his backhand. The boy didn't turn his head back, but his movements seemed to have been rehearsed thousands of times. He accurately stabbed Jiang Chen's heart, and penetrated deeply. What accidental death? He couldn't care about it anymore, otherwise he would be the one who died. Originally, seeing the young man had given up struggling, Jiang Chen still couldn't bear it, but at the next moment, a strong stabbing pain hit his nerves. He looked down, and saw that a sharp sword had already pierced his flesh and blood, penetrating deep into his body. Heart. The young man floated up, looking at the astonished Jiang Chen. His face was a bit ferocious. "Why?" Jiang Chen stared at the young man, and asked with hatred. "He is just a child, why does this boy want to kill him?" The boy's eyes were indifferent, and he whispered softly, "Because someone wants you to die. It's a pity that such a powerful genius died in my hands." While speaking, the sharp sword in his hand withdrew and disappeared out of thin air, and a large amount of blood gushed out from Jiang Chen's wound. "It's you who should die." Jiang Chen's voice suddenly turned cold, and he turned into a zombie under the young man's horrified gaze. Those dark eyes are like 2 bottomless abyss, as if they want to suck the young man's soul into it. The moment the transformation was completed, the wounds on Jiang Chen's body disappeared, and his black nails were sharp, piercing directly into the boy's abdomen. The strong corpse poison erupted in the young man's body. In an instant, the young man lost his resistance. Apart from maintaining his consciousness, his body was completely destroyed by the corpse poison. How is this possible? Feeling the rapid loss of vitality in his body, the boy uttered in horror. He has rarely been so afraid in his life as today, and the child in front of him has repeatedly subverted his cognition. "I thought it was the easiest task. This is just an ordinary child, but what the hell, this is simply a god of death?" Jiang Chen didn't speak, and coldly dragged the boy ashore. The young man's body has been corroded by the corpse poison, but Jiang Chen has already protected his head, because he still needs to learn some information from the young man's mouth. He is just a 6-year-old child and has never left the Holy Soul Village. Who wants to kill him? If he doesn't understand this problem, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. Under the fearful eyes of the young man, Jiang Chen calmly put on his clothes, and then looked at the young man coldly. The young man felt bitter in his heart. Before he died, the resentment towards that investigator in his heart had reached a level that could not be added. Originally, every assassination would have a professional appraiser hiding in the distance to observe and record the assassination, but this time because he thought the task was too simple, the boy refused to follow the appraiser. He was going to die silently like this. Who wants to kill me? Jiang Chen asked coldly. The boy shook his head stiffly, feeling that his neck was starting to go numb. Do not know. Jiang Chen frowned. Then who are you? Killer. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was shaken. The person who wanted to kill him turned out to be a hired killer. Tell me who wants to kill me, and I can spare your life. There was a gleam of hope in the boy's ashen eyes, but it quickly dimmed. He could feel that his body had been damaged to such an extent that it would be difficult to recover. Besides, he didn't even know that his employer information. From the day he became a killer, he was ready to die, but he didn't expect that this day came so early, and he would die at the hands of a child. He continued to shake his head and said, I don't have access to the employer's information, so don't worry about it in vain. As he said that, his face suddenly became grim. After I die, there will definitely be more powerful killers coming. You can't escape. As long as you are targeted by us, your fate is only one, and that is to wait to die. A wave of anger welled up in Jiang Chen's heart. He didn't care about any powerful killer. At worst he hid in the Holy Soul Village and asked Tang Hao to kill one by one, but this feeling of being threatened with his life was really uncomfortable. And who is so vicious in his mind? He must find out and return it 100-fold. He looked at the young man who was collapsed on the ground in front of him. His eyes became colder. If you don't tell me, I can find out. Under the horrified gaze of the young man, he transformed again. With pitch-black eyes and 2 sharp fangs wide open, he approached the young man. You, what do you want to do? No matter how indifferent he was to life before, now that it was his turn, he still couldn't escape the fear in his heart. Jiang Chen didn't speak anymore, and under the terrified gaze of the young man, he opened his mouth and directly bit down on the young man's neck. Number 17 Chapter Genius Assassin Boy. This was his first time biting someone, but there was no other way. If he wanted to find out who was trying to kill him, he could only use this method. His corpse poison is not only highly lethal, but can also turn other creatures into his own puppets. That's the case with the little black sparrow before, but the little black sparrow belongs to a relatively low-level corpse puppet. Although he has no experience in biting people, he has the memory of the previous generation of zombies. After turning the other party into a zombie, due to the suppression of the blood level, as long as the other party's strength is not much higher than his own, he still has a chance to control the other party. The sharp teeth pierced the boy's skin and cut off the artery. At this moment, Jiang Chen's soul throbbed, as if something had awakened. In the past, he tasted the forbidden fruit secretly, and felt it was very delicious when he sucked the blood of poultry. At this time, the blood gushing out from the boy's neck seemed to give him a stimulant. The smell of fresh blood, in his feeling, was like immortal pulp and jade liquid, full of supreme temptation. He couldn't help himself. He sucked in big mouthfuls, swallowed the blood into his stomach, and the blood entered his stomach, which made him feel like he had eaten elixir, and the blood all over his body was boiling, as if he was cheering. That feeling was ecstatic. Suddenly, Jiang Chen, who was immersed in the carnival of blood, was taken aback for a moment. He felt a large piece of memory information suddenly appear in his mind, all of which was about this young man. From childhood to adulthood, the youth's memories were all transmitted to Jiang Chen's mind through the blood. Jiang Chen came to his senses. He had been smoking for a long time. At this moment, the boy's eyes widened in horror. His face was as pale as paper, and the anger in his body was gradually disappearing. Jiang Chen quickly let go of his mouth. He almost killed the boy, and the person who killed him directly would only be a walking dead after turning into a zombie. What he needed was not such a zombie. Fortunately, the boy didn't completely die. As long as Jiang Chen's corpse poison erodes his soul, he will completely become a zombie with wisdom like Jiang Chen. If this young man's strength does not exceed Jiang Chen's too much, he will be completely controlled by Jiang Chen, and this control will become deeper and deeper into his soul, and it will be difficult to get rid of. The boy's memory had already been received in his mind. Jiang Chen knew that the boy hadn't lied before. He really didn't know who the employer was. Jiang Chen can only hope that this boy can be controlled by him after he becomes a zombie, so that he can rely on this boy to investigate who is behind the scenes. After thinking through all this, Jiang Chen released the zombie state and stood up. Jiang Chen felt something in his heart, turned his head to look in the direction of Holy Soul Village, and saw a small head protruding from behind a big tree 100 meters away. Seeing that Jiang Chen had discovered him, the little head suddenly shrank, and hid behind the big tree. Because the distance was too far, Jiang Chen didn't quite see who it was. Just as he walked a few steps and wanted to go over to have a look, a small figure ran out from behind the big tree, heading towards the direction of Saint Soul Village. Ran away. Jiang Chen was a little stunned. He was very familiar with that little figure. It was Tang San. Immediately he smiled wryly. This time there was a big misunderstanding. Tang San witnessed him sucking blood with his own eyes. He would definitely treat him like a tiger in the future, and dare not touch him again. He shook his head, turned around and walked back to the boy, waiting quietly. His previously stabbed heart has been restored, and zombies are difficult to kill unless there are special restraints. He carefully looked through the boy's memory in his mind, and found that the boy was somewhat pitiful. The boy's name is Jing Wuming. He was once the young master of a small sect, but unfortunately he was exterminated when he was 3 years old. He was rescued by a man named Jing Vucheng and trained as a killer. Jing Wuming has been learning to kill with his adoptive father Jing Vucheng since he was 6 years old. He is only 10 years old this year, and his soul power has already reached level 19. He is considered a pretty good genius. What surprised Jiang Chen was that Jing Wuming actually had twin spirits. The first spirit was a shadow, and the second spirit was a sword. Before that, Jing Wuming used the first soul skill of the shadow martial soul, hiding in the shadow of the tree. It turned out that he was hiding in the shadows. No wonder I couldn't find him. Jiang Chen finally understood. This martial soul is really strange. As long as there is a shadow, it can hide. Jing Wuming's current soul power level is 19, and his innate soul power was 8 when he awakened, which is already a genius level compared to most people. After learning about Jing Wuming's situation, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The innate 8th level soul power is already an extremely genius, and with the addition of twin martial souls, it's only a little worse than Tang San. If he can control such a genius, then he will have a powerful assistant in the future, and Jing Wuming's adoptive father is also the leader of the killer organization in Notting City, which shows that Jiang Chen has a good chance of controlling this organization in the future. In Jing Wuming's heart, this killer organization is a giant, but he doesn't have a specific concept of how huge it is. After about 10 minutes, an inexplicable connection suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's heart. A strange feeling came from Jing Wuming's body, and was somehow connected with him. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He understood that things had already moved in a good direction. In his eyes, the wound on Jing Wuming's stomach and the tooth marks on his neck began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, returning to smooth skin. Jing Wuming's eyes were a little confused, but he regained his clarity after a while and stood up. He looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, with a complicated expression on his face, but in the end he respectfully knelt down on one knee. Owner. Until now, Jing Wuming was completely under Jiang Chen's control. This kind of obedience came from the soul. Even if Jiang Chen wanted him to die immediately, I'm afraid he would not resist. Before Wuming offended the master, please punish him. Jing Wuming looked extremely respectful. Get up, now that you are one of your own, how can I blame you? Jiang Chen smiled and helped Jing Wuming up. Jing Wuming stood up, but his expression was still respectful, standing there waiting for Jiang Chen's instructions. He still has his own thoughts, but there is a kind of obedience to Jiang Chen in his soul. This kind of obedience seems to be natural. Jiang Chen felt it again, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he said, I'll give you the first task. Find out who wants to kill me as soon as possible. Take orders. Jing Wuming bowed his head respectfully. Also, I know from your memory that you plan to add a soul ring to your second martial soul. Jing Wuming was not surprised that Jiang Chen knew his memory, nodded and said, yes. Don't be in a hurry to add any soul rings to your second martial soul. Jiang Chen said. Jing Wuming was stunned. Please tell the master clearly. Jiang Chen said, the shadow martial soul is enough for you to keep cultivating. When you reach Contra or even title Douluo, add a soul ring to your sword. At that time, the soul ring you can bear will be more than 10,000 years old, or even more than 10 years. Jing Wuming's eyes suddenly burst out with brilliance, and then he knelt down on his knees, and said respectfully, thank you, master, for your advice. But master, my attack power is basically on the sword spirit. If there is no additional spirit ring, my strength will be greatly reduced. Jiang Chen seemed to have expected that Jing Wuming would ask such a question, and immediately said with a smile, feel your own body carefully. Chapter 18 Confronting Tang San. Jing Wuming felt the changes in his body carefully, and he couldn't help being pleasantly surprised after a while. Master, my soul power has actually broken through to level dash, and I feel that the quality of all aspects of my body has improved a lot, and my strength has more than doubled. After all, he is still a young man. Even if he is a killer, Jing Wuming will inevitably show joy. Jiang Chen nodded. This is the ability I bestowed on you. Not only that, do you still remember my poison? Now you also have this poison on your body, and as your cultivation level improves, this poison will become more and more serious. Domineering, even if your sword spirit doesn't have a spirit ring, it can display amazing power. Jing Wuming finally understood what Jiang Chen meant, and felt even more grateful in his heart. However, with this powerful ability, there will be very strong side effects. Jiang Chen's words made Jing Wuming startled. After a while, you will find that you have a strong desire for blood, and you have to drink blood to relieve it. You are no longer a normal person. To be precise, you have become a blood-sucking monsters can only survive by sucking blood. Although Jiang Chen didn't know why he was able to behave like a normal person, he knew that Jing Wuming was definitely a normal zombie, and only by sucking blood could he maintain his life like this. Jiang Chen's words made Jing Wuming terrified. Blood-sucking monster, what an evil and terrifying thing this is. Although he was afraid in his heart, he did not waver in the slightest in his submission to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen continued, you can release human blood or animal blood to drink in the future, and you must never bite a living person without my order. Jiang Chen has a deep understanding of the horror of zombies. If the zombie virus breaks out in this world, it will be an unprecedented disaster. If such a thing really happens, I am afraid that the zombie will become a monster that everyone in Douluo Continent will punish, and he, Jiang Chen, will also be doomed. Before he was fully strong, he certainly wouldn't want such a thing to happen. Although he hasn't realized what kind of longing Jiang Chen said it feels like, but Jing Wuming has already engraved Jiang Chen's order in his soul, and he will never bite others until he dies. Looking at Jing Wuming in front of him, a thought flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. Maybe in the future, he can form an army of undead zombies in this world, which will definitely make people frightened. But this is just thinking about it. If he hadn't been desperate, he wouldn't have done such an outrageous thing. Thinking about it, he couldn't help laughing. He should be the kindest zombie in history. By the way, after you go back, first lie and report that I am dead, and then secretly find out who is trying to kill me. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed coldly. Those who want to kill him must pay the price. Jing Wuming nodded and said, Master, do you need me to deal with him? Jiang Chen shook his head, no need, you just need to find out the truth, go back. Jing Wuming nodded, and quickly disappeared in a blink of an eye. Jiang Chen could no longer care about catching fish, and turned around to go back to the Holy Soul Village. He was suffering from a headache now, thinking about how to explain it to Tang San. After thinking about it, he walked all the way until he returned to the Holy Soul Village, but he didn't think of how to explain it. He glanced at Tang San's house, and found that Tang San's head flashed past the door, and then the door was closed with a bang. You, Tang San, possess so many unique skills, you are actually afraid of me, a zombie. As for that, Jiang Chen was speechless. He really didn't know. In fact, Tang San panicked a lot now. Although he knew how to detoxify corpses, he didn't know how to subdue zombies. And Tang San was afraid that Jiang Chen would go crazy and bite his father Tang Hao. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, and walked towards the house, not even in the mood to exercise. After walking a few steps, Tang San's voice came over, calling him to stop. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Tang San had already walked out. He could see the obvious fear in Tang San's eyes. Jiang Chen, let's talk alone. Jiang Chen nodded, where are you going? Tang San pointed to the mountain in the distance, go to the top of the mountain. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Tang San could take the initiative to talk to him, it couldn't be better. On the top of the hill, Jiang Chen and Tang San stood facing each other. The mountain wind blew their robes. The breath of the two was condensed and undisturbed, as stable as Mount Tai, quite a heroic demeanor. Tang San had a serious face, and the steel needles on his body were ready to strike Jiang Chen at any time. Although the Tangs don't have any purpose of eliminating demons and defending the way, there is a general rule in the Xiantian treasure record that if you are sure that you are an enemy and there is a way to kill them, then you don't need to hold back. The two most important people in Tang San's heart, one is his father and the other is old Jack. He will never let Jiang Chen hurt their lives. So, although he was very afraid of Jiang Chen in his heart, he still met Jiang Chen here alone. Why did you bite that person? Tang San asked coldly. Jiang Chen looked at Tang San's eagerness to move, and suddenly felt a little helpless. If I say that the young man wants to kill me first, do you believe it or not? Tang San slowly shook his head, looking at Jiang Chen with the look that you think I'm an idiot. A teenager wants to kill a 6-year-old child for no reason. What kind of mainland joke is he making? Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. Look, I'm telling you the truth, but you don't believe me. Tang San's expression became colder. If you don't make it clear to me today, don't even think about leaving here. I've already said that I won't bite people casually, believe it or not. Jiang Chen didn't bother to explain. He didn't want to disclose to Tang San the fact that he was assassinated by someone else. After all, there was no evidence, and Tang San would not believe anything. Looking at Tang San whose expression was getting gloomy, Jiang Chen walked directly down the mountain. The best explanation is to use time to prove that he will not hurt old Jack. Don't even think about leaving. Tang San shouted coldly. He had already dodged behind Jiang Chen, and put his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen's soul power surged. Without turning his head, his shoulder shook, shaking Tang San's hand away. However, when he took 2 steps forward again, Tang San made another move. This time Tang San used the kung fu of Xuan Yu's hand, and directly patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with his palm. If Jiang Chen didn't explain it clearly to him, he would keep Jiang Chen here no matter what he said today. Tang San knew that Jiang Chen was extremely powerful, so this palm stimulated his soul power, and sure enough, Jiang Chen was caught off guard and almost fell to his knees. The clay figurine was still angry, let alone Jiang Chen. No matter how good-tempered he was, he couldn't stand Tang San's persistence. He turned his head sharply, staring at Tang San. You want to fight me? Don't explain, don't even think about leaving. Tang San said coldly. Since you have determined that I bit the boy on purpose, does it still make sense for me to explain? Tang San was taken aback for a moment, then realized that, indeed, he had already decided in his heart that Jiang Chen was deliberately biting someone. As for someone wanting to kill Jiang Chen, this reason is too ridiculous, not to mention he wouldn't believe it. If that person didn't do it, Jiang Chen himself wouldn't believe such an absurd fact. Seeing Tang San's silence, Jiang Chen continued, so, you want to kill me? Chapter 19 Jiang Chen was abused. Tang San's complexion changed slightly. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to speak directly to this point. He really had this thought. Then let me see what you are capable of. Before Jiang Chen finished speaking, he had already rushed towards Tang San. He had wanted to understand Tang San's strength a long time ago. This time he was in a bad mood, so he fought a match. Looking at the menacing Jiang Chen, Tang San urged Xuanyu's hands with all his strength to meet him. The Xuanyu hand can resist toxin erosion, and he is not afraid of encountering Jiang Chen's corpse poison. In the first collision, Jiang Chen had the absolute upper hand, and Tang San was blown away by the head-on collision. Jiang Chen didn't move where he was. Tang San's strength was much weaker than his. Tang San flipped twice in the air, and stepped back a few steps after landing to stabilize his figure. What a powerful force. He was secretly shocked in his heart. Before, he knew Jiang Chen's great power just by watching from the sidelines, but now he experienced it personally, and he was still shocked. Tang San shook his numb palm, looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. I admit that your strength is very strong, but strength doesn't mean anything. For people without skills, no matter how powerful you are, it's just brute force. As soon as Tang San's words came out, Jiang Chen's expression turned ugly. He remembered Tang San's methods, none of which were simple, such as Siji Demon Eye, Xuanyu Hand, Ghost Shadow Mist Rack, and hidden weapons. And besides his brute strength, he was really inferior to Tang San in other aspects, and he had never fought before. While he was thinking, Tang San had already stepped on him, stepped on the ghostly shadow, and transformed into a myriad of afterimages, which made Jiang Chen stunned. From Tang San's point of view, Jiang Chen's whole body was full of flaws, and he kicked Jiang Chen with one kick. Jiang Chen's reaction was fairly quick, and he reached out his hand in time to block Tang San's attack, but when he wanted to fight back, Tang San's figure had already disappeared. After coming down several times, Jiang Chen had already received a lot of punches and kicks, but he could feel that Tang San didn't use all his strength. In fact, his speed is not slow, it's just that he doesn't have Tang San's weird movement skills. Basically he goes straight. It's strange that he can catch up with Tang San. He roared again and again, but unfortunately he couldn't even touch a corner of Tang San's clothes. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen's whole body was covered with footprints. He didn't want to do it anymore. Facing Tang San's various weird methods, he actually had no strength to resist. This made him extremely aggrieved. He couldn't use his strength. He couldn't catch Tang San with his speed. This feeling was really uncomfortable. He even started to complain about his own system. Other people's golden fingers are all kinds of powerful and awesome, but his is good. He has to be struck by lightning if he wants to get a gift. Tang San stopped. He didn't really want to kill Jiang Chen. This thought was just a flash before. He thought of Jiang Chen's behavior in these years. It seemed that he had never actively attacked anyone. Is that boy really trying to kill you? Jiang Chen nodded helplessly. It's absolutely true. If you tell lies, I'll be struck by lightning. That boy has been under my control after being bitten by me. If you don't believe me, I'll ask him to come over and show you in a few days. Suddenly remembered something, Tang San's complexion changed. He didn't know if Jiang Chen's zombie spirit was exactly the same as his previous zombie's characteristics, so he couldn't help asking. Will that boy turn into a zombie after being bitten by you? Yes, but he is already under my control. Without my order, he dare not bite people randomly. Let's leave this matter as it is for the time being. If I find out that you dare to hurt Grandpa Jack, I will never forgive you. After finishing speaking, Tang San ignored Jiang Chen and walked down the mountain alone. Jiang Chen patted himself on the head, and said ruthlessly, stingy system, why don't you give me a movement technique? Can't you give me a boxing technique? I must be struck by lightning. He thought that with innate full soul power and a powerful zombie spirit, he could already rival Tang San, but he didn't expect that he would be abused like this as soon as he fought. At this moment, he suddenly had a strong urge to absorb that God-bestowed spirit ring. After all, with one more skill, maybe he could turn defeat into victory and abuse Tang San. But after thinking about it, he still suppressed the impulse. He couldn't show his courage for a while, because his own life was the most important thing. He patted the dust off his body, but there was no injury. After all, Tang San had kept his hand just now, and didn't use all his strength. And even if Tang San used all his strength, it might not be able to hurt Jiang Chen. One must know that Jing Wuming's sword had pierced through Jiang Chen's heart before, but isn't he alive and kicking now? Kicking a big rock to pieces with one kick, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, and after absorbing the spirit ring, he must beat Tang San violently and take revenge. At this time, through the connection with Jing Wuming, he knew that Jing Wuming had returned to Nodding City. Jing Wuming can be regarded as a young master in Nodding City's killer organization, so I believe it won't take long to investigate and find out who killed Jiang Chen's employer. At this time, in Nudingchen Zhuohan Hall, Matthew Nyo called Su Yuntao to his office. He had just learned the news of Jiang Chen's death from the killer organization, so he couldn't wait to tell Su Yuntao. As soon as Su Yuntao pushed open the door of Matthew Nyo's office, he saw Matthew Nyo inside. To his surprise, Ceci was also here. At this moment, Ceci's complexion was rosy, and her watery eyes were very charming. The wolf's sense of smell is very sensitive. His nose moved, and he seemed to smell something, but he couldn't remember what it was. Master Matthew Nyo, Ceci, why are you here? I've been looking for you all morning. Sisi smiled and said, I went to Holy Soul Village to perform the task Master Mashiu Nyo gave me this morning, so you won't be able to see me. What mission? Matthew Nyo's distressed voice sounded. Yuntao, I have to tell you some very unfortunate news, it's about Jiang Chen. Su Yuntao was taken aback for a moment, and then became nervous. Master Ma Xiaonyo, what's wrong with Jiang Chen? He died. Matthew Nyo was dejected, his voice full of regret and heaviness. Like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, Su Yuntao's eyes went dark, he staggered, and almost fainted. Jiang Chen, his hope of promotion is gone just like that? Su Yuntao became emotional suddenly, stepped forward and grabbed Ma Xiaonyo's shoulder and shook it vigorously, and asked loudly, tell me, how did he die? Going down the river to catch fish, I was drowned. Oh, what a genius boy, what a pity. Su Yuntao's hands were weakly detached from Matthew Nyo's shoulders, and he lay down on the table and began to cry. He has been at the bottom of the Wuhan Hall for many years, awakened thousands of children, and now he is about to rise to the top, but he didn't expect the bamboo basket to fetch water in vain. Ceci walked up, patted Su Yuntao's back, and comforted her. Don't be sad, I saw with my own eyes that Jiang Chen has been buried in the ground. I believe in you, and I will definitely awaken even more outstanding children in the future. Su Yuntao pushed away Ceci's hand, and walked out in a daze. He wants to get drunk. Chapter 20 Start absorbing spirit rings. Jiang Chen returned to his home dejectedly, and didn't go to Tang Hao's place to forge iron in the afternoon. He was beaten up by Tang San in the morning, and he was asked to lick Tang San. He couldn't hold back that face, unless Tang San came to apologize in person. Without the exercise of blacksmithing, he simply continued to run with the stone roller in the afternoon. This time, he directly carried the stone roller up and down the mountain, suddenly increased the training intensity. After being beaten up by Tang San, his desire for strength became even stronger. During his training, Jing Wuming sent good news through the connection of the soul, and the target has been locked in the Wuhan temple. Even though Jing Wuming has a special status, it is not so easy to find out who bought the crime that day. He is not qualified to read some files. But targeting Wuhandian is already a big progress. Wuhandian? I have never provoked Wuhandian. Why did they kill me? It stands to reason that they should win me over. Why did they kill me? Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out. This doesn't seem like Wuhandian's style of doing things, because he hasn't completely rejected Wuhandian yet. It stands to reason that Wuhandian will still find a way to win him over. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of someone, Su Yuntao. He must know something. After all, he helped me awaken the martial soul. Immediately, he conveyed the thoughts in his heart to Jing Wuming, and let Jing Wuming focus on investigating Su Yuntao. Another 2 days passed, and Jing Wuming sent good news again, targeting Ma Xiaonyo and Sisi. Jiang Chen thought about it, and remembered these two insignificant people in the original book. One was the girl Su Yuntao pursued, and the other was the veteran master of the Wuhan temple in Nodding City. He really couldn't understand why these two wanted to kill him. After another day, Jing Wuming finally found out everything and knew why those two people wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen called Jing Wuming to Holy Soul Village to learn more about the truth of the whole matter. On the river outside the village, the two stood facing each other. Master, Su Yuntao has been drinking to relieve his worries these days. I tricked him out that he gave your information to Matthew Nyo and wanted to pass it on to the Pope's palace. Then Matthew Nyo found join our organization and hire us to kill you. Why on earth did Matthew Nyo want to kill me? And what about that Sisi? Jiang Chen asked. I sneaked into Matthew Nyo's office by relying on soul skills, lurking inside for a day and a night, and finally discovered their secret. Having said this, Jing Wuming's face suddenly turned red. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. Continue. That old man Matthew Nyo and that girl Ceci have actually committed adultery secretly, and they are doing things like that. Speaking of this, Jing Wuming seemed to be immersed in memories, and there was some aftertaste on his face. It was a live erotic palace at close range. He almost failed when he hid there. It was the first time he came into contact with such a thing. For a young man like him, the shock was too shocking. Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide. The expression on his face was wonderful. He knew that Ma Xiaonyo was over 80 years old, and Sisi was only around -years old. The age gap between the two is enough to be grandparents, so they got together unexpectedly. Also, hasn't that guy Su Yuntao been chasing after Ceci? How come he didn't even notice that he was wearing a green hat? How long has their relationship lasted? Jiang Chen couldn't help asking with interest. It's been more than a month. What about Su Yuntao? Does he know about this? Jing Wuming shook his head. He has been kept in the dark and never noticed this. It's really interesting. Jiang Chen laughed. Then why did they kill me? Jing Wuming organized his language, and told Jiang Chen about the deal between Matthew Nyo and Ceci. Jiang Chen finally knew that the reason why Matthew Nyo killed him was to obtain the position of Palace Master of Nodding City. It's really poor brother Tao. Jiang Chen shook his head. Master, do you need me to get rid of them? Jing Wuming asked. Need not. Jiang Chen's voice turned cold. Wouldn't it be too cheap to kill them? Wouldn't it be better to ruin their reputation and lose everything? Jing Wuming nodded thoughtfully. Come with me to the village, and I'll take you to meet someone. Jiang Chen took Jing Wuming to the Holy Soul Village. Jing Wuming didn't ask much about who he wanted to see. He just had to obey Jiang Chen's orders. At the entrance of the village, Jiang Chen told Jing Wuming to wait there. He went in and called Tang San out. Tang San's purple demon eyes saw clearly what happened that day. Of course he recognized Jing Wuming. After a while, Tang San looked at Jiang Chen apologetically. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Seeing Tang San bow his head and admit his mistake, Jiang Chen's sulking anger dissipated a little these days. He is not a stingy person. Tang San's actions at that time were also out of concern for the safety of his father and old Jack. After explaining clearly, Jiang Chen sent Jing Yuming out. After you go back, get in touch with your peers more, learn more about how to get along with others, and don't always be a cold person, you know. Jing Yuming was stunned for a moment. What Jiang Chen said was almost exactly the same as what his adoptive father said. It was to make him learn to be more like an ordinary person. In the past, he had a withdrawn personality and didn't care much about his adoptive father's lessons, but now Jiang Chen's orders are what he must obey. Yes, master. He responded, keeping Jiang Chen's instructions in mind. From now on, you don't need to always call me master, just call me young master. Jiang Chen said. Yes, sir. Well, go back and practice hard. I will contact you when I need you. Jing Yuming took the order and returned to Notting City. Jiang Chen's life returned to calm again. He ran and exercised in the morning, went to Tang Hao's shop to forge iron in the afternoon, and practiced exercises in the evening. Since Tang San apologized that time, Tang San's attitude towards Jiang Chen has obviously improved, even better than before the misunderstanding. Judging by Tang San's performance, Jiang Chen had already calmed down. After all, Tang San also shot him that day out of protecting Tang Hao and old Jack. Thinking differently, if he were Tang San, he would make the same decision. As for the matter of taking revenge on Matthew Nyo, Jiang Chen has not thought of a good plan yet. However, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. When he goes to Notting City in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill Matthew Nyo. Time passed quietly in such a peaceful life, and the villagers of Holy Soul Village had gotten used to Jiang Chen's perverted behavior every day, and they gradually lost their fear of him as before. One night more than 2 months later, the bright moon hung high, and the hazy night shrouded the earth. It was rare for Jiang Chen not to practice. At this time, it was already dead of night. Everyone fell asleep. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on his bed. His heart was surging. Tonight, he will absorb his first soul ring and become a soul master. He was very curious, after more than 2 months of training, with his current physique and will, how far can he persist, and what kind of soul ring can he obtain? Chapter 21 Jiang Chen's Extreme Challenge. A god-bestowed spirit ring, after absorbing it, will obtain a most needed skill, and the longer it lasts, the higher the age of the spirit ring, the greater the power of the obtained spirit skill. The most important thing for Jiang Chen now is to cross the tribulation. He guessed that the first soul skill he will acquire should be a defensive skill. Condensed the spiritual power on the system, chose to open the god-bestowed spirit ring, and the system popped up a reminder again. After absorbing the soul ring, the host must go through the first catastrophe within 3 days. It is recommended that the host try to last until the end when absorbing the soul ring, so as to increase the hope of surviving the catastrophe. Please confirm whether to absorb it? This time, Jiang Chen didn't flinch, and chose to confirm with trembling heart. Absorbing the first soul ring is like a young man entering the bridal chamber for the first time. How can he not be excited? What's more, he has never entered the bridal chamber. The moment he made a decision, a golden bead appeared above his head out of thin air, and then the bead shattered, turning into a rich golden light and melting into it from his celestial spirit cap. In an instant, his whole body emitted a dazzling golden light, and his whole body was like a Vajra Buddha. Accompanied by the strong golden light, a divine and oppressive aura spread out, lingering within several meters of his body. At this moment, Tang Hao, who was sleeping on the bed and already drunk, suddenly woke up. Without disturbing Tang San, he walked out quietly. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw the village chief's yard in the distance, and a little golden light shot out from the gap between the doors and windows of one of the rooms. And the breath that alarmed him came from that room, and he recognized that it was Jiang Chen's room. His huge mental power sensed it carefully, and his face changed drastically, revealing an inconceivable expression. This turned out to be the breath of absorbing the soul ring, and judging from the breath fluctuations, this spirit ring is definitely not low in grade. This kid, where did you get the soul ring? Could it be that he is a 10-year-old soul beast? It is impossible for there to be soul beasts in Holy Soul Village, which means that Jiang Chen's soul ring did not come from hunting soul beasts. The only possibility is that the 10-year soul beast can transform into the first soul ring by himself. Tang Hao's wife is a 10-year-old soul beast, and she knows these secrets all too well. But if it is a 10-year soul beast transformation, it can definitely be seen with his title Douluo's strength. But after such a long time, based on his observations, Jiang Chen is definitely not a soul beast transformation. This is very strange. Where did Jiang Chen's soul ring come from? Tang Hao couldn't figure it out, so he just stood there quietly, looking in Jiang Chen's direction suspiciously. When the golden light poured into Jiang Chen's body, he felt warm all over his body, but before he could enjoy it, the huge energy began to explode in his body. The energy brought by the god-bestowed spirit ring was enormous, like boundless turbulent waves, washing over his body over and over again. It was okay at the beginning, and he could easily handle it with his strong body, but the impact of energy in his body became more and more obvious. After an hour, a large amount of filth and impurities were discharged from the pores of his whole body. This is the energy of the spirit ring washing his tendons and marrow, removing the impurities in his body. The energy in the body is getting more and more surging, it is almost going to explode Jiang Chen. At this time, the veins on his forehead were bulging, his face was distorted, and he could even see the energy moving around in his body through the skin. No, I can't hold it anymore. He growled and turned into a zombie body, which immediately reduced the pressure in his body. He has been running the celestial corpse transformation technique continuously, absorbing the energy brought by the soul ring, making the soul power in his body grow rapidly. After another 2 hours, he reached his limit again, and the increasingly majestic energy made him feel that he would explode at any moment. Roar! Martial soul appears. The zombie martial soul appeared and quickly merged with him. His physical fitness was strengthened again under the boost of the martial soul state, and the pain in his body was also weakened a little. Tang Hao has been standing in front of his house for 3 hours. He can feel the increasingly majestic energy. As early as an hour ago, the energy fluctuations have far exceeded what a 10th level soul master can absorb. Limit. However, after another hour, Jiang Chen's absorption has not yet ended, and the energy fluctuation has reached a fatal level for a 10th level soul master. I'm afraid that a normal 10th level soul master will explode and die under the impact of this energy for less than 3 seconds. At this time, a yellow energy circle had formed outside Jiang Chen's body, and as time passed, the color of this energy circle became darker and darker. After the Wuhan possessed his body, Jiang Chen's physique improved, but towards the end, the surging energy in his body became more and more terrifying. In less than an hour, he reached the limit for the 3rd time. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was about to be torn apart, and the severe pain penetrated deep into his soul. Opening his eyes a little, he found that the yellow circle outside his body had changed, and the deep yellow began to transform into purple. This has reached 1,000 years. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. The 1,000-year soul ring far exceeded the theory that Yu Xiaogang studied, and he never thought that he could reach this point. No, this soul ring has not completely transformed into purple, I can still hold on. Jiang Chen closed his eyes again, his whole body ached to the point of convulsions, filthy impurities were mixed with a lot of sweat, and the greasy stench filled the whole room. His skin had already begun to ooze blood, and the densely packed blood vessels protruding from his skin were almost about to burst. Jiang Chen's consciousness was muddled, he didn't know how long he persisted. In the end, the surging energy gradually weakened, and disappeared miraculously. In his hazy consciousness, Jiang Chen, who had been tortured for more than 4 hours, couldn't hold on any longer. As soon as his nerves relaxed, he immediately fell asleep. Standing there, Tang Hao finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had waited for more than 4 hours, and it would be dawn in 2 or 3 hours. Lying back on the bed again, Tang Hao couldn't fall asleep for a long time. His strong mental power sensed that Jiang Chen did not fail to absorb the spirit ring, and the terrifying spirit ring was successfully absorbed. He doesn't know how many years Jiang Chen's soul ring has reached, but it must be very amazing when he thinks about it. If Jiang Chen does not die, he will definitely be famous in the Douluo Continent in the future. Xiaochen, Xiaochen. Old Jack knocked on Jiang Chen's door suspiciously. At this time, the sun is already high. According to Jiang Chen's past habits, he should have woken up early, but the door of the room has not been opened yet. There was no response after knocking several times. Old Jack pushed open the door forcefully, and saw the blood-stained Jiang Chen all at once. An unpleasant smell rushed out, several times worse than the smell in the latrine. Old Jack frowned and rushed forward anxiously. Xiaochen, what's wrong with you? He didn't care about the bad smell and filth. He held Jiang Chen's shoulders tightly with his hands and kept shaking. Huh. Jiang Chen finally woke up, and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 22 The First Soul Skill. Seeing old Jack shaking himself, Jiang Chen was a little dazed at first, but soon remembered that he was absorbing a soul ring before. Hey, Grandpa, are you farting? It smells so bad. Jiang Chen covered his nose with a look of disgust. Old Jack blew his beard and said angrily, You're just farting. Tell me, did you fall into the latrine last night? Why did you come back to sleep without washing it? Do you still want Grandpa to wash your quilt? Facing old Jack's scolding, Jiang Chen had no choice but to smirk. Grandpa, hurry up, I'll take a shower and wash the quilt by myself later, so you don't have to worry about it. Old Jack shook his head, leaning on crutches and just about to go out, suddenly turned around and said, I'm going to the next village to help you get a place for a work-study student. Remember to make a meal and wait for me when I come back. Got it, hurry up and go, Jiang Chen urged. Seeing Jiang Chen's dirty face, old Jack shook his head and walked out. As soon as old Jack left, Jiang Chen jumped out of bed excitedly, but seeing the layers of black things on his body, his little brows were tightly frowned. The smell was really indescribable. It was 100 times worse than the smell in the latrine. If Jiang Chen hadn't already had an empty stomach, he might have vomited it out by now. Those layers of things stuck to his body like sludge, which was foul-smelling, uncomfortable, and a little itchy. Even though he wanted to see his soul ability for the first time, he had to put this idea aside. He walked out with his quilt in his arms, took soap horns for bathing and laundry, and went out of the yard, ready to go to the river to wash. He lived in the center of the Holy Soul village, and the stench was overwhelming as soon as he came out. When a gust of wind blew, the entire Holy Soul village was filled with that stench. Damn, has someone's latrine blown up? Why is it so smelly? Which son of a bitch came to poison our village? See if I don't deal with him. Dad, get up and drink porridge. Hey, what does this smell like? It stinks. Jiang Chen hugged the quilt. His face was a little red. He was really embarrassed to hear all kinds of cursing voices. With his head down, his body was almost completely covered by the quilt, and he quickly ran out of the village. It turned out to be that kid Jiang Chen. My god. Did he really fall into the latrine? It seems to be true. Look at those lumps of black stuff stuck all over his body. Vomit. No, I can't take it anymore. It was discovered. Jiang Chen's face turned even redder, and he started to run wildly. He was so fucking ashamed. Now he couldn't clean himself up after falling into the Yellow River. Thinking that after he becomes famous in the future, this latrine incident may be the black spot in his life? Not to mention how depressed it was. What happened? Tang San stared in astonishment at Jiang Chen, who was rushing away with the quilt in his arms, listening to the villagers' discussions. He also had a strange look on his face. An hour later, Jiang Chen finally washed his body and scrubbed the quilt clean, but in the wide river, there were already dense numbers of fish floating with white bellies. What a waste. It's a pity, but he doesn't care too much. There are none in the water, but there are some in the mountains. As soon as he thought of his soul skills, he became excited, hung the quilt on the branch beside him. He was naked, and began to try his soul skills with his bare butt. From the moment he woke up, he knew the information about his first soul ability. Skillfully summoning the zombie martial soul, a completely purple soul ring rose from his feet, moving gently on his body. It really is a purple soul ring, a 1000-year soul ring. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. According to Yu Xiaogong's theory, the limit of a soul master's first soul ring is 423 years. Before Jiang Chen absorbed it, he still had the goal of breaking through this limit, but he didn't expect that he not only broke through, but also surpassed it by 2 or 3 years. This was something he carried out completely hard, without any external force, only relying on his own zombie body and the enhancement of his martial soul. He successfully absorbed a 1000-year soul ring. If it weren't for the threat of a catastrophe looming over him, he probably wouldn't be able to persist in turning his soul ring into 1000 years. After all, heavenly tribulation is a deadly thing. Can he absorb the soul ring without desperately doing it? He showed a satisfied smile, and released his first soul skill. A layer of pitch-black matter appeared on his body's surface, covering his whole body like a liquid, and then solidified, forming a mighty and domineering armor on his body. The armor was black and translucent, and there was a thick black prismatic spike on both elbows, knees, and shoulders, making him look extraordinarily ferocious. He tapped it. The black armor felt like bone, but the sound was like metal. With his thoughts, the armor on the face can be covered until only the eyes, nose, and mouth remain, or it can be removed. After walking to the river and admiring the water for a few minutes, he nodded with satisfaction, his mouth wide open. If he had to use a few words to describe this armor, it would be handsome. In addition to satisfying him with the appearance, the effect of the armor surprised him even more. This skill is called Zombie God Armor, and its main effect is in terms of defense. After possessing the God Armor, his body's defense power directly increases by 150%, that is, it increases by 15 times. Not only that, the divine armor also increases other aspects, but it is a little less than the increase in defense. Both strength and speed have doubled at the same time. Although the degree of improvement is not as high as that of defense, it is still a very impressive statistic. Generally, the Millennium Soul Rings absorbed by the Soul Masters of more than 30 levels, the excellent ones are just double the effect. The enhancement effect of Jiang Chen's skill on these 3 abilities, compared with the third skills of other Soul Masters, can be regarded as a top-notch skill. Moreover, his strength, speed, and defense are already abnormal, so the possession of the divine armor will achieve a very terrifying effect. It is estimated that after he released this skill, standing there, it would be difficult for Soul Masters of the same level to find a few who could break through his defense. Sure enough, it's a defensive skill. Jiang Chen thought to himself, he had already expected it before absorbing the spirit ring. After all, the God-given spirit ring can form the most needed skill for absorbers. However, this skill also has some flaws, that is, it cannot last long, and it consumes a lot of soul power. The duration of the skill is only half an hour. When the skill was released just now, the soul power in Jiang Chen's body was directly reduced by 1/3. After half an hour, the skill will be automatically released, but it can be released again, but it will consume soul power again. Unless Jiang Chen doesn't consume much soul power when fighting, it can be said that this skill basically cannot be used a second time. However, compared to the advantages of skills, these shortcomings have been omitted by Jiang Chen. In half an hour, the battle can basically be resolved, unless you encounter a pervert with a lot of cards like Tang San. He tapped the armor a few more times, clanging. This armor sounds like metal, I wonder if it can protect against lightning. Jiang Chen was a little suspicious. But it should be possible, otherwise why would you give me such a skill? He comforted himself again in his heart. But no matter whether he can or not, he has to cross this tribulation, and he only has 3 days to prepare for it, and he has to cross it if he doesn't cross it. Chapter 23 Thunder Tribulation appears. Since absorbing the spirit ring successfully, the feeling of being locked in by the catastrophe has become more and more intense. If he wants to cross, he can immediately attract thunder disaster, but he is not yet mentally prepared. I wonder if Tang Hao can help? He is a titled Douluo, so it shouldn't be difficult to resist the catastrophe of a little soul master like me. He thought to himself. Just when he was thinking this way, the system prompt sounded again. Asking someone to help you cross the tribulation will attract a thunder calamity corresponding to the strength of the person helping you. Please consider carefully the host. My mother. Jiang Chen's face turned green. He had planned to ask Tang Hao for help a long time ago, and this was the reason why he often went to Tang Hao's blacksmith shop to strike iron for more than 2 months, but he didn't expect that the system suddenly said at this time that he could not ask for help. Sigh, it seems that I can only rely on myself. Jiang Chen sighed. He looked at the system, and his information had changed at this time. Host Jiang Chen. Douluo level 13. Zombie level 112 Soul Ring 1100 years. Soul Skill Zombie God Armor. Items Dark Blessing Potion. Soul Ring Upgrade Coupon level 1120. The Dark Blessing Potion is used to restore injuries, and it should be able to play a huge role by then. There is also a Soul Ring Upgrade Coupon, which can be used to increase the level of the Soul Ring. And after he absorbed the Spirit Ring, his physical fitness has become much stronger than before. If he uses this Spirit Ring Upgrade Coupon now, he should be able to upgrade the first Spirit Ring by 200 years. Correspondingly, this Spirit Ring various effects of skills will also be enhanced. However, this upgrade coupon can be used at levels 1120. If it is not necessary, he does not want to waste it when he crosses the tribulation. Before, he couldn't determine what level of soul power he was just based on his feeling, but the system stated his current soul power level. Sure enough, the hard work before was still useful. After absorbing the spirit ring, the spirit power immediately increased by 3 levels. Hey, think about it again. Jiang Chen was dejected, and went back to Saint Soul village with the quilt in his arms. At noon, old Jack came back. His words were almost worn out, and he finally asked for a place for a work-study student at Notting College from a few villages next door. Jiang Chen was moved in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, old Jack really treated him like his own grandson. He didn't dare to tell anyone the news of his escape. If he failed and died, old Jack would be very sad. Since he couldn't find anyone to help, he planned to find a place deep in the mountains and old forests to sneak across the robbery in 2 days. He wasn't worried about the end of old Jack's pension. After all, with Tang San around, he was worried that after his death, old Jack would miss him. Another 2 days passed, and it was already the 3rd day. He had to find a place to cross the tribulation today. In the past 2 days, he cooked big fish and meat for old Jack, which made old Jack laugh from ear to ear, and praised Jiang Chen for his filial piety. But he didn't know that if Jiang Chen left today, he might never come back. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen had a meeting with Tang San, told Tang San to take good care of old Jack, and made Tang San stunned. Under Tang San's questioning, Jiang Chen didn't tell his own affairs. After all, letting Tang San know would not be of much help. At noon, after having the last meal with old Jack, he tidied up his room, folded the quilt, took a deep look at the room, and quietly left the village without daring to look at old Jack again. He has long heard that there is a large forest in the south of the village for half a day. There are few people there, and it is the most suitable place to cross the robbery. Jiang Chen's speed was very fast. He arrived there in 2 hours and entered the mountain forest. There are no soul beasts in this mountain forest, only some ordinary wild beasts. After all, this place is not far from some villages. If there are soul beasts, it will threaten the safety of these villages. Except for the big forests of Stardow Great Forest, Frozen Forest, and Sunset Forest, the rest of the spirit beasts are basically kept in hunting spirit forests by the Heaven Do Empire. If there are spirit beasts near the village, they will usually be reported to the city-state, and then the army will deal with them, kill or capture them and put them into the hunting spirit forest. Although there are no soul beasts, the beasts in this mountain forest are very ferocious and terrifying to ordinary people. Except for soul masters or some hunters, basically no one dares to enter here. Jiang Chen was advancing in the mountains. This terrain is full of undulating mountains, and covered with dense forests. As Jiang Chen moved forward, the surrounding trees became taller, and gradually there were no traces of human activities. From time to time, the roar of tigers could be heard. Even hunters rarely visited this kind of place. Jiang Chen stopped, looked at a high mountain in front of him, and smiled. You are the one. This mountain should be the most central one in this forest. Even if it thunders on a sunny day, it will not attract the attention of others. There is no road on the mountain, and it is not difficult for Jiang Chen to climb up this mountain with his strong strength. The thorny thorns and vines scratched his clothes, but could not cut his skin. 10 minutes later, he ascended the mountain. There are much fewer trees on the mountain, and there is very little soil, revealing huge grey stones. Jiang Chen glanced over, chose a relatively flat and relatively large stone, and sat cross-legged on it. It was 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When the sun was at its fiercest, the huge rock under his butt made Jiang Chen feel hot. There was no wind around, and there were few birds. All the animals and plants seemed to have wilted under the fierce sun. Jiang Chen sat there cross-legged, recalling in his mind the scene of the zombies surviving the tribulation. That zombie triggered the thunder catastrophe when its strength was already very strong. Of course it is not comparable to the thunder catastrophe that a weak chicken like Jiang Chen is about to overcome. But Jiang Chen can learn some experience from it. After a while, he withdrew his thoughts and smiled wryly, as if there was no other way but to resist. Come on. He cheered himself up. After all, he has traveled to the Douluo Continent and has his own skills and system, so he can't just hang up like this, right? And he remembered that there was a golden thunder in his body, maybe it would come out again this time, to help him avoid the catastrophe? He sat cross-legged there, slowly running the heavenly corpse transformation kung fu, letting his mind go and adjusting his state. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes violently. With deep dark eyes and 2 sharp fangs, he has turned into a zombie. Immediately afterwards, the zombie martial spirit was released and merged with him, and its own defense, strength, and other states improved again. It's time to come. He looked up at the blue sky, his dark eyes flickering with a faint light. As if sensing his will, the feeling of being locked in by the catastrophe became stronger and stronger. Boom. Thousands of miles of clear sky resounded with thunder, a huge black cloud condensed out of thin air above Jiang Chen's head, and the blackness exuded terrifying aura fluctuations. Chapter 24 Pain and Enjoyment. Jiang Chen's brows twitched crazily, his heart seemed to be crushed by a big rock, making him almost out of breath. The rumbling thunder made his scalp tingle, and the lingering sense of danger instantly intensified 100 times. Thunder, from the strongest to the yang, is the best way to restrain the evil things like zombies. Even zombies who have practiced for thousands of years can hardly survive the thunder disaster. Although Jiang Chen felt that he was not an ordinary zombie, but at this moment he was still facing a formidable enemy. Those immortal cultivators in the novel have some magic weapons or formations to resist when they cross the catastrophe, but he can only use his own body to resist. Fortunately, it is in this uninhabited mountain forest, otherwise it would have attracted some curious people. The tribulation cloud above Jiang Chen's head was not that big, it only covered the top of the hill, but it looked very strange in this cloudless sky. The thunder rolled in the black clouds, Jiang Chen felt extremely uneasy, he knew that moment was coming. Finally, it seemed that the robbery cloud had brewed enough, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm blasted straight towards Jiang Chen below, pouring directly from his sky cap. He didn't know how many thunder tribulations there were, and how long it would last, so he didn't release his first soul skill. After all, the later he went, the more powerful the thunder tribulation would be, and he knew this. Before the thunder and lightning touched him, his scalp was already numb, and his hair was standing on end. After the thunder and lightning entered his body, his non-stop celestial corpse transforming kung fu suddenly stopped, and his whole body was like a dead body. He was sitting cross-legged, but his feet kicked out, and he was lying on the ground straight. His black eyes were wide open, his whole body was surrounded by lightning, and his body trembled at an extremely alarming frequency. Pain, it hurts so badly? Jiang Chen only felt that his own flesh and bones seemed to be placed on a millstone, being ground bit by bit. The soul power in the body had dissipated the moment the thunder and lightning entered the body, as if it had encountered a nemesis. This thunder and lightning only lasted on him for a few minutes, but Jiang Chen felt as if a century had passed. If he hadn't had the experience of being tortured by a spirit ring before, he might have passed out already. A few minutes later, the thunder and lightning disappeared, the pain also gradually dissipated, and the itchy feeling became obvious. Jiang Chen sat up, with lingering fear in his heart. That feeling was too terrifying. Just a flash of lightning, the pain he endured exceeded the time when he absorbed the spirit ring. The robbery cloud above the head has not dissipated. It seems that the second thunder is still brewing. Jiang Chen's heart has sunk to the bottom. He didn't know how many thunderbolts were behind him, and he was afraid that the thunderbolts would become more terrifying one by one. At this time, the clothes on his body were already tattered, his hair was a little burnt, and he exuded a burning smell. After checking his body, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully there were no missing parts on his body. But when he looked inside, he was suddenly stunned. There was no damage in his body, but the thick soul power had already lost 1/3 at this time. Nima, it's the first time, my soul power is almost gone. Although his soul power was scattered all of a sudden just now, it was distributed all over his body to block the attack of lightning. If it wasn't for the existence of soul power, the pain he suffered would have been several times stronger. In the clouds above the head, the lightning fluctuations became more and more intense, and the second lightning should be about to fall in a short time. He was running the exercises with all his strength, trying to recover his soul power, and he could recover a little bit. A few minutes later, with a bang, the second thunderbolt fell. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen released his first soul skill in an instant, and the stiff armor instantly covered his whole body. A lightning bolt consumed 1/3 of his soul power. He would be stupid if he didn't use this skill. No need at this time. When the soul power is not enough later, he will be sadly reminded. To his surprise, the lightning strike was actually blocked by the armor, and the armor could actually block the lightning. But even so, there are still a lot of lightning pouring in along the gaps in the armor, as well as the eyes, nose, and mouth. The sharp pain came again, but not as violent as the first time. The main reason is that the armor blocked most of the lightning, and it didn't flood into his body like the first time. At this time, his body seemed to have built a thick layer of dams outside, and the raging lightning was blocked outside, and could only enter his body through a few flood outlets. The lightning outside the armor didn't disappear, but the pressure Jiang Chen was under was much less. The thunder rushing in his body was the same as absorbing the spirit ring that day, tempering his body, and the body that had already been purged once again expelled some impurities. The lightning entangled around his body for a few minutes. Seeing that he couldn't help Jiang Chen, he was about to disperse, but at this moment, a suction force came out of Jiang Chen's body, and instantly sucked the lightning in. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked inside, and found that those lightning bolts had been sucked into his inner alchemy, and merged into the golden half. The first lightning bolt raged in his body before, and he didn't notice how it disappeared, but this second time he witnessed it happening with his own eyes. Jiang Chen was suddenly a little angry. He was struck by lightning twice. The dormant golden lightning in his body did not respond at all. After he had endured the baptism of lightning, it swallowed up the rest of the lightning as if it was eating. This obviously has a feeling of enjoying the fruit of Jiang Chen's victory, which makes Jiang Chen quite unhappy. But what he can do, he can only complain secretly. Seeing that the third thunderbolt was brewing again, Jiang Chen quickly recovered his soul power. After the second thunderbolt, the remaining soul power in his body was less than 1/3. About 10 minutes later, the third thunderbolt fell. Although most of it was still blocked by the armor, the power of the thunder and lightning was much stronger than the previous one, and it still made Jiang Chen feel miserable. Fourth way, fifth way, the sixth way. The further back, the more terrifying the power of thunder and lightning. Just a little bit of penetration into the body can make Jiang Chen convulse all over. That feeling cannot be described in words. Although it was painful, the more he got to the end, the more he found that he seemed to like the feeling of being struck by lightning. Especially in the few minutes after the end, it felt a little comfortable. Do I still have the tendency of masochism? Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When the seventh thunder and lightning dissipated, there was no soul power left in his body, and he was completely drained. But the robbery cloud in the sky still didn't dissipate. Jiang Chen's heart became more and more heavy. The room leak happened to be raining all night, and just as he was fully recovering his soul power, the armor covering the outside suddenly dissipated, revealing his body completely. It's over. He only felt that a catastrophe was imminent. Just when he was flustered, the eighth thunderbolt fell mercilessly amidst the rumbling. Chapter 25 Crossing Tribulation Gift Pack. The newly recovered soul power in his body was pitifully small, and at the moment when the thunder entered his body, the tearing pain almost made Jiang Chen faint immediately. Without the protection of the armor, the thunder that was several times more powerful entered his body, raging violently in his body. In less than a moment, the thunder and lightning destroyed his meridians like a rotten one, and his body even burst open countless holes, and blood spurted out from the scorched body. His eyes were protruding. If he hadn't been in the transformed state, his entire eyeballs would have turned white by now. His body was no longer straight, but arched tightly, and the boulders under him were all dyed red. At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't even scream, and could only make a ho-ho sound from his throat. It wasn't until the lightning in his body started to weaken that the corpse pill acted again, sucking away the remaining lightning. After the thunder and lightning disappeared this time, it was no longer the tingling feeling, but the tearing feeling was still strong. Not only his clothes, but even his body was torn, indescribable. Jiang Chen couldn't even move his fingers. He lay there, looking at the robbery cloud in the sky that hadn't dissipated. The situation has reached such a point that he has no choice but to use the blessing potion in the system. In an instant, a cool feeling spread all over his body, and Jiang Chen's whole body was nourished by a kind of magical energy. The dense wounds on the body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the damaged meridians in the body were also repaired in the blink of an eye. The inhuman pain had disappeared, and even the soul felt refreshed. Jiang Chen seemed to have ascended from hell to heaven all of a sudden, and the waves of pleasure made him unable to help making a strange noise. In just a few seconds, his body had recovered to its peak, except for the lack of soul power. Everything else was exactly the same as before. When Jiang Chen was still obsessed with that pleasure, the rolling thunder in the sky woke him up again. The thick thunder and lightning shuttled and rolled in the black clouds, and the atmosphere in this space became more and more depressing. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. Just now the eighth thunderbolt could instantly destroy his body like that. How terrifying would the ninth thunderbolt be? At this moment, the only thing he can use is the soul ring upgrade coupon, but he has no soul power in his body, so what's the use of upgrading this soul ring? Even if you give him a 10-year soul ring, he can't use soul skills without soul power. He regretted it a little now, and felt that he should have used the soul ring upgrade coupon from the very beginning. Maybe the power of the skill increased, and the consumption of soul power in his body would slow down, and maybe there was still some soul power left. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. He doesn't know how many thunderbolts are behind him, but this ninth one may be able to lead him like a dog. He jumped up all of a sudden, and ran towards the other side of the mountain top, but the robbery cloud seemed to have installed a tracker on him, and moved quickly with his body. I'm XXX. Jiang Chen stopped. Since he couldn't escape, why was he wasting his time? He just sat down, recalling his 2 lives in the last short time. Scenes flashed in my mind, and finally stayed on old Jack's wrinkled and kind face. If he died here, no one would have found out. Old Jack might only think he was missing. Maybe I will wait for him to come home at the entrance of the village, until I die of old age. The thunder in the sky rumbled. Without giving Jiang Chen too much time to feel sad, the ninth thunder thundered down. The thick thunder light fell, drowning Jiang Chen. Lightning flashed, gravel splashed, and there was only a pile of tatters on top of the gravel. A few minutes later, the thunder light dissipated, and Jiang Chen's body was revealed. as if being run over by a big truck. It was horrible, and in some places there were only some skins left. Jiang Chen's brain froze for a few minutes before regaining consciousness from the huge pain. At this time, the robbery cloud that day had dissipated. He raised his head with difficulty and glanced at his broken body, feeling extremely bitter. He didn't die, but what's the difference between that and death? His leg was broken, his waist was broken, and now he can't even sit up. He had no choice but to show a wry smile. The heavenly tribulation was indeed terrifying. He never thought that he would end up like this in the end. Just when he was depressed, the lowly voice of the system sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving the first catastrophe, and reward a big gift package for crossing the catastrophe. Please check it out. Jiang Chen's eyes full of death gray suddenly lit up, as if a drowning man grasped the last straw. This big gift package may be the key to his recovery? Open, open, he yelled in his heart. In his anticipation, the big gift bag he had just harvested was opened, and several items appeared. His excited eyes scanned the past one by one. A drop of thunder tribulation liquid can heal any injury. When he saw the moment here, Jiang Chen was so excited that he trembled. There really were items in this big gift bag that could allow him to recover. He didn't care to continue looking down. Dang even chose to use this drop of thunder tribulation liquid. A drop of liquid exuding multicolored light appeared above him, suspended above his body. The 5-color liquid looks very viscous, like jade pulp, exuding an amazing aroma. In an instant, all the flowers on the top of the mountain were in full bloom, and the vegetation grew wildly. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and the pain on his body disappeared instantly. The liquid slowly fell. Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide, accepting the 5-color thunder tribulation liquid. The thunder calamity liquid entered the mouth, and it was extremely fragrant, and his body exuded a bright light at this moment. The shattered bones were regenerated and became harder, the meridians were reorganized and widened, flesh and blood regenerated, and even his disappeared penis reappeared, shining brightly. The scorched scalp and skin split open, revealing the regrown skin inside, white and red, pink, and tender, but its toughness cannot be underestimated. Thick black hair grew out and spread out on the boulder below him. With just one drop of liquid, Jiang Chen was reborn. The precious light dissipated. Jiang Chen stood up. A layer of tattered dead skin had already faded from his feet. He was completely naked, and when he stood up, his amazingly long hair was still dragging to the ground. Sensing his body carefully, Jiang Chen grinned brightly. That powerful force returned, and his body seemed even stronger. The soul power in the body is surging, which has surpassed before the robbery. He checked the information on the system again, and at this time his soul power had reached level 14. He curled his lips, narrowly escaped the catastrophe, and the thunder catastrophe liquid looked so miraculous, but it strengthened his soul power a little. But he soon felt relieved that it would be nice to get his life back. Being alive is more important than anything else. At this moment, he was finally in the mood to continue browsing the items in the Transcending Tribulation gift bag. Lightning Fist. 3000 Lightning Moves. Chapter 26 Poor Body and Boxing Techniques. Boxing, movement. Jiang Chen's eyes were bright, except for his cultivation and brute strength. He had no actual combat experience, otherwise he wouldn't have been tortured so badly by Tang San last time. Before, he was thinking of taking revenge on Tang San after absorbing the spirit ring, but although that spirit ability could increase the speed, it still might not be able to catch the nimble Tang San, so he didn't ask Tang San for a fight. If he lost to Tang San again, it would be a shame. Unexpectedly, the wish that could not be realized before would have a turning point so soon. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. Thinking about it, the movement technique called Sanqian Lai Dong should be no worse than Tang San's Ghost Shadow Fan. As long as he catches up with Tang San in terms of body skills, even if he doesn't need any boxing skills, he is confident that he can beat Tang San to death. In his current normal state, his strength can reach about 2000 Jin. If he uses the first soul ability, he can double that is more than Dash Jin, and this is still without using the soul power. Of course, he believed that if he could catch up with Tang San, even if he didn't use spirit skills, he would be able to beat Tang San to howl. Looking at his long hair that fell to the ground, Jiang Chen felt a little distressed. After thinking about it, he wrapped his hair around his neck a few times, and then hung it on his chest, like wearing a black scarf. The sun had already set to the west. He glanced at the messy mountain top, and immediately chose to leave. On the country road, Jiang Chen ran wildly to his heart's content, his long black hair fluttering behind his head, like a boy chasing the wind. The speed of going back was much faster than when he came here. He only took some unpopulated paths, so he was not afraid of being seen. When he returned to the outside of the Holy Soul village, he was immediately in trouble. At this time, he was completely naked. Although he was only 6 years old, he was not thick-skinned enough to let him enter the village naked. Finally, as the sun went down and night fell, almost everyone returned to their homes. Old Jack leaned on a cane, and went from house to house asking if he had seen Jiang Chen. His old face became more and more anxious. Hearing old Jack's hoarse and feeble calling, Jiang Chen's little heart ached. Taking advantage of the night, he ran back home, took out a pair of scissors and cut his hair a few times, quickly put on his clothes, and then chased him out. "Grandpa," he yelled, but there was no answer. When he came to the entrance of the village, he vaguely heard the voice of old Jack, and the voices of Tang San and Tang Hao. The voice came from outside the village. Jiang Chen ran out following the sound, and finally saw the three of old Jack by the river. At this time, old Jack, Tang Hao, and his son were carrying oil lamps and searching by the river. Old Jack's old voice even had a hint of crying. Tang Hao comforted, "Village chief, don't worry, I'll go into the water and have a look." "That's right, Grandpa Jack, don't worry." Tang San secretly used the purple magic eyes, but unfortunately the water was too deep to see to the bottom. Tang Hao quickly took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body, about to go into the water. Suddenly, his ears moved, and he heard Jiang Chen's shout. Heaving a sigh of relief, Tang Hao put on his clothes again and said, "Village chief, Xiaoxue is here." The three of them looked back, and they saw Jiang Chen running towards them. "Grandpa." Jiang Chen ran all the way to old Jack before stopping. The eagerness on old Jack's face disappeared. He immediately put on a straight face, raised his crutches and slapped Jiang Chen's buttocks. "Where did you die, brat? See if I don't beat you to death." Jiang Chen didn't move, and endured old Jack's powerless blow. His heart was full of emotion, and in old Jack's eyes, he could still see some tears. Although old Jack hid it well, he couldn't hide it from him. "Stinky boy, why don't you hide? Grandpa didn't hurt you, right?" Old Jack regretted it after beating him, and asked, stroking Jiang Chen's butt. Jiang Chen shook his head. "It doesn't hurt, Grandpa, I'm hungry, let's go home and cook." Okay, go home and cook." Jiang Chen helped old Jack go back. Old Jack turned back and said, "Tang Hao, Xiao San, thank you for your hard work." Tang Hao and Tang San followed behind. "It's not hard." "Xiao Chen, where have you been all afternoon?" Old Jack asked again. "Grandpa, I accidentally fell asleep on the mountain and woke up after dark." "Oh, really? Let us all be frightened." "Grandpa, I'm sorry." This little turmoil finally passed, and after Jiang Chen had dinner with old Jack, he sat aside and studied the things in the system. Host Jiang Chen. Douluo level 14. Zombie level 112. Soul Ring 1100 years. Soul Skill Zombie God Armor. Prop Soul Ring Upgrade Coupon 1120. Boxing Lightning Fist. Movement 3000 Thunder. After going through a catastrophe, his soul power has risen to level 14, while the level of zombies is still level 1, and has not been improved. His eyes quickly set on the last two items, Lightning Fist and 3000 Thunders. The thing that moved him the most was bodywork, so he immediately checked it first. When he chose to check, the information about Sanqian Lidong entered his mind. 3000 Thunders move like thunder, with thousands of changes, and can evolve extremely fast. A short line of words was concise and clear, but Jiang Chen couldn't help getting excited, and immediately after that, countless scenes of thunder and lightning appeared in his mind. There is no step description, and there is no corresponding exercise route, just a scene of lightning and thunder. Jiang Chen was stupefied. What about the agreed movement skills? It is said that there are thousands of changes, and the evolution is extremely fast. What the hell is the scene with only one pair of lightning bolts? He didn't believe in evil, and entered the 3000 Thunders repeatedly, but every time he saw the dense lightning scene like a spider's web. Are these countless lightning bolts 3000 thunderbolts? Took Jiang Chen a long time to get out of the stupefied state. He had a wry smile on his face. The agility given by this system was a bit tricky. Without a specific method of cultivation, these lightning bolts are like a scripture. How can he practice? Feeling so bitter in his heart, he could only shake his head, and temporarily gave up the idea of practicing 3000 Thunders immediately. Looking at the lightning fist again, he silently prayed in his heart, "Don't be like that cheating Sanqian Lidong again, and give him something he doesn't understand, then he will go crazy." Lightning Fist, a very common name, doesn't have the slightest bit of domineering, but Jiang Chen's heart is still full of expectations. Open the Lightning Fist, and the description of the boxing method comes to mind. The speed of the Lightning Fist is like lightning and flint, it is as bright as the scorching sun across the sky, the yin energy is billowing, and its power is unparalleled. Immediately afterwards, the scene of practicing boxing appeared in his mind, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. This boxing technique is really not that bad. In the training scene, there is a figure exuding light all over his body practicing the boxing technique, and the movements are not too complicated. That's it. Jiang Chen showed a strange expression again. This punching technique seemed to be too simple. The name is so common, so the system is not cheating me and giving me a set of boxing skills. Chapter 27 Scary Boxing, Pure Practice Chapter. But think about the other rewards given by the system before. Although it takes a painful price to get them, the rewards are really great. Maybe there is really some mystery. Jiang Chen secretly thought. His excitement had passed, and he didn't plan to practice this boxing technique immediately. After all, it was night, so it was better to practice the technique. After closing the door, he quietly went up to the roof, and began to practice with moonlight essence. After absorbing the soul ring, the feeling of being blocked by a bottleneck during cultivation disappeared, and the whole person seemed to become transparent. The practice every night has always been the time he enjoys the most. He doesn't need to rest, and his whole body is comfortably bathed in the moonlight. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Chen finished his running training for more than 2 months, and began to ponder over the boxing and footwork given by the system in his own yard. He threw aside the 3000 thunder moving movement method that was like a heavenly book, and first studied the seemingly very simple boxing method. His memory is not bad. After watching it a few times in his mind and practicing it a few times, he finally memorized all the moves. Soon he was able to type it out completely from memory, and his fist was swung vigorously under the tremendous force. Old Jack was lying on the recliner beside him, applauding and cheering loudly. After punching 3 times in a row, Jiang Chen finally realized something was wrong. This boxing technique was too common, and it gave him a feeling like the radio gymnastics in his previous life. It didn't look mighty and domineering at all, and even the boxing style was all due to him. Power wielded out. Jiang Chen didn't believe in evil, and hit him 10 times in a row, but he still didn't find any bright spots. I'm a little confused. What level of boxing is this? He wondered if he had made a mistake in his memory, so he read it carefully again, and finally, he found the difference. This time, the figure practicing boxing changed under his gaze, and many light spots lit up within the figure. After these light spots emerged, they were quickly connected by rays of light one by one, forming a complicated route. At the same time, a kind of enlightenment rose in Jiang Chen's heart. It turns out that this is the exercise route, and there seems to be an inexplicable charm. All of a sudden, this seemingly simple boxing technique suddenly became mysterious and unpredictable in Jiang Chen's eyes. After exiting the system, that feeling still lingers in Jiang Chen's heart. He silently recalled the exercise route in his heart, and after confirming that it was correct, he punched the air directly in front of him. This is the first move of Lightning Fist. I didn't feel anything when I practiced it before, just like ordinary punching, but this time, it finally has an immediate effect. With just one punch, his fist was immediately entangled with electric arcs, and a strong force suddenly appeared. Jiang Chen only felt that there was a kind of strength in his fist suddenly, and this fist dragged him out just like that. Amid Jiang Chen's bewildered expression, the force that was dragging him away suddenly disappeared, and he threw himself onto the ground like a dog gnawing shit. Boom, his fair and tender face immediately came into intimate contact with the dirt. Old Jack, who was swaying on the recliner and watching Jiang Chen punching there with interest, was immediately amused after seeing this scene. Xiaoxue, soul masters will have their own skills, and you will also have them in the future. What are you practicing now? I haven't heard of anyone who can become stronger by swinging their fists like this. Jiang Chen's face fell directly on the dirt, his head was knocked into a daze, and he got up after a while. He stared at his fist, as if looking at something strange. What the hell? At that moment just now he suspected that this fist was not his own. Fist dragging himself to run, this is too weird. He settled down, doubting in his heart, could this be the power of Lightning Fist? Thinking of this, he suddenly became excited again, put on airs, and was about to do it again. Old Jack shook his head, continued to sway on the recliner, watching Jiang Chen mess around there. So, next, all kinds of weird scenes appeared. Whenever Jiang Chen punches out, there will always be a strong force, causing him to have various flat falls. When he kicked it out, his feet were also disobedient, and he did the splits directly, but it hurt occasionally. When I use too much force, I can't control it and hit the wall. It didn't take long before he became ashamed, but his interest became more and more high. Different from the initial disappointment, at this moment he only has excitement in his heart. This boxing technique is really amazing. With every punch, there will be a force appearing, the speed is even more astonishing, and it can take him to run. At this time, it is not like people are controlling boxing, but boxing is controlling people. Seeing Jiang Chen hit his head against the wall again, old Jack finally couldn't help it. You child, stop tossing around, the wall has been cracked by you, is your head made of iron? Jiang Chen looked at the cracks on the wall, and the large and small holes on the ground, and suddenly felt embarrassed. But he was extremely excited in his heart, as long as he could master this boxing technique, how many times would his strength be multiplied? Suddenly, he thought of the 3,000 thunders again. Since the lightning fist is so extraordinary, the 3,000 thunders must also be extraordinary. Grandpa, I'm going out to play, Jiang Chen said, and jumped out without caring about the dust on his body. Not avoiding his embarrassment while practicing, he planned to go to the no man's land by the river to practice. At the riverside, he stared at the 3,000 lightning bolts for a long time, and it really made him realize something. Immediately, he began to try it enthusiastically. Lightning, agile and unpredictable, can extend out at any angle, and it is full of weirdness when applied to body skills. As soon as Jiang Chen tried it, he suffered a lot. He followed the feeling in his heart, and as a result, the body that accelerated forward suddenly turned -degrees to the side, and almost flashed to his waist without slowing down. This weird phenomenon not only didn't frighten Jiang Chen, but also made him excited. He finally understood the true meaning of Sanqian Lidong's changes, that is, under any circumstances, he could change his trajectory from an incredible angle. Jiang Chen was greatly surprised. The 3,000 thunders were just like the lightning fist, it was so weird that it was unscientific. So, under his bold attempt, various eye-popping scenes reappeared. He crashed into a tree and rushed into the river, but at his current speed, he could still ride several meters away on the waves. He didn't go home to cook until noon. He has experienced the strange changes of Sanqian Lidong, but he has not yet realized the speed. However, he is not in a hurry. His original speed is not slow. Take it up a notch. Tang San, wait for me to practice for a few days, it will be the day when you will cry for your father and mother. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in an evil arc. Chapter 28 Beating Tang San violently, please recommend a ticket. For more than 2 months, old Jack has been persuading Jiang Chen to join the Wuhan Hall to practice, but Jiang Chen insisted on not agreeing. So in the end, old Jack had no choice but to go to the neighboring villages to ask for a place for a work-study student. Jiang Chen still wanted to stick to his original idea and form a team with Tang San, so that he could get the chance to become a god after more than 10 years. And most importantly, he has to consider his own life. If he just went to Wuhandian, would Tang Hao let him go? Jiang Chen thought it was unlikely. If he really joined the spirit hall, even if Tang Hao didn't kill him, he would probably arrest him immediately and lock him in the small black room. Therefore, in his opinion, it is impossible to join Wuhandian, unless. Another 3 days passed, and there was only 1 day left before heading to Notting City. In the early morning of this day, Jiang Chen reckoned that Tang San's cultivation on the top of the mountain was about to end, so he walked towards the mountain. Tomorrow is going to Notting City, and before that, Jiang Chen wanted to beat Tang San uprightly, to avenge the grievance he suffered last time. A few days after crossing the catastrophe, he never went to Tang San's house again, and spent almost the whole day immersing himself in practicing that weird boxing and body skills. After 3 days, he was basically able to control that weird punch, and almost never fell on the ground again. And Sanqian Lidong's agility is indeed too difficult to learn, and the incredible turns and changes almost hurt him, but after 3 days of practice, he has achieved some results. With a slight deceleration, he can still change most angles. In his opinion, this is enough. Sanqian Lidong does not have a fixed pace. As long as he understands the trick, he can change direction as he wants. It should be more than enough to deal with Tang San's ghost shadow. He was extremely fast. Within a few minutes he climbed to the top of the mountain, just in time to see the scene of Tang San finishing his skills. What Tang San was most worried about was that his cultivation scene would be seen by others. Even his father didn't know his secret. At this time, Jiang Chen's sudden appearance immediately aroused his dissatisfaction. Ziji Demon Eyes and Shantian Kung Fu are his greatest secrets. If they are exposed, he doesn't mind killing people to silence them. But Tang San's dissatisfaction eased when he thought that Jiang Chen came up after he had finished his work, so he probably didn't find anything. Early in the morning, what are you doing here? You don't want to harm this place again, do you? Tang San asked vigilantly. He couldn't help but think otherwise. The last time Jiang Chen sneaked up the mountain early in the morning, almost causing the entire mountain top to wither, Tang San still remembered it clearly. Jiang Chen showed 2 rows of white teeth, and said straight to the point, I lost to you last time, and I want to fight you again. Oh, are you sure? Tang San glanced at Jiang Chen from head to toe, and said with a half smile, that kind of ruthless contempt made Jiang Chen's teeth itch. Hehe, this time, I'm going to hit you till you cry. Tang San frowned. He felt that Jiang Chen seemed a little different today. A powerful aura exuded from his body. It was an aura that could only be formed with absolute confidence in himself. He also smiled. Okay, then let me see how much progress you have made these days, and don't lie down and admit defeat again. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Before the words finished, Jiang Chen had already rushed out, and arrived in front of Tang San in the blink of an eye. Tang San shook his head. Ghost shadow bewilderment started. You can't touch me, no matter how fast you are. If you don't know how to work around, it's rubbish in my opinion. Boom. Before Tang San could finish his sentence, he felt a strong force coming from his buttocks, and he flew forward directly. What is it? Jiang Chen tilted his head, stood there and asked with a half smile. Tang San flew in the air, exerting force on his waist, and stabilized his figure, but after landing, he was still staggered by the huge force and took a few steps back before stopping. How could you catch up with me? He blurted out directly, with disbelief on his face. He clutched his buttocks. He was kicked there hard, and it still hurts a little bit. Nothing is impossible. Do you want another kick? Jiang Chen joked, approaching Tang San again. How could Tang San be convinced? He just thought it was just a coincidence that Jiang Chen was just now. After all, he has been a human being in his 2 lives, and they are both over 30 years old together. If he still can't beat Jiang Chen, a brat, then he has practiced all these years. Practicing in vain. Seeing Jiang Chen's swiftly approaching figure, Tang San smiled confidently, and the ghostly shadows unfolded again. The exquisite footwork dazzled people, and brought out a series of afterimages on the mountain top. However, he was horrified to find that Jiang Chen was following him like a shadow, and he seemed to be able to do anything with ease. Your footwork is so flamboyant, it's not useful. Jiang Chen sighed from behind, and immediately kicked up, hitting Tang San's ass. Tang San's heart jumped, his chrysanthemum tightened, and he flew up again, but before he landed, Jiang Chen was already waiting there. Looking at Tang San who fell towards him, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with excitement, and he punched out. Control the crane and capture the dragon. Tang San shouted, pulling Jiang Chen's fist aside. Jiang Chen was a little surprised, and dodged as soon as his footsteps moved. Tang San landed steadily, looking at Jiang Chen not far away. It was hard for him to keep calm in his heart. In terms of straight-line speed, he admits that Jiang Chen is faster than him, but he is haunted by ghosts. This is a body technique that has been continuously improved by the Tang sect for hundreds of years. It can even dodge hidden weapons all over the sky, but now it can't escape the pursuit of a 6-year-old child. In the process of chasing just now, he observed carefully, Jiang Chen didn't have any movement skills to speak of, they were all simple and rough turns. No matter how delicate his steps were, Jiang Chen could always turn roughly, with the shortest possible time. Chase him from a distance. In Tang San's view, this is simply unbelievable. How could human beings make such exaggerated angle changes under high-speed movement? Can't wrestle, won't the waist be twisted? However, Jiang Chen did it. He didn't know that Jiang Chen had already endured all kinds of hardships in order to cultivate this movement method, and now it is only somewhat effective. How did you do it? Tang San finally couldn't help asking. This is a movement method I created myself. Jiang Chen laughed, not blushing at all. Seeing Tang San holding back, he was actually a little secretly happy. With Jiang Chen's smile, Tang San became angry. Then let me see if you can hide from me. After speaking, he took the initiative to rush towards Jiang Chen. After a while, Tang San stopped in despair. Jiang Chen was really too weird. He changed directions at will, making Tang San eat all the dust behind him, but he didn't even touch Jiang Chen's clothes. Now, let's have a fist fight, you can't escape. Jiang Chen chuckled. 10 minutes later, Tang San was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face, with empty eyes and a suspicious expression on his face. He, the most talented disciple of the Tang sect in 100 years, lost to a 6-year-old child. And most importantly, how could he go home with his current appearance? Chapter 29 to Nodding City. Although Jiang Chen didn't blame Tang San any more before, but the resentment of being beaten by Tang San was still there. At this moment, after defeating Tang San once, he finally let out his breath, and his whole body felt a burst of relief. I'm going back first, you should go home quickly, your father is still waiting for you to call him to have breakfast. Jiang Chen hummed a song and went down the mountain, leaving only Tang San in a mess. Half an hour later, Tang San returned home. His face was still blue and purple, and even his eye sockets were black. Jiang Chen's attack was really too ruthless. Hiss. Tang San touched the corner of his swollen mouth, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Under that kind of melee combat, he had no chance to cast a hidden weapon at all, and he who had lost his speed advantage was still Jiang Chen's opponent, and he was knocked dizzy by that strange force within a few hits. After the battle, he used Kung Fu to heal his injuries for a while, but the effect was not great, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go home. Father, get up and eat breakfast, hiss. Tang San shouted, and inadvertently pulled the corner of his mouth again. Tang Hao came out of the back room with a yawn, and saw Tang San with a bruised nose and a swollen face at a glance. Huh? What's wrong with you? Tang Hao asked, frowning. No, it's nothing, just accidentally fell. Tang San's eyes dodged a little. After all, in his opinion, losing to Jiang Chen is a very embarrassing thing. How can he say it? Tang Hao took a sip of porridge, shook his head. How could Tang San's clumsy lie deceive the mature man? The wound on the face looked like it was punched out. Did you fight with someone else? Tang San was silent. Jiang Chen. Tang San still bowed his head speechless. Tang Hao drank the porridge in a few sips, put down the bowl. It's not a shame to lose in a fight, just win it back later. He looked a little nostalgic. He was the child king of the Clear Sky School when he was a child. There was not a single child in his generation who hadn't been beaten by him. He didn't expect his son to be beaten up by a peer, but Tang Hao felt relieved when he thought that it was that kid Jiang Chen. That kid was indeed a bit perverted. Not to mention the incredible strength, and having the first spirit ring, it's no wonder that Tang San can win now. Tang San was a little surprised when he heard Tang Hao's words. He thought Tang Hao would scold him. Understood, Dad. Tang San nodded, remembering Tang Hao's words. He must find this place back. We must use the hidden weapon next time, and don't give him a chance to get close. He thought to himself. You don't need to forge today. Pack your clothes, take a rest, and go to school tomorrow. Tang Hao walked into the bedroom, planning to catch up on sleep. Seeing Tang Hao's leaving back, Tang San was inexplicably sad. The next day, in the morning, Jiang Chen got up early and made breakfast, and after eating, he and old Jack came to Tang San's house. Because he was going into the city today, old Jack specially wore a new suit, and he looked much more energetic. At old Jack's request, Jiang Chen also changed into newer clothes. Little San, let's go, your slacker father won't get up to see you off. Old Jack went in and said hello. Tang San made a hissing gesture, picked up a piece of charcoal and wrote some words on the ground, then grabbed the burden and reluctantly walked out. Seeing that Tang San's face was still a little bruised, old Jack couldn't help asking, what's the matter with you kid? Tang San glanced at Jiang Chen, then shook his head secretly, it's nothing, I accidentally fell. You child, why are you so careless? Let's go, we should set off. Inside the house, Tang Hao rushed out, looking at the 3 leaving figures outside the window, feeling a little bit reluctant. A sentence was written on the ground, Dad, I'm leaving, you have to take care of your health and drink less, the porridge is in the pot, don't forget to drink it. This kid. Tang Hao shook his head and smiled, his eyes were a little moist. An old man and 2 children were walking on the road leading to Nodding City. The morning sun was very warm, and the sadness of parting in Tang San's heart gradually faded away. Like Jiang Chen, he was full of expectations for the life of the academy. Tang San was very curious about Soul Masters and the academy, and kept asking old Jack all the way. Jiang Chen watched Douluo not long ago, and he already understood what old Jack said. Xiao San, Xiao Chen, we are all country people. We must study hard when we arrive at the academy, and we must not let others look down upon us, you know, old Jack said earnestly. Understood, Grandpa. The two replied at the same time. Especially you, Xiao Chen, your talent is better than Xiaoxue. You must take good care of Xiaoxue in the academy, and don't let him be bullied by others. Do you know? Jiang Chen was a little speechless. With Tang San's abilities, he was the only one to bully others, who could bully him. Okay, Grandpa, no one dares to bully Xiaoxue. Old Jack nodded in satisfaction. Looking up, he could already see the thick walls of Nodding City. We're here. Old Jack said with a smile. Both Jiang Chen and Tang San looked at the city in front of them in amazement. It was the first time for them to come to Nodding City. Maxiunyo, you didn't expect that I'm not dead yet. I, Jiang Chen, came to claim my life. A murderous intent appeared in Jiang Chen's heart. After the three of them passed the inspection of the city gate guards, they entered the city smoothly. Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is in the west of Nodding City. After making inquiries on the road several times, old Jack finally brought his two children to the gate of the academy. Although it was only a junior college in a small city, Nodding College was built in a grand manner, which could be seen from the gate. The entire gate has a width of 20 meters and a height of 10 meters. It is made of hard granite, and the entire 20-meter wide iron gate is made of refined iron. Through the iron gate, you can see the tall trees and the faint majestic buildings inside. Right above the gate, there are 4 big characters Nodding College. Jiang Chen was a little surprised, because he found that Jing Wuming's aura was actually in Nodding College. Could it be that the killer organization is hidden in this Nodding College? He thought to himself, but from Jing Wuming's previous memory, he did not find any information about it. Jing Wuming had already reached level dash more than 2 months ago, and now he should have obtained his second soul ring and become a great soul master. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a smile. Maybe life at Nodding College will be very interesting. But he knew that Jing Wuming was inside, but Jing Wuming couldn't feel that he had come. As soon as old Jack led Jiang Chen to the gate, they were stopped by the gatekeeper. What are you doing? This is Nodding College, not where you country people should come. The young man's eyes were full of disdain, but also excited. This kind of country bumpkin is the best to bully, maybe he can make a fortune this time. Old Jack hurriedly negotiated with the young man in a low voice, but the young man's tone became more and more arrogant. Looking at this familiar plot, Jiang Chen frowned a little. He didn't think much of it when he was reading a book before. After all, he was looking at other people at that time, but now he saw the ugly face of the young man with his own eyes, and suddenly became angry. Also, the so-called master should be here soon. Jiang Chen looked back. Chapter 30. Are you sure your theory is invincible? Jiang Chen looked back a few times, but he didn't see any figure that looked like a master. At this moment, the young concierge's words became more and more difficult to hear. Blue-silver grass is full of soul power innately? Hey, you're laughing so hard. Zombie martial soul? Is it a stiff corpse? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The young man laughed wantonly, and threw Tang San and Jiang Chen's martial soul certificates to the ground. Returning to Holy Soul Village, I think it's better to call it Beggar Village, which matches your poor appearance very well. The young man sneered. He had hinted many times just now, but unfortunately old Jack just didn't understand. He didn't doubt the 2 proofs, he just wanted to make some money. When he heard the young man insulting Holy Soul Village, old Jack became angry immediately. What did you say? His stooped back suddenly straightened, and he glared at the young man angrily. Holy Soul Village was his pride, and it was his honor to be born in Holy Soul Village. He couldn't see others insulting Holy Soul Village. Why, do you still want to fight with me? Come on, hit me, I'll make you brave for a water tank. Do you dare to do it? The young man kept sneering, and he was already aroused by the stubborn old Jack. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and was about to push it towards old Jack's chest. Old Jack was in his dying years, and he would have fallen to the ground after being pushed like this. Tang San and Jiang Chen were furious at the same time, and they shot at the same time, but it was Jiang Chen who was a little faster and grabbed the young man's palm first. Seeing this, Tang San retreated back. He knew that this young man was going to suffer a lot. Due to the height problem, Jiang Chen directly dragged the young man's hand down. The young man was pulled so violently that his arm was almost dislocated, and the pain was unbearable. Little devil, you are looking for death. The young man was furious. Enough. A thick middle-aged male voice came from behind, with a little majesty. The young man's angry face disappeared immediately, and immediately put on a smiling face. Big, the young man exclaimed, flew backwards, and hit the iron gate. Jiang Chen turned his head, and suddenly saw a middle-aged man in his 50s or dashes walking over. He had a very ordinary appearance, and he had a decadent temperament. This should be the master, Jiang Chen secretly said. The middle-aged man directly took the certificate from old Jack, took a closer look at Jiang Chen and Tang San, and said, Old man, leave these 2 children to me, and I will take them in to sign up. I'll trouble you then. Old Jack said in surprise. You 2 must be obedient in the college, you know? I'll pick you up after the semester is over. Xiao Chen, you must take good care of Xiaoxue. Do you understand? Know it. Only then did old Jack leave satisfied. The middle-aged man glanced at the concierge lightly. This is the last time. If He was suddenly speechless, because he saw a large area of grey and black spreading up from the neck of the young man, and it didn't take long for the grey and black to cover the young man's face. The young man sat there stiffly, he could not move, he could not even make a sound, only the eyeballs that could still roll showed endless fear. What's going on? The middle-aged man frowned, and suddenly turned his head to look at Jiang Chen. Little friend, you. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen walked up, held the young man's hand, and sucked out the tiny bit of corpse poison. In a fit of anger just now, he injected a trace of corpse poison. Although it was not fatal, it would definitely make the young man lie down for several months. Even if he had pulled out the corpse poison now, the young man's bodily functions had already been damaged a lot, and he wouldn't be able to recover within a month. The blackness on the young man's face faded away, but his face was already as pale as paper. Looking at Jiang Chen standing in front of him, he shrank back in fear. The middle-aged man was pulling Tang San at this time, looking at Jiang Chen with surprise, as if he was looking at something new. Let's go in. He smiled at Jiang Chen, and pulled Tang San into it. Jiang Chen followed behind. He was basically sure now that this was the master Yu Xiaogang. He can't say he likes this character, and his current practice has far exceeded Yu Xiaogang's theory. With the system, do he still want to lick the master? The answer is no, since the master can't help him, he doesn't need to worship the other party as his teacher. Especially the other party's emotional cowardice made Jiang Chen quite displeased. You two can call me Grandmaster, that's what they all call me. The Grandmaster smiled, and then he revealed the secret of Tang San's twin spirits. Tang San's face was startled, Xiaojian was ready to go, no one knew the secret of his martial spirit except himself and his father. Seeing Tang San's nervous appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sweat for the master. If the sleeve arrow accidentally went off, it would be ridiculous. The master then used his research on the 10 core competencies of Wuhan and his rich theoretical knowledge to prove the fact that Tang San had twin Wuhan from various directions. Tang San's face was serious, he stepped back suddenly, knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times to the master. Teacher, please accept me as an apprentice. He called out respectfully. The master quickly pulled him up. Silly boy, why do you have to kowtow to your teacher? I'm not your parent. Teacher for one day, father for life. Tang San solemnly said. The master was moved, and laughed loudly. Okay, very good, my vision is indeed correct. Then, his gaze turned to Jiang Chen. Actually, compared to Tang San, he was more interested in Jiang Chen. Innately full of soul power, and it was a zombie martial soul he had never seen before, and the scene of using poison just now, everything aroused his strong interest. He was originally a research madman, with all kinds of theoretical knowledge in his hands. How could he let go of novel things? You are Jiang Chen, right? How about you? Will you worship me as your teacher? The master asked expectantly. He just threw out a lot of awesome theories, and he also saw Tang San's twin martial souls at a glance. A child with little experience will definitely be moved by his profound knowledge. No, there is already a successful apprenticeship. The other one should have been tempted to. Jiang Chen shook his head. The master's theory is indeed rich, but it is only suitable for most people, and Jiang Chen is not completely a normal person, and he also has a system that the master will never understand, and there is a need for apprenticeship. What? Sorry master, I don't have any plans to become a teacher just yet. Jiang Chen politely refused. The master was stunned for a moment, looked at Jiang Chen with puzzled eyes, and thought to himself, could it be that this kid's head is not that smart? Doesn't he see my profound knowledge like the other one? Jiang Chen, the teacher is very knowledgeable, he will definitely give us the best guidance. Tang San persuaded. He knew that Jiang Chen's talent was also good, and he didn't want Jiang Chen to make detours in the future. Jiang Chen still shook his head. It really doesn't matter, it's enough for me to cultivate myself. The master frowned. Little friend, every student will choose a teacher to be his teacher, and my knowledge ranks second in this academy, and no one dares to be the first. I will not accept apprentices easily, but seeing your talent is good, I don't want you to be delayed. If you regret it later, it will be too late. He looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. The words had already been said so clearly. No matter how stupid this kid is, he should know how to choose. Jiang Chen still shook his head, but there was a smile on his face. Master, are you sure your theory is absolutely correct? Chapter 31 Young people, you must know how to control yourself. The master was stunned again, not understanding what Jiang Chen wanted to say, but he still nodded and said. They all said that my theory is invincible. Although I dare not boast so much, I still believe that there is no teacher in this college who can compare with me. The master's words exuded strong confidence, even Tang San beside him was infected. Then what if your theory doesn't apply to me? Jiang Chen asked back. The master shook his head again and again. Impossible, the scope of my research is very wide, and I have studied cases for nearly 100 years. The data are very authoritative, and my 10-core competitiveness of Wuhan can't be wrong. Well, let me ask you, how many years is the limit for a soul master to absorb the first soul ring? Jiang Chen asked. The master was a little surprised that Jiang Chen would ask such a professional question, and his impression of Jiang Chen changed in his heart. He said without hesitation, according to the cases I have studied for nearly 100 years, there is a limit for the soul rings that a soul master can absorb at each level, and the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. Then I'll make a bet with you. If I prove your theory is wrong, I won't ask you to be my teacher. Okay. The master readily agreed, and became interested. He wanted to see how Jiang Chen proved his theory wrong. This disciple, he has accepted it. Jiang Chen took 2 steps back. You look after it. As soon as the words fell, a purple soul ring rose from under his feet, moving gently on his body. How is this possible? The master cried out, with a look of shock on his face. Tang San looked at the purple spirit ring outside Jiang Chen's body and felt very surprised. It turns out that the spirit ring is like this. He still doesn't quite understand the meaning of the purple soul ring, otherwise his reaction will definitely not be any better than the master's. Jiang Chen took back the soul ring, looked at the master who was still in shock, and said lightly, so I don't need to worship you as my teacher, and not only this soul ring, but every soul ring in the future I have the confidence to surpass you the so-called limit. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, even Tang San looked at Grandmaster with a different meaning. The master suddenly rushed up frantically, grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulders with both hands and shook them. Tell me how you did it. Jiang Chen frowned, looking at Grandmaster's excited expression. It seemed that things had gotten worse. Ahem. I lost my temper. The master reacted, and quickly let go of Jiang Chen's shoulders. I'll take you to the Academic Affairs office to report first. Thinking of Jiang Chen's bet with him just now, the master knew that it would be very difficult to accept this child as a disciple, but he must know how Jiang Chen made the first soul ring 1,000 years old. It was 2 or 3 times more than the 3 years of 420 he worked so hard to study. He really doubted whether Jiang Chen was human. Looking at the departing master, Tang San showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Jiang Chen gave him a hand. Let's go. What are you still doing? You don't regret being a teacher, do you? The footsteps of the master in front obviously paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward. Tang San hesitated for a moment, then suddenly became firm again. Teacher for 1 day, father for life. The master walking in front had a gratified smile on his face. Jiang Chen was really speechless. Tang San was really old-fashioned, but the master was the most important role in Tang San's growth, so Jiang Chen still hoped that Tang San would worship under the master. Actually, I don't think master's theory is wrong, it's just that I'm too perverted. I should be the only one in this world who can do what I do, Jiang Chen said cheekily. Tang San looked at Jiang Chen next to him, and thought in his heart that it really seemed to be the case. Jiang Chen had never been normal since he was a child, he was indeed a pervert. Thinking of this, Tang San felt a little more at ease. By the way, what happened to your spirit ring? Didn't you say that you can get a spirit ring only by killing a spirit beast? When did you go to kill a spirit beast? Tang San issued a series of questions. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Don't say it, don't say it. The master brought Jiang Chen and the two to the Academic Affairs office and left. After accidentally learning that Tang San's teacher was a master, several teachers in the Academic Affairs office couldn't help but sneer. Jiang Chen had nothing to do with himself. He hung up high, and after going through the formalities with Tang San, he headed towards the dormitory building. Walking halfway, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped. Little San, you go to the dormitory first, I still have something to do. What's the matter? Tang San wondered. It was the first time for him and Jiang Chen to come here, so what could be wrong with Jiang Chen? Don't worry about it, I will come later. Tang San nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and walked towards the dormitory. Jiang Chen showed a smile, followed the feeling in his heart, and walked into a small forest. He sensed that Jing Yuming was here. As soon as he entered, Jiang Chen heard bursts of sharp voices, as if the air had been pierced. Not far in front of him, Jing Yuming was desperately repeating the movement of stabbing the sword, like a never-tiring machine. Sweat had already wet his clothes, each of his swords was so steady, and the height and angle of each sword were almost exactly the same. Jiang Chen intentionally made footsteps. Jing Yuming turned his head fiercely, his cold and sharp eyes shot towards Jiang Chen like 2 sharp swords. When he found out that it was Jiang Chen, he immediately relaxed, and said in surprise, Master, why did you come to Notting College? I came here to study. Jiang Chen said, by the way, why are you here? In front of Jiang Chen, Jing Yuming became like a normal boy. Master, you asked me to communicate more with my peers last time, so I came to Notting College. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that it was caused by his own words back then. With Jing Yuming's strength, he is definitely the #1 among all the students of Notting College. After all, as long as he gets the first soul ring, he can graduate from the junior college. Jiang Chen found a place to sit down, patted his side, and signaled Jing Yuming to sit down. Tell me about the recent situation of Wuhan Palace. For the past 2 months or so, he has been busy with cultivation, and he has not cared about the affairs of the Wuhan Palace anymore. He does not know what the current situation of the Wuhan Palace in Notting City is like. With respect for Jiang Chen, Jing Yuming did not dare to sit down. Sit. Jiang Chen ordered directly. Jing Yuming just sat down. Master, the master of the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Notting City has been vacant for several months, and it is finally going to be finalized recently. Oh, is it Matthew Nyo? Jing Yuming nodded. Yes, in fact, this matter should have been settled a long time ago, but the Zidian at the upper level has been procrastinating because of something, and only recently has the time to take care of this matter. 3 days later, the envoys of the Wuhan Temple will arrive in Notting City to hold the election ceremony for the head of the branch hall of Notting City. Machino was originally the oldest one in the Notting City branch hall. The other deacons have basically learned from him, so this time the election must be him. Poor girl Sissy, she is so naive. I thought that Matthew Nyo was bewitched by her, but I didn't know that I was just someone else's plaything. Jiang Chen sighed. Ah, the most pitiful one is actually Brother Tao. By the way, you have been going to Matthew Nyo's office recently, right? Jing Wuming nodded. In order to help the young master monitor Matthew Nyo's every move, I go there every day. Jiang Chen suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Matthew Nyo and SIC's performance, is it good? Jing Wuming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses, and immediately blushed, but still said respectfully, it's very beautiful. Jiang Chen stood up, patted Jing Wuming's shoulder, and said earnestly, young man, you must know how to control yourself. Chapter 32 Boss Xiao, here comes a newcomer. Jing Wuming's face looked immature, but his body already had the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. At this moment, Jiang Chen was only as tall as him when he stood up. Hearing Jiang Chen's earnest words, it seemed that he meant something. Jing Wuming lowered his head all of a sudden. Could it be that my little secret was discovered by the young master? He thought to himself. Looking at Jing Wuming's appearance, Jiang Chen was a little amused. It's not that some things can't be done, but they should be done in moderation. I don't know how young, cough cough, do you understand? Understood. Jing Wuming stood up. Master, have you decided how to deal with Matthew Nyo? Do you want me? Jing Wuming cut his throat. He is just a killer, the only thing he knows is to kill, and the only thing he can do for Jiang Chen is to kill. Jiang Chen gave Jing Wuming a white look. Why do you only have murder in your eyes? I already have some ideas on how to deal with him, but I still need you to help me pay attention to his every move. Maybe after he becomes the palace master, that's when he'd rather die than live. Don't worry, young master, Ma Xiaoxue will be with Miss Si almost every morning, and he will tell any secrets at that time, and I will definitely monitor closely. Jing Wuming said. Jiang Chen nodded. Master, you haven't eaten yet, I'll take you to a restaurant outside for dinner. Jiang Chen rubbed his stomach. Not yet, so I'll have to trouble you. Master, please don't say that, Wuming can't bear it. You come with me, Jing Wuming said flattered. Jiang Chen followed Jing Wuming out of the academy. Originally he wanted to call Tang San, but when he thought that Jing Wuming was his secret subordinate, it was not appropriate for Tang San to get in touch with him too much, so he had to give up this idea. After Jiang Chen finished his meal, it was already afternoon. Jing Wuming was very good. He took him to eat a famous dish in Notting City. The chef's skills were much better than his, which made him still have some aftertaste. Jiang Chen returned to Notting College alone, while Jing Wuming returned to the killer organization. Jing Wuming now spends most of his time at Notting College, and will go back to the organization every day to look at it, and occasionally do tasks. Jiang Chen carried a large bag of things in his hand, and walked towards the student dormitory. There is only one student dormitory building in Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, and it is mixed with men and women. All their work-study students live in the 7th dormitory. Kishi is the only dormitory that does not divide grades, and there are students of almost every grade. Jiang Chen carried his things, pressed the number on the door, and finally arrived at the door of Kishi. He glanced inside, but didn't see Tang San inside. Is this Kishi? He asked, and then looked at the number on the door again. That's right, Kishi was indeed written on the door, but why Tang San wasn't here? Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. The originally quiet dormitory suddenly became chaotic after Jiang Chen opened his mouth. A dozen boys all stood up and blocked the door of the room. One of the older children came out, stared at Jiang Chen and said, "Are you a new work-study student?" Jiang Chen nodded. Is this the Kishi? The boy who was talking to Jiang Chen was taller, 2 heads taller than Jiang Chen, and when he heard Jiang Chen's words, he suddenly became excited. That's right, this is Kishi. Boss Xiao, a newcomer is here, come out and greet. Hearing the other party's confession, Jiang Chen just showed a smile, but immediately heard the other party calling Xiaowu. In his astonishment, a little girl broke through the crowd and stood in front of all the boys. The little girl is about the same height as Jiang Chen, her small face is a bit round, like a pink and ripe peach, a long scorpion braid hangs down her hips, she stares at Jiang Chen with a curious expression on her face. Are you also a newcomer to our dormitory? Xiaowu asked excitedly. Jiang Chen nodded, somewhat puzzled. Did Tang San not tell these roommates the news of his coming? That's great, you all step back. Come on, rookie, beat me, you are the boss of this dormitory. Xiaowu already had an expression eager to try. Jiang Chen was a little speechless, he didn't expect that he would still be unable to avoid this test, and his opponent was still Xiaowu. He looked at the little girl in front of him. She was cute, but she was a little smaller. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen said directly, there's no need to fight, I admit defeat, and I can't be the boss either. Cut. Another coward. Disdainful hisses sounded, and the boys who were about to watch the show suddenly dispersed in a dull manner. Jiang Chen was carrying something, just about to go around Xiaowu and go in to find a bed. No, you are the first rookie I meet after becoming the boss, you have to fight me. Xiaowu dodged to block Jiang Chen, with her hands on her hips, her face was full of anger. Can't I just admit defeat? I'm pretty trash. Jiang Chen said helplessly. He still had some interest in fighting Tang San, but he couldn't arouse any interest in fighting a little girl. No? Are you still a man? You don't even dare to accept a challenge from a girl like me. Xiaowu refused to let go. Jiang Chen was not polite either, he stretched out his hand and pushed Xiaowu aside. You coward. Xiaowu stomped her feet angrily. She had just become the boss of the dormitory, and was about to show off her prestige, but she met a soft dot as she said that. She shook her head, and the long scorpion braid shot straight at Jiang Chen, wrapping around Jiang Chen's neck from behind in an instant. Come back. Xiaowu pulled hard, but Jiang Chen in front did not take a step back, but continued to walk forward. Xiaowu originally wanted to pull Jiang Chen back with all her strength, but she didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. She pulled her over all of a sudden, and almost bumped into Jiang Chen's back. But she reacted very quickly, kicked her feet, and jumped up, and her two white and tender feet directly wrapped around Jiang Chen's neck. At this moment, Jiang Chen's neck was entangled by Xiaowu's braid and feet at the same time. He smiled wryly, knowing that he couldn't hide. Forget it, then let me see how much strength your rabbit really has. He stood there without moving, but mobilized all the strength in his body, ready to resist Xiaowu's blow. Xiaowu wrapped her feet around Jiang Chen's neck, and she was not polite. She leaned against Jiang Chen's back and leaned forward, her hands resting on the ground. Her whole body was like a spring, her legs and waist were exerting force, trying to throw Jiang Chen backwards. There was already a triumphant smile on her face, that Tang San in the morning was defeated by this powerful move of hers, without the slightest resistance. She was also confident that among her peers, there was absolutely no one who could beat her like this. Survived with one move. However, soon, her face changed. Chapter 33 Little Black Sparrow, look what Matthew Nyo is doing. Her skill is to use the softness and toughness of her body to maximize her strength. The biggest flaw of this skill is that it is easy to be restrained by strength, but that is when the opponent's strength far exceeds hers. Otherwise, even if the strength is stronger than hers, he can only drink hatred under her move. But she underestimated Jiang Chen. Even though Jiang Chen didn't change his body and didn't use his martial soul, but with the strength of his physical body and the blessing of the soul power in his body, Xiaowu couldn't imagine how powerful he was. Xiaowu just wrapped her feet around Jiang Chen's neck, and propped her hands on the ground. She used all her breastfeeding strength, but she couldn't shake Jiang Chen. At this time, Jiang Chen felt like a big mountain to her. How could this little rabbit fly away like a big mountain? Xiaowu's face turned red from holding back, but Jiang Chen just stood there without moving. After a while, Xiaowu finally gave up, her legs loosened, and she rolled over. Are you human after all? Xiaowu stared at Jiang Chen with a flushed face. She was so ashamed. As the boss of the dormitory, she was actually ashamed in front of all the younger brothers. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at her with a smile. The waist is pretty good, and the butt is also very elastic, but the strength is just a little bit weaker. You, bastard. Xiaowu was so angry after being teased like this before, she wished she could tear Jiang Chen apart. But now she has used all her strongest moves, and they can't do anything to Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, she can't help feeling angry and anxious. Jiang Chen ignored Xiaowu, found a bed at the very end, and put down his things. There were a lot of beds in the dormitory, and the others basically slept in the front, but he picked a bed at the back, far away from the others. Just like in Holy Soul Village, it was impossible for him to play with these children, so he might as well sleep and be quiet. When he was just lying on the bed, Xiaowu suddenly came to him. Hey, now you are the boss of our dormitory. Seeing Xiaowu's swollen look, and she was still very unwilling, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled. Just now you didn't beat me, and I didn't beat you. We were evenly tied, and I don't like being the boss, so the boss still you? Really? Xiaowu, who was still sullen just now, suddenly had a look of surprise on her face. Really, you go back, boss. Jiang Chen waved his hand. At this moment, another person walked into the dormitory. It was Tang San, who had just returned from the master's dormitory. As soon as he came in, he saw Jiang Chen and Xiaowu inside. Jiang Chen, you're here. Tang San walked in quickly. Well, just arrived. You guys know each other. Xiaowu was surprised. Tang San nodded and said, well, we are from the same village. Immediately, Tang San took out a paper bag from his body and handed it to Jiang Chen. This is for you. What is this? Jiang Chen took it curiously, and opened the paper bag. To his surprise, there was a chicken leg inside. The teacher gave it to me. I left one for you. Tang San said. Jiang Chen was a little moved. He didn't speak. He reached out and took out a big cardboard box from behind and handed it to Tang San. What is this? Tang San took out the contents, and suddenly a rich aroma wafted out. It turned out to be a huge roast goose. I went out to eat at noon. I brought it for you, Jiang Chen said lightly. Tang San stared blankly at the roast goose, with a strange gleam in his eyes, feeling very uneasy in his heart. Jiang Chen was not polite. He grabbed the chicken leg and started to eat it. Why are you in a daze? Eat quickly. If you can't finish eating, you can eat with others, Jiang Chen urged. Tang San nodded. He definitely couldn't finish eating such a big goose, so he took it to the front. Xiaowu quietly glanced at Jiang Chen, licked her saliva, and hurriedly caught up with Tang San. After a while, in front of the dormitory, Zheng Xiang's voice kept coming. Jiang Chen, thank you for your goose. Someone kept shouting towards him. Jiang Chen just smiled and nodded. In less than 10 minutes, that goose was wiped out by a group of children, and everyone started looking at Jiang Chen with strong kindness. After a while, Tang San came over. I'm going out tomorrow. The teacher took me to get the first spirit ring. And Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and replied lightly. So, the work of the work-study students these days will trouble you and Xiaowu. I have already told Xiaowu. Tang San said embarrassedly. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Jiang Chen yawned, I'm going to sleep. Tang San looked at Jiang Chen, a little speechless. It's only afternoon, and there are still a few hours before night, so he fell asleep so soon. He didn't bother Jiang Chen anymore, and went back to his own bed to lie down. In the evening, Jiang Chen woke up on time, and the other people in the dormitory had already started to meditate and cultivate their soul power. And Tang San was eating the coarse pancakes he brought from home. Jiang Chen also had some in his package. He took out 2 pieces, walked out of the dormitory while eating. When it was getting dark, he wanted to find a place to practice. After all, his cultivation is a bit special, and he doesn't like to be seen by others. After walking around the school, he finally came to the grove, which was the quietest and most remote place in the entire academy, and few people usually came here. After searching in the woods for a while, he bent his legs slightly, jumped onto a big tree, and sat cross-legged on a thick branch. Here, you can see the moon in the sky without hindrance. In fact, he can also practice in the room, but there will be a feeling of hindrance, which makes him very uncomfortable. He likes to be unrestrained, not blocked by anything, and bathed in the warm moonlight. In the early morning, Jiang Chen went back to the dormitory and found that Tang San had already left. Today was the opening ceremony of Nodding College, and he didn't run around. After the opening ceremony, he came to the woods again and began to practice Lightning Fist and 3000 Thunder movements. He can basically control the Lightning Fist now, and there will be no frequent falls on the ground. When it is cast, it is extremely powerful, and it is not much less powerful than a punch when he was in the state of his first spirit ability. And when it is cast, there will be traces of electric arcs. These electric arcs are actually from the corpse pill in his body, which seems to have some paralyzing effect. He has become more and more proficient in using the changes of Sanqian Lidong, but he has not yet comprehended the speed, which makes him quite distressed. Although he has the 10,000-year memory of a zombie, it is not very useful. The training method of that zombie is fundamentally different from his, basically focusing on blood-sucking. Moreover, after that zombie's cultivation base is advanced, it has derived some terrifying supernatural powers. These supernatural powers are like instinct, and it is impossible for Jiang Chen to learn them. So besides soul skills, his biggest reliance now is Lightning Fist and 3000 Thunders. That kid Jing Wuming isn't in the academy, he should be monitoring that guy Ma Xiaoyunyo now. Jiang Chen looked in one direction, he felt that Jing Wuming was there, and that was the direction of the spirit hall. Suddenly, a little black sparrow flew over and landed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. This is a low-level corpse puppet. Without a soul, only instinct is left. Jiang Chen can rely on its eyes to see everything around it clearly. Go. The little black sparrow flew towards the direction of the spirit hall. Jiang Chen also wanted to see what the old man Ma Xiaoyunyo was doing. Chapter 34 Suyun Tao goes crazy. Thank you for your support. The third update. The speed of the little black sparrow was very fast, its eyes were just like Jiang Chen's, and many scenes of Nodding City flashed quickly in Jiang Chen's mind. Following the induction in his heart, he guided the little black sparrow to fly, and finally landed on a huge building. He sensed that Jing Wuming was inside. Flying around the building, the little black sparrow stopped on a window. Fuck. It's really explosive. Jiang Chen, who was in Nodding College, couldn't help but swear. His eyes almost popped out. At this time, in the hall of the Wuhan Hall, in the hall on the first floor, Suyun Tao's face was tangled. This morning he finally remembered what that smell was that he often smelled in Matthew Nyo's room. As a young man who had been single for more than 20 years, how could he not understand what it was? It's just that Matthew Nyo's office is a sacred place, so he hasn't thought about it before. Reminiscing that Ceci was in Matthew Nyo's office almost every time this smell appeared, Suyun Tao became flustered, as if a huge boulder had been pressed on his chest, which made him feel so uncomfortable that he could hardly breathe. Also, Matthew Nyo often praised Ceci for being beautiful and capable, which seemed to have other meanings. Just now, he planned to ask Ceci to have lunch together, and by the way tentatively ask Ceci to see if things are really as he guessed. But before he could find Ceci, he saw Ceci enter Matthew Nyo's office. This is exactly the reason why he was entangled. One was his respected elder. When he first entered the Wuhan temple, it was Maxia Nyo who took him, but the other is a girl he likes and has been chasing for more than 2 years. And 81-year-old Hei, it is also difficult to get involved in that aspect. Hey, let's go up and have a look. What if I think too much? Suyun Tao comforted himself and walked upstairs. But there was another voice in his heart. If that's really the case, what should I do? In fact, if that was the case, he didn't know what he would do. The closer he got to Matthew Nyo's door, the more violent his heartbeat was, almost jumping out of his throat. When he was a few meters away from Matthew Nyo's door, he heard an unusual sound. That voice seemed to be suppressed as much as possible, instantly making Suyun Tao's face pale. Sure enough, Suyun Tao felt extremely sad in his heart. If it was normal, he would definitely feel hot when he heard this voice, but at this moment, endless anger rose up in his heart. Smiling and smiling in front of him all day, often giving him little ambiguous Ceci, even secretly having fun with others. What does Suyun Tao think of him? There is also the beastly Maxia Nyo, who treats him well on the surface, but secretly has his hands on the girl he likes. How can he accept this? At this moment, Suyun Tao's blood rushed straight to his brain, and he felt that he was about to explode. His mind was already filled with anger, and he couldn't care less about the consequences, so he just flew up. The iron gate deformed under his feet and flew in, from which it can be seen how angry he was. The moment the gate disappeared, Su Yuntao saw the entangled two people. His eyeballs became bloodshot quickly, almost bursting. At this moment, Ma Xiaoxue and Si were directly frightened. Boom, as if the cork had been opened, Matthew Nyo pushed Ceci away. He, ha ha ha. Su Yuntao laughed wildly. His martial soul was out of control, and the lone wolf automatically possessed him, and the crazy and violent aura continued to emanate. Matthew Nyo's heart trembled. Although he is a few levels higher than Su Yuntao, he is a great soul master after all, and he is already old. Su Yuntao is young and strong, and he can definitely scratch him to death in a few strokes. Yuntao, things are not what you see. Matthew Nyo said quickly. He was really afraid that Su Yuntao would go crazy. Su Yuntao's blood-red wolf eyes fixedly stared at Ma Xiaoxue, and Si dodged those eyes. Then, he turned around, rushed out under Matthew Nyo's surprised gaze, and jumped directly to the first floor. The movement here has already alarmed the other people in the Wuhan Hall. Just as people wanted to come up to check, they saw Su Yuntao rushing out of the Wuhan Hall. It's none of your business, what should you do? Matthew Nyo's majestic voice came out, and immediately dispelled people's thoughts of going up to see what happened. What should I do? Ceci Chiao's face was pale, and she was extremely flustered. She was afraid that this matter would be spread, which would affect her future. In 2 days, the election of the hallmaster would be held. If the envoy from above heard bad news, you must not let that kid talk nonsense. Matthew Nyo said in a deep voice. He was also worried about the same as Si. At this juncture, if he got a bad reputation, it would very likely make him fall short. At this moment, he actually had the idea of killing Su Yuntao, but after thinking about it, he temporarily suppressed this idea. You go to him now and pretend to be pitiful in front of him. I know him, that kid likes you so much, he will definitely keep a secret for you. After you become the hallmaster, you can use the power of the hallmaster to take he kicked out of the spirit hall, and then no one will believe what he says. Matthew Nyo said. But what if he refuses to keep a secret for me? Si worried. If he's ignorant, then don't blame me for disregarding years of friendship. Matthew Nyo said coldly. I allow you to use any means, remember, any means. If he disagrees, you come back and tell me immediately. Well, I'll go find him right away. Ceci hurried out. In a dark corner of the room, a pair of eyes watched all this quietly. No one noticed. Matthew Nyo slapped the desk with his palm, causing a large splash of water, and said coldly, Su Yuntao, I hope you are smarter, don't force me to do anything to you. Under the eyes of many colleagues in the Wuhan Palace, Si hurried out of the Wuhan Palace and began to look for Su Yuntao. These people were very puzzled. They didn't understand why Su Yuntao went berserk suddenly, and now Si ran out with her. An older deacon, who looked to be in his 50s, had a meaningful smile on his face. I guess I know what's going on, he whispered. What do you know? Come and listen to me. A group of gossiping people gathered around. The middle-aged man glanced at Matthew Nyo's office and found that Matthew Nyo hadn't come out, so he whispered his guess. No way, Master Matthew Nyo is so old, can he do it? A young man in his 20s shouted. And it's still Ceci, that's my goddess. Screaming so loudly makes me want to die. You are so short and poor, no one will even look at you. The middle-aged man slapped the young man on the head. He continued, those of you who came late didn't know that Master Ma Xiaoxue had a famous name back then. What name? Master Matthew Nyo's martial spirit is a dog. What name do you think it is? He asked. Everyone shook their heads in unison, expressing their ignorance. The middle-aged man was a little satisfied, and proudly said, his nickname is Male Dog. Ah, isn't he the old dog now? No wonder he's so fierce. The young man yelled strangely. Hush. If you don't want to die, don't talk about it, you know. Su Yuntao has worked in Wuhandian for many years, but he has a lot of savings, and bought a house in the center of Notting City. Ceci has also been there several times. If Su Yuntao has not returned home now, then she will have to look for it in the whole city of Notting. Su Yuntao's home is an independent small building. As soon as Ceci arrived, she found that the gate of the courtyard below had been broken open. It really is here. She was overjoyed. Ceci went upstairs and immediately saw Su Yuntao, who was crazily drinking. Yuntao, she called out. Su Yuntao suddenly turned his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and Ceci's heart couldn't help but tremble with such extreme sadness. What did you come to see me for? Why don't you go to that old dog and continue your pleasure? Su Yuntao drank the wine on his own, looking at Sic's eyes no longer fiery, extremely indifferent. Ceci ran over directly and hugged Su Yuntao's arm. Yuntao, I actually have a reason. It was the first time that Su Yuntao became indifferent to Ceci's intimate behavior. His heart was already dead. Yuntao, I grew up in a slum. I've had enough of living in poverty. I just want to live a better life. Ceci sobbed. So you went to seduce him? Su Yuntao said coldly. He promised to let me sit on the throne of the palace master. In fact, I still like you in my heart. Every time I am with him, I cry secretly in my heart and feel sorry for you. But it is my dream to be the palace master. I had to accept his animal behavior. Yuntao, promise me not to spread this matter, okay? I really love you. If it weren't for the matter of the palace master, I would have agreed to your pursuit. You will fulfill me once, and wait for me to become the palace master. After the Lord, kick that old guy Matthew Nyo, I will let you be the chief deacon, we will live and fly together, and the Wuhan temple in Notting City is ours. Si Chu Chu said pitifully, the last sentence was not a lie, she really had this thought. Su Yuntao stopped drinking, and sat there silently, while Si lay on his shoulder, sobbing non-stop. Looking at Si who was crying like pear blossoms and rain, he sighed deeply in his heart. How could the relationship of many years be let go in one day? He still loves Sisi deeply. He pushed Sisi away, and said indifferently, go, we will have nothing to do with each other in the future, and I will not tell anything about you. Yuntao, thank you for your fulfillment. Sisi was moved and wept with joy, she never thought that Su Yuntao would really fulfill her. At this moment, she felt that something in her heart was broken, and her love for Su Yuntao surged out and became stronger and stronger. Su Yuntao's face was full of bitterness. The youth I have devoted to you for so many years. In exchange for a thank you for your fulfillment. Fulfill your chicness and adventure. Complete my blue sea and blue sky. He promises you each other with sweet words. I only have one sentence to fulfill without regret. Complete your today and tomorrow. Complete my next summer. Su Yuntao waved his hand and said desolately, you go. Before the word BA came out, Si leaned forward. Su Yuntao was speechless, his eyes were wide open, and the boiling blood was surging up, almost drowning his rationality. Maybe because of Wuhan, he hasn't dated once in his 20s, and it's the first time for a big girl to sit in a bridal sedan chair. How could he resist such a strong temptation? With his remaining rationality, he wanted to push Sisi away, but his rationality told him that he couldn't go on any longer. But before he could exert any force, Sisi made another move. Su Yuntao's pupils dilated sharply, looking at the pretty face so close, he fell completely. An hour later, Si walked out contentedly. At this time, her smile was bright and sunny, and the gloom in her heart was swept away. In the past 10 years, she has never been so happy as she is today. She finally saw her heart clearly. It turned out that she still liked Su Yuntao very much, but she was always blinded by her own ambition. Machino, you old dog, go eat shit. After the election, that's when you pay the price. At this time, on the eaves behind Sisi, there was a blackbird with dull eyes, and suddenly flew up, flapping its wings, and headed towards Notting College. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, and sighed, as expected of Brother Tao, this can all be forgiven. And poor Si, I don't know that Matthew Nyo has already settled for her. When he sighed, Jing Ruming came back, and he saw Jiang Chen as soon as he entered the grove. Master, big news, Su Yuntao has gone crazy. Jiang Chen waved his hand, I already know. At this moment, a blackbird flew over and landed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen gently stroked it a few times. It's my eyes, you don't need to go to the Wuhan temple anymore, just spend more time practicing. Master, don't you need me anymore? I can continue to help you, Jing Ruming said anxiously. Jiang Chen smiled gently, no, in my opinion, your cultivation is much more important than monitoring Ma Xiaoyunyo. I already know where the Wuhan palace is, so I will monitor it myself in the future. If you cultivate well, you will definitely need it in the future. You help. Okay. Jing Ruming didn't dare to resist Jiang Chen's order, so he could only agree. Then he said again, young master, can you give Miss Sisi a way out? I think she was cheated, it's quite pitiful. Jiang Chen looked at Jing Ruming very unexpectedly, aren't you a murderer without blinking an eye? How could you pity a woman? I just feel a little pitiful for her. Jing Ruming lowered his head with a blushing face. That's right, after all, she gave you enlightenment lessons for more than 2 months. Jiang Chen smiled, making Jing Ruming's face even redder. Don't worry, she is just a greedy and stupid woman, I promise you not to kill her. Thank you, young master. Jing Ruming said gratefully. Well, let's practice, I'm going to eat. Jiang Chen said, and walked out. After Jing Ruming respectfully sent Jiang Chen out, he started to practice. Hey, people are like iron and rice is like steel. If I don't eat a meal, I'll be so hungry. Jiang Chen sighed. He suddenly envied Jing Ruming a little bit. He didn't need to eat, and he could last for several days with a single drink of blood, and it could also increase his power. But he immediately shook his head again. In fact, he can also suck blood, and it is very tempting to suck blood, but the thoughts of his previous life made him feel that this is an unreasonable thing. Although the taste of blood is also delicious, delicious food is also good. Given the choice, he would rather choose a normal life. After eating, he continued to practice in the woods. Jing Ruming was amazed by his strange boxing and body skills, but he didn't dare to ask. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Chapter 36 Election begins. In Marshal Seoul Hall, in Matthew Nyo's office, Matthew Nyo was correcting the documents distractedly. Suddenly, he threw the pen away and stood up irritably. The afternoon before yesterday, Sisi came back to report that she had persuaded Su Yuntao, but since then, Sisi never entered his office again. He hasn't been close to Si for 2 days, and he always feels empty in his heart. He walked out of the office and yelled at Sisi who was handling business in the lobby on the first floor, Sisi, come up. Matthew Nyo was expressionless, neither happy nor sad, making it hard to see what he was thinking, and he walked in after speaking. Su Yuntao on the side had blue veins on his forehead, and his anger surged up again. Ceci quickly gave Su Yuntao a reassuring look, and said softly to Su Yuntao, I'll come down after I have a look. Since that day, she has quietly lived in Su Yuntao's house, and no one has noticed. After Ceci came in, Matthew Nyo stood up quickly, wanting to make a move. Ceci quickly pushed him away, and complained, he's here. Which one? Matthew Nyo froze for a moment, then reacted, frowned and said, the date is wrong. Ceci gave him a blank look, I'm a little tired from work recently, so I moved a few days earlier. Matthew Nyo had no choice but to give up, and sat down dejectedly. Honey, tomorrow is the election, have you made arrangements? Ceci asked. Matthew Nyo nodded, don't worry, tomorrow I will definitely recommend you as the new hall master, and no one will object. I love you. Si winked. By the way, the envoy arrived in Nodding City in the afternoon. You and that boy Su Yuntao go to meet him and arrange to go to the Nodding Hotel. Matthew Nyo said. Ceci is the flower of the Wuhan Temple, and Su Yuntao is the most handsome young man, so Ma Xiaoyunyo had no choice but to let these two go to greet her. Okay, don't worry, then I'm going out to do errands. Well, let's go. Matthew Nyo waved his hand. After Ceci left, his eyes revealed the light of excitement. Tomorrow, he will become the master of the Nodding City branch hall. This is his lifelong dream. After so many years, the dream is finally coming true. And he will also recommend Ceci to be the new chief deacon. After all, Ceci has been with him for several months, and he will still get along with her in the future. As for Su Yuntao, staying in the Wuhan Hall will only be an eyesore, and he will exercise the power of the hall master to make Su Yuntao retire early. Outside the window of the office, a black bird was staying, and its dull eyeballs rolled. The good show is finally about to begin. Jiang Chen raised his head and stretched himself. Jiang Chen, are you bullying me? Quickly sweep, I'm almost done sweeping such a big garden. Xiaowu yelled dissatisfiedly with her hands on her hips. Sweep right away, you go and rest, leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen quickly waved Xiaowu to leave. Tang San has been away for a few days, and he hasn't come back yet. Originally the job was done by 3 people, so he and Xiaowu can only do it. Only then did Xiaowu smile, then you scan slowly, I'll go back to rest first. Jiang Chen waved his hand again, go. After a while, he was stunned. Where did Xiaowu sweep more than half of it? He just swept a small area, and he was fooled by a single sentence. After sweeping the ground, he went to the grove to practice, and after a while, Jing Yuming appeared. Master, I have already prepared what you want. Could this be for Matthew Nyo? Jing Yuming asked. Jiang Chen waved his hand, you will understand when the time comes, he will definitely live a life worse than death, hee. Hearing Jiang Chen's laughter, Jing Yuming suddenly felt a little creepy, and suddenly felt that Matthew Nyo was a little pitiful. Time passed quickly. In the early morning, the entire Wuhan Hall began to be lively, because today is the day when the superior envoy is here. The floor, doors, windows, walls, etc. of the Wuhan Hall were all polished shiny, and Matthew Nyo and a group of deacons were already waiting at the gate. The superior envoy stayed at the Nodding Hotel, and Su Yuntao and Sisi had already gone to pick him up. I heard that the messenger who came this time is a beautiful woman. Someone whispered. Really? How do you know? Everyone's eyes lit up. Didn't Su Yuntao and Sisi go to pick up someone yesterday? They were still talking about the messenger after they came back. I overheard it. Oh, is it more beautiful than Ceci? The short young man asked. Much prettier than Sisi, that figure, that face, tisk. TCH, make it sound like you've seen it before. While they were discussing, a carriage slowly came to the gate of Wuhan Hall. Su Yuntao and Ceci walked in front. After the carriage stopped, Su Yuntao quickly opened the curtain. Master Messenger, we have arrived. In the anticipation of everyone, a plump and shiny jade leg stretched out, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Matthew Nyo couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, a woman who appeared to be in her 30s came out. She was wearing a knee-length skirt, with white jade feet, and the uniform of the Wuhan Temple on her upper body. Her waist was tightly bound, and her curves were so exaggerated that the eyes of many male deacons in the Wuhan Temple were about to pop out. This figure is more than a notch hotter than the already mature Sisi, and her face is not comparable at all. Exquisite facial features, round face, long blonde hair neatly coiled on her head, and a pair of red-rimmed glasses. A mature, noble, intellectual look. The breath came out invisibly, making everyone hold their breath. It's so beautiful. Everyone was amazed. Matthew Nyo was almost drooling. Master Matthew Nyo, the messenger has arrived. Ceci reminded. Oh, yes, hello, Master Messenger, I am Matthew Nyo, the chief deacon of the branch of the Wuhan Temple in Nodding City. Matthew Nyo immediately said with a flattering smile. The woman nodded slightly, not surprised by the reaction of the crowd. It seemed to be commonplace. I am the chief deacon of Zidian, and my surname is Zhou. You can call me Deacon Zhou. Deacon Zhou, we have been waiting for a long time. Please come in. Matthew Nyo hurriedly led the way. The woman acted vigorously and asked Matthew Nyo to take her to the meeting hall. On the long oval table, everyone sat down. The woman glanced at the audience, and the invisible aura of superiority emanated out, shaking everyone's spirits, and they no longer dared to look at them indiscriminately. I'm busy with business. I will leave after dealing with your affairs in the morning. Let's start now. The election process is very simple, that is, each person casts a vote. The woman raised her head and helped the mirror frame. Now, start voting. Matthew Nyo and Ceci suddenly smiled, and this moment finally arrived. Chapter 37 Planning begins. I support Master Matthew Nyo. I support Master Matthew Nyo. I cast Ceci. I support Deacon Wang. Su Yuntao soon arrived, and he said without any hesitation, I support Ceci. In the end, only Ma Xiaonyo and Sisi remained. Ceci had already smiled, I vote for myself. There are 15 people in total. Now Ma Xiaonyo has 7 votes, she has 4 votes, and the last Deacon Wang only has 3 votes. Matthew Nyo promised her that after he was elected, he would automatically let her go and recommend her to be the palace master for this term. In fact, she didn't know that almost all the deacons had been instructed by Matthew Nyo, and even Deacon Wang's participation in the election was arranged by Matthew Nyo in order not to look so fake. At this time, Matthew Nyo stood up and said with a smile, thanks to everyone's trust and support for me for so many years, then I will be thick-skinned, let myself shine for a few more years, and make more contributions to the Hall of Nodding. I cast myself. Eager applause rang out, and at this moment, Ceci was dumbfounded. Shouldn't Matthew Nyo recommend her? How would you recommend yourself? Su Yuntao's face flashed with anger, and he stood up immediately. I don't agree. Oh, do you have any comments? Deacon Zhou asked with a beautiful voice. She still had a good impression of the young man who picked her up, and immediately wanted to hear his opinion. Su Yuntao opened his mouth, unable to speak. That's right, do you want him to reveal the embarrassing things about Ceci and Matthew Nyo? In that case, Ceci might not have the face to stay in Wuhandian anymore. Ceci's face was pale, and she stretched out her hand to pull Su Yuntao, her eyes begging. It's nothing. Su Yuntao sat down with a gloomy expression. Deacon Zhou nodded. She could guess that there must be something hidden in it, but she didn't have the time to take care of these trivial matters. She looked at Matthew Nyo and said, Master Matthew Nyo, now you have the highest number of votes, but you are not young anymore. Are you sure you still want to be the hall master? Matthew Nyo immediately raised his head and chest, and said passionately, Deacon Zhou, my body is still very strong, and I will definitely have no problem serving the spirit hall for more than 10 years. Deacon Zhou nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She came here just to witness the election. Immediately, she personally issued the hall master's token to Matthew Nyo, announcing that Matthew Nyo became the new hall master. Deacon Zhou was in a hurry, so he bid farewell and left. After seeing off Deacon Zhou, Matthew Nyo was proud of himself, and his old face seemed to be more than 10 years younger. He didn't go back to the meeting hall either, and he said directly in front of everyone, thank you for your support. I am honored to be the hall master. From now on, everyone can call me the hall master, and you don't need to look outside. In addition, the head deacon is vacant. I plan to let Ceci take over. Do you have any opinions? Everyone looked surprised. Matthew Nyo hadn't told them about this before, and the Deacon Wang's face had already darkened. Matthew Nyo had promised him before that he would be the head deacon, but now he gave it to Sisi, the yellow-haired girl. But he didn't dare to get angry. Ma Xiaonyo is now the master of the hall. If he dares to have an opinion, he will definitely be overwhelmed. No comment. No comment. Everyone agreed, but Sisi's expression was not very good, and she kept silent. Maxiaonyo, you bastard, you old dog, why are you so thick-skinned? Su Yuntao couldn't bear it anymore, and cursed angrily on the spot. Matthew Nyo's smiling face sank. He wanted to take a while to deal with Su Yuntao, but Su Yuntao was the first to attack. Su Yuntao insulted the palace master in public. How should we deal with it? Maxiaonyo shouted loudly. Immediately, someone flattered and replied, he should be stripped of his status as a deacon, blasted out of the Wuhan palace, and he will never be able to take a step forward. Matthew Nyo sneered, nodded and said, very well, let's execute it. Su Yuntao roared and transformed, wanting to attack Ma Xiaonyo and seek justice for Sisi. Yuntao, don't. Ceci screamed. Matthew Nyo panicked, backed away quickly, waved his hands left and right and shouted, get him out of here. Not long after, Su Yuntao was thrown out with a bruised nose and swollen face, and Ceci ran out quickly. Yuntao, are you alright? Matthew Nyo came out, frowned and said, Ceci, you are the head deacon now, why are you with this person who insulted me? Maxiaonyo, I don't care about this big deacon. Yuntao, let's go. Ceci turned around and roared angrily, helping Su Yuntao to leave. At this time, the gate of the Wuhan Hall was quickly filled with spectators. Matthew Nyo watched Ceci and the two leave with a gloomy face, and his heart was burning with anger. Unexpectedly, Sisi, who has always been greedy for power, would choose Su Yuntao. The only young and beautiful female soul master left, Ma Xiaonyo was very unwilling, and even had a murderous intent in her heart. In Yuding Junior Soul Master Academy, Jiang Chen showed a smile. Jing Wuming at the side saw him like this, and asked, young master, has that old Ma Xiaonyo become the palace master? Jiang Chen nodded. Things are almost as expected. Ma Xiaonyo became the hall master, and what surprised me is that Sisi gave up the position of chief deacon for Su Yuntao. Immediately, he told Jing Wuming about the situation. Jing Wuming never knew what was right and what was wrong in his mind. He had a good impression of Ceci, and immediately said angrily, damn that old guy. Jiang Chen said, don't worry, it's not so easy for him to want to die. Remember what I asked you to prepare before? You find a chance to lure Ceci out alone. Jing Wuming's eyes became brighter and brighter. After hearing Jiang Chen's plan, he clapped his hands and applauded. Master, your move is really too high, and now that Ma Xiaoxue will definitely die. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's ears moved, and he said with a smile, it seems that someone is fighting, let's go and have a look. The voice came from the back door of the college, not far from here. After going out the back door, there is a small hill and a forest. Just as Jiang Chen and Jing Yuming left the back door, they heard a roar, if you have the guts, just wait, I'll call my boss over. Immediately afterwards, Xiaowu's disdainful voice sounded, just call, we work students are still afraid that you won't succeed. Hiss. Isn't Boss Xiao the most powerful in our academy? Why is he still the boss? Is there anyone more powerful than him? Someone shouted in shock. Immediately afterwards, a disdainful voice sounded, you work-study students are destined to die, our boss will make a move, and 100 of you are not enough to see. Suddenly, Wang Sheng, a work-study student, seemed to think of something. He took a deep breath, and said anxiously, Tang San, Miss Xiao, let's go, or we'll die if we're late. Why are you so timid? Xiao San and I are not afraid, what are you afraid of? Xiao Wu said dissatisfied. Wang Sheng became more and more anxious, Miss Xiao Wu, what they said is right, when that person comes, all of us won't be able to leave. Chapter 38 I want to go to Jiang Chen's grave to confess, ask for collection, please recommend tickets. What kind of strength is that man? Tang San and I are both 11th level soul masters, should we still be afraid of him? Xiao Wu said dissatisfied. I heard that that person is already in the realm of a great soul master. Wang Sheng's face turned pale. If he waited for that person to come over, they would probably all be beaten up. Really? Xiao Wu's expression changed, and she said hastily, Tang San, let's go quickly, we will definitely not be able to defeat the great soul master. Haha, are you scared now? It's too late, just be my pet rabbit obediently. A loud laugh came, Xiaoxue, the boss who had just run out, came back, and behind him were two people, one was Jing Yuming who was about the same height as him, and the other was Jiang Chen. Boss Jing, it's this group of short-sighted work students who dare to offend us, please show them some color. Boss Xiao kept nodding and bowing in front of Jing Yuming. Just now all his subordinates were defeated by Tang San, and even he himself was beaten up. If it was before, he would have given in, but now he has a backer. The work-study students are shitting. Especially the lowly rabbit, thinking about being able to hold it in his arms and play with it in the future, his heart began to get excited. Xiao Wu's face was very ugly, she found that she couldn't see through Jing Yuming's strength at all, she could only feel that it was unfathomable, so the other party might really be a great soul master. Although she was very puzzled how Jiang Chen would be with that person, but right now, avoiding fighting is undoubtedly the best choice. Seeing that Jing Yuming didn't make a move, but seemed to be asking for the opinion of the child next to him, Boss Xiao was puzzled. Boss Jing, those two children have just broken through to soul masters, you can solve it with a wave of your hand. Boss Xiao urged. Jing Yuming finally turned around and looked at him, without saying a word, he just slapped him. This slap was so powerful that it directly sent Xiaoxue flying horizontally, blood foam and teeth spurted out, half of his face swelled up quickly when he landed, and he passed out immediately. The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, Xiaoxue's younger brothers were all dumbfounded. What is Jing Yuming doing? Then, under their shocked gazes, Jing Yuming and the child beside him walked towards the group of work-study students. Jiang Chen, so you know this person, why didn't you tell me in advance, it made me worry for nothing. Xiao Wu complained. After finishing speaking, she looked at Jing Yuming curiously with her lovely eyes, and said in her heart, this person is not very old, he is already a great soul master. Is it really so easy for human beings to cultivate? Let's go, Jiang Chen said. Wang Sheng, who was very afraid of Jing Yuming, became happy at this time, and shouted loudly, who will dare to bully our work-study students in the future? Under the embarrassing eyes of those official students, the work-study students all left arrogantly. After returning to the academy, Tang San bid farewell and left in a hurry, saying that he was going to the Wuhan Hall for the Soul Master certification. Jiang Chen shook his head, Tang San went this time, it might be Ma Xiaoxue who helped him authenticate, but Su Yuntao was no longer the one who received him. And this Matthew Nyo won't last long. Jiang Chen said to Jing Yuming, follow my plan, go. Jing Yuming responded respectfully and left quickly. Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and other work-study students all stared wide-eyed in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Jiang Chen, why would that person call you young master? He is a great soul master. Xiao Wu couldn't help asking. Jiang Chen felt a little helpless, he seemed to have been exposed unintentionally. It's a showdown, but I'm actually the second generation of rich people. How is it possible? Tang San said that you are from the same village as him. Xiao Wu obviously didn't believe it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tang San, he knows that I'm from the second generation rich. Jiang Chen didn't even need to draft his words. Because Tang San knew that Jing Yuming was also a zombie, so he definitely wouldn't reveal Jiang Chen's secret. At this time, in Su Yuntao's home, Su Yuntao gently stroked Sisi in his arms, and moved, Sisi, you are so kind to me, I want to treat you well for the rest of my life. Sisi hugged Su Yuntao's strong body, listened to his heartbeat, and said with a happy face, Yuntao, I did so many stupid things before, you can still forgive me. Meeting you is the greatest moment in my life happiness. Hearing this, Su Yuntao hugged Sisi even more tightly, as if to completely fuse the two of them together. Yuntao, you don't know, that old guy Ma Xiaoyunyo is too vicious. He is afraid that you will compete with him for the position of Hall Master, so he actually cut off your future and deliberately killed the child you awakened in Holy Soul Village. What? Su Yuntao sat up suddenly, his face full of shock. You're talking about Jiang Chen? He asked in a trembling voice. The news of Jiang Chen's death made him depressed for several days. How could he not be deeply impressed? Ceci nodded. It's that child. Matthew killed that child by some means, and asked me to lie to you, saying that I saw that child die with my own eyes, but I didn't go to Holy Soul Village at all that day. Su Yuntao was stunned, and suddenly burst into tears. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I hadn't given the report to Matthew Nyo, the child wouldn't have died. I was the one who killed him. Ceci hugged Su Yuntao's head distressedly, and comforted. Actually, I don't blame you. If you want to blame that old dog for being too vicious. He will definitely suffer retribution. Su Yuntao suddenly got down from the bed, and quickly got dressed. No, I have to go to Holy Soul Village. After all, I was the one who killed Jiang Chen, so I'll go to his grave to give my condolences to him. Some compensation for the family. As he said that, he found out his savings and brought a lot of gold soul coins with him. I'll go with you. Ceci also walked down. No, just stay at home and wait for me to come back. Then be careful on the road and pay attention to safety. After leaving the house, Su Yuntao didn't even need a carriage, and ran directly towards the gate of the city. He eagerly wanted to rush to the Holy Soul Village, to confess in front of Jiang Chen's grave, and to comfort Jiang Chen's grandfather, old Jack. After sending Su Yuntao away, Ceci was about to go upstairs. When she turned around, a figure suddenly jumped in from outside the wall. This is a young man in black, nearly 1.7 meters tall, with an average appearance and a somewhat indifferent expression. Who are you? Ceci couldn't help taking a few steps back, and asked vigilantly, and she had already mobilized her soul power secretly, and could summon a martial soul at any time. Jing Ruming grinned and said, Miss Ceci, don't be nervous, I have no malicious intentions. Without malice, you would directly break into my house. Ceci sneered. Jing Ruming went straight to the point and said, do you want to seek revenge on Matthew Nyo? I have a way to make his life worse than death. Chapter 39. Watch a thrilling good show. Who the hell are you? SIC's expression changed. How could this young man know that she and Matthew Nyo had hatred? Her soul power surged, and she was about to release her martial soul. Jing Ruming quickly waved his hand, took a step back and said, it doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that he and I also have a grudge. We have a common enemy, that's why I came to you, and I need your cooperation. Ceci stopped releasing her martial soul, but she was still vigilant. Why should I trust you? Why should I cooperate with you? Jing Ruming said, Maxio Nyo looks like a good old man on the surface, but he is actually more vicious than anyone else. He can even kill an innocent child. Do you think he will let go of you who betrayed him? Do you still have Su Yuntao? Believe it won't be long before his revenge will come, and by then, it will be too late for you to regret it. Ceci's face turned pale, and she took a few steps back, panicking. What Jing Ruming said is absolutely correct. Would Matthew Nyo be willing to let her and Su Yuntao live and fly together? Seeing that his words had already had an effect, Jing Ruming took a step forward and continued, you have a grudge against him, and he will not let you go. If you want to live a stable life with Su Yuntao, you must act first. Cooperating with me will definitely make that old guy an object of everyone's disdain. Life would be worse than death. SISI raised her head and found that the boy had already walked in front of her. At this time, she noticed that the boy's eyes were sincere, and it seemed that he was really sincere. She admits that she has been persuaded. Can you tell me who you are? And how do you know my secret? Jing Ruming shook his head. You don't need to know these things. All you need to know is that both you and I want him to die. Now, are you willing to cooperate with me? Ceci was tangled up, unable to make a decision in her heart. Jing Ruming shook his head. Since you don't accept my sincerity, then you should prepare to face Ma Xiaoyunyo's revenge. After saying that, he turned around and was about to walk towards the door. Ceci's face became anxious, and she quickly shouted, wait a minute, what do you need me to do? Jing Ruming, who had already turned around, curled up a corner of his mouth, and turned back. The plan is a bit complicated. Do you mind asking me to go upstairs and explain it in detail? Ceci nodded. Come with me. Half an hour later, Ceci stared blankly at the small bottle of medicinal powder on the table, unable to calm down for a long time. Too ruthless. If this plan succeeds, Matthew Nyo will definitely be ruined and become a laughingstock of Douluo. Thinking of what Matthew Nyo had done to her, Ceci's face became resentful. This time, Matthew Nyo was sure to die. Thinking of this, Ceci immediately set off, changed into the uniform of the Spirit Hall, and headed towards the Hall of Spirits. She had to regain Matthew Nyo's trust, so that she would have a chance to deal a fatal blow to Matthew Nyo. Moreover, she was afraid that if the delay continued, Matthew Nyo might attack her and Su Yuntao. This afternoon, the deacons in the Wuhan temple were all amazed that SISI ran back to work again. Matthew Nyo is even more excited. For him now, no matter how Ceci and Su Yuntao have developed, as long as Ceci can still work in the Spirit Hall, that's enough. And SISI officially became the chief deacon. Su Yuntao ran all the way to the Holy Soul Village and found old Jack directly. When old Jack saw Su Yuntao approaching, he immediately became nervous. When he was awakened 3 months ago, Su Yuntao gave him a task, asking him to persuade Jiang Chen to study in Wuhan Hall, but he failed to complete this task. Before Su Yuntao opened his mouth to speak, he said, "Master Su Yuntao, I haven't fulfilled your instructions. That kid Jiang Chen refuses to study at the Spirit Hall." Su Yuntao was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, "Old Jack, these are not important anymore. Where is Jiang Chen's grave? I want to go and pay my respects." "Master Su Yuntao, are you kidding me?" Old Jack said in astonishment. If it wasn't for the fact that the person in front of him was Su Yuntao, he would have just yanked his cane over. "Old Jack, it's my fault. Jiang Chen was actually killed by me." Su Yuntao had an apologetic expression on his face. "What?" Old Jack's eyes darkened, and his body immediately went limp. Su Yuntao had sharp eyes and quick hands, and quickly supported Old Jack. "Village Chief Jack, don't be sad. If it wasn't for me, that kid Jiang Chen wouldn't have died." Old Jack suddenly struggled, grabbed Su Yuntao's collar, and shouted loudly, "Please explain to me, when and how did Xiao Chen die?" At this time, it was Su Yuntao's turn to be puzzled. Didn't Jiang Chen drown in the river a few days after awakening? In fact, he might have been killed. Old Jack couldn't bear it anymore, hit Su Yuntao with a cane, and said angrily, "Fuck you, I sent him to Notting Junior Soul Master Academy a few days ago, tell me he died 3 months ago dead? You came all this way just to make fun of my old man." The few words of Old Jack immediately confused Su Yuntao, but immediately, he excitedly grabbed Old Jack's shoulder. "You said Jiang Chen is not dead." "Nonsense." Old Jack still had anger on his face. "All of us in the village can testify. If you don't believe me, you can go to Notting Junior Soul Master Academy to have a look." Su Yuntao finally came to his senses. He knew that something must have happened that neither he nor Sisi knew. Could it be that Matthew Nyo didn't come to kill Jiang Chen, but just lied to Sisi, and let Sisi lie to me? He couldn't help but have this thought in his heart. "Now, tell me, what is the purpose of coming to our Holy Soul village today?" Old Jack slammed his cane on the ground, glaring at Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao dared to make fun of Jiang Chen's life. This has already angered Old Jack. How could Su Yuntao's identity be considered? Actually, I just came here to make a joke." Su Yuntao said awkwardly, turned around and ran away immediately. It was so embarrassing that he had a big oolong. If he didn't run away, Old Jack might poke him with a cane. Not long after rushing to the Holy Soul village, Su Yuntao ran out again. At this time, he no longer felt guilty, but became agitated. He wants to tell Sisi the good news. Maybe he can rely on Jiang Chen to turn around and seek revenge on Ma Xiaoxue. Jiang Chen never thought that after Su Yuntao learned of Matthew Nyo's plot, he even made a special trip to the Holy Soul village. He thought he could keep hiding the fact that he didn't die. At this time, in Notting College, Jing Wuming had already dealt with the matter and returned to Jiang Chen. "Master, the task you told me has been completed. Miss Sisi will do it the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is the day off for the Spirit Hall, so it should be safe to do it then." Jiang Chen jumped off a rock, and said with a smile, "You've done a good job. The day after tomorrow, let's go to the Wuhan Hall together to watch a thrilling good show." Chapter 40 The Good Show has begun. Third watch, please recommend tickets. This grove in the academy can be said to be the exclusive place for Jiang Chen and Jing Wuming. The teachers will not come here, and the students all know that this is the place where Jing Wuming is, so they dare not approach it. In the past few days at the academy, Jiang Chen almost never went back to the dormitory. He practiced here during the day and continued to practice here at night. While they were chatting, it was already dark, and Su Yuntao had already returned to Notting City. When he got home, Sisi had already come back from get off work. "Sisi, good news." Su Yuntao shouted happily as soon as he entered the door. "What good news?" Sisi was very surprised. The two of them were kicked out today. Why did Su Yuntao suddenly become so happy? "Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen is not dead. The village head of Holy Soul Village told me that Jiang Chen is now studying in Yuding Elementary Soul Master Academy." "Really?" Sisi couldn't believe it. When he, Matthew Nyo, told her in person, she still clearly remembered Matthew Nyo's appearance at that time, with a very positive expression. "Really? The head of Holy Soul Village sent him to Notting College a few days ago, and another child named Tang San also came together." "Tang San? Today I received a child who is certified as a Soul Master, also named Tang San." Sisi said. Su Yuntao froze for a moment, then frowned and asked, "Are you back to work in the Spirit Hall?" Sisi shook her head, and immediately told her about Jing Wuming's coming to her, and her plan of revenge against Ma Xiaoxue. After a while, Su Yuntao clapped his hands and laughed. The laughter was incomparably carefree. Ever since Matthew played with Sisi, he had hated Matthew Nyo, and today Matthew Nyo broke his promise to Sisi, and kicked him out even more. Su Yuntao already hated Matthew Nyo to the bone. From Sic's plan, he had already foreseen Matthew Nyo's tragic end. "Sisi, don't you know who the boy who came to look for you is?" Su Yuntao asked. Sisi shook her head and said, "I don't know, he refuses to reveal his identity. Maybe it's the person Matthew Nyo has offended over the years." After Su Yuntao hesitated for a moment, he said, "I was wondering whether to submit the report on Jiang Chen's awakening to the higher authorities. After all, after your plan is successful, Matthew's status will definitely not be guaranteed. If we rely on with Jiang Chen's contribution, perhaps he will be able to truly control the Wuhan Hall of Notting City." Sisi thought for a while and said, let's talk about it after Matthew Nyo is finished. There is no rush for this matter. After all, he has the greatest power now, and all documents must go through his hands. Su Yuntao nodded, then I'll just wait and see how that old guy died. Jiang Chen originally thought that there was nothing important to monitor, so he recalled the little black sparrow, but he didn't find Su Yuntao and Sisi's plan. Time passed by, and soon another day passed. Sisi came to the Hall of Spirits early in the morning, and the gate of the Hall of Spirits was closed tightly, because today is the rest day of the Hall of Spirits. She didn't go through the main entrance, but quietly entered through the back door. Behind Sisi, there is an obese middle-aged woman, about 40 years old, with thick foundation on her face and delicate lips, which looks a little scary. Not to mention normal men, even Sisi, who is a woman, feels a little nauseated looking at this middle-aged woman. This is a hooker girl she found, specially prepared for Matthew Nyo. This woman was kicked out because she was too old and contracted a terrible disease, so she happened to be chosen by Sisi. Faced with Sisi's temptation of money, she who was already starving to death would never refuse Sisi's request, and readily agreed. She has already received a deposit of 5 golden soul coins, and there are 5 more golden soul coins after completing the task. She couldn't earn such a lot of money by working hard for a month before. After letting the woman hide, Sisi went to Matthew Nyo's room and waited quietly. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the door of Wuhan Hall opened, and Ma Xiaoxue walked in with a happy face, and closed the door behind him. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Sisi added some hot water to the water glass. Sisi, I'm here, Matthew Nyo's excited voice sounded, and the monkey hurried upstairs. When he saw Sisi's seductive pose, his eyes were about to burst into flames. Seeing Matthew who was rushing towards him, Sisi signaled him to stop, and picked up the glass of water. Honey, drink a glass of water to quench your thirst first. Matthew Nyo came from home, and he happened to be a little thirsty. Deng even took it, drank it in one gulp, and then he was about to act. No, how about we change places this time? Sisi coquettishly said. Where? Matthew Nyo's breathing was already abnormal. He only felt that there was a burning desire in his heart, extremely violent. Even when he was young and strong, he never felt this kind of feeling. Let's go to the reception hall on the first floor. Sisi said. Matthew Nyo's eyes lit up. Yin smiled and said, if you still know how to play, then I'll accompany you once. Outside is a busy street with people coming and going, and we are in the hall. Just thinking about it makes people excited. While he was speaking, Sisi had already run down, and Ma Xiaoxue hurried to catch up. When he came down, Sisi had disappeared, and Ma Xiaoxue's desire was getting higher, and he felt that he was about to explode. Sisi, Sisi. He kept calling. Suddenly, the obese woman who was brought by Sisi came out, smiled coquettishly and walked towards Matthew Nyo. Seeing this scene, Sisi, who was hiding in the dark, almost vomited. However, Matthew Nyo shouted excitedly, Sisi, where did you go just now? As he spoke, he hugged the obese woman and started to go crazy. Seeing that things had come to this point, Sisi immediately went out quietly through the back door, and came to a tea house opposite the gate of Wuhan Hall. When she went upstairs, Su Yuntao was already waiting here. Sisi, is everything going well? Su Yuntao asked quickly when he saw Sisi approaching. Sisi nodded with a smile, there is no accident, let's just wait here and watch the show. Su Yuntao looked expectantly at the gate of the Wuhan Hall, and soon he will be able to see that thrilling scene. At the window on the second floor of a restaurant next door, sat a teenager and a 6-year-old boy, staring intently at the gate of the Wuhan Hall. These two people are Jing Wuming and Jiang Chen who just arrived. After 10 o'clock in the morning, the street has already started to be lively, especially the street where the Wuhan Temple is located, which is a golden section in Notting City, and it is even more crowded now. Almost all the people showed respectful and serious expressions when they passed by the gate of Wuhan Hall. In the eyes of most people, the Spirit Hall is a very sacred place. Whether it is ordinary people or most soul masters, in their hearts, the Spirit Hall is sacred and inviolable. Today, however, the majesty of the Wuhan Palace will be completely trampled, and perhaps the entire Wuhan Palace will become the laughingstock of Douluo Continent. Just as those passers-by looked at the Wuhan Hall with reverence, the door of the Wuhan Palace was opened from the inside. Immediately, an old man in his 80s and an ugly woman covered in fat rolled out like no one else. Chapter 41 Alarming the Pope. In less than half a minute, the bustling and noisy street was completely silent. The traveling carriage stopped, the vendors stopped their sales, the pedestrians stopped in their tracks, the people who were eating forgot to chew their food, and all of them stared wide-eyed at the absurd scene in front of the Wuhan Hall. Needle dropping can be heard in this large area, and even many people's thinking stopped, completely shocked by this incredible thing. That turned out to be Master Matthew Nyo. Someone yelled, and the whole street suddenly became noisy again, but the object of discussion now became Matthew Nyo. Maxia Nyo is usually such a kind old man, how could he do such an insult to the Wuhan Palace? Some people still couldn't believe it. Who knows why he's crazy, maybe he's always like this. I've seen a lot of disguised beasts. Hiss. I remember that he is over 80 years old, he is really old and strong, so terrifying. My eyes are going to go blind, vomit. As soon as the vomiting sound appeared, it was like a chain reaction. Almost all the men in the whole street vomited out, and even the women rolled their throats, their faces extremely ugly. Jiang Chen, who was drinking tea, sprayed Jing Yuming's face even more. His expression was incomparably exciting. SISI did a really great job, she just beat Matthew Nyo to death. Such a matter of ruining the reputation of Spirit Hall, I believe that within a few days, this matter will spread throughout the Heaven Do Empire, and continue to spread to the entire continent. Sisi, isn't it a little too much for us to do this? It will cause a huge loss to the reputation of Wuhandian. Su Yuntao still couldn't help it. Sisi shook her head. The powerful strength of the Wuhan Hall is the foundation. This joke won't last long. As time passed, many people had left shaking their heads, but many people rushed over. There are also many people in charge of intelligence, who have already spread the news not long after the incident happened. At this moment, a deacon of Wuhandian suddenly appeared and rushed up anxiously. Master Matthew Nyo, what are you doing? He used to want to stop Matthew Nyo. However, Matthew Nyo roared and slapped the unsuspecting Wuhandian deacon flying away. After a while, Matthew Nyo was extremely satisfied, stood up, faced the street, and stretched his body vigorously. Life is really beautiful. He couldn't help sighing. Hey, why are you so noisy all of a sudden? Immediately afterwards, his surrounding vision changed, from the hall on the first floor of Wuhan Temple to the street. Matthew Nyo looked at the hundreds of thousands of onlookers, his head was stunned, buzzing, and it was about to explode. His old body trembled like chaff, and a mouthful of blood was about to spurt out on the spot, but he swallowed it forcefully. Aren't I in Wuhandian? How did I come to the street? Can anyone tell me what happened? Numerous questions instantly surged in Matthew Nyo's mind, and he even turned his head to look for Sisi's figure. But when he saw the woman who rolled her eyes and was almost out of breath not far away, his heart trembled fiercely. He couldn't bear it anymore. He spurted out a big mouthful of blood, and fainted on the spot. Master Matthew Nyo. The Wuhan Hall deacon rushed up, carried Matthew Nyo into the Wuhan Hall, and closed the door forcefully. Wow, a huge uproar sounded, and the atmosphere of the crowd became more and more heated, discussing the scene just now. Hey, why didn't that person move? Someone questioned. Yeah, why didn't she move at all? Guzi, go up and have a look. A man who was as thin as a monkey was kicked out. He smiled and walked quickly to the woman without being shy. Seeing the woman's condition at close range, Guzi's heart skipped a beat, and he reached out and probed the woman's nostrils. She's dead. Guzi shouted in surprise, while the voices of the people roared again. Damn it, she actually has that disease. Guzi backed away in horror, and accidentally rolled down the steps. What's wrong? Tell me quickly. That's the one. Oh my god, it scared me to death. Everyone's complexion changed, and they all backed away. Who is not afraid of this kind of disease? Except for some healing soul masters who can restrain this disease, there is almost no cure. If ordinary people contract it, they will have to wait for death. The body will fester little by little. It is simply the most terrible torture in the world. Damn, Guzi, get the hell out of here. Thousands of people dispersed in panic, and the farce finally came to an end. Jiang Chen didn't even have the appetite to eat, so he and Jing Yuming followed the flow of people towards Notting College. Sisi, that woman is dead. Su Yuntao said. Sisi sighed, I didn't expect the result to be like this. I originally asked her to go to another city to avoid it, but I didn't expect her to die here. However, she is not far from death, which may be a relief for her. Let's just wait. This matter will soon be reported to the Pope's palace, and there may be law enforcement officers coming. Is your report on Jiang Chen finished? Wait for it to be submitted. Depending on you, thanks to his merits, he will definitely become the new palace master. Sisi, I never thought of becoming the palace master. Maybe not. Su Yuntao said. Green fingers blocked Su Yuntao's lips. I don't allow you to say that you are not good. You are the best. Master, didn't you kill Matthew Nyo yourself? Jing Yuming asked suspiciously. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, let's just leave it at that. Based on today's incident, it's not enough for him to die 100 times. Wuhandian will not let him go. This matter is finally over, and I can practice in the academy with peace of mind. In the afternoon of the same day, Deacon Zhou from the Superior Palace came again, but this time she brought several other deacons. Except for Deacon Zhou, who is a soul sect cultivator, the rest of them have all reached the realm of Soul Venerable, and they detained Matthew Nyo as soon as they arrived at the Wuhan Temple in Notting City. They have no right to deal with Matthew Nyo, and will keep a close watch here, waiting for the law enforcement team from the Pope's palace to come. Matthew discovered this situation as soon as he woke up, and was almost frightened to death. Fortunately, there was a healing soul master in Deacon Zhou's team, who saved his life in time. And Sisi, as the head deacon of the Wuhan Temple in Notting City, naturally took over the job of Matthew Nyo. In the evening of the same day, a secret information was sent out with the unique communication method of Wuhandian, and the target was the Pope's palace. At noon of the next day, the Matthew Nyo incident finally alarmed the Pope's palace. The Pope was furious, and immediately ordered the law enforcement team to go to Notting City immediately, and escort Matthew Nyo to Wuhan City to apologize. Chapter 42 God-level martial soul? At this time, Wuhan City, the highest governing body of Wuhan Palace, is in the Pope's palace. A woman was sitting on the throne. She was wearing a gorgeous black robe inlaid with gold patterns, a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head, and a scepter inlaid with countless gems in her hand. Fair skin, almost perfect face, and an invisible sacred and noble aura exuded from his body. Just sitting there, people can't help but feel the emotion of worship. She is the current Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, known as the most powerful leader in the history of the Spirit Hall, with unfathomable cultivation. She was the only one in the hall, and although she exuded a majestic temperament, there was a slight sadness between her brows at this moment. Her worry was not because of the recent Matthew Nyo incident. Although Matthew Nyo had lost the face of the Wuhan Palace, this matter was still easy to resolve. Whenever the night is quiet, or when she is alone, she can't help but think of some of the past. The teacher she respected the most suddenly turned into a beast one day and possessed her ruthlessly. There was also the man she loved the most, who was forced by her teacher to leave the Wuhan temple. Finally, when she escaped from the clutches, she wanted to find that man again, but found that he had fallen in love with another woman. And she herself, because of being possessed by the teacher, gave birth to a child who should not have appeared in this world. Although she loves her daughter deeply in her heart, every time she sees her daughter, she can't help but think of that animal teacher. That painful experience made her unable to face her daughter normally. This half of her life was too miserable. Even though she is now the Pope, she can't forget her tragic experience. At this moment, there were footsteps approaching outside the main hall, and the sorrow on Bibi Dong's eyebrows disappeared, and her whole person became more majestic. The footsteps were getting closer, and then a girl walked in. She has long black hair and a delicate oval face. She looks only 11 or 12 years old, but her figure is already very well developed, with straight long legs, a waist that can be grasped, and a height of 1.7 meters. While walking, the waist swayed slightly, and a charming force was invisible. She went straight to Bibi Dong and stopped, looking at Bibi Dong on the throne above, showing an expression of incomparable respect. Teacher. She bowed lightly. The moment Bibi Dong saw the girl coming in, the majesty on Bibi Dong's body had disappeared, and she became gentle. Hearing the girl's greeting, a friendly smile appeared on her almost perfect face, and the original magnificent hall seemed to be dimmed because of her smile. At this moment, the girl below looked at her teacher in a daze, fascinated. Nana, are you still used to living in the Spirit Hall these few days? Bibi Dong said softly. Thank you teacher for your concern, I'm still used to it. Although Hu Lina answered like this, there was still a trace of unnaturalness on Hu Lina's face. Bibi Dong nodded and said, you just graduated from that place, so it's normal that you haven't adapted to life outside. From now on, you can practice by my side. Thank you, teacher. Hu Lina was a little moved. Apart from her brother and Yan, it was the first time anyone treated her so well. She had lost her mother since she was a child, and Bibi Dong at this moment gave her a feeling of being cared for by her mother. At this moment, a platinum bishop wearing a 5-pointed platinum crown hurried in. He was about 70 years old, tall and thin, like a stick. Bibi Dong frowned, exuding a majestic aura, and said, Saras, why are you so flustered? Sensing the slightly dissatisfied voice of the Pope, Salas was a little apprehensive, and hastily handed out a document. Your Majesty, this is a message from the Notting City branch. Please read it. Bibi Dong said, didn't I send a law enforcement team there at noon? Did something happen? Salas hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this document is not about Matthew Nyo, but about a 6-year-old child. A deacon named Suyuntao in Notting City awakened himself. He suspected that the child's the martial soul is, a god-level martial soul. Oh, Bibi Dong showed an interested look. Hu Lina quickly took the document and handed it to Bibi Dong. Of course, Bibi Dong didn't believe in god-level martial souls. As far as she knew, there was only one kind of god-level martial soul in Douluo Continent, the angel martial soul. How could it be possible to awaken a god-level martial soul in other places, and it's a small, remote place like Notting City? Although she didn't believe it, she opened the file with interest. All the documents sent from all over the mainland are managed by the Platinum Bishop. The highest level confidential documents will be directly submitted to the Pope, while those with lower levels will be reviewed by the Platinum Bishop. A small place like Notting City cannot deliver the most confidential documents, so this document will be reviewed by Salas first. Bibi Dong believed that Salas would not be old and dim-sighted, so even if the child described in this document was not a god-level martial spirit, his talent should be astonishing. That's why the deacon mistakenly thought it was a god-level martial spirit. The power of Wuhandian spreads all over the continent, and every year it helps countless people to awaken Wuhan for free, and also uses this to continuously absorb talents for Wuhandian. As long as the talent is good, the Wuhan Hall will extend an olive branch and absorb it into the Wuhan Hall for cultivation. The better the talent, the more attention will be paid to it. Those with amazing talent will even be sent directly to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall for key training. Now Hu Lina is the object of key training. Bibi Dong gently opened the document, looking at it purely with curiosity. But as time passed, Bibi Dong's expression became more and more serious. After watching it once, she actually read it again, and the smile on her face became more and more intense. Salas, who stood respectfully below, saw Bibi Dong's smile and quickly lowered his head. He was afraid that if he continued watching, he would be unable to extricate himself and offend the majesty of the Pope. Bibi Dong closed the document, handed it to Hu Lina, who was standing beside her, looked at Salas and said, You have made a great contribution this time. Go down first, and I will reward you for your merits later. Thank you, Your Majesty, this is what I should do. Salas smiled on his old face, and retreated respectfully. Teacher, does the child mentioned here really have a god-level martial soul? Hu Lina couldn't help asking. When she saw Bibi Dong's reaction just now, she had been puzzled for a long time, and she only asked now, "You can open it and have a look." Bibi Dong smiled. If that deacon named So Yuntao is not exaggerating, this might really be a god-level martial soul. Hu Lina saw it quickly, and said in shock, "How could there be such a terrifying scene when awakening, that So Yuntao is exaggerating?" Seeing the disbelief on her face, Bibi Dong smiled and said, "If it were you, would you have the guts to deliberately write a letter to deceive the Pope?" Hu Lina was stunned, and shook her head. "No. So, what's written here should be true. Get ready. You just came out of that place. I'll take you out tomorrow to relax and adjust your mentality." Chapter 43 Tang San's Challenge. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Hu Lina asked puzzled. "Let's go to that nodding city tomorrow." Bibi Dong laughed. "Ah, just for the sake of a child, do you still want me to go there personally?" Hu Lina was a little surprised. The god-level martial soul is not a joke. I need to confirm it myself. If it is true, then I must hold him in my hands, and there will be no accidents. Hu Lina nodded. At this moment, at Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Jiang Chen is leisurely cultivating. Why leisurely? Because now that Matthew Nyo's revenge has been avenged, and there is no threat of catastrophe, his mood suddenly relaxes. It's like this every day, study boxing and body skills, and work hard to practice exercises at night. He plans to live like this in Nodding College in the future. Since yesterday, the little black sparrow has been monitoring the situation of the Wuhan Hall. Yesterday afternoon, Matthew Nyo was controlled by the deacon team from the nearest subdion, waiting for the law enforcement team from the Pope's palace to come escort. He guessed that Matthew Nyo should be escorted to Wuhan City and beheaded for public display or something. Just as he was pondering his movements, Jing Yuming hurried into the grove suddenly. "Young master." Jing Yuming came to Jiang Chen, hesitant to speak. "What's the matter?" Jiang Chen was surprised. "Master, I may have to leave you." Jing Yuming looked a little lonely. "Leave? Where?" Jing Yuming shook his head. "I don't know. My adoptive father said that he would send me to the killer headquarters to receive hellstyle training, and it might take several years." Jiang Chen fell silent. Jing Yuming was indeed a rare and good helper, and he was used to Jing Yuming being by his side these days, so he felt a little bit reluctant to be separated all of a sudden. After a while, he smiled and said, "Then you go, remember to practice hard, and never slack off. Also, you must remember my previous instructions, and you must not bite people at will unless it is absolutely necessary." Jing Yuming nodded, "But young master, if I leave, no one will be by your side to help you." Jiang Chen jumped onto the stone next to him, reached out and patted Jing Yuming's shoulder. "Don't talk nonsense, just go if you're told, and practice hard. I'm already level 14 now, don't be surpassed by me in a few years." Jing Yuming nodded fiercely, his eyes were a little moist. He only had respect and gratitude to his adoptive father, but he had a kind of spiritual intimacy to Jiang Chen. After getting along these days, he found that his cold personality had changed a lot unconsciously. These are all thanks to Jiang Chen. "When are we leaving?" Jing Yuming said, "I'm leaving this afternoon, I don't know where that place is." Jiang Chen waved his hand, and calmly said, "Go back, hurry up, and pack your things, you don't need to see me again before you leave." In fact, he was not at peace in his heart. It can be said that Jing Yuming was someone he could confide in freely without any scruples. He left all of a sudden, leaving him feeling a little empty in his heart. Jing Yuming took 2 steps back, suddenly knelt down, and kowtowed several times to Jiang Chen. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen helped him up. "Thank you young master for your kindness of not killing and rebuilding." Jing Yuming looked sincere. "Okay, I get it, you go, I'm going to continue my cultivation." Jiang Chen waved his hand again. Jing Yuming nodded, no longer nostalgic, turned and left. Jiang Chen sighed, feeling as if something was missing. Time flies, and 2 days have passed. Jing Yuming has been away for 2 days, and according to Jiang Chen's induction, the distance between Jing Yuming and him is getting farther and farther, and the connection between the two is getting weaker, and finally completely disappeared. Jiang Chen was helpless. He knew that the distance between himself and Jing Yuming had already exceeded his current sensing range. In addition, under his surveillance, there was finally movement in the Wuhan Palace, and the law enforcers from Wuhan City finally arrived in Nodding City. After arriving in Nodding City, the vicious law enforcement officer didn't stop for a moment, and immediately returned with Matthew Nyo. The deacons of the higher-level sub-temple were also withdrawn. Before leaving, Deacon Zhou also promised that he would come to Nodding City to hold a new hallmaster election ceremony after the Matthew Nyo incident subsided. The matter has come to this point. In Jiang Chen's view, the matter of Ma Xiaoyunyo is finally over, and the matter of the Wuhan Palace has nothing to do with him, so he withdrew the little blackbird. At this moment, Tang San's voice suddenly came. "Jiang Chen, are you there?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Tang San walked in and saw Jiang Chen standing on a rock. "My teacher has recovered from his injuries in the past few days. He wants to see you and have a deep chat with you," Tang San said. Jiang Chen thought for a while, nodded and said, "Okay. In any case, the master is Tang San's teacher after all, Tang San can give him some face, and the spirit of the master in research is indeed worthy of admiration." Jiang Chen followed Tang San for a walk, and stayed in the master's room for over an hour. Regarding how he obtained his spirit ring, Jiang Chen didn't go into details, he only explained that his body was much stronger than ordinary people, and he also explained the characteristics of his martial spirit to the master, which made the master full of praise, calling him a zombie. Martial souls are by no means inferior to the top martial souls in the world. In the end, the master came to the conclusion that Jiang Chen's physique far exceeded the many cases he studied, so he surpassed his theoretical limit and absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring. Therefore, to a certain extent, his theory is still invincible, and cases like Jiang Chen's are only a very small number of cases. Jiang Chen and Tang San left the master's dormitory. Before it was time for lunch, Tang San stopped suddenly. Jiang Chen, I want to fight you again. Tang San said suddenly. Happy to accompany you. Jiang Chen laughed. He also wanted to fight Tang San again a long time ago. After Tang San obtained the spirit ring, his spirit power had reached the 13th level, and he also possessed the entanglement skill of the blue-silver grass, so his strength should have improved a lot. At the back hill of Nodding College, Jiang Chen and Tang San were 10 meters apart, ready to fight again. Except for the students who sometimes fight here, few people come here. Blue-silver grass. Tang San yelled lightly, and the blue-silver grass appeared in his hands, but the current blue-silver grass was very different from when it was just awakened. The blue-silver grass became much thicker at this time, and even the leaves became almost as wide as a palm, covered with lines, like mandala snakes. A yellow century-old spirit ring floated up and down around Tang San's body. Jiang Chen, release your martial spirit, I won't hold back this time. Jiang Chen nodded. Without being arrogant, he released his martial spirit, and a purple spirit ring danced on his body. I'm going to make a move. Tang San reminded. The thick blue-silver grass jumped up from all directions around Jiang Chen, entangled towards Jiang Chen viciously. Jiang Chen didn't dodge, nor did he release the first spirit ability. He wanted to personally experience the power of Tang San's first spirit ring. A dozen or so blue-silver grasses are like poisonous snakes. They bound Jiang Chen tightly in the blink of an eye. Chapter 44 Bibi Dong arrives. In Jiang Chen's feelings, the strength of this blue-silver grass is indeed not small. If it is other soul masters of the same level as Tang San, it may be difficult to break free by strength alone. The blue-silver grass is also covered with spikes. If Jiang Chen remembers well, these spikes can penetrate into the target's body and release the toxin that comes with the blue-silver grass. The effect of the toxin in this first skill is paralysis. Jiang Chen's clothes were instantly pierced by these spikes, but his skin was extremely tough, making those spikes helpless. That's right, the strength is not bad, but it's still too small for me. Jiang Chen grinned, and his whole body began to exert strength. He didn't use soul skills at this time, but with the boost of the zombie body and martial soul, his strength was already extremely terrifying. The blue-silver grass was stretched apart in an instant, and countless cracks began to appear on the grass vines. Tang San's face changed. The Xiao boss in the official life before even used the spirit ability, but he had no resistance under his blue-silver grass. As for Jiang Chen, even before he used his soul skills, his blue-silver grass was about to break. The toughness is quite good. Jiang Chen praised, and then his strength increased again. Boom. The blue-silver grass wrapped around his body immediately turned into debris and flew around. It's still far away. Jiang Chen stopped talking nonsense, laughed wildly and rushed towards Tang San. Now that he has experienced the power of Tang San's spirit ability, the next step is to beat Tang San violently. To be able to suppress Tang San, the protagonist in the original novel, in Jiang Chen's view, is a very fulfilling thing. He didn't even dare to think about this before. It wasn't until he awakened the zombie martial soul and activated the system cheat that his confidence began to inflate little by little. Tang San has a hang, he also has a hang, and it is even more awesome. Originally planning to follow Tang San's thinking has also changed a little bit. Maybe making Tang San a younger brother is also a good choice. The blue-silver grass failed to restrain Jiang Chen. Tang San had expected this result, but he didn't expect that even Jiang Chen's soul ability could not be forced out. Is the gap between me and him really that big? He couldn't help asking himself. Although he was a little disappointed, his movements were not slow. Seeing that Jiang Chen wanted to approach, he shot without hesitation. For this duel, he specially prepared thousands of pebbles in his belt for Jiang Chen. Pebbles, also known as migrating locust stones, are a hidden weapon commonly used by people in martial arts. The stones thrown are like locusts flying in the air, hence the name migrating locust stones. While his palm was flying, one after another pebbles were shot towards Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength is much greater than his, but his hidden weapons can exert a power several times greater than his own strength. So Tang San believed that this time he would not easily lose to Jiang Chen again. Seeing the densely packed flying stones, Jiang Chen thought to himself that it was true. He had already guessed, with the lesson from last time, Tang San would definitely not let him get close easily this time. Tang San used stones as hidden weapons, which was considered merciful. Jiang Chen swung his fist quickly, knocking down stones one after another, but 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone stones coming from all directions. In just one meeting, he had already been hit 7 or 8 times. If it was Tang San's fist, he wouldn't have any scruples, and it wouldn't cause him much pain, but these cobblestones made him suffer in just an instant. For example, fists and firearms, which one has the higher damage, needless to say, is clear at a glance. Tang San's hidden weapon seemed to allow him to own a gun, increasing his attack power several times. The hard pebbles hit Jiang Chen's body one after another, causing him unbearable pain, and some pebbles shattered directly under the collision with his body. Jiang Chen couldn't help being shocked by the power of Tang San's hidden weapons. Tang sect really shouldn't be underestimated. What he didn't know was that Tang San was even more shocked than him at this moment. Tang San had already used all his strength at this time, but it only made Jiang Chen feel pain, and did not cause substantial damage. Jiang Chen roared angrily, wanting to break through from the side, but Tang San fired the hidden weapon too fast. Under the purple demon eye, Jiang Chen's speed had no advantage. In desperation, Jiang Chen had no choice but to use the first soul skill, possessing the body with the stiff armor. The defense increased by 15 times, and the strength and speed both doubled. Tang San only saw Jiang Chen's purple soul ring light up, and Jiang Chen changed his appearance in the blink of an eye. The whole body is covered by black armor, except for the eyes and nose. Other parts are almost airtight. That hideous armor had a great visual impact, which shocked Tang San's heart. Jiang Chen stopped. The pain that the stone gave him just now weakened by half, and he could only feel a slight numbness when the stone hit his body. Under his first spirit ability, Tang San's stones couldn't do him any harm at all. Jiang Chen laughed loudly, shot out quickly, completely ignoring those hidden weapons, and quickly approached Tang San. Tang San's expression changed. He shouted again and again, "Stop, stop, I admit defeat." The moment he finished shouting, Jiang Chen's fist had already stopped in front of him, only a few centimeters away from his face. Tang San heaved a sigh of relief, stepped on the ghost shadow fascination track, and stepped back. Jiang Chen was no longer afraid of his hidden weapons. He would be a fool if he didn't admit defeat anymore. Would he still be beaten up like last time, turning his nose and face bruised? In fact, there are other hidden weapons in his belt space, such as bone-penetrating nails, lancets, money darts, etc., but the lethality is much greater than that of pebbles. Although I don't know if it can hurt Jiang Chen, but it's just a simple exchange of ideas. There is no need to be so ruthless. After backing away, Tang San didn't stop. He ran at full speed and ran back to the academy. Jiang Chen was taken aback by Tang San's sudden surrender, and before he could react, Tang San had already run away. Damn it, it's a big loss. He removed his armor with a depressed expression on his face. Tang San first suggested a duel, but in the end he conceded defeat and ran away. What is this? Jiang Chen touched his face. There were several big bumps on it. Even the two eye sockets were blackened. The pain made him gasp. It's really a blood loss to be beaten for nothing like this. He didn't know that his situation was already considered good. Tang San just now gradually increased the power of the hidden weapon according to his situation, and finally used it with all his strength. If it was any other child, he didn't know how many bones had been broken. At this time, the pain in his whole body was unbearable, and it was only slightly relieved by the operation of the exercises. He didn't dare to go back to the dormitory, and got into the grove alone. Before the swelling subsided, he had no face to come out. Unexpectedly, within a few days, he was avenged by Tang San for the mountaintop revenge last time. Just as Jiang Chen was recovering from his wounds, another group of big shots came to Notting City, big shots who were enough to shake this small city 3 times. However, Jiang Chen didn't notice that he was immersed in the loneliness of healing, and the several big bumps on his face probably would not be healed in a few days. It was Bibi Dong, Hu Lina and the others who came, with a few titled Douluo beside them. Without fanfare, they quietly came to the Wuhan Hall of Notting City. Chapter 45 Hu Lina is dispatched, recommendation ticket requested. SISI brought Suyuntao back to the Hall of Spirits after Matthew made a promise, and no one else dared to object to this. At this time, the moment Bibi Dong and his party entered the Wuhan Hall of Notting City, Suyuntao, Sisi, and the others discovered something unusual. No one spoke, but an invisible pressure appeared out of thin air, permeating the huge spirit hall. The leading woman looked to be about 30 years old, and Sisi felt ashamed of herself after just one glance at her almost flawless face. A powerful aura emanated from her body, and no one dared to look her in the eye. After Bibi Dong revealed his identity, Suyuntao and Sisi were even more panicked. Sisi was responsible for the Matthew Nyo incident. They were panicked when the law enforcement officers came in the morning. Fortunately, the law enforcement officers did not investigate Matthew Nyo in detail, and directly took Matthew Nyo away, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, only a few hours later, the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall, His Holiness the Pope actually came to a small place like Notting City in person. Sisi hurriedly invited Bibi Dong and others to sit down in the most sacred hall in the Spirit Hall. Your Majesty the Pope, I wonder if you have any instructions for coming to the branch hall in Notting City? Sisi asked boldly. Bibi Dong smiled, and immediately the mountain-like pressure on everyone was greatly relieved. You don't need to be nervous, I didn't come here to ask questions, I just want to see that kid named Jiang Chen. Suyuntao and other deacons finally breathed a sigh of relief. Which of you is Suyuntao? Bibi Dong glanced at the deacons. Suyuntao was overjoyed, strode out, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, your subordinate is Suyuntao. Tell me about the scene when you awakened that child. Don't miss any details. Bibi Dong's voice was soft and sweet, making one feel like a spring breeze. Suyuntao immediately calmed down from some nervousness, and talked about the vision that Jiang Chen had when he was awakened. The elders who came with Bibi Dong had never read that document before, but when they heard Su Yuntao's narration, they immediately understood the purpose of Bibi Dong's trip. An elder couldn't help but said, "Your Majesty, what this deacon said is so ridiculous that it's hard to believe. I think he must have exaggerated." Being questioned like this, Su Yuntao suddenly became flustered, and quickly explained, "Your Majesty, what I said is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to the Holy Soul Village to confirm. Don't be nervous." Bibi Dong stretched out her hand and pressed down, which immediately stabilized Su Yuntao's mood. "Where is that kid now? Go back to the Pope. That child is now in Notting City, studying at the Elementary Soul Master Academy." "Well, very good, Nana, you and this deacon Su Yuntao go to pick up that child," Bibi Dong ordered to Hu Lina beside her. Hu Lina is her new disciple, she loves her very much, and intends to cultivate Hu Lina's ability. "Okay, teacher." Hu Lina replied respectfully, and followed Su Yuntao out. "Pope, do you really believe that child is a god-level martial spirit?" The elder couldn't help asking just now. "Whether it's true or not, don't you know after a while?" Bibi Dong smiled. "Elder Ghost, follow Nana secretly to prevent any accidents." "Yes." Another elder replied. Su Yuntao and Hu Lina walked on the street, heading for Nuding Junior Soul Master Academy. Hu Lina was in front, and Su Yuntao was a step behind. He just heard that the girl called the Pope a teacher. This is the Pope's disciple, what a noble status he is, he dare not take any offense. Even though Hu Lina had a prettier face than Sisi, and she naturally exuded a charming aura, Su Yuntao still didn't dare to have any evil thoughts and forced himself to think about Sisi's appearance in his heart. Hu Lina turned around suddenly, smiled at Su Yuntao, and said, "Are you afraid of me?" Su Yuntao froze for a moment, then quickly shook his head vigorously, not daring to speak. "You are really interesting." Hu Lina smiled coquettishly, and ignored Su Yuntao. After a while, the two finally came to Notting College. "Miss Hu Lina, we are here." Su Yuntao reminded, stepped forward quickly, and took out his Spirit Hall Deacon token. After seeing the token, the concierge quickly and respectfully opened the door, allowing Su Yuntao and the others to enter. "It's afternoon, the students should be in the dormitory," Su Yuntao said. He was also a student of Notting College before, so he naturally knew the situation of the college very well. There are 7 student dormitories in the college, and the work-study students have always lived in the No-dormitory, which has not changed over the years. Su Yuntao came to the door of Kishi with ease and knocked on the door. "Excuse me, is Jiang Chen here?" he asked very politely. "It's Lord Su Yuntao, why are you here?" Surprised voices sounded, and many children looked at Su Yuntao excitedly. They were all work students from the village, and almost all of them were awakened by Su Yuntao, so they naturally recognized Su Yuntao. Tang San also came out, and said in surprise, "Lord Su Yuntao, what do you need from Jiang Chen?" Although several months had passed, Su Yuntao still recognized Tang San. "I have something to ask him, do you know where he is?" Su Yuntao asked. His eyes had already searched the dormitory, but he didn't find Jiang Chen's figure. Tang San nodded and said, "He should be in the grove near the back gate of the academy." "Well, thank you." Su Yuntao left quickly. Master Su Yuntao hasn't given up trying to win Jiang Chen into the spirit hall, Tang San thought to himself. At this time, the downstairs of the dormitory was already surrounded by students, staring at Hu Lina who was standing at the door of the dormitory. It was so beautiful, they couldn't find a girl in the whole academy who was more beautiful than the girl in front of them. These students had never seen such a beautiful girl, they were unwilling to blink, and stared straight at Hu Lina. Su Yuntao came out and left with Hu Lina. In the grove, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on a big rock, using kung fu to heal the injuries on his body. Injuries to other parts of the body are not that important, what is important is his face. He has always claimed to be the most handsome young lady, but now he has turned into an ugly monster with big pimples on his face, let alone how angry he is. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came, and Jiang Chen opened his eyes vigilantly. 2 people appeared in his sight, one was the familiar Su Yuntao, and the other was a very beautiful girl. Jiang Chen admitted that he had never seen such a beautiful girl no matter in his previous life or this life. Of course, it doesn't just refer to the appearance, but also the special temperament on the body. He was startled. Could it be that Su Yuntao has discovered that I'm still alive? While he was thinking, Su Yuntao had already come in front of him. Seeing this child with blue and purple big bags all over his face, Su Yuntao was a little surprised, but he still smiled and asked, "Kid, do you know where Jiang Chen is?" Chapter 46 The Perfect Woman. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he touched a few big bumps on his face with some understanding. "I don't know," he replied directly. Sure enough, Su Yuntao already knew that he was still alive, which was not good. He still remembered that Su Yuntao wanted to pass his information to the Pope's palace. No matter how Su Yuntao knew that he was still alive, he had to find a way to dispel Su Yuntao's idea of reporting his information. "I don't know what you want to do with Jiang Chen," Jiang Chen asked, wanting to find out the purpose of Su Yuntao's trip first. Su Yuntao looked very disappointed, did not answer Jiang Chen's question, turned to Hu Lina and said, "Miss Hu Lina, Jiang Chen is not here, let's look elsewhere." Hu Lina? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with turbulent waves instantly. How could Hu Lina appear in Notting College? There's no such thing in the original. His eyes flickered, thinking about various possibilities in his mind. Su Yuntao had already started walking towards the outside, but Hu Lina stood there motionless, staring at Jiang Chen. Miss Hu Lina, why don't you leave? Su Yuntao asked suspiciously. Jiang Chen was also shocked, looked up at Hu Lina, and found that the other party's beautiful fox eyes were staring at him, as if trying to see through him. No, this kid has some problems, Hu Lina said suddenly. Jiang Chen said inwardly that he was not good, and fled back as soon as he moved his feet. Although he didn't know how Hu Lina saw that there was something wrong with him, and he didn't know how Hu Lina appeared here, but he had to slip away. Because of Tang San's relationship, he has never wanted to have an intersection with Wuhandian. If he doesn't slip away now, is he still waiting to be brought to Wuhandian? Hu Lina's beautiful eyes flashed, and she chased after Jiang Chen, leaving only Su Yuntao standing there dumbfounded. He hasn't turned his head around yet. What happened? Jiang Chen's speed was very fast, even much faster than Tang San, but at this moment compared with Hu Lina, he seemed to be much slower. But his speed was enough to shock Hu Lina. This child looks to be only about 6 years old, and he has not released a martial spirit from his body. How can he be so fast? While thinking, she didn't hold back, and directly released her martial spirit. Her ears suddenly became sharper, she grew fluffy hair, and a big fluffy tail appeared behind her buttocks, and her whole person seemed to become more beautiful. At this moment, her speed increased sharply. She grabbed Jiang Chen's collar by the back, and lifted Jiang Chen up. Jiang Chen kicked his feet off the ground several times before stopping. Hu Lina's eyes glowed pink. She looked at Jiang Chen. Who are you? Why are you running? Her voice was a little hoarse. Whether it was the pink eyes or the hoarse voice, there was a unique charm, which caught the inexperienced Jiang Chen at once. I'm Jiang Chen, because He shook his head and woke up instantly, feeling only a burst of fear in his heart. Sure enough, it is worthy of being a fox spirit, and its charm ability is simply terrifying. If he hadn't experienced the torture of absorbing the soul ring and the catastrophe, and his will has been trained to be extremely strong, he might not be able to escape Hu Lina's charm at all. Hu Lina was shocked again. In the past, if a 6-year-old child could get rid of her charm, she would not believe it if she was killed, but now she believes it. Su Yuntao, who had just caught up, also heard Jiang Chen's words, and was stunned. He came in front of Hu Lina, and stared at Jiang Chen who was being lifted up in the air. It's really you, kid. What were you running just now? Su Yuntao couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. Now that he was caught, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Facing a level 26 Su Yuntao, he didn't have much confidence, and Hu Lina who was carrying him now also had 2 yellow soul rings. Maybe he can kill one by surprise, but the other may not be so easy. And he didn't dare to kill people. If he could run away from a monk, he couldn't run away from a temple. Killing people would definitely affect the Holy Soul Village. It seems that running away is useless, unless he never returns to the academy, never to return to the Holy Soul Village. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was like a deflated ball. Put me down, he said to Hu Lina behind him. Hu Lina carried him like a little chicken, and said coldly, don't even try to run away. Saying that, she put Jiang Chen down. Jiang Chen also guessed at this time, it must be Su Yuntao who reported his information, that's why Hu Lina appeared here. I'm afraid Hu Lina is not the only one who came. His heart was half cold, which attracted the attention of Wuhandian. Could he still stay by Tang San's side safely? Hu Lina withdrew her martial spirit, and said to Su Yuntao, you take him with you. Su Yuntao nodded, and grabbed Jiang Chen's hand. Let's go, I'll take you to the spirit hall to meet the Pope, don't be nervous. Jiang Chen's body froze for an instant, and the remaining half of his heart became completely cold. Bibi Dong actually came to Nodding City? And it's for him? Jiang Chen felt like he was going crazy. He couldn't figure out what Su Yuntao wrote, to let that high-ranking Bibi Dong come to such a small place to meet such a small character like him. Su Yuntao tightly held onto Jiang Chen with his big hands, afraid that Jiang Chen would suddenly run away again. Hu Lina walked ahead, not caring that she attracted the attention of everyone in the street. Everyone in Nodding City basically knew Su Yuntao. If they hadn't seen Su Yuntao following the girl, it is estimated that many people would have had the cheek to strike up a conversation. As expected of a fox martial soul, it is naturally charming, and the charm in its natural state is not something ordinary people can resist. Jiang Chen secretly said. He stared at Hu Lina in front of him. Although her face looked immature, her figure was already extremely outstanding, perhaps because of the influence of the fox spirit. Hu Lina suddenly turned around and said, boy, why did you lie just now? Why did you run away? Jiang Chen turned his head quickly, pretending to be helpless and said, I was beaten into a pig's head in a duel with others, of course I don't want others to know, won't I be exposed if I don't run away? Hu Lina glanced at Jiang Chen, and suddenly smiled coquettishly, just you? If you're bigger, you'll learn how to duel like others. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, just now the girl looked cold, but suddenly she was smiling like a flower, which made him a little uncomfortable. Then how did you find out that I was lying? Jiang Chen couldn't help asking. Hu Lina didn't look back, I've seen a lot, so I can see through it at a glance. Not long after, they returned to Wuhandian. Jiang Chen has seen this Wuhan palace countless times, but this is the first time he has entered it. He was directly brought into the Great Hall, and saw that lofty Bibi Dong for the first time. Staring blankly at that woman, Jiang Chen finally retracted his gaze after a long time. At this moment, there are only 2 words in his mind, perfect. Chapter 47. Can I say no? 3 more. If we were to say who is the woman Jiang Chen admires the most in the entire Douluo Continent, it would undoubtedly be Bibi Dong and Xiaoxue. These two are both talented and generous women who do not give way to men. He once thought that if he didn't want to easily become a god by Tang San's side, he would have joined the spirit hall long ago. Bibi Dong waved her hand and said, "You all go down first." Sisi, Suyuntao, and the others retreated respectfully, leaving only Bibi Dong and the others. Bibi Dong walked down, stood not far from Jiang Chen, and looked at the child Jiang Chen curiously. Jiang Chen's composure made her a little surprised. When encountering such a big battle, if it was an ordinary child, she might already be trembling with fear. But Jiang Chen didn't show a trace of fear except for looking at her in a daze at first. If this child is not a fool, there must be something unusual about him. "Are you Jiang Chen?" Bibi Dong looked at Jiang Chen, who was full of pimples, and asked with a strange expression. "I'm Jiang Chen, what do you want from me?" Jiang Chen asked with big panda eyes. "Boy, this is the Pope of our spirit hall." Someone was dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's attitude, and immediately reprimanded him. Bibi Dong waved her hand. "No problem." Then she continued to look at Jiang Chen. "What's going on with your face?" Jiang Chen touched it, and it still hurt a little, fighting with others. Bibi Dong had a strange expression on his face, and beckoned to one of them, "Give him some treatment." A middle-aged beautiful woman came out. She was a contra-level healing soul master, and it couldn't be easier to treat Jiang Chen's skin trauma. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen recovered his original appearance, and the speed of recovery surprised Jiang Chen, who was experiencing the healing of a soul master for the first time. His fair skin, upturned little nose, and big black eyes made people's eyes shine. Bibi Dong nodded, and said softly, "Can you show us your martial soul?" "It really is like this," Jiang Chen secretly thought in his heart, but he simply summoned the martial soul directly. At this point, what else could he do to refuse? That burly zombie with a green face and long fangs stood behind Jiang Chen. Although he no longer had the loud and powerful figure when he was awakening, his aura was still compelling. Everyone showed surprise, carefully observing Jiang Chen's martial soul, a humanoid martial soul. They had really never seen it before. The Wuhan Palace has existed on the mainland for so many years, and among the tens of thousands of Wuhan recorded, there is no such thing as Jiang Chen. Although the zombie's aura was astonishing, in their opinion, it was no more than comparable to those top martial spirits on the mainland, such as the Clear Sky Hammer, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. If this zombie martial soul is said to be a god-level martial soul, that would be a bit of an exaggeration. Many elders shook their heads secretly, thinking that Bibi Dong's mobilization was a waste of time. They have all seen the power of an angel martial soul, and this peculiar zombie martial soul is far from being able to compare with the angel martial soul. Even Hu Lina was a little disappointed. She believed in Bibi Dong before, thinking that Jiang Chen really had a god-level martial soul, but she didn't expect it to be just a top-level martial soul, and she didn't know which one was stronger than her fox martial soul. As the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment, which is exactly the psychology of these people. "Pope, this child's martial spirit can't be compared with a god-level martial spirit at all," an elder said dissatisfiedly. He was about to break through and was cultivating with all his heart, but Bibi Dong called him over, and it turned out that there was no so-called god-level martial soul, only a top-level martial soul. Even sending a contra-level deacon with this kind of martial spirit would be too much, but Bibi Dong unexpectedly asked several of their elders to come together. Jiang Chen looked at the disappointed expressions of these people, and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but that was fine. Maybe he refused to join the spirit hall, and these people would not force him. However, Bibi Dong didn't show any disappointment. Instead, the smile on her face became stronger and stronger. What she saw was different from what other people saw. Although she was a little disappointed that Jiang Chen was not a god-level martial soul, the aura of that zombie martial soul made her eyes shine. It was an extremely bloodthirsty, evil, and resentful breath, which made her feel very cordial and liked it very much. Both of her spirits are very evil spider spirits, and it is almost impossible to find a spirit more evil than hers on the Douluo Continent. However, she saw one today, Jiang Chen's martial soul, which is no less evil than her spider martial soul, and the more she felt it, the more frightened she became. This martial soul seemed to have some terrible secrets that she didn't know. She even had an intuition that Jiang Chen's martial spirit was more suitable for the mysterious inheritance she came into contact with than her. "Take back your martial soul," Bibi Dong said softly. Jiang Chen withdrew his martial soul, and asked innocently, "Can I go?" Bibi Dong froze for a moment, then smiled. "No rush, I still have some things I want to discuss with you. Go down first." Bibi Dong glanced at those elders. After a while, only Bibi Dong, Hu Lina, and Jiang Chen were left in the hall. "What exactly does she want to do to me?" Jiang Chen was a little puzzled, and pushed the others away. "What does this mean?" Hu Lina didn't know what her teacher wanted to do, but the next moment, she opened her mouth wide in shock. Bibi Dong actually walked up to Jiang Chen and squatted down, stretched out her hand and gently stroked Jiang Chen's hair. Her smile was very gentle and kind. Hu Lianio covered her red lips with her hands, her beautiful fox eyes were wide open, and her beautiful eyes were full of inconceivable. Is this still the majestic Iron Pope who is above 10,000 people? Even with her disciple, she has never been so intimate. Jiang Chen trembled even more, looking at Bibi Dong who was so close at hand. Her smile was so gentle, so true, it was so beautiful that it almost took his breath away. I am the Pope of Wuhandian, are you willing to learn from me? As soon as these words came out, Hu Lina on the side was even more startled and almost cried out. Even she herself experienced cruel training in the death concentration camp, and finally stood out before being accepted as a disciple by Bibi Dong, and this child was actually favored by Bibi Dong the first time they met. At this time, Hu Lina felt inexplicably jealous. Why is this child's life so good? However, it was Jiang Chen who was even more shocked. Studying with Bibi Dong means worshipping Bibi Dong as a teacher, which was something he had never thought about before. When it comes to training resources for soul masters, Wuhandian is second, and absolutely no one dares to say first. But worshipping Bibi Dong as a teacher means that he will completely become an enemy of Tang San in the future. Unless Jiang Chen has the strength against the heavens, he may end up the same as Bibi Dong and Xiaoxue in the original book. Amidst Hu Lina's shock and Bibi Dong's expectation, Jiang Chen cautiously asked, "Can I refuse?" Chapter 48 Farewell to Nodding City. Can I say no? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Hu Lina's heart roiled even more. How could he refuse? How dare he refuse? Was his head caught by the door? Bibi Dong's gentle smile faltered, and immediately asked, "Why?" Jiang Chen's face was troubled for a moment, and he said, "I don't want to leave my hometown, can I?" He didn't dare to tell the real reason, so he had to make up a childish excuse. Bibi Dong smiled brightly and charmingly. "When you become stronger, you will be able to win glory for your hometown, and your hometown will be proud of you. Follow me, and you will soon realize this dream. I really don't want to leave." Bibi Dong's expression suddenly turned cold, and traces of killing intent surged out, covering Jiang Chen. "If you don't agree, I will kill you now." Jiang Chen's whole body was icy cold, like falling into an ice cellar. Under this killing intent, he inevitably felt fear. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong would be so cruel, even a child of him would not be spared. What else can he do? Even if these people were brought to Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao might not be able to save him. After all, Tang Hao's old injuries made him unable to fight for a long time, and if there was a fight in Holy Soul Village, everyone would suffer. Moreover, Tang Hao still has Tang San as an oil bottle, absolutely unwilling to confront Wuhandian head-on. Even if Tang Hao could save him by chance, he would definitely take him and Tang San away. This Douluo Continent is not the original Douluo Continent. Without the original plot, Tang San may not be able to achieve those achievements. Tang San's side also lost its meaning. Jiang Chen's heart was completely cold, and it seemed that he had no choice but to obediently follow Bibi Dong to leave. If you want to follow Bibi Dong, you must be prepared to be an enemy of Tang San in the future. Tang San. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly flashed a thought to kill Tang San. Seeing Jiang Chen standing there silently, Bibi Dong frowned. "Do you choose to die or choose to follow me?" Jiang Chen was awakened suddenly, suppressed all kinds of messy thoughts in his mind, and respectfully called out, "Teacher." Bibi Dong's icy pretty face was like 100 flowers blooming. "You will follow me from now on." Saying that, she took Jiang Chen's hand and walked outside. Hu Lina followed with a complicated expression. After this trip, she unexpectedly gained a junior brother. Bibi Dong's hands were soft and warm. This was Jiang Chen's first feeling. After going out, everyone waited quietly outside. Bibi Dong looked around for a week, and said calmly, "Jiang Chen will be my second disciple from now on." Those elders didn't respond. After all, it is normal for the Pope to accept disciples, but Sisi and Su Yuntao are different. The moment Bibi Dong announced, they were so excited that they almost went crazy. Disciples of the Pope, this is something they never dared to think about before. Su Yuntao originally only hoped that he would get some rewards for discovering a new martial spirit, but now this result has far exceeded his expectations. His awakened child became a disciple of the Pope, and his contribution is too great to imagine. Bibi Dong looked at the excited Su Yuntao, and said, "Deacon Su Yuntao, what reward do you want?" Su Yuntao suppressed his excitement and said, "My lord, can you let me think for a few minutes?" "Can." Su Yuntao was overjoyed, and looked at Sisi, and the two started talking in a low voice. A few minutes later, Su Yuntao raised his head, looked at Bibi respectfully and said, "My lord, I want to be the master of the branch hall of Nodding City." That's it. Everyone, including those elders and Bibi Dong, were a little stunned. Su Yuntao's request is really too low. You can choose to get a bigger reward. Bibi Dong said. "No need." Su Yuntao smiled freely. "My talent is not high, and my innate soul power is only 2 levels. I am destined not to become a powerful soul master in this life. I am already very satisfied to be the lord of Nodding City. I will continue to do my best for the Wuhan Temple in Nodding City, and discover more children with potential." Bibi Dong said with satisfaction, "Very well, our spirit hall needs a loyal talent like you. I declare that you are now the master of the branch hall of Nodding City." "Thank you, Your Majesty the Pope." Su Yuntao hurriedly said respectfully. "Okay, I'm going back to Wuhan City." Bibi Dong led Jiang Chen out. When passing by Su Yuntao, Jiang Chen paused. "Su Yuntao, I really thank you." Su Yuntao didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant, and quickly said respectfully, "This is what subordinates should do." After watching the Pope leave, Sisi leaned against Su Yuntao, and said with a happy face, "Brother Tao, you are so amazing." Inside the spacious and luxurious carriage, Bibi Dong said to Jiang Chen, "We are going to Wuhan City soon, do you need to say goodbye to your family?" Jiang Chen thought for a while and said, I have a friend from the same village who is at Notting College, and I want to ask him to tell my grandfather that I went to Wuhandian to study. Okay. Bibi Dong said, Nana, you can go with him again. Hu Lina took Jiang Chen into another carriage and drove towards Notting City Soul Master Academy, while Bibi Dong and the others waited outside the city gate. On the carriage, Hu Lina looked at Jiang Chen, who was still a bit tangled, and said with a smile, Little junior brother, you don't seem very happy about having your teacher as your teacher. Jiang Chen forcefully squeezed out a smile, which was uglier than crying, where, I am very happy, and I will ask my senior sister to take care of me in the future. I still don't know who will take care of whom. Hu Lina muttered. Bibi Dong seemed to like Jiang Chen more, which made her feel very uncomfortable. When we arrived at Notting College, Jiang Chen jumped out of the car. Senior sister, I can just go in by myself. Hu Lina also followed. No, what if you run away again? I dare not bear the teacher's anger. Jiang Chen had no choice but to let her follow in. Hu Lina didn't go to the dormitory building. Jiang Chen went back to Kishi alone. Jiang Chen, congratulations, it's not bad to go to Wuhandian to study. This is what Grandpa Jack hopes. Tang San said. Jiang Chen didn't tell him about Bibi Dong's acceptance of disciples, otherwise Tang San would not be able to remain calm. Xiaoxue at the side looked at Jiang Chen with complicated eyes, and there was even a little hatred in her eyes. After Jiang Chen packed up the things he brought from home, he came to Tang San again. Little San, if one day we become enemies of life and death, what will you do? Jiang Chen said solemnly. Tang San was taken aback, then smiled. How is it possible? I mean if. Tang San thought for a while, then I will definitely spare you once. Jiang Chen also smiled. I will forgive you once too. When he reached the door, Jiang Chen turned his head again. Remember to tell my grandpa, I will definitely come back to see him. Tang San waved his hand. Don't worry, go. I will tell him when I get home from vacation. Jiang Chen left. He didn't attack Tang San after all. Only now did he understand that in his heart, he had already regarded Tang San as a friend. Maybe they will really have a day when they fight each other. If Tang San loses at that time, it doesn't matter if he is spared once. Chapter 49. Bibi Dong was dumbfounded. Outside Notting City, the luxurious convoy drove slowly, and a small black bird accompanied it all the way high above the sky. Jiang Chen lay on the car window, looking at the smaller and smaller Notting City. His mind was full of thoughts. After a long time, he sighed slightly in his heart. Since he came here, he will be at ease. Joining Wuhandian may not be a bad thing. Wuhandian can definitely give him the best resources to make him stronger quickly. He thought of his cultivation again. It seemed that every time he absorbed a spirit ring, he would have to go through a catastrophe. This was going against the sky. Even if he was an enemy of Tang San, then why would he be afraid? Thinking of this, the depression in his heart also dissipated a little. What I should think about now is how to make myself stronger quickly in the Wuhan temple. Seeing Jiang Chen lying on the car window in a daze, Hu Lina poked him and said, Little brother, are you reluctant to leave your hometown? Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, turned around and sat down. A little bit. Don't be sad, senior sister will be your family from now on. Hu Lina said while stroking his head. Jiang Chen felt a little uncomfortable. With his adult nature, it always felt a bit awkward for an 11 or 12-year-old girl to pat his head. But he was embarrassed to get out of the way. After all, Hu Lina was his senior sister. Maybe he would still hug her thigh in the spirit hall in the future. Bibi Dong was somewhat satisfied with Jiang Chen's reaction, and said with a smile, Chener, I heard that you were born with full soul power when you awakened. Have you obtained a soul ring now? If not, when you return to Spirit City, I will arrange some the strong will take you to hunt and kill soul beasts. Jiang Chen hesitated for a while and said, Teacher, I have already obtained my first soul ring. Bibi Dong was a little surprised, and quickly asked, with your talent, you should absorb a century-old soul ring, right? She was a little worried. What good teachers could there be in a small place like Notting City? If she misled this disciple of hers and absorbed 10 years of spirit rings, that would be hateful. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, It's not a century-old soul ring. The smile on Bibi Dong's face dissipated, and a rare look of disappointment appeared, and Hu Lina also looked at Jiang Chen with some unbearable and sympathetic eyes. Let me take a look at your spirit ring, Bibi Dong said. Jiang Chen's martial spirit is not bad, even if the first spirit ring is a little worse than others. Under her training, it may not be able to overwhelm other geniuses. Moreover, the age of the soul ring is not impossible to increase, but the conditions are very harsh. Seeing that Jiang Chen hesitated, Bibi Dong comforted. Don't worry, although yours is a 10-year soul ring, if you practice hard in the future, I will find a way to help you increase the number of years. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to have such an idea, so he could only release his soul ring with a wry smile. His zombie spirit will only show a spirit ring after possessing him. He hadn't possessed a spirit in the spirit hall before, so Bibi Dong has not seen his spirit ring yet. Of course, the soul ring can also be released separately without releasing the martial soul. Under Jiang Chen's thought summoning, a purple soul ring rose from under his feet, gently floating up and down on his body. At this moment, the high and powerful person in the Wuhan palace was dumbfounded, and his beautiful face was dull. Hu Lina on the side opened her eyes wide, covered her red lips lightly with her fingers, and almost cried out. This is incredible. The first soul ring is 1,000 years. How is this done? Bibi Dong knows more. She knows that after the soul masters of the twin martial souls are strong, the second martial soul has a chance, and the first soul ring is 10 years or -years. Or passing certain external tests can also improve one's soul ring. But when Jiang Chen absorbed the spirit ring at that time, he must have only been at the 10th level. She hadn't heard of anyone who could absorb a 1000-year spirit ring at the 10th level. Unless, not a person? Teacher, my soul ring is actually 1000 years old, not 10 years old, Jiang Chen said. Seeing the Pope, who was extremely majestic in everyone's eyes, showing a dull expression at this time, Jiang Chen suddenly had an urge to laugh, but he still suppressed it. He still doesn't understand Bibi Dong's temperament. If he offends the other party, it will definitely not be good fruit for him. Bibi Dong also realized that she had lost her composure, so she immediately turned serious, because showing such a posture in front of the two disciples would damage her image. But she still couldn't calm down in her heart. This matter was too unbelievable. Chenner, tell the teacher, how did you absorb this spirit ring? Before releasing the soul ring, Jiang Chen had already thought up his speech, and he didn't hesitate at this time. Teacher, I was born with a strong body. Before I absorbed the spirit ring, my body's strength reached 1000 catties. It was very painful to absorb this spirit ring, but I still succeeded. You rashly absorbed the 1000-year soul ring. Didn't the teachers of the academy stop you? Bibi Dong's face was slightly angry. How do these teachers manage to let a 6-year-old child absorb a 1000-year spirit ring? It's simply a mistake. If you are not careful, you will explode and die. Seeing Bibi Dong's somewhat angry appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling a little fond of her. I was separated at the time, and I just met a dying soul beast. I don't know how many years it was, so I absorbed it in a daze. Jiang Chen's face turned red. This lie is really not good, but Bibi Dong and Hu Lina believed it. Otherwise, what explanation could there be? Bibi Dong pulled Jiang Chen in front of her, and looked at it seriously. The more she watched, the more satisfied she was. This time she really picked up a treasure. Innately full of soul power, her physique is stronger than her peers, and she can absorb a 1000-year soul ring at the age of 6. This kind of talent is much stronger than her with twin martial souls in some respects. She flipped the palm of her hand, and there was an exquisite ring inlaid with gold rims on it. This is a gift from the teacher. Jiang Chen took it out of curiosity, wondering if this is the same soul tool as Tang San's 24th Bridge Moonlight Night. This is a high-level soul tool. It has a space of -cubic meters. You only need to communicate with your thoughts and soul power to access items. Bibi Dong laughed. Jiang Chen's heart was moved. He couldn't hide his excitement. He immediately put it on his right index finger, and started to try it. After trying a few times, he was familiar with the technique and put some of his clothes in it. Thank you, teacher, Jiang Chen said sincerely. You will reward me by cultivating well in the future. Bibi Dong gently stroked Jiang Chen's head. Hu Lina at the side looked envious. That ring was really beautiful, and she wanted one too. Bibi Dong glanced at her, then smiled and took out a necklace. Nana, this is for you. Its function is the same as Chenner's. Hu Lina looked at the crystal-like necklace and was overjoyed, so she quickly took it. Thank you, teacher. Hu Lina was very satisfied. She liked this shiny necklace more than Jiang Chen's gold-rimmed ring. Both of you are my disciples. You will take care of each other in the future, you know. Yes. The two replied. Nana, Chenner should stay with you as soon as he arrives at the Wuhan Palace. You can show him to familiarize himself with the Wuhan Palace, so that he won't be bullied by others. Good teacher, leave it to me, junior brother. Chapter 50. Arrive at Wuhan City. Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed. Let him live with Hu Lina? He's not a real kid. Teacher, can I live by myself? He asked cautiously. Bibi Dong smiled and said, you are still young. Let's live with your sister Nana first, so that she can take care of you. But Hu Lina looked at Jiang Chen's frightened look, and suddenly felt a little funny, and pulled Jiang Chen over to hug him. Don't worry, are you still afraid that the senior sister will eat you? In the charming smile, the invisible charm strengthened. Jiang Chen blushed, and hurriedly pulled away. I'm really afraid that you, a vixen, will eat me, he muttered in his heart. It's a pity that no matter how much he protested, Bibi Dong and Hu Lina just wouldn't let go, which annoyed him very much. It took 2 days for the convoy to reach Notting City, and the speed back to Wuhan City was a bit slower. It took 3 days for them to arrive in Wuhan City. The area of Wuhan City cannot be compared with the big cities like the capitals of the two empires, but the scale of the buildings inside it is shocking. The city wall alone is enough to amaze Jiang Chen. It is more than 80 meters high and 30 meters thick. It is completely made of hard granite. After entering Wuhan City, Hu Lina began to introduce Jiang Chen. The whole city is hexagonal in shape, one has 6 gates, and there are soul masters patrolling the walls all the time. The streets in the city are very wide, with few pedestrians, and even the few shops sell items that soul masters need. After entering the city, Jiang Chen's head stuck out from the car window, and he discovered that the Wuhan city was actually built around a hill. On the hill, there are 2 very conspicuous buildings. The one on the hillside is extremely majestic. Under Hu Lina's introduction, he knew that this resplendent building was the Pope's palace, where the Pope usually lived. As disciples of the Pope, he and Hu Lina also lived there. And another smaller building is located on the top of the mountain. The whole body is as white as jade. This is the Douluo Hall, where the spirit of the soul master lives. Only the dead title Douluo can live in it. In other words, it is the tomb of the title Douluo. Even the Pope has no right to step inside, at most he can only worship in front of the door. The soul masters on the street looked very devout. Jiang Chen also felt the unusual aura here. Maybe it was because of the existence of the Douluo Hall, which was the belief in the hearts of the soul masters. Hu Lina continued, Xiaoxue, inside our Pope's hall, there is also a hall of elders, where the elders live, and they are all powerful at the title Douluo level. Some elders have very weird tempers. Don't run around in there, you know. Jiang Chen nodded and said, understood. But he thought in his heart, the great elder should be Qian Daolio. I wonder if he is in the hall of elders? And Qian Rongxue, I don't know if he is still in the hall of spirits. If he is, he should also live in the hall of elders. Bar. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Hu Lina and Jiang Chen got out of the car, and Bibi Dong ordered Hu Lina to buy some daily necessities for Jiang Chen. The clothes Jiang Chen wore were really shabby. He was still wearing the school uniform of Nodding College, and there were still many holes in the school uniform, which were scratched by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Even the clothes in his ring space are very worn out. Some still have a few patches, which old Jack bought for him before. He is reluctant to throw them away. After all, he is in a foreign country. These clothes are also a thought. When he came out of the changing room, he was completely different. Although he was young, his appearance was already outstanding. It was not obvious that he was wearing shabby clothes, but now that he had changed into a gorgeous robe, Hu Lina's eyes immediately brightened. Not bad, not bad. She kept nodding her head and commenting, and bought Jiang Chen more than a dozen sets of clothes at once without hesitation. After leaving the clothing store, Hu Lina took Jiang Chen to look at it, shook his head, and dragged him to the hairdressing store. Jiang Chen was helpless. He was like a marionette, at the mercy of Hu Lina. 2 hours later, Hu Lina finally nodded in satisfaction. She looked at Jiang Chen as if she was admiring her own work. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. With such a senior sister who pursues perfection, he will have a hard time in the future. At this time, he changed from head to toe. Flying black hair, eyes as bright as black jewels, a small but angular face, and expensive clothes. He seemed like a different person in just 2 hours. Hu Lina kept nodding. Her eyes were bright. She pulled Jiang Chen and said, from now on, I will dress like this, you know. Jiang Chen nodded helplessly. Fortunately Hu Lina didn't dress him up as a woman, otherwise it would have been miserable. Let's go. Hu Lina pulled Jiang Chen up the mountain. A step with a width of 30 meters has been spread down from the Pope's palace halfway up the mountain. Standing at the bottom of the mountain and looking up, it is like a ladder to the sky. The guards here are heavily guarded, and every guard exudes a powerful aura, giving Jiang Chen the feeling that it is unfathomable. These people all knew Hu Lina and did not stop her. Walking on the stone steps, both of them were soul masters, so they didn't feel tired at all. Senior sister, does our spirit hall have a college? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, our Academy of Wuhandian is the strongest academy in the whole continent, and the champions of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competitions in every world are from our Wuhandian Academy. Your senior sister and I will also go there after a while learn there. Then what about me? How will the teacher arrange me? Jiang Chen asked. Hu Lina thought for a while and said, after I leave, you should learn from the teacher. After all, you haven't met the entrance requirements of Wuhandian Academy. What request? Jiang Chen was curious. After all, the entrance requirements of this so-called strongest Wuhandian Academy must be very strict. Before the age of 13, the level must reach level dash or above. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. The admission requirements were actually the same as Shrek Academy. This requirement is not low, so can you recruit students? Definitely. Hu Lina smiled. As the strongest academy, Wuhandian Academy can recruit a large number of talented students every year. Even your senior sister and I will not dare to say that we will go to Wuhandian Academy later. The most genius. I believe you. After practicing with the teacher for a few years, you will definitely be able to enter the Wuhandian Academy. 10 minutes later, they finally climbed the stairs and entered the majestic Pope's Palace. There are multiple areas in the Pope's Palace, including the conference hall, the Pope's bedroom, the Elder's Hall in the depths, and many training places. Senior sister, where do we live? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously, seeing that Hu Lina didn't introduce his residence. We are the teacher's disciples, so of course we live in the Pope's bedroom. Hu Lina laughed. A moment later, when Jiang Chen saw the pink, dreamlike room, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 51 Qian Rongxue, changed some settings, don't be surprised. Looking at Jiang Chen who was stunned by the door, Hu Lina pulled him in. The room is full of pink ornaments, pink big bed, sofa, curtains. There were still a lot of roses, and there was still a fragrance lingering in the room, which was similar to the smell of Hu Lina. Master, senior sister, where should I sleep? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Hu Lina pointed to the big pink bed. Then, you sleep inside, and I sleep outside. Isn't it? I'm a man. Jiang Chen couldn't help tightening his clothes. Hu Lina glanced at him, then suddenly approached Jiang Chen, exhaled like a ranch and said, you are so young, are you afraid that senior sister will eat you? The warm breath hit his face. Jiang Chen quickly blushed and turned his head away, secretly cursing the vixen in his heart. But when he thought that he didn't need to sleep at night, he breathed a sigh of relief. He would find a spacious place to practice at night, and he only slept a little during the day. Junior brother, you are so funny. Hu Lina smiled coquettishly. Jiang Chen found out in horror that the other party looked at him as if he was looking at a toy, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He had a good premonition that he would be tortured by Hu Lina in the next few days. This is a later story. Hu Lina ignored Jiang Chen and took off her coat. I haven't showered for many days, I'll go and get comfortable first, don't peek, kid. I'm not human if I peek at you. Jiang Chen was speechless. Hearing the singing in the bathroom, Jiang Chen got up to do nothing, and suddenly had a thought, planning to wander around the Pope's palace. There are many small palaces, pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water in the Pope's palace. Many places are very similar. Jiang Chen got lost while walking. He clearly looked like the way he had come, but it seemed to be getting farther and farther as he walked, and finally he didn't know where he was. Thinking of Hu Lina saying that there is an eccentric elder in the elder hall in the depths, he suddenly felt a little flustered. If this eccentric elder had a psychopath, wouldn't he be doomed? He didn't dare to think about it any further, and quickly summoned the little blackbird in his heart. The little black sparrow stayed outside the city gate, and under his call, it quickly flew towards the Pope's palace. At this moment, bursts of shouting sound suddenly came, which surprised Jiang Chen. Someone is practicing? He immediately realized that there are many training places in the Pope's palace, and it is normal for someone to be practicing at this time. Originally, he just wanted to wait where he was, and leave when the little black sparrow came, but when he heard the immature female voice, he couldn't help but a voice sounded in his heart to go and have a look. It is a big taboo to peek at other people's cultivation, but when this idea came to his mind, he couldn't control it. The one who was practicing was probably that person, one of the women he admired the most. His feet moved with his heart, and he couldn't help but walk in the direction of the sound. After passing through an arch, he arrived at a martial arts arena, standing at the door and quietly watching the girl who was practicing soul skills. The girl looked to be about the same age as Hu Lina, with neat short blonde hair hanging down to her ears. Her skin was snowy, her delicate face seemed to be a bit prettier than Hu Lina's, and her budding figure was much worse than Hu Lina's. She was wearing a tight golden outfit, and what shocked Jiang Chen was that this girl had 3 soul rings shining on her body. 2 yellow and 1 purple, 2 century-old soul rings, and 1,000-year soul ring. This girl looks to be about the same age as Hu Lina, and Jiang Chen already knows that Hu Lina is only 11 years old at this time, and her cultivation has not yet reached level dash. But now the girl in front of him has broken through to level dash or above. On the back of the girl, the clothes were torn apart, and a pair of white wings stretched out. Behind her, there was a huge phantom. The phantom could not see the face clearly, but it was different from the girl. There are 3 pairs of 6 wings. It really is her? Seraph Wuhanqi and Rongxu. Jiang Chen felt very uneasy. Who? The girl shouted, and when she turned her head, she saw Jiang Chen standing on the edge of the martial arts arena. The moment she saw clearly that it was a strange little boy, anger appeared in her eyes, her wings fluttered, and her body shot towards Jiang Chen. The first soul ring on her body lit up, and a strong golden light converged on her right fist, which became golden and filled with a terrifying sacred aura, as if it could purify and dissolve everything. Looking at the menacing Qian Rongxu, Jiang Chen would be foolish if he didn't run away. The turbulent power of the opponent's fist made him startled, and the level gap between the 2 sides was too large, so the poison on his body might not be able to have an effect on Qian Rongxu. Seeing Jiang Chen rushing towards the arch, Qian Rongxu's beautiful eyes glowed with golden light, the second soul ring on her body lit up, and a pair of empty wings appeared beside her pure white wings. The whole person became a little illusory, the speed soar again. Feeling the strong fluctuation behind him, looking at the door that was still a few meters away, Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't escape. Gritting his teeth, his advancing body suddenly shot to the right without warning. Qian Rongxu looked at the child who suddenly disappeared in front of her, with a dazed expression on her face. She didn't really want to hit the child hard, she was ready to pull back, but she didn't expect that the other party's body that was running towards the front suddenly turned to the right fang shoots. Qian Rongxu stopped, the light on her fist disappeared. She turned to look at Jiang Chen not far away, and said coldly, "Who are you?" At first, she thought that Jiang Chen was just an ordinary child, and she just wanted to scare her, but she didn't expect that this child seemed to be not simple. Jiang Chen didn't know that Qian Rongxu just wanted to scare him. Seeing the coldness on Qian Rongxu's face, his heart felt a little bit awkward. He rolled his eyes, and said pitifully, "Sister, where is this? I accidentally got lost and couldn't get out. Can you tell me which way to go?" Jiang Chen's acting skills are very good, that cute little appearance and pitiful expression are enough to make many maternal creatures have the urge to care for them. But he inadvertently revealed a flaw. Just now he had calmly avoided Qian Rongxu's pursuit, but now he seemed to have changed his face, suddenly turning into a harmless child. If it were someone else, Jiang Chen might still be able to deceive him, but the one in front of him is Qian Rongxu, that smart and delicate Qian Rongxu. Jiang Chen's every expression and every movement can't escape her subtlety. Observed. The golden light on Qian Rongxu's fist lit up again, like a golden flame, exuding an aura that made Jiang Chen's heart palpitate. "As far as I know, there is no child your age in the Pope's palace. Who are you? How did you get in? If you don't say, you will die. Die." As the words fell, Qian Rongxu was burning with golden light, approaching Jiang Chen step by step. Jiang Chen's expression changed and he couldn't help but retreat, finally gritted his teeth and said, "I am the Pope's new disciple. Qian Rongxiu stopped for a moment, then said with a sneer, okay, very good, since you are her disciple, I won't spare you even more. Her speed suddenly accelerated, approaching Jiang Chen extremely fast. My mother, how could this happen? Jiang Chen ran away. Chapter 52 turned into a pig's head again. Why did Qian Rongxiu go crazy when she heard about the Pope? Jiang Chen knew that the relationship between Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong was not good, but it wasn't so bad, right? He turned his head and saw that Qian Rongxiu was flying towards him with a fierce face, and the golden light was shining on his fist. The light gave him the feeling of facing Tian Li back then, and he doubted that he would not be able to withstand Qian Rongxiu's punch. The breath behind him was getting closer and closer, making his scalp numb, and his whole body was in unbearable pain as if being burned. I'll turn. He changed direction, and immediately brushed past Qian Rongxiu's fist. Qian Rongxiu was taken aback again, that kid miraculously dodged her blow again. In fact, the power of her punch was not great, the brilliant golden light above was just her bluff, but it seemed to scare the child enough. It's interesting, then let me see what's so special about the disciple you've accepted. The golden light in Qian Rongxiu's eyes became even more intense, facing Jiang Chen, almost blinding Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen folded a few times, dodged a few attacks, and approached the arch again, but Qian Rongxiu had already seen through his intention. Jiang Chen found sadly that he was blocked again, and he found that Qian Rongxiu's speed seemed to be getting faster and faster, as if her flying skills were getting more and more proficient. Boom, Jiang Chen couldn't dodge in time, Qian Rongxiu punched him on the shoulder, he staggered at high speed, and rolled several times on the ground. He snorted, and found that Qian Rongxiu's soul skill had the effect of melting soul power, it invaded his body, quickly melted his soul power, and caused great pain. Qian Rongxiu stopped, worried that she might break Jiang Chen, but when she was in a daze, Jiang Chen got up and rushed towards the exit. This kid is cheating. Qian Rongxiu decided in her heart, and immediately became angry. You don't want to run. She flapped her wings, faster than before, and the golden light on her fist was even more violent. Because she thought that the attack just now did not cause any harm to Jiang Chen, she increased her strength without hesitation, and vowed to show Jiang Chen a good look. In fact, she also wanted to vent her emotions to Bibi Dong. Jiang Chen didn't know Qian Rongxiu's little thoughts. When he found out that Qian Rongxiu's speed was faster and the energy fluctuations were more terrifying, his heart went cold. The force that invaded his body just now has already caused him a lot of suffering. If there are a few more punches, his soul power will probably be completely melted and purified. I don't care about you, why are you chasing me? He turned around and shouted loudly. However, Qian Rongxiu didn't say a word, and his fists were not polite. Amid Jiang Chen's wailing, he was punched a few more times. What's more hateful is that Qian Rongxiu actually set her sights on his face, focusing on greeting his handsome little face. The soul power in Jiang Chen's body disappeared quickly, the pain on his face was unbearable, and anger was aroused in his heart. Is Qian Rongxiu such an arrogant person? He was extremely disappointed. Under the anger, he no longer dodged, turned around and punched Qian Rongxiu's fist. Lightning fist? There are electric arcs around the fist, which looks quite powerful. Qian Rongxiu was surprised, and couldn't help adding a little more strength. With a bang, the two flew upside down at the same time. Qian Rongxiu was extremely shocked. Although she hadn't used all her strength, that power was no longer something ordinary soul masters could resist. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen's strength was so great that he could knock her into the air, even his fists were a little numb. As expected of her disciple. At this time, she already had a very high evaluation of Jiang Chen in her heart. But the more this happened, the more she wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson that she had long been disgusted with Bibi Dong's aloof and disdainful attitude towards her. How could she not give a blow when she met the other's disciple at this time? Ever since she was a child, she longed to be cared by that woman and to be loved, but she was greeted with disgusted eyes, and she didn't know why. She wants to vent her dissatisfaction, she wants to demonstrate to that woman, she wants to prove her ability, and wants to see if that woman has other emotions besides disgust towards her, and will she be angry because her disciple was beaten? Poor Jiang Chen had no idea that he had become Qian Rongxiu's outlet, and all that awaited him was ruthless ravages. After punching, Jiang Chen continued to run away, and he almost ran all over the vast martial arts arena. Qian Rongxiu guarded the gate tightly, and the fence was more than 10 meters high, which made him despair. Just when he was about to release his martial spirit, Qian Rongxiu greeted him with another punch. Jiang Chen's speed suddenly increased several times, and before he could make a turn, he bumped directly into the thick wall. I don't know what kind of stone this wall was made of, but it was as hard as iron, almost giving Jiang Chen a concussion. Qian Rongxiu stopped, looking at Jiang Chen who fell to the ground clutching his forehead, with a bewildered expression on his face. How could this guy's speed increase so much all of a sudden? And he slammed into the wall stupidly? Could it be that he knew he couldn't escape, and wanted to break through the wall to escape? That wall can't even be broken by me what? Countless questions arose in Qian Rongxiu's mind. She finally stopped when she saw Jiang Chen who fell to the ground in a terrible state. Just like Qian Rongxiu, Jiang Chen was also in a daze at this time. Just now, under Qian Rongxiu's pressing step by step, a scene of 3,000 thunders suddenly flashed in his mind, and the speed suddenly soared several times. Then, he had a close contact with the wall. Fuck, what a foolish move. He stood up, clutching his forehead. Enough fighting, can I go now? He was so angry, it's a pity that he couldn't beat Xianrongxue, otherwise he would have to push her to the ground and match the tea vigorously. Looking at Jiang Chen's swollen face, Xianrongxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. That beautiful face suddenly smiled like a flower. If it was in the past, Jiang Chen would definitely appreciate it, but now he feels that this smile is very hateful. Noticing something was wrong, Xianrongxue immediately put away her smile, put on a straight face, and returned to her icy expression. Go back and tell your teacher that if you want revenge, let her come to me in person. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Chen left there. With the vision of the little black sparrow, he quickly identified the direction, and headed back to the Pope's bedroom. He also wanted to understand now that it was because of Bibi Dong that he was punished by Xianrongxue. What does the qi between you mother and daughter have to do with me? Jiang Chen almost shed bitter tears. How can he go back to meet people in this state? This pig's head was even bigger than the one Tang San hit. Moreover, his soul power flowed to his face, and the recovery effect was pitifully weak. He just lingered outside the palace, not daring to go in. It was so embarrassing. He was beaten into a pig's head as soon as he arrived here. Junior brother, where are you? Hu Lina walked out of the bedroom, and immediately saw Jiang Chen who was about to dodge not far away. Chapter 53 Bibi Dong's attitude. Please vote. Hu Lina quickly rushed over, looking at Jiang Chen with a swollen face. She was very surprised. You are Junior brother? She asked uncertainly. Jiang Chen's tragic state has completely deviated from his original appearance, and it's normal for Hu Lina not to notice it. But when she noticed Jiang Chen's clothes, she immediately confirmed Jiang Chen's identity. Boundless anger rose instantly. She just took a bath. Jiang Chen was beaten like this. How could she explain to the teacher? Before, Bibi Dong asked her to take good care of Jiang Chen, not to be bullied by others. But now, Jiang Chen has been beaten like this just after arriving at the spirit hall. How can this keep her from being angry? Tell senior sister, who beat you like this. Senior sister will help you get back on the field. She was so angry that her body trembled. Master, senior sister, I was actually stung by a wasp. Jiang Chen said guiltily, although Xianrongxue asked him to come back to move the teacher. How could he have that face? Running around and being beaten up, I can only consider myself unlucky. Really? Hu Lina asked suspiciously. Really? Jiang Chen nodded. The hornet is really big, a large group of them chased after me. His face was swollen, and Hu Lina couldn't tell the truth from his face at all. Okay, then I'll help you heal. Hu Lina's soft palms pressed against Jiang Chen's face, slowly pouring in her soul power, trying to repair the injuries on Jiang Chen's face. However, what surprised her was that there seemed to be a very stubborn power under Jiang Chen's skin. With her current level of soul power condensed, it was difficult to consume that power in a short time. This wasp is most likely a soul beast, Hu Lina judged. She pulled Jiang Chen up and walked inside. Let's go to the teacher, she must have a way. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. He knew that Bibi Dong might be able to tell at a glance who beat him like this. Hu Lina pulled Jiang Chen directly to Bibi Dong's study. Bibi Dong seemed to have just bathed. Her long golden hair was loose, she was wearing loose and light casual clothes, and she took off the noble and majestic Pope's robe. In front of, seeing Bibi Dong's proud figure, Hu Lina looked envious. Although her figure was already outstanding, compared with Bibi Dong, she was nothing short of a big deal. Teacher, she called out. Bibi Dong, who was seriously correcting the memorials piled up these days, raised her head, and immediately saw Hu Lina and Jiang Chen. Chenner, what's wrong with you? She walked out quickly, bent down, and stroked Jiang Chen's face. Teacher, junior brother said that he was stung by a wasp. Hu Lina said beside him. She was worried, afraid that Bibi Dong would blame herself. Jiang Chen was injured because she, the senior sister, didn't protect her well. If Bibi Dong wanted to punish her, she wouldn't complain. Jiang Chen's eyes dodged. He didn't dare to look at Bibi Dong in front of him. He knew that Bibi Dong must have recognized him. You ran to the elders' hall? Bibi Dong asked softly. Jiang Chen nodded. Tell me what happened. Jiang Chen didn't hold back. He told the whole story, and finally repeated Xianrongxue's words. It's too arrogant, it's too bullying. Junior brother, take me there, and senior sister will avenge you. Hu Lina's face was full of anger, and she was about to pull Jiang Chen out. Jiang Chen pulled her back forcefully. Senior sister, don't, that sister is already at the cultivation level of a soul master. Hu Lina's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, so what about Hunzun? Hunzun can't beat people indiscriminately, and we are not easy to bully. Okay, Nana, this matter is none of your business. Please calm down first. I will help Chenner heal. Bibi Dong said. After Jiang Chen finished speaking just now, he kept observing Bibi Dong, but the other party's expression was very indifferent, which made him a little puzzled. Bibi Dong's soul power poured into Jiang Chen's skin, quickly driving away the soul power left by Xianrongxue inside. With her titled Douluo's cultivation, it's no problem to get rid of these soul powers. After a while, she withdrew her palm, turned her hand and took out a bottle of ointment, and began to help Jiang Chen apply it. This ointment was very miraculous, penetrated into Jiang Chen's skin, the pain disappeared immediately, and more than half of the swelling disappeared immediately, making him feel cool. After smearing it once, Bibi Dong stood up. It should be back to normal tomorrow. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Chen thanked. If it wasn't for Bibi Dong, it would probably take him a long time to recover. Teacher, you must make the decision for the junior brother, Hu Lina said. Bibi Dong glanced at her and said, do you want me, a titled Douluo, to bully a soul venerable? Hu Lina opened her mouth, but was speechless. Suddenly, she looked a little decisive, looked at Jiang Chen and said, junior brother Xiaoxue, take me there tomorrow, and I will seek justice for you. Bibi Dong can't make a move, and only she, the senior sister, can make a move. If she is indifferent, both Jiang Chen and Bibi Dong will be disappointed in her. Jiang Chen was touched and said, senior sister, there's no need, I just suffered some skin trauma, and she didn't hit hard either. Nana, just leave this matter alone, and you can't run inside, you know. Bibi Dong ordered. Okay, teacher. Hu Lina could only agree. Bibi Dong looked at Jiang Chen again. As for you, Chener, that girl is only 11 years old, and her cultivation base is already level 38. It's not wrong for you to lose to her. Go there again tomorrow. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked, although he knew that Qian Rongxu's talent was abnormal, but at the age of 11 she was already close to the soul sect. She was really not human. Hu Lina was also shocked, feeling the gap between herself and that girl. Bibi Dong continued, your spirit belongs to the attack type. As an attack type soul master, how can you not be beaten? During this time, you should learn how to be beaten first. Remember, you have to go there every day, and when you come back, the teacher will give you a beating. Heal you? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, and asked him to fight every day. What kind of training method is this? If it's a soul master, he can still accept it. The key is Jian Rongxu. That perverted talent has allowed her to cultivate to level 38. There is a gap of more than 20 levels. He can only be abused in the discussion. Teacher, you can let senior sister practice with me. Jiang Chen suggested. Yes, teacher, I can do it. That person is too ruthless, he beat up my junior brother like this. Hu Lina also said. Bibi Dong shook her head and said, Nana, you are a control-type soul master, so you are not suitable to practice with Chener, that girl is more suitable. She looked at Jiang Chen again, do you know? Seeing that Bibi Dong's expression gradually became serious again, Jiang Chen had no choice but to nod. If you want to become stronger, you must first learn to be beaten. What a wise saying. Chener, you go back first. Bibi Dong said. After Jiang Chen left, Bibi Dong looked at Hu Lina. Nana, you are going to Wuhandian Academy in a few days. I will give you a task now. Try to teach Chena the rules of survival in the next few days. Let him understand how to survive in a death camp. Hu Lina turned pale with shock, and hurriedly said, Teacher, where are you going to send the little junior? Chapter 54 Death Camps. Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged. My disciple is destined to be extraordinary, whether it is strength or character, just like you, although your talent is good, but if you can't pass the test of the death camp, I will not accept you as a disciple. Thinking of that place, Hu Lina felt a little terrified. It was her nightmare. Even though she had been away for a while, she would occasionally wake up from the dream. But junior brother is only 6 years old. I only entered when I was 8 years old, and my elder brother took care of me. I'm afraid he won't survive 3 days inside at his age. Bibi Dong resolutely said, so whether he can live or not depends on you. These days, you can impart some experience to him so that he can get mentally prepared first. Hu Lina knew that she couldn't change Bibi Dong's mind, so she had no choice but to agree. After Hu Lina left, Bibi Dong showed a complicated expression. That place is the best place to train people. As her disciple, Jiang Chen must go in. Without the heart of a strong man, how can he become a real strong man? Even Hu Lina stayed there for 3 years and walked out on the corpses of other people. Although she loves Jiang Chen, if Jiang Chen Kong has the talent for cultivation and his Sing Sing does not meet her requirements, she will not rule out giving up Jiang Chen in the future. That's why she arranged for Hu Lina to impart experience, and let Jiang Chen and Qian Rongxu learn some combat experience. Jiang Chen had a gloomy face, asking him to call Qian Rongxu again. What kind of cultivation is this? But he couldn't refuse Bibi Dong's order. After thinking about it, Qian Rongxu didn't kill him, so the depression in his heart dissipated a little. Just go, it's just a little uncomfortable at most, and you can also use Qian Rongxu to cultivate his 3000 thunders, and when you come back, you will have Bibi Dong's gentle application of medicine. It seems that it is not a loss. Thinking of this, the depression in Jiang Chen's heart was swept away. He remembered the sudden burst of speed when he was chased by Qian Rongxu, and his eyes lit up. At that time, I should have gained a new understanding of 3000 thunders. Jiang Chen secretly said, and didn't go back, and immediately tried it outside. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reproduce the situation at that time. His face was full of disappointment, and he regretted not letting Qian Rongxu chase him for a little longer. Forget it, let her chase her again tomorrow, maybe a few more times, I can grasp that feeling. When he returned to the room, Hu Lina had already returned. Seeing Jiang Chen's mess, Hu Lina felt a little disgusted, and hurriedly pushed him into the bathroom. Don't go to bed tonight without washing. Hu Lina's threatening voice came into the bathroom, making Jiang Chen dumbfounded. He didn't want to go to bed. After cleaning it once, he walked out. At this time, Hu Lina had already prepared the meals. 3 meals a day are delivered here by waiters, and Hu Lina had told him about it before, so he wasn't surprised. Delicious food. This craftsmanship made Jiang Chen full of praise. The teacher is going to send me to a death camp? What kind of place is this? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Hu Lina put down her chopsticks and said solemnly, "This is the place where Spirit Hall trains geniuses. It can be said that as long as you come out of it alive, you will become the most important talent in Spirit Hall. However, it is not so easy to come out alive. If you go in with your current strength, you will be killed by others in minutes. Isn't Wuhandian Academy the place to cultivate geniuses? How could there be another concentration camp?" Jiang Chen asked doubtfully. Hu Lina shook her head. "It's different. The most important thing in the death camps is to cultivate the minds of geniuses. As long as the geniuses who come out of them are decisive and tough, one can be worth 3. Only geniuses cultivated in the academy can compare." Jiang Chen was curious. "Senior sister, did you also kill many people inside?" Hu Lina nodded. "I was in there for 3 years, and I almost died 9 times. I killed 20 people of my age in total. Only 3 people passed in my class, and I was one of them. So, it is really important for you to enter. It's a narrow escape, especially when you're still so young." She had a worried look on her face. She really liked this little junior brother, and she didn't want to watch Jiang Chen die. Jiang Chen wasn't worried. After all, if he was only of the same age, he had never been afraid of anyone. Seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent expression, Hu Lina couldn't help asking, "Aren't you afraid?" "I'm so scared. I'm afraid that I will accidentally kill all the people inside." Jiang Chen laughed. Hu Lina rolled her eyes. "If you go in with this mentality, I guarantee you won't survive 3 days." Jiang Chen restrained his smile and said, "Then senior sister, why don't you just teach me some experience?" Hu Lina said, "There is only one sentence from my experience, that is, don't trust anyone, and always be vigilant." Jiang Chen secretly kept it in his heart. Although he is confident in his own strength, he will not be arrogant. He has seen a lot of things capsized in the gutter. After eating, Hu Lina began to meditate. "Xiaoxue, if you want to become a strong person, hard work is essential. Come, practice with senior sister." At this time, she was already sitting on the bed, because her legs were crossed, her thin and soft trousers were drawn up, revealing 2 fair legs. Some subtleties were also faintly visible, and her alluring aura was stronger than ever before. "Ahem. Senior sister, I'm used to cultivating in spacious places." Jiang Chen fled from the balcony after speaking. The room is on the 2nd floor, and their balcony is the roof of another building. Jiang Chen sat down, looked back at the balcony not far away, heaved a long sigh of relief. As expected of a natural charmer, it was easy for all ages, even a child like him could hardly resist. He knew that Hu Lina didn't do it on purpose, she was born like this. Hu Lina followed, stood beside Jiang Chen, and asked doubtfully, "Is this the first time I've seen someone who is used to practicing outside?" As soon as Jiang Chen turned his head, Hu Lina was startled by that appearance. 2 white fangs were exposed, 2 eyes were as black as ink, and the sharp nails shone with a cold light. "Senior sister, I'm really not afraid of you. My martial soul is suitable for cultivation under the moonlight." Hu Lina came over curiously, reached out, and touched Jiang Chen's 2 teeth, and said in surprise, "So it's true, Xiaoxue, these 2 teeth of yours are not for biting people, are they?" "It's for biting people, and it's also highly poisonous." Hu Lina suddenly took a few steps back. She had heard Jiang Chen say that her martial soul was poisonous, but she never expected it to be released through her teeth. "Then senior sister will not disturb your cultivation. Remember to go back to sleep when you are tired." After Hu Lina finished speaking, she turned around and jumped onto the balcony, and returned to the bed to practice. In the middle of the night, Jiang Chen was awakened by the urge to urinate, and when he went back to go to the toilet, he was stunned by the scene on the bed. Chapter 55 Feeling hollowed out. There is only a faint light in the room, but Jiang Chen's eyes can see things in the dark. At this time, Hu Lina had finished her cultivation and fell asleep on the bed. She was lying on her side with her legs tucked up, and the roundness was even more amazing. There was a hole in the back of the pink hot pants, and a big furry tail came out of it, passed between her legs, and went around her in front of her. She held her in her arms. She frowned, her body trembled slightly, as if she was having a terrible nightmare. "She's so pitiful." Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling sympathetic. He guessed that Hu Lina should have been released from the death camp not long ago, and she still couldn't get rid of the cruel experience inside. Is the death camp really that scary? Jiang Chen's heart became a little serious. He has never killed someone before, but since he first came to this world, he has had the realization that it is very difficult to survive in this world without killing people. So when he heard that the death camp was cruel, he didn't care much, unless he encountered something extremely restrained, or was completely wiped out. Otherwise it would be difficult to kill him. He didn't wake Hu Lina up, and after solving the problem, he went outside to practice again. Hu Lina's nightmare, I believe it will slowly disappear after a long time. In the early morning, when Jiang Chen returned to the room, Hu Lina had already woken up. "Xiaoxue, you are so powerful, you can practice all night long." Hu Lina envied. Meditation practice consumes mental power. People with strong mental power will take longer to practice, and those with weaker mental power will need to rest and recover after practicing for a period of time. Hu Lina has never seen someone like Jiang Chen who can practice all night at the age of 6. "My martial soul is suitable for cultivating under the moonlight, so I won't feel tired when cultivating," Jiang Chen explained. "I know this. This is called martial soul mimicry training, which can greatly improve the training effect." Hu Lina was very envious. "Little brother, you will definitely be a very powerful person in the future," she affirmed. It's okay, my goal is level dash dot. Hu Lina rolled his eyes at him, it's still 100 levels. The teacher said that 100 levels is just a legend, and it hasn't appeared in thousands of years. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, level dash is really difficult, even for a genius, accepting the inheritance of the gods is a narrow escape. Without the inheritance of the gods, it would be even more difficult. Even the monstrous Tang San, without receiving the inheritance, forcibly hammered his cultivation to level 99, creating a miracle, but in the end he was stuck. At level 99, you can't make any progress. Although it was difficult, Jiang Chen knew that his advantage was that he had the system, so he might not be able to create a miracle. When he was thinking, Hu Lina suddenly leaned over, her seductive face was almost close to Jiang Chen's. Little brother, do you think senior sister looks good? Jiang Chen took a few steps back, nodded awkwardly, it's pretty, senior sister is pretty. Then why do you seem to be immune to my charm? Actually, my willpower is relatively strong. Really? Hu Lina rolled her eyes and said, then can you help senior sister with my cultivation? Yes. Jiang Chen answered very readily, then how can I help you cultivate? It's very simple, senior sister, I'll use you every day to test whether my charm has increased. Hu Lina smiled coquettishly, as if she had succeeded in a trick. She immediately transformed into a martial soul and made a seductive gesture. My mother. Jiang Chen's face changed drastically, and he rushed out of the room with a single step, but Hu Lina grabbed him back. Senior sister can't. Jiang Chen's scream came out. When eating at noon, Jiang Chen's complexion was wan, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Hu Lina was so inhuman that she actually used him as an experiment, trying to figure out how to maximize her charm. Although Jiang Chen was only 6 years old physically, his soul was tortured. If this continues, he doubts whether it will affect his physical and mental development in the future. But fortunately, Hu Lina will be going to Wuhandian Academy in a few days. Thinking of this, his face looks better. Little brother, you are really amazing. Many people were unable to extricate themselves under the charm of senior sister and let me manipulate them, but you always escape quickly. I wonder if you are a girl. As she said that, Hu Lina's eyes moved down, and she looked down at Jiang Chen, looking eager to try. Even Jiang Chen saw a desire to conquer from her eyes. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He threw down the bowl and chopsticks and rushed out. He was afraid that something terrible would happen later, in case Hu Lina gave him a verification. I went to find that sister to practice. He turned around and shouted. Hu Lina curled her lips and snorted, I don't believe anyone can resist my temptation. This time, Jiang Chen didn't get lost again, and smoothly came to that martial arts arena again. The martial arts arena was empty, and Xianrongxue was not here. Maybe he went to eat. Jiang Chen secretly said, it's only noon now. Since Xianrongxue was not there, he first sat down in a small gazebo on the edge of the martial arts arena. Yesterday, after thinking about Xianrongxue's little thoughts about beating him at that time, Jiang Chen was not so angry anymore. Speaking of which, Xianrongxue was quite pitiful. She hopes to get her mother's care, but Bibi Dong has been indifferent to her since she was a child, and her attitude is very indifferent. It is normal for Xianrongxue to be angry. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly had a thought in his heart, maybe he can use his own identity to try to bridge the gap between the mother and daughter, so that the tragedy of forgiving the other party after death will not happen. When reading books in the previous life, Jiang Chen almost shed tears because of this regret, and now there is an opportunity to make up for this regret before him, and he is very willing to try it. But it still needs to be carefully planned. The biggest problem is Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong is willing to take the initiative, then things will become much easier. It is not an easy task to untie Bibi Dong's heart knot. After thinking about it, Jiang Chen didn't have a clue, so he gave up temporarily, and just lay down like that. It is not advisable to exercise vigorously just after eating. It is better to take a rest first to recover the spirit tortured by Hu Lina. Not long after lying down, he fell asleep in a daze. Half an hour later, Xianrongxue walked in, looking at the empty martial arts arena. She frowned. Today she had been waiting here all morning, but she didn't wait for Bibi Dong to arrive, and she felt even more dissatisfied. Suddenly, her gaze focused, and she saw Jiang Chen lying in the gazebo. With light footsteps, her body flickered, and within a few breaths she came to Jiang Chen. At this time, the injuries on Jiang Chen's face had recovered. He was lying there with his mouth open, a shiny silk thread flowed out from the corner of his mouth, passed through his cheek, and fell to the ground, forming a puddle on the ground. Chapter 56 Xianrongxue burst into tears. The content may be a bit boring. Jiang Chen's body undulates slightly, he smacks his mouth from time to time, that appearance is indeed a bit cute. Seeing this scene, Xianrongxue immediately felt a little guilty. For such a cute child, she took her anger out on him yesterday. Just when she was hesitating whether to apologize to Jiang Chen opened his eyes. Seeing Xianrongxue standing in front of him looking at him, Jiang Chen was so frightened that he quickly sat up. What if Xianrongxue did not even say hello? To his relief, he took a few steps back. Xianrongxue just stood there, not intending to make a move. Xianrongxue's expression was not as cold as yesterday, but quite calm. Your teacher won't come to help you get ahead. Jiang Chen shook his head. The teacher said that she is a titled Douluo. She will not come to bully you. You won't bully me? Hehe. Xianrongxue sat down with a sarcastic expression on her face. She deserves to say such a thing. She would rather treat her disciple well than even look at me. As she spoke, Qian Rongxu's eyes turned red. Are you okay? Jiang Chen walked over. It's okay. Qian Rongxu's fluctuating emotions disappeared and her calm returned. I hit you in a bad mood yesterday, I'm sorry. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Qian Rongxu to apologize to him. He shook his head and grinned. I'm fine. I'm in great shape. Look, don't you look like a pig's head? As he spoke, he turned up his nostrils and made a grimace. Pucci. A smile appeared on Qian Rongxu's calm face. This smile brought the relationship between the two closer. Little one, what's your name? Qian Rongxu asked. My name is Jiang Chen, how about you, sister? My name is Qian Rongxu. Sister, what is your relationship with my teacher? Jiang Chen asked. Her? I call her sister. When Bibi Dong was mentioned, Qian Rongxu's expression turned ugly. I think she seems to care about you very much. Jiang Chen said suddenly. Qian Rongxu froze for a moment, then sneered. Will she care about me? Jiang Chen gave full play to his child's advantages, and nodded with a serious face. Yes, she kept calling Xiaoxue when she fell asleep. I guess it should be you. Qian Rongxu was stunned, looking at Jiang Chen's serious expression. It didn't seem like she was lying. Inexplicably excited in her heart, she hugged Jiang Chen's shoulder and shook. What you said is true. Jiang Chen said affirmatively. Really, she went to Nodding City to pick me up, and she would call your name every time she fell asleep on the way back. In fact, Jiang Chen didn't lie. Bibi Dong did call Qian Rongxu's name when she was asleep, but not so many times. After receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Qian Rongxu felt as if something was broken in her heart. A long-suppressed emotion violently erupted, filling every corner of her heart, and tears burst out of her eyes. I'm going to find her. She stood up eagerly and was about to leave. Jiang Chen quickly grabbed her hand. If Qian Rongxu went to ask now, I'm afraid the final result would only be a big quarrel, and then continue the Cold War. Qian Rongxu looked down at Jiang Chen in doubt. Sister, I think you should not go to my teacher. Jiang Chen said. Why? Qian Rongxu asked back. She just wanted to go to Bibi Dong to ask clearly. Let's sit down and talk. Jiang Chen pulled Qian Rongxu to sit down. Qian Rongxu was not in such a hurry at this time. Sister, from what you said before, I guess my teacher is usually indifferent to you. Qian Rongxu was a little surprised. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so smart, and she could analyze this conclusion from her tempered words. She nodded and said, yes, she is actually my mother, but she has never cared about me once since she was a child, and she has never smiled at me. Every time she sees me, she looks cold, and sometimes I can see the look of disgust in her eyes. I am her daughter. Why did she treat me like that? Is her heart made of iron? Speaking of the latter part, Qian Rongxu's tears had a tendency to be unstoppable. At this moment, she was the most vulnerable, and her former strength completely collapsed. Her tender body trembled, and she was sobbing at the end. Facing such a brat like Jiang Chen, she didn't need to hide her emotions, she let them out to her heart's content. Jiang Chen handed over a few tissues with a face full of sympathy, and gently patted Qian Rongxu's hand to comfort. Sister, don't be sad. Confiding out the grievances accumulated in her heart for many years, Qian Rongxu felt that her body and mind seemed to relax a lot, and she gradually stopped crying. Thank you. She took the tissue and wiped away her tears. Sister, there is a reason why I didn't let you go to my teacher right away. What's the reason? Qian Rongxu showed surprise and asked quickly. Teacher, she calls you by your name in her dreams, which means she loves you very much deep down in her heart. Speaking of this, Jiang Chen glanced at Qian Rongxu, and found that the other party was a little excited. However, teacher, she is usually cold to you, which means that she doesn't want to show her love for you and force it to the bottom of her heart. Is there any mother in the world who doesn't love her daughter? Maybe she has a last resort. What is the difficulty? Qian Rongxu asked again, unconsciously clenched Jiang Chen's hand. Her mind was completely attracted by Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I still don't know what the difficulty is, but I have heard a story about a mother and child in a very similar situation to yours. Do you want to hear it? Qian Rongxu nodded quickly. There was a single mother with two sons. They loved each other and lived happily. However, one day, the youngest son was drowned unfortunately. The mother was very sad and asked a fortune teller to look at it. The fortune teller lied to her that her fate is too hard. I killed my own son. If I don't want another son to die, then I have to hide my love. Then the mother became indifferent to her son and never cared about her son since then. Yet when she was alone, she wept silently and prayed to God every day to forgive her sins, and pray for the safety of my son. Although the son doesn't understand why his mother has become indifferent to him, he is optimistic by nature and has always been filial to his mother. Finally, he opened his mother's knot, and the family lived happily together again. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he found that Qian Rongxu was already in tears, so he reluctantly handed over a few more tissues. Although I don't know why the teacher is indifferent to you, she must have her own reasons. If you go to her directly, maybe her attitude towards you will be even worse, and she will hide her love for you even more, just like the story in the story. Same as that mother. Then what should I do? Qian Rongxu Liwa said with rain. Jiang Chen showed a smile. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will definitely find out the teacher's knot, find a way to untie it, and let you mother and daughter open up. Chapter 57 It's better to be share. Jiang Chen, Thank you. Qian Rongxiu was moved, and gave Jiang Chen a hug forcefully. Jiang Chen's face moved away from that soft place, and his whole face turned red. Sister, you can just call me Xiao Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen's flushed face, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but smile. You can also call me Sister Shuer. Okay, Sister Shuer. Well, Xiao Chen, I'll leave the elder sister to you. Don't worry, Sister Shuer, I will definitely help you. Even though he said this, Jiang Chen didn't have much confidence. The main reason was that Bibi Dong's knot in his heart was too strong, and it wasn't so easy to untie it. And once it is opened, the mother and daughter reconcile. Even if Qian Rongxiu later finds out that Bibi Dong killed her father, with him to enlighten her, I believe that after knowing Bibi Dong's pitiful past, Qian Rongxiu will not be so difficult to accept. Qian Rongxiu gently stroked Jiang Chen's face, and asked, Sister beat you so much yesterday, does it still hurt now? Jiang Chen shook his head, it doesn't hurt anymore. Sister, I still want to be beaten by you today. Qian Rongxiu was stunned, and quickly touched Jiang Chen's forehead. I couldn't have beaten you stupid, did I? The teacher said that he would send me to a death camp in a few days, and let me learn from you how to be beaten. Didn't you find out yesterday? Under your persecution, my potential finally exploded, and my speed suddenly became much faster. Thinking of the scene of Jiang Chen bumping his head against the wall yesterday, Qian Rongxiu suddenly laughed so hard that the branches trembled. Just now she poured out her thoughts in front of Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen promised to help her untie Bibi Dong's knots. Qian Rongxiu already unknowingly regarded Jiang Chen as the closest person. My sister will leave the Wuhan Hall in a few days, and go to a faraway place to perform tasks. Since you want to be beaten, then my sister will give you a few days. Don't cry out for pain. Qian Rongxiu said with a smile. Men never cry out for pain. Come on sister, ruthlessly trample me. Jiang Chen laughed and rushed to the martial arts arena. The knot in her heart was opened, and Qian Rongxiu was just like other girls, with a happy smile on her face. She went to the martial arts arena and released her angel spirit. Xiao Chen, how do you want my sister to ravage you? Qian Rongxiu laughed. Just like yesterday, give me the greatest pressure, as long as you don't hit me in the face. Jiang Chen said. This is simple, but you run so fast, I guess your martial soul must be a beast martial soul of the agility attack type. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, no. He directly released the martial soul, and the martial soul possessed his body, and immediately turned into a zombie body, with a purple soul ring around his body. Qian Rongxiu opened her sexy mouth wide in surprise, and rubbed her eyes with disbelief. Xiao Chen, how did you get this 1000-year soul ring? She couldn't help asking. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's astonished appearance, Jiang Chen actually had a small sense of accomplishment in his heart, and immediately smiled and repeated the rhetoric that Bibi Dong said that day. After a while, Qian Rongxiu exclaimed, you are even stronger than my sister. My sister already had a soul power of level dash when she awakened. In order to absorb a more powerful soul ring, I didn't rush to break through. I polished it for 2 years body, but my first 2 spirit rings are still far from reaching the millennium. Jiang Chen was also shocked, so Qian Rongxiu only started to absorb the soul ring breakthrough when she was 8 years old, and it took 3 years to break through to level 38. What kind of monster is this? You have a strange martial soul, and your appearance behind the martial soul is also very cold. When you grow up, you will definitely fascinate many girls. Qian Rongxiu approached Jiang Chen and observed carefully. Okay, let's get started. Places like death camps are very dangerous, so my sister will not relax in your training. Jiang Chen nodded, and released the martial soul state. He mainly wanted to practice the 3000 thunder movement method. There was no need to release the martial soul. Just like yesterday, the two started a chasing battle again, but now the relationship between the two is different, and Qian Rongxiu's fist did not greet Jiang Chen's face. Qian Rongxiu has a level 38 soul master strength. Her martial soul is an angel, and she is very good at speed. When chasing Jiang Chen yesterday, her speed was only a small half. She didn't keep her hand from Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen grinned when the fist hit him. As expected, Jiang Chen guessed correctly. Under Qian Rongxiu's coercion, Sanqian Lidong produced several more effects, and gradually sensed that kind of mystery in his heart. Qian Rongxiu would not stop until Jiang Chen was exhausted, and the two would rest for a period of time before continuing to train. It was said to help Jiang Chen cultivate, but Qian Rongxiu was more active than Jiang Chen, making Jiang Chen suffer unspeakably. It was pain and happiness. It was approaching evening, and the two sat in the gazebo to rest. Cinderella left the prince in a hurry before the magic disappeared, and accidentally left a crystal slipper behind. Qian Rongxiu propped her chin up, listening to Jiang Chen's story earnestly. Her mind was deeply attracted. Jiang Chen glanced at the sky. It was almost dark. Sister Shuer, I'm going back. I'll continue to tell you tomorrow. Qian Rongxiu, who was immersed in the story, raised her brows when she heard Jiang Chen's words. No, you don't want to go back until you finish telling the story. Did the prince find Cinderella? Did Cinderella's vicious stepmother and sisters get it? Retribution? Tell my sister quickly. Tomorrow, my senior sister will wait for me to go back for dinner. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. No, if you don't finish the lecture today, you won't come to me for training tomorrow. Qian Rongxiu threatened, almost twisting Jiang Chen's ear. She grew up beside Qian Douluo, and she never had the joy of childhood. How could she bear to hear such an exciting story suddenly? Jiang Chen had no choice but to speak patiently for another half an hour, and finally made Qian Rongxu show a satisfied smile. Then she looked at Jiang Chen eagerly. Xiao Chen, do you have any other stories? Yes, there are also stories about Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, the Little Match Girl, Su Xian, and the Snake. I will tell you tomorrow. Qian Rongxu glanced at the sky. Okay, you must come early tomorrow. I will. Before Jiang Chen finished speaking, he had already ran out. I really don't know how there are so many good stories in this kid's little head. Qian Rongxu still had some aftertaste for the story Jiang Chen just told. Jiang Chen was only halfway there when he saw Hu Lina, who was running around anxiously. Senior sister. Jiang Chen called out, and walked over quickly. I'm hungry. He walked up to Hu Lina and said pitifully. Hu Lina didn't care about Jiang Chen's pitiful appearance, and directly twisted his ears. I just came back now. Do you know how worried I am about you? If you don't show up again, I will go to see the teacher. Hu Lina said viciously. Feeling the pain in his ears, Jiang Chen smiled wryly. Swear is better. Chapter 58 The Trial of Willpower, 4th update. Although Hu Lina's attitude was a bit fierce, Jiang Chen could still feel the deep concern from the other party. Hu Lina also let go of her hand quickly. How is it? Didn't hurt you? Jiang Chen shook his head. It doesn't hurt. We're going to eat. The food is getting cold. Hu Lina treated him like a younger brother, which made Jiang Chen feel cared for. He had never experienced this feeling in his previous life or in this life, and when he thought of Hu Lina's tragic fate in the future, he suddenly felt distressed. That kid Tang San doesn't understand style. Maybe he should do something to prevent the future Hu Lina from falling in love with Tang San. After dinner, Hu Lina took him to meet Bibi Dong again. When seeing Jiang Chen's face intact, Bibi Dong was a little surprised. According to her thinking, after Qian Rongxu found out that she didn't show up, she should have vented her temper on Jiang Chen again. But Jiang Chen is fine today, and other parts of his body are fine. Did that sister not hit you today? Bibi Dong asked. I did, but she healed me afterward. Jiang Chen replied. Bibi Dong was even more surprised. She didn't lose her temper, or say something. Jiang Chen shook his head. No, she apologized to me and said that she shouldn't have hit so hard yesterday. After knowing my purpose, she readily agreed and trained with me all afternoon. Bibi Dong didn't ask any more questions, and Jiang Chen didn't know what she was thinking. Nana, you're going to Wuhandian Academy in 3 days, spend the next few days with Chen'er. Good teacher. Hu Lina replied. She suddenly felt some reluctance in her heart, no matter whether it was Bibi Dong or Jiang Chen. In the past, she had no other close people except her elder brother, but now there are 2 more, a teacher and a younger brother. Okay, you guys go back, remember to practice soul power at night. After returning to the residence, Jiang Chen took a shower and went out to practice. He didn't dare to stay by Hu Lina's side for a moment. But Hu Lina saw his behavior like this, but made Hu Lina's desire to conquer more and more intense. It's not the kind of conquest between men and women, it just wants to successfully make Jiang Chen unable to extricate himself from her charm ability. In the early morning, Jiang Chen went back early, and happened to see the scene where Hu Lina's fox tail was retracted. He is very curious about the transformation of the beast martial soul. He can transform into a beast himself, and some martial souls will also allow the soul master to grow some parts of his body. For example, the ears grow longer and the tail grows. Jiang Chen didn't know why Hu Lina would release her martial soul while sleeping. Maybe it was because she felt comfortable, or maybe it was because she lived in a cruel environment before that she developed this habit. Hu Lina's body proportions are extremely perfect, with a small waist that can be easily grasped, and an astonishing arc between her back and hips. The moment the fox's tail was retracted, Jiang Chen inevitably saw something that he shouldn't have seen. Hu Lina put on her coat as if no one else was around. Jiang Chen, who was only 6 years old, was obviously not a man in her eyes, just a little kid who didn't understand anything. After breakfast, Hu Lina, who was already on guard, grabbed Jiang Chen who was about to sneak away, and started the brutal experiment again. After eating breakfast, Qian Rongxu went to the martial arts arena to wait. She told Jiang Chen to come earlier yesterday. Now helping Jiang Chen train has become her secondary purpose. A love story that moved her. However, after waiting for an hour, Jiang Chen still did not appear. Qian Rongxu frowned, got up and walked out. Since Jiang Chen didn't come, then she went to see it herself. She guessed that Jiang Chen might still be sleeping late. If that's the case, she doesn't mind spanking Jiang Chen's butt a few times. She will go to the concentration camp soon, and she is so lazy, she must spank. She knew the location of the Pope's bedroom, and at this time Bibi Dong had already gone out to deal with the Wuhan Palace's affairs, so she wouldn't be in the bedroom at all. Without any scruples, she walked in directly. After walking in the bedroom for a long time, she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's begging for mercy, which came intermittently. Didn't you sleep late? It seems like you're being bullied. Thinking this way in her heart, her steps quickened immediately. In her heart, Jiang Chen almost has the status of a younger brother. She does not allow anyone to bully Jiang Chen. If so, she will never forgive. She quickly approached the direction where the sound came from, and when she approached the small building where Jiang Chen lived, she finally heard Jiang Chen's voice clearly. Senior sister, don't want it. Senior sister, please let me go. Senior sister, I can't take it anymore. In addition, there was a girl's coquettish giggle. The voice was full of strong charm, and Qian Rongxu, who was standing downstairs, was stunned for a moment. But soon she broke free from this charm. As a woman, the effect of this charm on her was weakened invisibly, and there was still a gap in strength. Hu Lina's charm could not pose a threat to her. She knew that Bibi Dong had a disciple of the fox spirit, but she had never seen one before. She never expected to see Hu Lina's charm ability under such circumstances. Her pretty face was filled with anger all of a sudden. This vixen actually used her charm ability to torture Xiao Chen. She really has no shame in attacking a 6-year-old boy. How can Xiao Chen resist this kind of charm, or she has already met a poisonous hand? Anger welled up in her heart, her soul power surged, she jumped directly from below to the second floor with a sudden kick, kicked open the door, and the scene inside the room immediately came into view. At this time, Jiang Chen was forced to sit on the sofa by Hu Lina, and Hu Lina was standing in front of Jiang Chen, a big tail kept shaking, 2 soul rings lit up from time to time, doing some seductive movements. Jiang Chen fell into a trance from time to time, but soon regained consciousness, repeatedly. Seeing this scene, how could Xiaoxue bear it? His chest almost exploded with anger. You vixen, I'm going to kill you. Under Xiaoxue's rage, she directly activated her martial soul, and released the first soul skill angel in a surprise attack, blasting her golden fist towards Hu Lina. When the door was kicked open, Hu Lina had already discovered that a strange girl had actually kicked down the door of her room, but before she got angry, the other party had already made the move. The other party's 3 soul rings made her startled, and she immediately guessed that this was the girl training with Jiang Chen. Hu Lina launched 2 skills one after another, her fluffy tail emitted red light, and her charm ability was activated to the maximum. Even Xiaoxue was in a trance for a moment under this charm, and Hu Lina, who was about to be hit, disappeared in front of her fist. Hu Lina dodged to the side, and realized that her charm would not have much effect on Xiaoxue. Her heart sank, and she had a dagger gleaming with cold light in her hand. Stop it! Jiang Chen stood up and roared. Seeing Jiang Chen's furious appearance, the 2 women gave each other a hard look, and both withdrew their martial souls. Xiaoxue walked quickly to sit beside Jiang Chen, and asked with concern, Xiao Chen, are you alright? Then she looked at Hu Lina, who was at the side, and said angrily, is this how you treat your junior brother? He's just a child. Hu Lina blushed, and was rendered speechless by Xiaoxue's words. It was indeed her fault for using Jiang Chen to test her charm, but Xiaoxue broke her unexpectedly. Faced with this situation, Jiang Chen felt a little headache. Although Hu Lina's charm was a bit uncomfortable, he found that under this kind of torture, his willpower tended to strengthen, and he gradually became less resistant to Hu Lina's behavior. He didn't want to see 2 women fighting. Sister Shuer, I'm fine. I'm going to a concentration camp. Senior sister is training my willpower. You misunderstood. Really? Xiaoxue asked suspiciously after being stunned for a moment. Jiang Chen nodded. Really? Then you yelled so loudly just now. Jiang Chen blushed and said, I have reached the limit, and only by breaking through the limit can I become stronger. The senior sister said that people with strong willpower will not be deceived by others, and will have greater courage in the face of difficulties. Xiaoxue blushed, and believed Jiang Chen's words, so she misunderstood Hu Lina. Sorry, I didn't know you were training Xiao Chen. She apologized. Hu Lina said awkwardly, it's okay, you also care about him. Sister Shuer, go back first, I'll go find you in the afternoon. Jiang Chen pushed Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue stood up, okay, then you must come early in the afternoon. Then she looked at Hu Lina and said, then Xiaoken's willpower training is up to you. You don't have to be polite to him, you can be more ruthless. After finishing speaking, she didn't stay any longer, and left quickly. It was too embarrassing, she misunderstood others, and even fought. After Xiaoxue left, Hu Lina walked up with a smile on her face, you're pretty good at talking, then senior sister will continue to hone your willpower. Come on senior sister, ravage me by any means. Jiang Chen regards death as home. He believed that after Hu Lina's training, he should have a strong resistance to beauty in the future. Even if he encounters a charm-like skill, he can easily get rid of it. Chapter 59 Parting. Jiang Chen's training was painful and joyful, and in the morning he would be charmed by Hu Lina's various tricks. In the afternoon, he will conduct actual combat training with Xiaoxue. Time flew by, and after 3 days passed, Hu Lina silently packed her underwear, and walked out of the Pope's palace with Jiang Chen. At the foot of the mountain, Hu Lina reluctantly bid farewell to Jiang Chen, but Bibi Dong did not come to see him off. Xiao Chen, the content of the training in the concentration camp is different every time. The experience that senior sister can give you is still the same sentence. Never trust anyone and stay vigilant at all times. Hu Lina urged again. I know, senior sister, you have said this sentence 800 times. Jiang Chen was helpless. You must come back alive, senior sister is waiting for you at Wuhandian Academy. Jiang Chen hurriedly pushed Hu Lina into the car. Let's go, I have to go back to practice, don't worry, I will live well. The carriage started, and Hu Lina went away. Wuhandian Academy is also in this Wuhan city, but after entering the academy, it is almost not allowed to come out until the holiday time. Watching the carriage leave, Jiang Chen found himself somewhat reluctant to part with this top-ranked senior sister. It took Hu Lina 3 years to get out of the concentration camp. Maybe a few years have passed since he got out of there. When he returned to the empty room, the girl who had tortured him for several days was no longer there, and his heart suddenly felt a little empty. Shaking his head, he forced himself not to think about Hu Lina's departure, left the room, and headed towards Jianrongxiu. In the past 3 days, he and Jianrongxiu had escalated from the initial chase to the current duel. He has already mastered the mystery of Sanqun Lidong, and his speed is already incomparable. After adding the first soul skill boost, Jianrongxiu bluntly said that Jiang Chen's current speed is even in the realm of a great soul master at level 20. They're all top-notch. During the battle between the two, Jianrongxiu had just suppressed her strength to the level of a soul master, but Jiang Chen pressed her down on the ground and beat her up hard. Since then, she never dared to underestimate Jiang Chen, and adjusted her strength to the realm of a great soul master. With huge soul power and 2 soul skills, she finally suppressed Jiang Chen. But she was still shocked. Her own talent is extremely monstrous, not only reflected in the speed of cultivation, but also the top existence in the same level of combat power. However, facing Jiang Chen with the strength of a great soul master, she could only suppress it. She found that no matter how she attacked, it was difficult to cause substantial damage to Jiang Chen. However, her purpose is not to hurt Jiang Chen, but to let Jiang Chen learn more actual combat experience. Being able to suppress Jiang Chen is enough. Before this, Jiang Chen had very little combat experience, and he had only fought Tang San twice. Although he has practiced Lightning Fist, he can only display the power of Lightning Fist if he has personally experienced actual combat, and all kinds of knowledge can truly be transformed into his own strength. Under Jianrongxiu's horrified gaze, he became stronger and stronger as he fought. His speed, strength, reaction ability, and fighting awareness all improved. Jianrongxiu unknowingly increased her output of soul power, already approaching the strength of a soul master. It wasn't until Jiang Chen's soul power was exhausted that the two stopped. Xiaoxue, you are really amazing. In the gazebo, Jianrongxiu wiped off the bead-sized beads of sweat on her forehead with a look of amazement. At this time, her clothes were already wet with sweat, and the light-colored exercise clothes, which were already very tight, couldn't hide her budding body immediately. Some outlines were displayed extremely clearly in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen blushed, and his gaze was a little dodged. Thank you Sister Xuer for training with me these few days. I feel that my current strength is several times stronger than before. Jianrongxiu approached, reached out and squeezed Jiang Chen's face. You little guy is really perverted. When my sister was in the Soul Master realm, her combat power was not as good as yours. When you approach the 20th level, you may be able to fight with the Soul Master. Looking at Jianrongxiu who was so close, and smelling the fragrance emitted by the other party's body under the high temperature, Jiang Chen felt a little dizzy. My sister is leaving tomorrow. Jianrongxiu suddenly lost. Jiang Chen did not ask where Jianyuxiu was going, and he speculated that she should be the task of going to the Tiandu Empire to perform the lack of power. Then when will you come back? Even though Jiang Chen knew about the plot, he still couldn't help asking at this moment. Jianrongxiu shook her head. I can't be sure, maybe a few years, maybe a dozen years. Then what if I miss you? Jiang Chen couldn't help blurting out. Jianrongxiu fell silent. She also felt a little bit reluctant to part with this cute little brother, but she had to perform that task. After a while, she said, when you become stronger, ask your teacher. If she agrees with you coming to me, then we can meet. Jiang Chen nodded vigorously. I will definitely become stronger soon. Jianrongxiu smiled and hugged Jiang Chen. No matter what, you will always be my younger brother. Jiang Chen was buried in Jianrongxiu's soft embrace, and at this last moment, he did not avoid it. Didn't you say yesterday that there is another story about Liang Shanbo and Romeo? Let's finish telling this story to my sister. Jiang Chen nodded, and slowly talked about this love story that moved countless people to tears. In the end, the tombs of Liang Shanbo and Romeo split open, and 2 colorful butterflies flew out. Their true feelings moved the heavens, and they turned into 2 butterflies from then on, together forever, never to be separated. A smile appeared on Jianrongxiu's beautiful face, but tears kept streaming down her face. Jiang Chen was helpless. Jianrongxiu had already used up all his tissues, but after hearing this story, Jianrongxiu's tears never stopped. This kind of touching love story has a huge lethality on these little girls. Women are all emotional creatures, even Jianrongxiu, who is usually strong, will have a weak side. Jiang Chen's stories undoubtedly gave her longing for the future. She fantasized that she would be able to be like the protagonists in those stories in the future, and be able to stay with her lover forever. Xiaoxue, do you think my sister will meet someone she likes in the future? Jiang Chen nodded vigorously. It will definitely. Sister, you will definitely live happily with the person you love in the future. Jianrongxiu stroked Jiang Chen's hair tenderly. Thank you, Xiaoxue, for giving me happy times. My sister will never forget you, nor will I forget those stories about you. Well, share, I won't forget you either. When are you leaving tomorrow? I'll see you off. Jianrongxiu shook her head and said, you don't need to see me off. My trip this time is a confidential operation, and I cannot let others know. Okay. Jiang Chen left Jianrongxiu's embrace. His gaze carefully scanned every inch of Jianrongxiu's body, as if he wanted to engrave Jianrongxiu's appearance into his mind forever. Jianrongxiu also looked at Jiang Chen with loving eyes, hoping that she could always remember Jiang Chen's appearance. Chapter 60 Put on the dress. When it got dark, Jiang Chen finally parted with Jianrongxiu. he found that no matter in his previous life or now, he has already fallen in love with Xiaoxue, a girl who is strong on the outside but fragile on the inside. And he knew that after several years of experience outside, Xiaoxue would become stronger and stronger, both in terms of strength and character. If he wanted to give Xiaoxue happiness, he had to become stronger. The two sisters left one after another, which made him a little sad, but when he remembered that he was going to a death camp soon, he had to cheer up and practice. Men can have feelings, but they must always understand what they need most at the moment. That night, Bibi Dong didn't summon him either. At this time, in Bibi Dong's study, Xiaoxue stood in front of Bibi Dong with a complicated expression. I'm leaving tomorrow. Bibi Dong didn't look at her, but just nodded. Well, I know, the Bishop of Saras is transferred to the Temple of Heaven Do City. You can contact him if you have any needs. I will also let him convey to him if there are any plans. You? After she finished speaking, she ignored Xiaoxue and kept flipping through the documents in her hand. You can go, Bibi Dong said without raising her head. Xiaoxue gritted her teeth, summoned up her courage and said, then I'm leaving, Mom, take care. The moment she heard these words, Bibi Dong's body visibly trembled. It had been many years, and she thought she would never hear this title again. She suddenly raised her head and saw Xiaoxue's expectant face. But her face still turned cold, and a trace of killing intent could not be restrained. Remember, don't mention these two words in front of me in the future. I have to work. If you have nothing to do, you can step back. Bibi Dong looked indifferent, and looked at Xiaoxue without any emotion. Disappointment was written on Xiaoxue's face. Remembering Jiang Chen's words, she suppressed the thought of asking the truth, turned around and walked out. After walking to the door, she turned around suddenly, and immediately noticed Bibi Dong's strange behavior. At this time, Bibi Dong's face was complicated, her mouth was open, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it. Xiaoxue was overjoyed, turned her head and ran out. Xiaochen really didn't lie to me, my mother must have some unspeakable difficulties. Xiaochen, everything depends on you. Bibi Dong seemed to have lost all her strength in an instant. She fell down on the chair, tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Who could have imagined that this jagged pope would have such a weak side? Excerpted from the original book, mother and daughter quarreled after the Tiandu project failed. When Xiaoxue left just now, a feeling of reluctance suddenly surged in her heart. She thought she could be hard-hearted, but after Xiaoxue called her mother, she still felt heartache. As for Xiaoxue, she always told herself that this was the seed left by that beast and had nothing to do with her. And she really never cared for Xiaoxue. But what mother would not love a child who was pregnant in October and gave birth after experiencing unimaginable pain? It's just that the hatred in her heart suppressed this maternal love in the deepest part of her heart, until the dead of night, when human nature was fragile, it would occasionally burst out and shed tears of heartache. When passing by Jiang Chen's residence, Xiaoxue couldn't help but look over, and saw Jiang Chen who was sitting cross-legged on the roof and practicing at a glance. Looking at the tall and straight figure although young, Xiaoxue felt a little bit reluctant. Although they had only been together for a few days, Jiang Chen had already left an indelible mark on her heart. She had already bid farewell to Jiang Chen in the afternoon. She didn't want to make both of them sad anymore. After taking a deep look at Jiang Chen's back, she left quietly. A wry smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, who was cultivating. Since Xiaoxue chose not to see each other again, there was no need for him to have another sad farewell to Xiaoxue. And if nothing happened to him, he should be sent to that death camp by teacher Bibi Dong in 2 or 3 days. The next day, he didn't look for Xiaoxue again. Maybe she had already quietly left. During the day, except for meals and a little rest, he practiced his boxing and body skills on the practice field in the Pope's bedroom. According to Xiaoxue, with his current 14th level of cultivation, his real combat power is considered top-notch in the realm of a great soul master. Xiaoxue didn't know that Jiang Chen still had a powerful trump card, and that was his poison. When he hadn't absorbed the soul ring breakthrough, his corpse poison had already made Jing Yuming, who was at level 19, helpless, and his body was instantly destroyed, which shows the horror of his poison. He guessed that in the face of his corpse poison, no one in the Great Soul Master realm should be able to resist him, unless some soul masters with anti-poison martial souls, or some auxiliary soul masters with the ability to detoxify, would be able to resist him. It is highly poisonous, but how it is, you need to try it to know. Without Hu Lina and Xiaoxue's accompanying training, Jiang Chen suddenly felt dull, but cultivation still needs to be practiced. That night, he was called over by Bibi Dong just after dinner. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. Could it be that the teacher wants to tell me about the death camps? He followed the maid all the way, and soon he found that this was not the way to the study, which made him even more confused. Sister, where are you taking me? The Pope is in the bedroom. The maid replied respectfully. A while later, Jiang Chen came to Bibi Dong's bedroom, and the maid respectfully closed the door and retreated out. Bibi Dong's bedroom was huge, several times larger than Hu Lina's room. Unlike Hu Lina's room, which had a girlish feel, Bibi Dong's room was full of a mature and elegant atmosphere. It was Jiang Chen's first time here, so he was inevitably a little curious. Bibi Dong was sitting on the edge of her soft bed, holding something in her hand. As soon as Jiang Chen saw the other party, he felt something strange. There seems to be something wrong with Bibi Dong's situation. For some reason, Jiang Chen panicked for no reason, and had an urge to escape from here immediately. Bibi Dong suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen, her eye sockets turned red, as if she had just shed tears. Jiang Chen was surprised in his heart that this iron-blooded pope actually shed tears sometimes. Why are you crying? For whom? Could it be Xiaoxue? While guessing in his mind, Bibi Dong's gentle and sweet voice sounded. You're here, come over here quickly. There was a soft smile on her face, which made Jiang Chen calm down a lot. Jiang Chen walked up to Bibi Dong, only then did he realize that what Bibi Dong was holding was a white floral dress. This skirt is very small, and it looks like it should be worn by a 5 or 6-year-old girl. The thought flashed in his mind again, Bibi Dong is very wrong today. Bibi Dong pulled Jiang Chen over, and said softly, Xiaoxue, this is the skirt that mom bought for you, do you like it? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and the panic in his heart was magnified infinitely. Chapter 61 Sleeping with Mom Tonight. Bibi Dong actually mistook him for Xiaoxue, and she was holding a skirt in her hand. It fits very well. Bibi Dong held the skirt and gesticulated on Jiang Chen's body, very satisfied. Teacher, I'm Xiao Chen, your disciple. Jiang Chen hastily reminded. But Bibi Dong didn't seem to hear him speak. Come on, mom will put it on for you and see if you look pretty. Bibi Dong reached out to untie Jiang Chen's clothes. Jiang Chen completely panicked. Bibi Dong is crazy. This was the only thought in his mind at the moment. At the moment when he was stunned, Bibi Dong had already unbuttoned him. Jiang Chen woke up startled. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the door directly. However, Bibi Dong's room was too big, and he was more than 20 meters away from the door. Before he could run halfway, the huge pressure that suffocated him fell from the sky, and he was so pressed that he couldn't move. He couldn't even move his fingers. The strength gap between the two sides is really too big. Bibi Dong can make him unable to escape just by her aura. Bibi Dong walked over gracefully, and gently scratched the tip of Jiang Chen's nose with her fingers. It's kind of naughty. As she said that, her palm surged with soul power, and she quickly patted Jiang Chen a few times. Immediately afterwards, the huge pressure disappeared, but Jiang Chen found that he couldn't move anymore. Neither his body nor the soul power in his body could be mobilized. Bibi Dong pulled him back to the bed, and quickly took off Jiang Chen's clothes. Jiang Chen is really about to cry right now. If his soul is a 6-year-old child, then there is no problem. The key is that he is not. At this moment, he couldn't even move his fingers to cover it up. Bibi Dong didn't see his begging eyes at all, picked up the skirt and was about to put it on for Jiang Chen. Suddenly she stopped again, frowning. You are so dirty, mom will take you to take a bath. Jiang Chen couldn't speak right now, otherwise he really wanted to sing a cool song for himself. Bibi Dong ruthlessly took him into the bathroom, and helped him clean up carefully in the bathtub. When Jiang Chen practiced in the afternoon, he was sweating all over, and his body was indeed somewhat dirty. Jiang Chen raised his heart all of a sudden, afraid that some parts would be ruthlessly pulled out suddenly. But fortunately, Bibi Dong wasn't mad to that extent yet. Bibi Dong had obviously bathed, her body exuded bursts of fragrance, exuding a mature charm. Under the loose pajamas, there was an unobstructed view. Dying. When Bibi Dong led Jiang Chen out, there was no expression on his face, his eyes were empty, as if he had lost his soul. He is also wearing a white floral skirt, which fits very well. Is this the special treatment for children? But I would rather not. Jiang Chen cried out weakly in his heart. Bibi Dong didn't give up yet. She pulled him to the dressing table and began to dress up seriously. After a while, Jiang Chen's not-so-short hair was braided into 2 chauffeur braids, his lips were also painted with pink lipstick, and his cheeks still had a touch of blush. His unopened face was already very delicate, but at this time Bibi Dong dressed him up a little, and he surpassed many real girls. It's getting late, sleep with mom tonight. Bibi Dong said softly. It's a pity that Jiang Chen couldn't answer. He was completely regarded by Bibi Dong as Xiaoxue's substitute at this time. Bibi Dong gave him all the love she didn't have for Xiaoxue at this time. Perhaps it was because of his false identity that Bibi Dong had the courage to do all this. He guessed that Bibi Dong must have been stimulated suddenly and couldn't suppress his emotions, so he pulled him over. Of course, these are just Jiang Chen's conjectures. How can he be sure about what a woman's heart and a needle in the sea are? This night, Bibi Dong just hugged him and fell asleep, but how could Jiang Chen be able to sleep? He looked at Bibi Dong who was sleeping beside him with a smile on his face, and there was still a little sparkle on his long eyelashes. At this moment, Jiang Chen was suddenly touched. From this point of view, Bibi Dong did have Xiaoxue in her heart, it was just that hatred was greater than love, which made her suppress this feeling all the time. At this time, after venting this emotion, the smile on her face was happy. Jiang Chen knew that maybe after this incident, Bibi Dong would return to her original appearance, and would still treat Xiaoxue coldly. He had never been forcibly possessed by others, so he couldn't feel Bibi Dong's pain, but from the perspective of others, Xiaoxue was innocent and shouldn't be subjected to such cruel treatment all his life. This made the desire in his heart to solve the problem of Xiaoxue's mother and daughter stronger and stronger. No matter whether he could succeed or not, he would give it a try. Throughout the night, Jiang Chen kept his eyes wide open, unable to fall asleep at all, until early morning, when he finally fell asleep from exhaustion. When he woke up, it was almost noon, and Bibi Dong was no longer in the room. Jiang Chen crawled up, checked his body, and finally heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that no parts were missing. He quickly took off his skirt, changed into his own clothes, untied the braids on his head, and finally rushed into the bathroom to remove the red makeup on his face. After doing all this, he finally felt a burst of relief. Taking another look at the room where he suffered all night, Jiang Chen quickly left. He went back to his residence directly, and Bibi Dong didn't send anyone to look for him. After a day of absent-minded cultivation, Bibi Dong sent her maid again at night. Jiang Chen anxiously followed the maid and left, wondering if Bibi Dong would repeat what happened yesterday. Fortunately for him, this time, the maid took him directly to the study. In the study room, Bibi Dong was seriously reviewing the documents. When Jiang Chen came in, she raised her cheeks slightly. "You came. Well, teacher, what can I do for you?" Bibi Dong seemed to have forgotten what happened last night. She stood up and walked in front of Jiang Chen. "The registration for the death camp is almost over. You can leave tomorrow, and I will arrange someone to take you there." "Okay," Jiang Chen replied. Bibi Dong squatted down, helped Jiang Chen tidy up his clothes, and said softly, "You are the disciple I am most looking forward to. Your talent is even better than Nana. I hope you can come out of there alive and become the disciple of our spirit hall, the brightest new star." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely come back. I won't say much about parting. I won't see you off tomorrow either. Someone will pick you up then. The teacher is here to make a promise to you. If you behave well in the future, the teacher will try his best to help you become the holy son of the Wuhan temple. You have to work hard yourself, and don't let the teacher down." Jiang Chen's heart was shocked. He didn't expect that Bibi Dong had such great expectations of him. Holy son, the status is equal to that of the holy maiden. The successor of the Pope has always been chosen among the holy son or the holy maiden. Chapter 62 Death Camps. "Thank you, teacher, I will definitely work hard," Jiang Chen said gratefully. He is not someone who is indifferent to fame and wealth. He longs for great strength, and having power can make him stronger more easily. In addition, the teacher has already greeted the chief instructor of the concentration camp. During the training period of the concentration camp, you can ask him for help once, but there is only one time. The teacher can only help you so much. Jiang Chen was a little moved. Bibi Dong's arrangement undoubtedly gave him an extra amulet, an advantage over others. Bibi Dong looked at Jiang Chen. The expression on that stunning face suddenly became complicated. "Xiaoxue, you can't tell anyone what happened last night, you understand?" Jiang Chen nodded again and again. "Understood, this is a secret between me and the teacher, no third person will know." He was afraid that if he dared to say no at this time, Bibi Dong would kill people immediately to silence him. "Well, go back, the teacher is looking forward to your performance." When Jiang Chen returned to his residence, not only was he not afraid, but he also looked forward to the coming life in the concentration camp. If it was said that when he first worshipped Bibi Dong as his teacher, he was awed by Bibi Dong's powerful strength, but now he is willing to do so. In the early morning, the sun had just risen, and there was already a middle-aged man with a stern expression waiting downstairs in Jiang Chen's room. Jiang Chen didn't pack much, he only brought some daily necessities. The scent of Hulina still lingered in this pink room, and Jiang Chen's eyes vaguely saw the scene of the two of them training hard here a few days ago. After taking a deep look, he closed the door and came to the cold middle-aged man. The middle-aged man didn't speak, and walked straight outside. Jiang Chen hurriedly followed. Bibi Dong didn't show up until she left the Pope's palace. Descending to the foot of the mountain, before getting into the car, Jiang Chen turned around and looked up. Halfway up the mountain, at the entrance of the Pope's palace, stood a woman wearing a golden Pope's robe and a crown. Jiang Chen waved his hand vigorously, then got into the carriage. Watching the carriage go away, a smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face, and immediately made the guards on both sides of the steps bow their heads, not daring to offend. The speed of the carriage is very fast, and the cart is pulled by a soul beast similar to a horse, with faster speed and longer endurance. Not long after, Jiang Chen found that the carriage had already left Wuhan City, and was driving towards a direction he didn't know. Jiang Chen suddenly became a little bored, so he set his sights on the stern middle-aged man driving the car. "Uncle, where is the concentration camp? Uncle, what is your cultivation? Uncle, how long will it take us to arrive?" What made Jiang Chen speechless was that the middle-aged man was like a puppet who couldn't speak, even the expression on his face didn't change. From picking him up to now, the middle-aged man has never said a word. Jiang Chen had no choice but to close his mouth, and began to practice quietly. Although the effect of practicing during the day is not as good as at night, it is better than nothing. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. As the carriage traveled all the way, Jiang Chen never saw a single town, not even a small village, and the road was deserted. However, this concentration camp should not be far from Wuhan City. After only a day's journey, the speed of the carriage slowed down. Jiang Chen opened the curtain of the car, and in front of him, a black city appeared in his line of sight. Maybe it wasn't really a city, because it was much smaller than any city Jiang Chen had ever seen. Even the outer city wall was only about 20 meters high. As the carriage approached, the black city wall gradually gave Jiang Chen a sense of oppression. After he approached, he found that there was no name on the city gate, but both the city wall and the city gate were full of powerful black-armored soldiers. These black-armored soldiers all carried a murderous aura, and Jiang Chen felt enormous pressure from the hundreds of cold gazes that were shot at them. These soldiers must be powerful soul masters, Jiang Chen decided in his heart. The middle-aged man driving the car showed a token and entered the city smoothly. There are all kinds of shops in the city, as well as places to eat and have fun, but the atmosphere of the whole city is a bit deserted. There are really too few people. Jiang Chen found that no matter on the streets or in those shops, except for the bosses, almost all of them were children or teenagers, and their bodies exuded fluctuations of soul power of varying strengths. When these people saw the carriage coming, and Jiang Chen in the carriage, they all showed interest. These are all trained in concentration camps like you, and they will be your opponents in the future. The middle-aged man driving the car finally spoke. Where do these people come from? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked, finally waiting for the middle-aged man to speak. How could he not ask a little more? The middle-aged man continued, some are from the affiliated families of the Wuhan Palace, some are from the Wuhan Palace Academy, and some are orphans adopted by the Wuhan Palace. While talking, the carriage has come to the center of the city, which is a huge square. The middle-aged man stopped, and said to Jiang Chen, get out of the car. Jiang Chen got out of the car, and looked around curiously. The middle-aged man took out a bag from his body and threw it to Jiang Chen. My mission has been completed, I hope we will meet again one day. After finishing speaking, he drove the carriage away under Jiang Chen's astonished gaze. That's it. Jiang Chen was a little dazed, he still didn't know anything about the situation here, and the middle-aged uncle ran away just like that. He opened the bag the other party gave him, and found that it was filled with golden soul coins. Jiang Chen weighed it, at least there are hundreds of them. Only then did he nod in satisfaction, and put it in the ring space. With so much money, it should be enough for him to spend a long time. Just when he was at a loss, a tall and thin young man ran towards him quickly. Little friend, are you also here to participate in training? Jiang Chen nodded. He doesn't know anything about the situation here, maybe he can learn something from this young man. The young man took out a booklet from his arms. You just came here, and you don't know many of the rules here. You can buy a concentration camp manual from me, which will help you quickly adapt to life here. How much? Jiang Chen asked. The young man stretched out 5 fingers, and said with a chuckle, not many, just 5 gold soul coins. Jiang Chen turned his head and left. The pamphlet seemed to only have a few pages, and it probably didn't have much content. This young man actually asked for 5 gold soul coins, it was like a lion. 3, 1. Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head, this young man obviously just saw that he was young and easy to bully, and wanted to make a fortune. The young man's expression changed, and he finally left unwillingly. What a cunning little guy. There are many shops in this city, Jiang Chen intends to find a place to eat, so let me ask by the way. Along the way, all the children he saw were between 8 and 9 years old and 12 years old, but he didn't find one as old as him. Testimonials on the shelves, not many words, it takes 1 minute to read. I received a notice from the editor in the morning, and the book will be on the shelves at -noon tomorrow. I thought it wouldn't be on shelves until the end of the month, but I didn't expect it to be this early. First of all, the author is very touched that many people have been supporting me, and there are also many people who have been encouraging the author. The author is handicapped, and his personality is a little unresponsive, and his coding speed is pitifully slow. Generally, it takes about 2 hours to write a chapter, but he still tries to keep up with 3 shifts after work, because seeing so many people supporting him, gave me power. There are also some advantages to posting in the morning. The better the subscription score, the more motivated the author will be. Sleep less, and it's okay to lose a few more locks of hair. The important thing is to write more. I heard that bald people are very strong, after all, the hard-pressed author has no female votes, and no other entertainment. Except for work, the time is spent on typing, and the day is full. Thank you book friends. Thank you for your recommendation tickets. Thank you for your rewards. Let me say that my efforts are rewarded, and you have given me too much support and encouragement along the way. The author's salary in the service industry is very meager, which is just enough to rent a house and eat in a big city like Shenzhen. Writing has given me hope. I am eager to go further on this road and change my monthly salary. It's best to find a girl before you go bald. I always hear some author friends say that writing a book is a dead end, but I am stubborn and just want to make a breakthrough. After it is put on the shelves, the book coins that need to be recharged are counted as subscriptions, and the book coupons given by the bookstore are not counted, so friends who have not yet read on QQ can download one, and recharge a dime to give the author an initial subscription. You can subscribe to dozens of chapters if you eat a pack of spicy strips. Explain that the first order is the highest number of subscriptions for a single chapter within 24 hours after the update. The author was also a student, and he also tried the days of living in poverty and reading pirated novels. Therefore, I don't dare to expect that all friends who are reading this book can subscribe to the genuine copy. If you are able, please continue to support the author. There is really nothing I can do. I hope you can come and make a first order tomorrow, please, please. Then talk about the update rules after the shelves. The first order exceeds 503 times a day. The first order is more than 1000 and it is updated 4 times a day. I don't dare to think about a higher first order, it should not be reached. In addition, when the status is good, I will add more and more on the basis of the above update, and then there will be no more. The author will be empty, future happiness, bah. Well, I haven't saved the manuscript yet, but the author will bring out the spirit of going to internet cafes to play games all night when he was a student, stay up a little later today, write more, and ensure that there will be an explosion when it goes on the shelves tomorrow. It seems a bit long-winded. It took a long time to write this testimonial. Let's leave it at that. See you at noon tomorrow. Chapter 63 Burglary. These children looked at each other with a little hostility. But when they found Jiang Chen, they all showed astonishment, which later turned into pity. In this kind of place, for a child as young as Jiang Chen to come here, he is simply looking for death. Jiang Chen ignored the gazes of these people, found a noodle restaurant and walked in. The owner of the noodle shop seemed to be a simple and honest middle-aged man. Jiang Chen asked a question after the face came to light. Uncle, I just came here and I don't know what the rules are. Can you tell me? The boss froze for a moment, then smiled and said, the rules here are very simple. Fighting is not prohibited, but killing is not allowed. There are also those houses, as long as they are unoccupied, you can live in them. When the training starts, there will be a bell to call everyone. Jiang Chen was a little stunned, just 2 or 3 words. That young man just now dared to ask for 5 gold soul coins. It's really too much. Thank you. Jiang Chen expressed his thanks. The shop owner persuaded, children, the training in this concentration camp is not fun. If you are not careful, you will die. I advise you to go home. If you really want to come, you can wait for a few years, and then wait for your cultivation base to become stronger. Come over. Okay, I got it. Jiang Chen replied, and started to eat noodles. Seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent look, it was obvious that he didn't listen to his words. The boss shook his head and left. He has seen many immature faces here these years, but they all lost their lives in that cruel training. After eating and giving the money, Jiang Chen went out and started wandering around the city. He found that many houses had a sign on the outside stating that they were occupied, while those without a sign were empty. Finally, he chose a small building about 500 meters away from the square, and hung the sign inside. Since training hasn't started yet, he plans to stay here first. However, before his butt was hot, someone came to his door. The people who came were 3 teenagers, all around 10 years old. They broke into Jiang Chen's room directly. Jiang Chen had some impressions of these 3 people. When he got off the car, these 3 guys were squatting not far from the square. The 3 of them all looked arrogant, and the boy in the lead was slightly fat. He stared at Jiang Chen, his eyes flickered and said, little rascal, this is not a place you can come to. If you don't want to die, you should go home quickly. Of course, before you leave the bag of money on you. It turned out to be robbery. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. None of these 3 people's cultivation seemed to have reached the realm of great soul masters. He really kicked the iron plate for robbery. Seeing a sudden sneer on Jiang Chen's face, the chubby young man in the lead was stunned for a moment, and then said, we are all soul masters. Kid, I'm afraid you haven't even reached the realm of soul masters. Do you want to resist? Jiang Chen walked up, his smile suddenly brightened. That's right, I want to resist. The moment he finished speaking, the fist flashing with electric arcs had already reached the chubby boy's abdomen. There was a muffled sound, and the boy flew 10 meters away, and fell unconscious. Brother. The expressions of the other 2 teenagers changed, showing shock. You're looking for death. The 2 of them were furious and transformed at the same time. Unexpectedly, both of them were beast spirits, 1 tiger and 1 leopard. Both of them had a yellow 100-year-old spirit ring, and they were attack-type battle spirit masters. Sure enough, it is worthy of the Wuhan temple. In this concentration camp, any few you encounter are century-old spirit rings. The 2 teenagers didn't stop, and charged towards Jiang Chen with vicious faces. Looking at the gradually enlarged fist, Jiang Chen didn't even release his martial soul, and directly punched him. He is also in the soul master realm. He has never been afraid of anyone, even Xiaoxue has been rubbed by him, and he still can't deal with these 2 boys. Crack. The young man with the tiger spirit flew backwards, the grin on his face froze, and suddenly he let out a scream. The other one was not much better. Jiang Chen punched him in the face, almost knocking his face down. My hand is broken. The tiger boy howled crazily. The leopard boy's jaw had been dislocated, and even a few of his teeth had fallen out. His Wuhan was beaten so hard that he shrank back, speechless in horror. Get out. Jiang Chen shouted coldly, transformed ferociously, opened his mouth and roared. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was like an evil god, the 2 teenagers were terrified, and they dragged the unconscious boss to escape. Jiang Chen returned to his human appearance, curled his lips, a little disdainful. Those 2 even used their soul skills just now, but they couldn't resist his punch. They were really too weak. A team of law enforcement officers passed by and saw the 3 people who escaped in a panic, but did not respond. Fighting is not prohibited here. As long as no one is killed, they will not make a move. When eating in the evening, Jiang Chen walked around the city, except for some guarded places. He basically walked once. He roughly counted, there should be about 100 boys and girls in this city, and all of them are in the realm of soul masters. As for the great soul master, he hasn't found one yet. Seeing him, these teenagers almost showed pity, sarcasm, and disdain. After all, could a 6-year-old be a threat to them? Dare to appear here, but to die. When he passed a milky white building, he saw the 3 teenagers who broke into his house in the afternoon. The 3 people came out from the inside, and they saw Jiang Chen standing at the door at a glance. The three of them changed color at the same time, as if the solace of their feet had been oiled. They fled crazily. Jiang Chen didn't pursue them. What interested him was that the injuries of the three people were healed. He walked into the milky white building and found that there were quite a few teenagers and girls, most of whom were injured. After they paid the money, there will be a healing soul master to treat them. Jiang Chen took a look. There are several healing soul masters here. Some are great soul masters of the 2-ring healing system. Some are soul masters of the 3rd-ring healing system. And there are even a few who haven't made a move. Jiang Chen can't tell what level they are. Xiaoxue. He shook his head and walked out. When he returned to his residence, there were already many things in his ring. There are a lot of dry food, drinking water, and some tools for survival in the wild, such as ropes, hooks, tents, torches, daggers, short swords. Before, Hulina briefly mentioned that her training at that time included survival in the wild, and these were essential tools. Jiang Chen also saw a lot of shops selling these tools, so he bought some. Since there are these shops in this city, their existence makes sense, and these things may really be useful. Many teenagers and girls in the city have already started forming cliques, discussing how to help each other in the future and advance and retreat together. Jiang Chen also learned some news from the discussions of some teenagers. Tomorrow is the day to officially start training. His heart began to look forward to it. Chapter 64 Group. In the early morning, when the sky was just getting brighter, Jiang Chen woke up from his cultivation. After finding a shop and having a hot breakfast, he came to the square in the center of the city and waited patiently. He didn't come early. There were already many boys and girls waiting in the square. As the first ray of sunlight shone into the city, a huge bell sounded suddenly, spreading to every corner of the city. In an instant, countless immature figures poured out from all the streets, heading towards the square. In less than 5 minutes, all participants gathered in the central square. It wasn't until then that Jiang Chen realized that the number of people participating in the special training had already exceeded his estimate yesterday. He roughly counted, and there were at least 130 people in the arena, and he also felt a few powerful auras, which were obviously much stronger than others without concealing it. Great Soul Master? Sure enough, there are still great soul masters. Jiang Chen thought to himself. After all, the people gathered here are all geniuses, and it is normal for a few great soul masters to appear. Damn it, why is there such a small one? It almost made me eat shit. Someone looked at Jiang Chen and cursed, but before he could teach Jiang Chen a lesson, Jiang Chen didn't know where he was squeezed. Jiang Chen had an innocent face, and he really wanted to say, "Brother, it's you who don't bow your head when you walk." Indeed, almost everyone looked up and squeezed forward. Jiang Chen was squeezed into the crowd, and he couldn't help but follow him. Surrounded by young girls who were more than half taller than him, he was almost trampled down many times. On the high platform in front of the square, stood a middle-aged man with a steady breath, about 50 years old. There was a row of people standing behind him. Some were middle-aged, some were young, and they all stood behind respectfully. Jiang Chen, who was going with the tide, suddenly felt a strange aura, which gave him a strange feeling and attracted him inexplicably. His face was a little weird, and he was familiar with this feeling, as if the blood was attracting him, but he was sure it wasn't blood, it should be something special. Before he had time to carefully sense where this thing was, the middle-aged man on the stage had already spoken, so he had no choice but to endure it. The middle-aged man pressed down with both hands, and a terrifying aura emerged from his body, pressing towards the crowd below. The majestic pressure was as heavy as a mountain, suffocating the boys and girls in an instant, and the audience fell silent in an instant. He stared at the audience, and everyone who met his gaze couldn't bear it and lowered their heads. "I'll give you half a minute to line up in 2 rows. As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience started to move. Jiang Chen hadn't seen the middle-aged man at first, but someone pushed him behind him, and pushed him to the front row, which was still in the middle, below the young man. Jiang Chen looked at this middle-aged man curiously. The other person looked ordinary, and like the uncle who sent him here, his face was full of blunt indifference. Half a minute passed, and the line was already lined up. "I am your chief instructor, Longshan." His voice was deep but full of explosive power, as if every word could shake everyone's heart. There were bursts of low-pitched exclamations from the quiet team. Some of them were afraid, but also some were in disbelief. My God, it turned out to be the bloodiest and cruelest of the 3 major instructors. I didn't expect him to be the one in this class. He was also the chief instructor in the last term, and as a result, more than 100 people almost died, leaving only 3. The other instructors are much better than him, and they can pass less than half of them every time. Mom, I want to go home. I heard that there was an accident last time, so... Jiang Chen's ears trembled slightly, listening to everyone's evaluation of this instructor. Longshan didn't care about these students' discussions with him, and he said after 2 minutes, "Now, those who want to leave can leave. This is the last chance to leave. If you don't leave this time, there is only one fate for you: pass, or die." Many people's faces immediately turned pale, and some people actually walked out and left the team silently. After those people left, Longshan continued, "Very well, only 10 people left. Your bravery is beyond my expectation. Now, start the roll call." The voice fell, and behind him, a young woman came up. She has a fiery figure, her waist is soft and boneless, and she swings surprisingly while walking. She is wearing a blue tights, which tightly binds her plump figure, making many teenagers' eyes suddenly brighten, and then their faces turn red. I am one of your assistant instructors. You can call me Qing. Now, those whose names are called should answer yes. The voice was very pleasant, and the smile was a bit charming. This woman gave Jiang Chen the feeling like a poisonous snake. Miao Renfen. 2. She rolled the roll very quickly, and arrived at Jiang Chen in a short while. Jiang Chen. 2. The immature baby's voice sounded, immediately attracting the attention of many people, and Qing, who had kept her head down, looked up at Jiang Chen curiously. Seeing such a young child, she showed interest on her face, but her eyes did not stay for long, and she continued to read. The moment he answered, Jiang Chen noticed that Chief Instructor Longshan was looking towards him, and his gaze stayed for a moment. It seems that this is the instructor who the teacher said, I can ask for help once. Jiang Chen thought to himself. A total of 130 people signed up, 120 people left, and 11 people remained. The youngest is 6 years old, and the oldest is -years old. All are here. Qing closed the roster, swayed back to the team of assistant instructors behind. Looking at her swaying back in tights, many teenagers' eyes protruded, and some even had nosebleeds in disappointment. Long Shan stepped forward again and said, this training is expected to take up to 3 years. You have 7 instructors including me. Just to remind you, no matter how much hatred you have, as long as you return to the city Quasi murder, the first training will start in half an hour. I can tell you clearly that if you want to pass this level with your own strength, -% of you will fail or even die. Therefore, I allow you to form a team. Now, free time, we will leave in half an hour. The crowd immediately became agitated. They had such cruel training on the first day. Even though they had heard about Longshan's notoriety, they still didn't expect it to be so brutal. Many people reacted and formed groups one after another, looking for powerful teammates. For a moment, the voices in the entire square were almost all introducing themselves, and people showed their strength one after another, looking for powerful allies. Jiang Chen kept passing through the crowd, looking for the special feeling that attracted him. Finally, after rushing out of the crowd, he saw a small group not far away. There were 7 people in this small group, and a pretty girl was surrounded by stars like the moon. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It was this girl who gave him that special feeling, and she was also a great soul master. Chapter 65 was rejected. The girl is tall, about 1.6 meters tall. Even if Jiang Chen stands up straight now, he is still not as tall as the other party's chest. What surprised him was that there were only 2 of the breaths of great soul masters he sensed before. One of them was the girl who attracted Jiang Chen's attention, and the other was one of the 6 people around the girl. It was a tall and straight boy with soft gray hair and a rather handsome face, looking at the girl with eyes full of admiration. The two were talking. The girl covered her mouth and smiled lightly from time to time. Her youthful and pretty aura attracted the eyes of many teenagers around her. Behind Jiang Chen, voices of discussion sounded. Brother, don't look, that beauty is one of the 5 heavenly kings of this concentration camp, the elite from the Wuhandian Academy, the jewel in the palm of the Zhao family, Zhao Yuyu, who has already become a great soul master, so she can think of you, is it? Someone was shocked. Everyone is about the same age, how could she cultivate so fast? What are the 5 heavenly kings? She is a girl of the heavens, can she be like us? You may have come late, and you don't know the famous people in our class. Among the students in our class, there are 5 great soul masters in total. Zhao Yuyu is one of the 5 heavenly kings called by everyone. The one she talked to is also one of the 5 heavenly kings, named Lin Feng. Then there are 3 more. The other 3 are all men, one is stronger than the other, and they are not here. You will see later. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, being called the 5 heavenly kings by everyone? Interesting. He raised his foot and walked towards Zhao Yuyu. Since the chief instructor suggested forming a team, it means that it is really difficult to pass the level, and he is not good at being independent, and he also wants to find out what is in this girl. Attract yourself. Jiang Chen walked to the side of this group of people. Due to his height problem, he helplessly raised his head. Are you still short of people? Can I join in? Hearing this immature voice, the 7 people lowered their heads in surprise, and found Jiang Chen who was raising his head. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. They never thought that there would be such a young student. Damn it, just now Instructor Qing said that there are 6-year-old students. I thought she was wrong, but I didn't expect there to be. What the hell? It's so small. Are you sure it's for training, not for death? The words of these people were a bit harsh. Jiang Chen frowned, and asked again, are you still short of people? Lin Feng, one of the 5 heavenly kings, sneered, and shouted, get lost. The ridicule of the rest of the people also sounded. Boy, let's go home and drink milk for a few more years. Are we getting water in our heads if we want you to be such an oil bottle? We don't have the energy to protect you, you should find another team. Let's go, don't get in the way here. Jiang Chen didn't speak, and looked straight at the girl's face. He thought that girls are generally soft-hearted, so maybe he would let him stay. Zhao Yuyu has a delicate oval face, with a cool demeanor. At this time, she did not have the smile on her face when she talked with Lin Feng just now, and looked at Jiang Chen indifferently, without saying a word. Go, go, go. A young man urged. It's really a hot face with a cold butt. Jiang Chen left feeling a little unhappy. Looking back, I saw that Zhao Yuyu was chatting and laughing with Lin Feng again. Jiang Chen was very depressed in his heart. These people actually looked at him as a dog and disliked him for being young. If he was not afraid of attracting everyone's attention, he would have released his martial soul long ago. Hu Lina reminded him to try not to release his spirit ring in public, otherwise it might arouse everyone's fear and regard him as a must-kill target. Of course he is not afraid of these people, but more than 100 people are thinking about his words, and they have to be on guard against other people's calculations at any time, which is a very annoying thing. A long time passed, and Jiang Chen continued to ask several teams that looked good, but they were all rejected. He had no choice but to go to the edge and sit down alone, looking a little pitiful all alone. What makes him a little depressed is that he is so small and cute, and no team is willing to give a little love. A lone ranger is a lone ranger. When the time comes, I will kill all of you alone. I want to see what kind of expressions you will have. The instructor Qing on the stage looked at Jiang Chen's solitary little figure, couldn't bear it, walked up to Long Shan and said, "Boss Long, look at that child, he's only 6 years old. He shouldn't have reached the realm of a soul master, right? Send it here. Do you want to arrange a team to take him in?" Long Shan shook his head. "No, that kid's identity is not simple. He was arranged to come here at such a young age. It is very likely that he is born full of soul power." Qing opened her sexy red lips in shock. She couldn't believe it. Our concentration camp has been established for so many years, and it's been a long time since someone with innate soul power has appeared. If this is the case, shouldn't we? Long Shan reached out and interrupted her. "You don't have to worry about it. Even if he dies here, we don't have to take any responsibility." Unwillingly, Qing took back her words, feeling more and more pitiful for Jiang Chen. After all, besides Jiang Chen, the other youngest children also reached 8 years old. So what if he was born with full soul power? Age determines character. 6 years old, I'm afraid I can't even distinguish many things. Half an hour later, Long Shen said again, "Now, follow me, run forward. Don't use the martial soul. Whoever secretly uses the martial soul, or falls behind, will serve you with a whip." After his words fell, another assistant instructor came out. This was a woman in her 30s with a surging figure. Her right hand glows and a long black whip appears, with an evil grin on her face. With a light flick of the whip, it hit the hard floor of the square with a bang, and countless cracks appeared immediately. "Don't worry, my sister will whip you very gently." The plump woman laughed tremblingly. Hiss. All the young people gasped, turned around instantly, and ran after Long Shan, who had already set off. Long Shan stood on a fast-moving flatbed carriage, with his hands behind his back, facing the young man behind him. From the back of the team, there was a crackling sound from time to time, followed by screams and screams. The person who was beaten, his ass was hot, and jumped out with a swipe. Seeing people passing him while clutching his butt, Jiang Chen's face changed slightly, and his pace quickened. Everyone is scrambling, for fear that the next person to be whipped will be themselves. Instructor Qing was running on the edge of the middle of the team, looking at Jiang Chen with some surprise. She thought Jiang Chen would be at the back. After all, no matter how talented he is in cultivation, he is only a 6-year-old child. How can his physical fitness compare with other teenagers? Jiang Chen was a little depressed. He found that the super sexy female instructor on his right had been secretly watching him, looking very interested. Chapter 66. Arriving at the destination, recommendation ticket requested. He couldn't help touching his face. "Am I really so handsome that people fall in love with me at a glance?" He couldn't help but glanced at the female instructor again. He found that she was smiling at him and nodded slightly. Suddenly, the female instructor leaned towards him and stuffed something into his hand. Jiang Chen held it in his hand, and found that it was a dagger, shining with faint blue light. "This is a poisonous dagger for your self-defense." The thin voice came from the sexy female instructor beside her. With a thought in his mind, Jiang Chen put it into the ring. It's not easy for him to refuse something given by the instructor. "Thank you." Qing didn't speak anymore, but she kept running beside Jiang Chen. Her actions just now were very secretive, except for a few instructors who noticed. No students noticed. This is the only thing she can do. I just hope that this little guy like Jiang Chen won't die so easily. With such driving forward, the speed of the team slowed down in less than half an hour. Many people have received a lot of whips on their buttocks, and they feel that their buttocks are about to be beaten to bleed. The miraculous thing is that the whip whipped on it without damaging any clothes, but it made the skin feel like it was being burned, burning and hurting. No matter whether the speed of the team is increasing or slowing down, Jiang Chen always stays in the middle of the team. Even though everyone is out of breath, he still looks like he can handle things with ease. Only Qing and Long Shen in the car noticed this scene, and their evaluation of Jiang Chen couldn't help but skyrocket. Qing doesn't know Jiang Chen's strength, and neither does Long Shan. He only knows that Jiang Chen was sent by the Pope, and he should have a great relationship with the Pope. Apart from letting him take care of Jiang Chen once, the Pope also asked him to write a Jiang Chen report for every training session and pass it on to the Pope's hall. Originally, Long Shan thought that Jiang Chen was relying on relationships to plate gold, but now seeing Jiang Chen's performance, his thoughts changed a bit, and he began to have a little interest in Jiang Chen in his heart. Running in the front were the 5 great soul masters known as the 5 heavenly kings. Compared to the others, these 5 were relatively relaxed, except for tiny beads of sweat on their foreheads. The 5 of them followed closely behind Long Shan, and they were separated from the large army behind. They seemed to be disobedient to each other, and secretly competed. Among them, Lin Feng and Zhao Yuyo had already become allies, and they talked and laughed from time to time while advancing, showing a very relaxed look. But when their eyes glanced back, there was only disdain in their eyes. Jiang Chen's eyesight was excellent. He could see the postures of the 5 people in front of him. They were obviously tired, but they still wanted to put on a relaxed look. He curled his lips, a little disdainful, and after only running for an hour, these people are already dying. They are really weak. Back then, he could run for a whole morning with a Jin millstone without using his soul power. And for these people, not only their physical strength is about to be exhausted, but even the soul power in their bodies is almost exhausted. The originally compact team has stretched out very long. Jiang Chen stayed in the middle of the team. This speed made him feel like walking. Just as he was thinking, King's small voice came again, "Aren't you tired?" Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. "I used to run a lot. At this speed, I can last a whole day." "Then you are really amazing." Qing couldn't help being a little surprised. From Jiang Chen's steady breathing and speaking speed, she could tell that Jiang Chen wasn't lying. "By the way, since you're not tired, why don't you run to the front?" Jiang Chen's tone was somewhat disdainful. The 5 people in front are actually exhausted, but they are trying to save face and hold on. Wouldn't it be easier to slow down and run with everyone? If I run up to such a hypocritical person, I'm afraid they will kill with jealous eyes. Hee, you little guy is really humorous, I like it. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled in his heart. He didn't know why he was single until the end of his life, but here he was very popular with women. All kinds of beauties would treat him as a treasure. No, a sexy female instructor who has only known each other for less than 2 hours and has not spoken more than a few words actually said that she likes him. Thump. Jiang Chen's ears twitched, and when he looked back, another person had fainted, and was thrown into the carriage following the team like a dead body by other instructors. Up to now, more than a dozen people have fainted, and most of them are girls. Their physical strength is not dominant in the first place, and their potential has been stimulated several times by the torture of the whip, and they can no longer hold on. In the end, the female instructor stopped whipping her whip. The people behind her were on the verge of collapse and would faint at any moment, and her whip was no longer effective. Finally, after running for about 2 hours, a forest appeared in everyone's eyes. "It's here," Qing said with a smile. At the front of the forest, Longshan finally stopped. The 5 young men in front almost collapsed, but they still held on, their faces extremely pale. Longshan looked around and said slowly, "Take a rest for 2 hours. After 2 hours, I will tell you about the content of this training." Before he finished speaking, many people couldn't hold on any longer, and slumped down without paying attention to the dust on the ground. Jiang Chen looked at Qing and said, "Sister Qing, what are we going to train next?" Qing patted Jiang Chen's head, and said with a coquettish smile, "Little brother has a sweet mouth, but sister can't tell you in advance." She swayed her body and walked towards Longshan. Jiang Chen looked at the round and tilted, his face turned his head a little red, and he understood why those teenagers were so embarrassed. Apart from being blue, the clothes were nothing else. If he was a few years older, he might not be able to help but bleed from his nose. Looking back, he found that the teenagers behind him were wiping their noses in embarrassment. He was a little speechless, found a shady place and sat down, took out the food and water in the ring and ate. It is now approaching noon, plus 2 hours of exercise, and there will be unknown training next, and he needs to maintain his peak condition. The soul power in his body was running, quickly recovering his exhausted physical strength. The other students found their teammates, gathered together, and began to recover. Those comatose people have been revived by the instructor, and they have also been taken care of by an instructor of the treatment department to help them regain their strength. Jiang Chen looked at the forest not far away. The whole forest was surrounded by high iron fences, and there were teams of soul masters patrolling outside. There are soul beasts inside. This was Jiang Chen's first reaction. The iron fence, as well as the team of soul masters, were obviously designed to prevent the soul beasts inside from escaping. Could it be that our training content is to enter inside? He guessed in his mind. Although he was already a 14th level soul master, he had never seen a soul beast before. Thinking of this, he felt faintly excited. Chapter 67 Through the Jungle. 2 hours passed quickly, and many people's soul power hadn't fully recovered, but most of them had already recovered. "Get up!" Longshan roared. Everyone stood up quickly and lined up. "Are you tired from running just now? Anyone want to quit?" Longshan's oppressive eyes swept across the audience, and all the young people were silent, even the comatose teenagers and girls before, none of them wanted to leave. "Very well, it seems that you are all ready to face death, and you already have a stronger heart, but this is far from enough. Only those who have faced death and experienced hardships are qualified to be strong. Now, I will give you a chance to become strong and pass through the forest behind me." There was not much movement in the crowd. Most of them guessed that the next training would be related to this forest. The terrain in this forest is complicated and specially designed for training you. There are many hundred-year-old soul beasts in it. The task I give you is to enter through the gate behind me, and within 3 days, exit through the gate on the other side to complete it. If the top 5 finish, the instructor will help you hunt down the soul ring for the next breakthrough. If other people break through, they can only find other students to form a team to hunt down the soul beast. The ranking of this assessment will be included in your total points. The number of points determines how much you will be valued by the Spirit Hall after graduation. If you haven't come out within 3 days, the points for this assessment will be 0. Now, you can go, and I will wait for you on the other side, looking forward to your performance that will make my eyes shine. Long Chen got out of the way, the students looked at me and I looked at you. In the end, I don't know who took the lead, and they all swarmed towards the gate of the forest. Jiang Chen was alone, hanging at the back of the team. He was not in a hurry, since the time given by the instructor was 3 days, it meant that this forest was not so easy to pass through. And judging from the running situation of these people before, even if they were allowed to run for an extra day, Jiang Chen would not have any worries. The instructor said that there are many 100-year-old soul beasts here. The 100-year-old soul beasts may be 100 years old, or they may be 999 years old. No wonder the instructor suggested forming a team. Otherwise, everyone would act alone, and they would suffer heavy losses. Jiang Chen thought about it. It would be better to let those people go ahead to open the way to fight, and he would follow behind, enjoying the fruits of victory. After everyone poured into the forest, Jiang Chen walked slowly to the door. Little brother, wait a minute. Qing suddenly stopped Jiang Chen, and trotted over with 2 long tight legs. Jiang Chen looked at her suspiciously. If you encounter an unsolvable danger inside, you can find a place to hide. We will go in and search in 3 days, and we will rescue you. Thank you sister, I understand. Jiang Chen raised his head, not daring to look at the other party. After all, his height only reached the other party's thigh. Well, let's go. When you come out, my sister will treat you to dinner. Qing said with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded, jumped in, and disappeared into the jungle. Sister Qing, why are you being so nice to that kid? Could it be that he is your illegitimate child? The plump woman with a leather whip came over and joked. Sister, I'm not married yet, but I just see him as cute and can't bear him to die, Qing explained. But there was another thought in her mind, innately full of soul power. If he does not die, he will definitely become a big shot in the spirit hall in the future, and maybe even an elder. It will be too late when you discover his talent and make friends with him. That boy is indeed very cute. He is about the same age as my son. I don't know whose family he is, but he is willing to send him here at such a young age. The woman with the leather whip said with some regret. Okay, let's go to the other side and wait. Long Shen said. Hey, Boss Long, these little bastards won't be able to come out in a short time. You agreed last time, so please treat us all to a meal. A male instructor laughed. No problem, I'll pay for everything tonight. As soon as Jiang Chen entered, a strong forest atmosphere rushed towards his face. Surrounded by towering giant trees tens of meters high, there were many bushes on the ground, and the roar of spirit beasts could be heard. His face was full of curiosity as he looked around. The others had gone far away, and only some shouts could be vaguely heard coming from the front. Jiang Chen followed the footsteps of these people and chased them down. His agility is extremely agile, and he can always pass through the gaps in the bushes without being hindered in the slightest. After advancing several hundred meters, he found a huge monster lying on the ground in front of him. This is a big tiger with yellow and white fur. It has been killed by someone, and a yellow soul ring is quietly floating above its corpse. So this is a soul beast. Jiang Chen curiously walked around the big tiger for a few laps. This tiger was similar to the one he had seen in his previous life, but it was much bigger in size. Soul power surged in his hands, a faint black mist appeared, and he waved towards the yellow spirit ring, which was drawn to surround him, but could not penetrate. It turns out that hunting spirit beasts and absorbing spirit rings is like this. After figuring it out, Jiang Chen lost interest and continued to run forward. Along the way, he saw several corpses of soul beasts. These century-old soul beasts should not have a high lifespan, otherwise they wouldn't be so easily killed by those youngsters. However, there were also some clothing fragments on the ground, indicating that someone had been injured. The 120 people who participated in the training were all battle soul masters, and they all advanced very fast. Jiang Chen quickly chased after them, until they went out of the jungle and came to a big river before catching up. The big river was turbulent, with a width of 3 to 40 meters, and everyone was blocked. Jiang Chen looked left and right, but he didn't find a place where he could cross the river. At this time, there were 3 small boats advancing on the big river. There were 4 people sitting in each small boat, paddling vigorously with the oars in their hands, and they were almost in the middle of the river. Jiang Chen guessed that these 12 people should be the fastest to reach the river, and seized the opportunity to get on the boat and leave. These people on the shore were cursing, and there were also many annoyed voices, regretting that they did not run faster and were robbed of the boat by others. The 12 people on the boat turned their heads from time to time and shouted excitedly to vent their joy. The more than 100 people behind have no boats, so they must be far behind. They have already taken an absolute advantage. What surprised Jiang Chen was that the 5 heavenly kings were not on the boat, but quietly watching from the shore. Something is wrong, Jiang Chen suddenly became vigilant. At this moment, the boat that was going to the middle of the river suddenly shook, and the dozen or so people on board screamed in horror. Under everyone's shocked eyes, countless palm-sized gray monsters flew up, biting towards the 12 people frantically. The spirit ring kept lighting up, and all kinds of spirit skills were released, killing a large number of strange fish, but there were too many of them, and when they flew up, they seemed to cover the sky, and even the sight of everyone on the shore was blocked. After the strange fish disappeared, the 12 people had disappeared, even the boat and the people, leaving only a large blood-colored spray. Hiss. Chapter 68 Single Plank Bridge. Everyone gasped. 12 people just disappeared? What kind of strange fish is that? Many people even paralyzed on the ground in fright, and almost peed out. This is so frightening. Although they were prepared to face death in their hearts before, when they actually faced death, they were still unavoidably afraid. Originally a group of mighty people would push them across when they saw a spirit beast. They thought this training was nothing more than that, but the reality soon gave them a blow to the head and completely chilled their hearts. That familiar face, who was running with them just now, has been eaten now, not even a whole body. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally understood what Hu Lina said, and he must remain vigilant at all times. Before, these more than 100 people easily opened the way and easily killed the soul beasts, but they relaxed their vigilance in this river, and paid the price with their lives. Perhaps this is the purpose of the instructor's training, to make people be vigilant at all times, but at the cost of their lives. It is too heavy for these 10-year-old boys and girls. The cultivation level of this fish is not high, just some 10-year soul beasts, but there are too many of them. Xiaoxue among the crowd said suddenly. As soon as she spoke, everyone seemed to have found their backbone. Miss Yu, do you have any way to cross the river? Xiaoyu's demeanor was cold, like a high-ranking fairy, and was respected as the 5 heavenly kings. At critical moments, everyone felt that she should do something. However, her expression was extremely indifferent, and she looked at the eyes of everyone with pity. How to cross the river? This is something you should consider. What does it have to do with me? Some people were instantly annoyed. Don't you need to go there? Xiaoyu ignored the crowd, and said to a young man beside her, let's go. The boy chuckled and said, Miss Yu, then I'll offend you. As he said that, 2 black wings popped out from his back, and each wing was 2 meters long when spread out horizontally. He grabbed Xiaoyu's hand, flapped his wings a few times, flew up quickly, and flew towards the other side of the river. Everyone was dumbfounded. There was actually a flying soul master in Xiaoyu's team. This was too bullying. How could it compare? Lin Feng, do you think it will be possible for us to? Lin Feng's cold eyes swept over, making everyone shut their mouths tightly. Hey, let's take a step ahead. We will not be polite to the top 5. Among the crowd, a few people laughed, and wings of different shapes appeared on their bodies, indicating that they also had flying spirits. Division. Before everyone could react, these people rose into the sky in an instant and flew towards the opposite side quickly. Fuck, I'm your teammate? You just ran away by yourself. Someone shouted angrily. Among the crowd, such voices rang out one after another. Those flying soul masters had teamed up with others before, but now they left their teammates and flew away by themselves. This competition is really too unfair. If you fly over any dangerous place, then who can be faster than these few people with flying spirits? Just when many people were annoyed and hated, streamers of light suddenly appeared and rushed towards the flying soul masters in the sky. Immediately after, there were a few screams, and the people who hadn't even made it halfway lost control of their bodies and fell into the river. The strange fish reappeared, tumbling around these people. Blood-colored waves rose up, and everyone was terrified. You. Everyone looked at a young man with a gloomy temperament, and some even wanted to fight against the injustice, but they were stared back by the cold gaze of the young man named Gong Yin, and no one dared to speak again. Jiang Chen also looked curiously. This young man was one of the 5 heavenly kings, holding a huge black bow in his hand, and 2 yellow century-old soul rings around his body. He was the one who shot those few arrows just now. A young man who is so vicious and vicious. Jiang Chen secretly became vigilant in his heart. How many people have to be killed without even changing his expression? I don't know how many people have to be killed to achieve this step. Now, apart from a flying soul master in Xiaoyu's team, there are no other flying soul masters. As if fearing the strength of Xiaoyu and Lin Feng, Gong Yin did not attack the flying soul master in Xiaoyu's team. That's good. Gong Yin shot those people to death. At least it can make the game fairer. Some people were discussing, and there was some joy in their words. After a while, the flying soul master who brought Xiaoyu over flew back, and brought a teammate over again. Everyone, it's time for us to think of a way. Someone said. What else can I do? Unless it is to go upstream or downstream to see if there is a place where I can cross the river. While the crowd was discussing, there was a rumbling sound in the forest behind, and a towering giant tree fell down. Afterwards, people saw a few teenagers waving their hands inside. Come and help, put this tree over the river as a bridge. Many people's eyes lit up, and they rushed over to help. This tree is not very thick, but it has reached an astonishing length of more than 50 meters, and its texture is hard. With everyone's efforts, the big tree was lifted above the river, and to their delight, it didn't cause the strange fish to attack. However, the distance between the tree trunk and the water surface was less than 1 meter, which made many people hesitate. They had just seen the scene of the strange fish flying up, and no one wanted to be the first person to go on the single plank bridge. Let me do it. A young man walked out, holding a shining big knife in his hand, and he organized the felling of trees just now. He is also one of the 5 heavenly kings, named Wan Tiankai, with martial soul and quick sword, and his strength is tyrannical. In the expectant eyes of everyone, he stepped onto the single plank bridge, and ran towards the opposite bank with full speed. The strange fish flew up again, but the speed of the young man was so fast that all the strange fish that jumped up flew into the air. After a few breaths, Wan Tiankai reached the other side, waiting for his teammates there. It can be done. Everyone's eyes lit up one after another. As long as they were fast enough, they could completely avoid those strange fish. All of a sudden, a large group of people swarmed up, wanting to get on the bridge first. After a while, a few more people passed by, and of course there were some unlucky ones who tried hard even if their speed was not enough, and the fish were killed in the end. The tree was about to break under the impact of the fish school several times, and it was obviously unable to support it. Let's cut down a few more trees. Someone called out, and it wouldn't take long to cut down the trees. As for those slow soul masters, they had no choice but to shake their heads, and honestly went upstream or downstream to find a place to cross the river. Xiaoyu's team and Wan Tiankai's team had already crossed the river, disappeared on the other side of the river, and continued on their way. The tree lying across the water was only as thick as an arm where it had been severely bitten by the fish, and it would break off at any time. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, others couldn't pass, but he could. With his speed and weight, he can be sure that he will have no problem going up. Chapter 69 Undercover. At this moment, most of the people had already gone to chop trees. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and quickly walked towards the single plank bridge. A dozen people had already crossed the river, and he had to keep up. Under the astonished gazes of some people, Jiang Chen stepped onto the single plank bridge and quickly ran towards the opposite side. Damn it, when did this brat catch up? And is he dying? Just rush over like this. No, look at his speed, my god, it's even faster than Wan Tiankai, one of the 5 heavenly kings. Is it my eyesight? Really, how could this kid be so fast? Many people who were still on the shore were shocked. The 6-year-old kid was faster than the 5 heavenly kings, and he hadn't even released his martial soul yet. Just when they were shocked, with a bang, a streamer arrow shot out, and Gong Gain shot again. His eyes were cold like a poisonous snake, and Jiang Chen's speed made him feel threatened. Nipping threats in their infancy is his favorite thing to do. His target was not Jiang Chen himself, but the thinnest part of the tree that was bitten by fish. The speed of the arrow was much faster than that of Jiang Chen, and it precisely hit the weak spot. Crack. The trees were directly broken under the arrow, and then they were hit by the raging river and flowed down. My god, he's dead. Someone on the bank shouted in shock, and even those who were cutting trees were attracted out. Jiang Chen's complexion changed, and anger surged in his heart. Of course he recognized that arrow. It was the means of one of the so-called 5 great heavenly kings. What a vicious mind. He was just a little faster, and he actually provoked the opponent's merciless shooting. I will kill you. Jiang Chen roared in his heart. His speed didn't slow down, and it was getting faster and faster. There were no trees under his feet, but he was still moving forward quickly. With a light step on the water, he can jump a long distance. 3,000 thunders are infinitely changeable. Flying on the grass, floating on the water is not a problem. His face is gloomy like water, and for the first time, he has a strong killing intent towards a person in his heart. Oh my god. He can run on water. The speed is getting faster and faster. Countless people on the shore opened their mouths wide and exclaimed, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Gong Yin's complexion became more gloomy, his cold eyes burst out with murderous intent, the 2 soul rings on his body finally lit up, and 2 arrows with astonishing power were shot out without hesitation. This weird child must not be left behind. At this moment, the sense of crisis hit. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He might be hurt by this arrow. Without any hesitation, the martial soul possessed his body, and the eye-popping purple soul ring shone brightly, and his body was instantly covered with hideous black armor. The arrow seemed to have eyes. Even if Jiang Chen changed its position, it still locked on to him. At this moment, 2 arrows were connected and shot at the back of his heart one after another. The first arrow was so penetrating that it even passed through his armor, but was blocked by his skin. The second arrow shot through the hole created by the first arrow, and the penetration was not strong. It didn't even pierce Jiang Chen's skin, but the arrow suddenly exploded. With a bang, like a small bomb exploding behind Jiang Chen's speed skyrocketed under the force of the explosion, and he leaped onto the river bank all of a sudden. Jiang Chen turned around sharply, black eyes filled with evil black energy, and his mouth with 2 fangs opened wide, letting out a terrifying roar. Even though it was separated by a river, everyone still felt the powerful and evil resentment. Fear appeared involuntarily in their hearts, and they stepped back. Gong Yin stood where he was. A trace of fear flashed in his always cold eyes, but then they became even colder. What kind of monster is he? Why is he so evil? That is a 1,000-year spirit ring. How could it appear on a 6-year-old child? This is definitely the existence of the 5 heavenly kings. No, it may be even more terrifying. We must not provoke it. Hearing the panicked shouts behind her, Gong Yin's expression became more vicious, and she suppressed the trace of fear in her heart, and looked at Jiang Chen's terrifying eyes. After roaring a few times, Jiang Chen temporarily vented some anger, but more anger was suppressed in his heart. He released his martial spirit, and just looked at the other side so coldly. Not long after, a few trees were pushed onto the river, but they were far away from Jiang Chen's position. These students were afraid. Who wouldn't be afraid of facing evil things? Soon, everyone except Gong Yin crossed the river and rushed into the forest, catching up with the people in front. Gong Yin was still standing across the river, not intending to cross the river. Jiang Chen didn't wait any longer, turned around and left, but he swore in his heart that Gong Yin must die. This forest is his burial place. Moreover, he wants to suppress and kill them forcefully in front of everyone. After waiting for a long time, Gong Yin turned around and jumped into the forest, quietly sneaking towards the upper reaches of the river. The people who went to the upper reaches to investigate did not come back. Maybe there is a place to cross the river in the upper reaches. Jiang Chen didn't hide in the jungle and wait on the sidelines. A person who is bound to die is not worth letting him waste time waiting. Now that Wuhan has been exposed, he has no scruples. Whoever dares to attack him will bear his wrath. He ran fast, and not long after, he saw some soul beast corpses again, and beside the corpses were the bodies of several young girls, who had lost their breath of life. There was no fluctuation in Jiang Chen's heart. Since he chose to come here, he must have the awareness of death. There is a price to pay for becoming stronger. Soon, he caught up with the group of people who had just crossed the river. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, this group of people felt a little frightened, and they all avoided. Several people's eyes flickered, but they still didn't make a move in the end. Watching Jiang Chen walk over, I'm already at the 19th level, but facing this guy, I feel inexplicably afraid in my heart. His strength can definitely be compared with the 5 heavenly kings. Maybe the 5 heavenly kings will be changed to the 6 heavenly kings. No, you forgot? Gong Yin has already provoked this guy, and both of them must die. I have long been unhappy with that despicable Gong Yin, and it is better to die by the hands of this child. I don't think it may be. Jiang Chen walked forward all the way, following the footsteps of the first 2 teams. In the sky above his head, a small black bird followed. It's a pity that this forest is too dense, otherwise Jiang Chen could rely on the little black sparrow to find the fastest way. He could sense the breath of life from spirit beasts, and once a spirit beast approached, he would avoid it in advance. After all, the purpose this time is not to fight the soul beast, but to get out of this forest faster. After advancing for 2 hours, a swampy area appeared in front of him. Chapter 70 Black Swamp, Recommendation Ticket Requested. There is still a dense forest on the opposite side of this swamp, but the distance from here is more than -meters. Jiang Chen approached the swamp and sensed it carefully. Under the black mud, there were many life fluctuations hidden, and he stayed there motionless, waiting for the prey to take the bait. The strength of these life fluctuations is similar to those of the spirit beasts he encountered in the dense forest behind him, and it should have been cultivated for about 200 years. He noticed with sharp eyes that there was still a piece of clothing left on the black mud, indicating that someone might have died here. In addition to the silt, there are many seemingly calm waters in other parts of the swamp. The water quality is a bit turbid, and I don't know how deep it is. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly focused, and he saw a creature as thick as a bucket flash past under the water surface. It seemed to be a giant black snake. Its body was not under 10 meters. In this seemingly peaceful swamp area, there are countless crises hidden inside. He looked to both sides, and the swamp stretched out, and he couldn't see the end. With a thought, the little black sparrow lifted off into the sky, and finally saw a place that could pass through in an extremely distant place. Jiang Chen was a little speechless. Straightforward was full of various obstacles, but if he walked to a safer place, it would take several times more time. Didn't those instructors consider flying soul masters? If there is a flying soul master, there is no difficulty in passing this kind of place, and it will definitely be far ahead of others. Do you want to fight? Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Zhao Yuyu's team must have already flown over, and Wan Tiankai's team should have gone on both sides. If he also walked to the side, he would definitely fall behind Zhao Yuyu by a large margin. And he also considered a question. The 3 days mentioned by the instructor were calculated by the strength of most of the students, or by the strength of the 5 great soul masters. If it is calculated by the strength of most of the students, then Zhao Yuyu's speed of completing the task may be far less than 3 days. This made Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little urgency. But there are many soul beasts hidden under the swamp, and there are already several hundred-year-old soul beasts within a dozen meters of him. At a distance of hundreds of meters, the hidden soul beasts are even more unimaginable. Even the soul master, if he knew that there were so many hundred-year-old soul beasts here, he might avoid it in desperation. The strange fish in the river before had not reached a century-old cultivation level, so he didn't have to worry about it. But this swamp is full of century-old soul beasts. Hit it hard or avoid it. Shouts and footsteps gradually came from the forest behind him. Jiang Chen knew that the group of students had already caught up. He gritted his teeth and understood that if he wanted to surpass Zhao Yuyu, forcibly crossing this swamp was the key. Otherwise, if there are many places like this swamp in the future, wouldn't he have to go farther every time to avoid it? Wow. The bushes were pushed aside, and dozens of teenagers and girls came out, somewhat embarrassed. When they saw Jiang Chen, they were obviously stunned for a moment, and after a moment of hesitation, they walked up cautiously. Jiang Chen could feel that with the appearance of this group of students, the creatures in the swamp gradually increased, sneaking towards the side, showing cold eyes under the swamp. Jiang Chen thought, maybe he can wait for a while, use this group of people to attract more soul beasts in the swamp, and when he sprints, maybe the pressure will be reduced a lot. This group of students showed curiosity, and several girls wanted to walk to the side to study the swamp. If you don't want to die, don't go near there. Jiang Chen reminded. His voice was a bit cold. Several girls quickly shrank back when they heard Jiang Chen's words. Little brother, is there a monster down here? A girl asked cautiously. Jiang Chen nodded. There are many century-old soul beasts inside, waiting for your death. The girls took a few steps back again with pale faces, and looked at the black swamp in horror. The group of 10-year-old strange fish in the river were so scary, but there was actually a group of century-old soul beasts in this swamp. Then where can I go? The girl continued to ask. Jiang Chen pointed to the two sides. Both sides can be passed, but it will be much farther away. I don't believe it. A teenager walked out from the crowd, looking at Jiang Chen questioningly. He was one of the few people who were closest to the great soul master in the crowd, and he felt a little uncomfortable seeing the most beautiful girls asking for Jiang Chen's opinion. Since you said that there are a group of century-old soul beasts here, and if the two sides can pass through, then why are you still staying here and not leaving? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't speak, the young man became more and more confident, and walked to the edge of the swamp. I don't think there are any soul beasts in here at all. This kid should try to trick us into walking on both sides. He must be trying to figure out a way to pass it on over the swamp. The boy's words were quite reasonable, making other boys and girls nod secretly, and looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion. So many teenagers walked up. The young man stood on the edge of the swamp before, bent down and looked down at the half-mud and half-water swamp, turned his head and smiled and said, "Look, if there are soul beasts, why don't they eat me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a few huge black figures jumped out, and the terrifying big mouth was full of densely interlaced teeth, biting off the boy's head in one bite, and blood gushed out wildly. These turned out to be a few huge crocodiles, and the other ones scrambled to bite the boy's stump, tearing it apart with a light pole, and the disgusting things scattered all over the ground. The few teenagers who had approached before had already fallen to the ground, screaming in horror, and crawling towards the back like shit. A group of girls let out screams that could pierce the eardrums, and their faces were no longer beautiful due to fear. Seeing this bloody scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling a little nauseated, but he still managed to calm down. The group of crocodiles did not rush ashore. After dividing up the boy's body, they retreated back into the swamp. It's now? Jiang Chen's eyes erupted with terrifying brilliance. His martial soul possessed him, his soul ring lit up, and his divine armor was armed. All of this was done in the blink of an eye. His speed increased to the maximum, and he rushed out towards the swamp. Is he crazy? Was the thought of many. Under everyone's shocking gaze, Jiang Chen's body turned into an afterimage. He jumped high, and when he fell, he had already penetrated more than 10 meters into the swamp. His toes tapped lightly on a lotus leaf, and his body continued to shoot out. Although it was slower than on the ground, it was still very fast. The black mud rolled on the edge of the swamp, and countless huge crocodiles chased after Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly turned a corner, and 5 meters in front of him, a big snake as thick as a bucket rushed out of the water, opened its mouth and shot towards him. The big snake was nearly 20 meters long, and the terrifying aura it exuded caused the boys and girls on the shore to retreat in horror. Jiang Chen can sense the life breath hidden below, so he can avoid it in advance. When he advanced to the center of the swamp, there were already 5 big snakes chasing closely behind him. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's speed still had a slight advantage. Even if there were more and more soul beasts following behind, they still couldn't threaten him. Jiang Chen had passed through the swamp of more than 100 meters in just over 10 seconds, and rushed into the forest with a group of big snakes of various colors. What the hell, is he still human? Looking at the direction Jiang Chen left, everyone was stunned there. Chapter 71 Kill. 4 more. After stepping on the ground, Jiang Chen's speed soared, and he quickly got rid of the group of vicious big snakes. When he stopped, he found traces of artificially opening the way. Needless to say, this must be the trace left by Xiaoyu's team. At this time, the sky was already approaching evening. Jiang Chen followed the footsteps and came to a mountain. Arriving here, the trees suddenly became much scarcer, and Jiang Chen finally found Xiaoyu's group. This is a continuous mountain, and if you want to move on, you have to climb over the mountain. And on the mountainside in front, there was a faint fire coming from it. It was a cave, and there were still a few figures at the entrance of the cave. Jiang Chen looked back at the forest behind him, and decided that it would be better to spend the night in the mountain ahead. The top of the mountain is a good choice. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen raised his foot and walked up the mountain. "Who?" came a cold voice. Jiang Chen ignored these people, and slowly walked towards the mountain. "Eagle, go and have a look." A figure galloped from the entrance of the mountain, blocking Jiang Chen's way. Haha, it turned out to be that 6-year-old kid. Unexpectedly he came here. The boy in front of Jiang Chen laughed loudly. He was the soul master with the flying spirit. Real or fake? Wait for me, I'll take a look too. Boss, it's nothing, you can continue to enjoy, hehe. Not long after, there were 4 more people in front of Jiang Chen again, except for Zhao Yuyu and Lin Feng. All 5 members of this team appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Boy, tell me, how did you get here? A young man asked with great interest. Jiang Chen ignored them, and wanted to pass through these people, but was stopped again. If you don't tell me, don't think about it. The boss eats meat inside, we may not be able to drink soup. How about having fun with this kid? It's a good idea. It's not bad to have some fun. Look at this kid's skin and tender flesh. Saying that, the man stretched out his hand and was about to pinch Jiang Chen's face. Court death? A fierce look flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. He was already suffocated by being attacked during the day, but now he was provoked by these people again. The hostility in his heart could no longer be suppressed. The black nails grew quietly, 2 fangs popped out, and Jiang Chen walked past several people in a blink of an eye. Fuck, something bit me. Me too, The skins of the 5 people were all scratched by Jiang Chen's nails, and strong toxins were injected into them, destroying their bodies at an astonishing speed. Their faces slowly climbed up the black air, fell to the ground and twitched non-stop, looking at Jiang Chen in horror. At this moment, they still don't understand how terrifying the child in front of them is. Rao. One of them reluctantly raised his hand, hoping that Jiang Chen would spare his life. Jiang Chen stood there with an indifferent expression, watching the 5 people gradually lose their vitality under the intense toxin torture. The first time he killed someone, Jiang Chen realized that he didn't have much fear, but was rather indifferent in his heart. What he injected was only deadly toxin, which would only kill these 5 people, and would not turn them into zombies. A panicked cry came from the cave not far away. Jiang Chen recognized that it was Zhao Yuyu's voice. He thought in his heart, after Zhao Yuyu and Lin Feng found out that these 5 people were dead, they would definitely recognize him as the murderer in the future. Don't do it, don't stop. Jiang Chen headed towards that cave. There was only a faint fire at the entrance of the cave, but as it went deeper, the interior of the cave gradually became brighter. Just as Jiang Chen entered the cave, he was stunned for a moment. He actually ruined someone else's good deed. Not far in front of him, Zhao Yuyu was slumped on the ground with all her clothes off. Lin Feng's strong body was approaching Zhao Yuyu. There are still traces of fighting in this cave, indicating that the 2 men fought here just now. Looking at the situation, it is obvious that Zhao Yuyu has lost, and she has also been poisoned by some kind of poison and has lost her resistance. Jiang Chen was a little speechless. The soul masters of the Douluo Continent developed normally because of the spirit, and there were many people who started families at the age of 13 or 14, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng would have such a hobby at the age of 11. The sudden appearance of Jiang Chen surprised the 2 of them, and Zhao Yuyu's face just showed a gleam of joy, but it quickly turned into disappointment. Boy, who let you in? Lin Feng's face rolled with anger. Eagle, fire wolf, get out of here. But no matter how much he shouted, there was no answer outside. Don't shout, they are already dead. Jiang Chen jokingly said. Lin Feng's face became gloomy, and he believed it 89% in his heart. Who killed it? He looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Jiang Chen didn't talk too much nonsense. He directly possessed his spirit. His purple spirit ring lit up, and his whole body was covered by ferocious armor. The dark armor covered even the face, and some parts of the armor had extremely sharp black spikes. How is it possible? Lin Feng and Zhao Yuyu were shocked at the same time. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back, and Zhao Yuyu's frail face beside him showed an unconcealable shock. During the day, you just let me go, how about it? Surprised, Jiang Chen approached step by step. Lin Feng hastily released his martial soul. 2 yellow soul rings appeared. He didn't even have time to put on his clothes, and stared at Jiang Chen intently. His Wuhan is the shadow leopard. After being possessed by the Wuhan, his body is covered with leopard prints, his palms become claws, and his nails shoot out like daggers. His body is taller and more slender and powerful. It was you who killed them. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was filled with turmoil. His 5 subordinates, 1 at level dash, 1 at level dash, and 3 at level dash, died quietly in Jiang Chen's hands. The horror of this child is self-evident. I admit that I treated you badly during the day, I'm sorry. Lin Feng's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn, and he directly apologized to Jiang Chen. I can send her to. He couldn't speak halfway through the sentence, and was embarrassed to find that Jiang Chen was only 6 years old. Fight, your end is death. Jiang Chen stared at Lin Feng indifferently. The anger was singled out, and now he just wanted to find someone to beat him up and vent his anger. The smile on Lin Feng's face suddenly froze, and slowly disappeared. Without saying a word, his first soul ring suddenly lit up, and the whole person rushed towards Jiang Chen like a phantom. His first skill is the acceleration skill. He is already good at speed, and his speed is even more amazing with the blessing of this skill. He dares to say that in this concentration camp, no student can surpass him in speed. In an instant, he transformed into several afterimages around Jiang Chen, and a cold voice came out, "You underestimate me, the price of arrogance is your life." Boom! A figure flew out and hit the cave wall heavily, spitting out blood with a wow. Jiang Chen withdrew his fist, and walked slowly to Lin Feng, his eyes mocking, "Your self-righteous speed is vulnerable in front of me." Roar! Lin Feng shot up, the second soul ring on his body lit up, and the dagger-like claws shone brightly, cutting towards Jiang Chen. The strong light made Zhao Yuyu in the corner couldn't help closing her eyes, but the shock in her heart was hard to calm down. Is he really just a 6-year-old kid? Chapter 72. Thank you for saving me. Roar! Jiang Chen also roared wildly. Thick black energy permeated from the body, and lingered around the body. This breath made Lin Feng feel chills in his heart. Jiang Chen's not-so-big palms clenched into fists, and the fists were covered with armor. The terrifying power gathered and blasted towards Lin Feng's claws. Clang! As if struck by heavy metal, sparks shot out from where the two collided. 3 of Lin Feng's sharp claws on 5 fingers snapped off, and 2 of them pierced through Jiang Chen's armor defense, but they couldn't break Jiang Chen's skin. Under this heavy blow, Lin Feng felt that his arm bones were about to break. Jiang Chen didn't give Lin Feng time to be horrified. Before his pain eased, he punched him again. Lin Feng's pupils were full of fear. Jiang Chen's fist said whether it was fast or slow, but the terrifying power forced him to raise his fist to greet him. The ear-shattering impact sounded continuously, and Lin Feng couldn't escape from Ben. One of his arms had been broken, and a dense bone pierced out, which was extremely tragic. Kaka. Jiang Chen stopped, and finally vented some of the aggrieved feelings in his heart. Lin Feng's arms were broken, blood continued to flow out, and he fell to the ground trembling and wailing. He was only an 11-year-old boy. Even though his mind was more mature than other boys, he couldn't stand such torture. You are a devil, you are not human. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching, Lin Feng kept trembling. Jiang Chen approached Lin Feng, his armor receded, revealing his face. If you want to blame your subordinates for coming to provoke me. Fingernails scratched the opponent's throat. Resisting the temptation of blood, Jiang Chen stood up and walked towards Zhao Yuyu. Zhao Yuyu fell limply on the ground. Although her delicate body was not as good as Hu Lina's, it was already extremely touching. Under the reflection of the firelight, her snow-white skin was like a dream, like suet and white jade. Finally having the time to stare at this woman, Jiang Chen's heart beat faster. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at her body, Zhao Yuyu couldn't help feeling shy. Her cheeks flushed. She was infinitely shy. Little brother, can you help my sister get some clothes? My sister is weak. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. This Zhao Yuyu was a completely different person from the daytime. Her arrogance, indifference, and disdain all disappeared. Her gentle voice, coquettish tone, and shy posture made him wonder if he had misidentified the person. When I wanted to join your team during the day, didn't you treat me indifferently? Why should I help you? Jiang Chen sneered. Zhao Yuyu's shy face froze, and she quickly said, Little brother, you misunderstood. I also have difficulties. I am a weak woman. If I don't pretend to be tough, how can I survive in this cruel concentration camp? Just help me. You saved my sister, and my sister will listen to you in the future. Zhao Yuyu wanted to sit up, but fell powerlessly, writhing her body in pain. Jiang Chen picked up the clothes on the ground and threw them on Zhao Yuyu's body, but there were still traces of beauty proudly revealed. Can you cover it for me? Zhao Yuyu said in a soft voice, her ears turning red. Jiang Chen walked over, squatted down, and helped Zhao Yuyu cover her clothes. He planned to find out what attracted him to Zhao Yuyu first, and then consider how to deal with this woman. Puff! A sharp dagger appeared from Zhao Yuyu's hand, pierced through Jiang Chen's clothes, and went deep inside. Where is this weak girl? She sat up abruptly, supported Jiang Chen's shoulders, and leaned her mouth against Jiang Chen's ear. Thank you, sister, thank you for saving me. As she spoke, she tried again, but found that the dagger was difficult to enter. Her face changed, and she pulled out the dagger and stabbed it hard again. Ding! This time it seemed to be pierced on the gold and iron, without the feeling of half piercing into the flesh. She was shocked to find that Jiang Chen's eyes had turned black at some point, and the two fangs made her feel chilling inexplicably. Sister was joking with you just now. She squeezed out a smile and wanted to stand up and back away. At this time, her heart was beating wildly. She didn't understand why the stabs couldn't penetrate Jiang Chen's body. Thinking of Jiang Chen's strength that could beat Lin Feng to death, she felt a little terrified. Jiang Chen let out a low growl. Before Zhao Yuyu could stand up, he threw her to the ground, opened his ferocious mouth wide, causing Zhao Yuyu to feel fear. No, she yelled in panic. Immediately, she only felt a pain in her neck. Jiang Chen was already clinging to it. The blood from her whole body began to rush towards her neck, and was sucked in by Jiang Chen. Zhao Yuyu was extremely terrified. This child was actually drinking her blood? Drink human blood? Is that human being? She was almost scared out of her wits. She brought up her soul power and wanted to resist, but found that she seemed to have been poisoned, unable to move, and could only watch her blood flow into the mouth of this devil child. The blood was draining rapidly, and Zhao Yuyu felt that her body was starting to feel cold, but her mind became more and more clear, and her fear was infinitely magnified. What did I do wrong? I just wanted to kill a 6-year-old child. This is what my father taught me since I was a child. Is it wrong? Tears rolled down her cheeks. Zhao Yuyu was incomparably at a loss. Finally, Jiang Chen stopped and let Zhao Yuyu go. The smooth skin, the excellent taste, and the blood that is several times sweeter than Jingwuming made him a little nostalgic. If it wasn't for the usefulness of keeping this woman, he could not help but suck it dry. Seeing Zhao Yuyu lying there with a dazed expression, Jiang Chen knew that Zhao Yuyu's strength was weaker than his. If nothing else happened, this woman would be his second subordinate. In this concentration camp, it is good to have a subordinate. Of course, the premise is that Zhao Yuyu is valuable. If not, he would rather not have such a subordinate. He lifted up his clothes and checked his stomach. Zhao Yuyu's first blow just now pierced his skin, but it was difficult to penetrate further. Later, after he exposed the zombie, the dagger could no longer hurt him. At this time, the punctured wound has recovered, and there is no trace of it. His mind has also received Zhao Yuyu's memory, and he already has a guess in his mind about the thing that attracted him. Zhao Yuyu's family inherited martial soul is the moon. Perhaps, this is the reason that attracts him. As for whether it is true or not, you have to try it to know. A moment later, Jiang Chen smiled. It was done. He could feel that there was an additional soul connection between himself and Zhao Yuyu, and it became closer and closer. Not long after, Zhao Yuyu got up and knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. Master, please forgive Yuyu's sins. She looked extremely respectful, but also full of fear. Jiang Chen turned around and picked up her clothes, and threw them over. Put your clothes on first. Xiaoyu's pretty face flushed, and she turned around quickly. Jiang Chen's pretending serious face was also a little red, and he felt a little rejoiced in his heart, glad that he was still just a child. Otherwise, under such circumstances, he might be embarrassed. Chapter 73 Fit together. Not long after, Xiaoyu got dressed, and looked back at Jiang Chen curiously. Master, she called softly. Jiang Chen turned around, and calmly said, you can follow me from now on. Xiaoyu said respectfully, you will always follow master. Being called by a beautiful girl, master, Jiang Chen felt a little strange. From now on, in front of outsiders, you can call me Xiao Chen. Okay, master. Jiang Chen glanced at Lin Feng, and found that the other party was completely dead. He turned around and walked outside. Zhao Yuyo hurriedly followed. When they got outside, Zhao Yuyo found the corpses of those 5 people. They all looked exactly the same, with dark skin all over their bodies, which was quite terrifying. No soul beast would dare to eat this kind of corpse. Jiang Chen didn't speak, and walked towards the top of the mountain silently. Master, it's getting dark now. Should we continue our journey? We should be the fastest right now. Zhao Yuyo summoned up her courage and asked. She still doesn't understand Jiang Chen's temper. Apart from fearing and obeying Jiang Chen in her soul, what she knows about Jiang Chen is Jiang Chen's tough performance in the cave before. Now in her heart, she only knows that the master is much stronger than her, and her strength and talent are very abnormal. Jiang Chen said, no, we will spend the night at the top of the mountain. Zhao Yuyu became even more curious. There is a cave where you can't live. Why do you want to live on the top of the mountain? Jiang Chen ignored Zhao Yuyu's curiosity, and recalled Zhao Yuyu's information while walking. The Zhao family that Zhao Yuyu belongs to is a big family attached to the Wuhan Palace, and its strength is quite good, and Zhao Yuyu is the jewel in the palm of the head of the Zhao family, and the most talented one in the Zhao family today. At the age of just 11 years old, he has already reached the cultivation base of a 24th level Great Soul Master, so it is inevitable that he is a little arrogant and looks down on other people who are less talented than himself. However, although Zhao Yuyu was a bit ruthless, she still had too little experience. She didn't know that those 5 people were already Lin Feng's people, and they were almost humiliated. Jiang Chen didn't stop until he reached the top of the mountain. Master, thank you for saving me, Zhao Yuyu said gratefully. Jiang Chen looked up at her, and said with a half smile but not a smile, you used a dagger to thank me before. A look of panic appeared on Zhao Yuyu's face, and she quickly knelt down. Master, please punish me. Get up, if I want to punish you, I would have already punished you. Jiang Chen said. Well, thank you master. Release your martial soul and show me, Jiang Chen said. Zhao Yuyu nodded, and summoned the martial soul with her thoughts. A round of bright moon appeared above her head, and the radiance of the moonlight fell down, hazy, making her look more cold and noble, and also had an ethereal feeling. 2 yellow soul rings surround her body. When Zhao Yuyu's martial soul was released, the strange feeling in Jiang Chen's heart became more and more intense. Master, my first soul skill is called Moonlight Like Water, which is a control skill. Under the cover of my martial spirit Moonlight, everyone's speed will be reduced by 20%. The second skill is Moonlight Slash, which is a strong attack type skill. Jiang Chen nodded and said, release your first soul skill and show me. Okay. The first yellow soul ring on Zhao Yuyu's body lit up, and the brilliance of the moon around her seemed to be different, as if it had a sticky feeling. But Jiang Chen felt differently. Under Zhao Yuyu's skill, he didn't feel the decrease in speed that Zhao Yuyu said. He sensed it carefully, and found that his speed had actually increased by 20% under Zhao Yuyu's skill. When he told Zhao Yuyu about this situation, Zhao Yuyu was also puzzled. She had never encountered such a situation before. It still has some effect. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Originally he thought that if Zhao Yuyu stayed by his side was useless, it would be better to kill her. But what puzzled him was that it wasn't this skill that made him feel that strange. Could it be? A possibility came to his mind. With a thought, the zombie's martial spirit possessed him, and the strange feeling suddenly became extremely obvious. He could feel that Zhao Yuyu's martial spirit was deeply attracted to him. Zhao Yuyu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly cried out in surprise, Master, I suddenly have a very strange feeling, that is, I really want to get close to you. As she said that, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Although the master is only a child, he is a man after all, and he is also her master. What Zhao Yuyu said was precisely Jiang Chen's strange feeling that the 2 martial souls were released at the same time, which made him suddenly have a desire to get close to Zhao Yuyu. Well, come here then. Zhao Yuyu nodded, and walked towards Jiang Chen. Suddenly, both of them had a mysterious feeling in their hearts, and they realized something inexplicable. Zhao Yuyu's body suddenly became more hazy, almost transparent. Jiang Chen opened his hands. Boundless black energy emanated from his body, surrounding a few meters around. Zhao Yuyu's speed suddenly increased. She slammed into Jiang Chen's arms, and blended into it. Ow! Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared. His body began to rise rapidly, and the clothes on his body were ripped apart. The black air surrounding him rolled and spread out violently until it covered a range of 10 meters around him. The black air was like thick ink, rolling continuously, and the scene inside could not be seen from the outside. At this time, Jiang Chen in the center of the black air had stopped changing. His body was elevated to 1.7 meters, his strong body was exposed through the cracks in the torn clothes, and his nails popped out, a bit longer than before. The handsome face is slightly strange, and some of his original appearance can be vaguely seen. In Jiang Chen's induction, Xiaoxue seemed to have transformed into a wave of energy, which existed in his body, and the two could sense each other's thoughts, but this body was completely dominated by Jiang Chen. So, this is the martial soul fusion skill. Jiang Chen and Xiaoxue understood the characteristics of this martial soul fusion skill at the same time. In such a thick black mist, no fingers can be seen in pitch darkness, and the enemy is almost blind, but Jiang Chen's sight is not blocked, and his various abilities have also been improved. Moreover, there is a strong resentment in this black mist, which can make people confused, and the desire to kill in their hearts is infinitely magnified, and even their own people will be killed after losing their minds. The enemy's anti-poison ability in the black mist will drop by 50%, and the blood in the whole body will boil, and the blood in the body with weaker cultivation will even leave the body and turn into Jiang Chen's energy. Jiang Chen released the state of the martial soul fusion skill, nodded slightly. This martial soul fusion skill is not bad, but the real effect still needs to be tested. Xiaoxue left Jiang Chen's body at this time, blushing. She could feel Jiang Chen's strength when the two were united just now. Martial soul fusion skills are extremely rare. She never imagined that she would meet someone who could fuse with her. Until now, Jiang Chen was finally satisfied with Xiaoxue. Chapter 74 The Last Level, for subscription, for support. Master, what is your cultivation level now? Xiaoxue asked curiously. Level dash dot. Jiang Chen replied. He was promoted to level dash when he crossed the tribulation last time, and it has been less than a month now, but after absorbing most of Xiaoyu's blood just now, he felt that his cultivation had increased a bit, getting closer to a breakthrough. Xiaoyu opened her sexy red lips in shock. Master, you are amazing. It's okay. Jiang Chen said, found a clean place and sat down. Cultivate, night is the best time to practice. Xiaoyu sat cross-legged beside Jiang Chen, but she didn't dare to get too close. She was still somewhat afraid of this master now. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Xiaoyu anymore, and after ordering the little black sparrow to pay attention to the movements around him in his heart, he began to exercise and practice. Xiaoyu stared at Jiang Chen's face for a long time, finally closed her eyes, and began to meditate. It wasn't until early in the morning, when the sky was bright, that the two woke up. Xiaoyu was a little pleasantly surprised, and hurriedly said, Master, my cultivation time has actually been much longer than before. I used to be exhausted after 3 or 4 hours of continuous cultivation, but this time I practiced continuously for one night. She was very emotional, and her pretty face flushed a little. This is the ability I bestowed on you. You won't feel tired when practicing under the moon. Jiang Chen said. Thank you, Master. Xiaoyu knelt down. She has always longed to become powerful, and worships powerful people. Jiang Chen gave her the opportunity to become stronger. How could she not be grateful? Get up. We should hurry up. This number 1 must be mine. Jiang Chen glanced behind. Those people should be about to catch up. Well, everything is up to the master. Xiaoyu stood up and followed behind Jiang Chen. The two started to climb over the mountains. What surprised Xiaoyu was Jiang Chen's weird movement skills. Even in the midst of these lofty mountains, it was like walking on flat ground, without being hindered in the slightest. As Jiang Chen showed more and more weird methods, Xiaoyu became more and more awed by him. Master, why do you often change direction? After walking for several hours, Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but asked with doubts in her heart. Because there are soul beasts. Jiang Chen replied. Soul beast, but we haven't met it yet. She was even more puzzled. Jiang Chen didn't answer her. This time, after he sensed the soul beast, he didn't dodge it, and after continuing to approach for a certain distance, Xiaoyu almost cried out in shock. Master, I sense a powerful breath of life. Is that a soul beast? Jiang Chen nodded. After you were bitten by me, you were poisoned by my corpse, and you also obtained this ability of mine. Being able to sense the breath of life around you is one of the abilities of zombies, and there are other abilities that you will learn in the future. Understood. He explained patiently. Thank you, Master. Xiaoyu was grateful. Jiang Chen gave her too many surprises. Well, let's avoid it and move on. The mountains were endless, and the two of them didn't come out until noon. After driving for 4 or 5 hours in a row, Xiaoyu was almost unable to walk anymore. Jiang Chen's footsteps were too fast. Jiang Chen could easily pass through some dangerous places, but she had to be careful. Jiang Chen saw how tired she was, so he stopped, found a shady place and sat down together. Xiaoyu's body was almost drenched with sweat. She quickly took out her water bag and drank in big gulps. After drinking, she felt something was wrong, and hurriedly said, Master, I'm sorry, I'm really thirsty, I should give you a drink first. After saying that, she handed the water bag to Jiang Chen. It's okay, I'm not thirsty. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Xiaoyu took it back, then took out the dry food she had prepared, and after Jiang Chen shook her head to express that she didn't want it, she started to eat it herself. Vomit. However, just after taking a few mouthfuls, she vomited it out with nausea, her face feeling uncomfortable for a while. This food is so bad, has it gone bad? She stared at the dry food in her hand with an ugly expression. It's not that the food has gone bad, it's that after you become a zombie, you can no longer eat these normal foods. Jiang Chen explained. Xiao Yuyu was stunned for a moment, then said pitifully, then what should I do? Master, I'm so hungry. Let's go, I'll take you to find something to eat. Jiang Chen stood up. He almost drank Xiao Yuyu's blood last night, and he is still full now. He has to let Xiao Yuyu quickly get used to the identity of a zombie. Xiao Yuyu followed eagerly. She didn't know what the master would give her to eat, and she had some expectations in her heart. A moment later, while Xiao Yuyu was waiting, Jiang Chen came back with a cub in his hands, and threw it in front of Xiao Yuyu. Master, I don't know how to barbecue, she said pitifully. I didn't let you roast it, just drink its blood. Jiang Chen said. Ah. Xiao Yuyu was stunned. Jiang Chen asked her to find something to eat, but actually made her drink blood? Thinking of the scene where Jiang Chen drank her blood last night, she finally realized something. It turns out that the food of zombies is blood. Jiang Chen ignored her shock. A dagger appeared in his hand, and slit the little tiger's throat. Xiao Yuyu looked at the blood spurted out, and swallowed forcefully a few times. This blood actually had a strong temptation for her. In an instant, she transformed involuntarily. On that beautiful face, 2 white fangs protruded from her lips, which suddenly made her cold face a little more cute. Take back your tooth, come here, suck it dry, Jiang Chen ordered. Although Xiao Yuyu's thoughts were still resisting, her body had already reacted. She couldn't help going forward, blocked the place where the blood spurted out, and swallowed it down. After sucking for several minutes, she finally sucked the little tiger's blood. The little tiger had already become shriveled, and Jiang Chen casually discarded it. Xiao Yuyu couldn't help hiccuping. A lot of blood was sprayed on her face, matching the hiccuping appearance. She was a little dazed. Are you full? Jiang Chen asked. She nodded. Continue on the road if you are full. Jiang Chen walked quickly. The little black sparrow who went to explore the way ahead had already returned. Jiang Chen understood that they were almost at the end. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to actively bite people or spirit beasts, you know. Jiang Chen turned around and ordered. He has the ability to control the zombies he has bitten, but Xiao Yuyu does not. If the zombies fled, it will not only have a huge impact on other forces, but also on the spirit hall. His idea is that if there are zombies, they must be made by him, firmly in his hands. The two went all the way, and finally reached the last level. In front of them is a huge canyon. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon are thousands of meters high. Through the vision of the little black sparrow, Jiang Chen knew that after passing through this canyon, there was an exit behind. But there is something weird in the middle of this canyon, where there is a pink mist that covers hundreds of meters. Chapter 75 Master I want. Let's go, we should be the first to arrive here. Jiang Chen walked forward, Xiao Yuyu followed closely. The two walked into the Grand Canyon. Jiang Chen did not relax his vigilance. The Grand Canyon is very empty. If there are spirit beasts appearing, they will definitely not be able to avoid them, they can only kill them. Xiao Yuyu followed behind, and the moon martial soul floated behind her, turning her whole body into a zombie state. For her, the identity of a zombie is very novel. After the transformation, her speed, strength, defense, and vitality have all been greatly improved, and Jiang Chen also told her that there will be a kind of overbearing corpse poison in her body. She never thought that she would gain so many abilities overnight. Although she had to give up some human habits, in her opinion, it was worth it, and she also made a lot of money. Therefore, in the bottom of her heart, she became more and more grateful to Jiang Chen, the master. Fortunately, the two of them walked all the way to the middle of the Grand Canyon without finding a soul beast, but a strange pink mist appeared in front of them. Follow me later. Jiang Chen said solemnly. He could see in the dark night, but he couldn't see the scene inside the red mist. However, within his sensing range, no soul beast was found. Xiao Yuyu nodded obediently, and watched curiously as Jiang Chen took out a rope, and tied it around their waists, 3 meters apart. Let's go, you must tell me what's going on, you know. Jiang Chen ordered. Xiao Yuyu nodded, and then the two stepped into the pink mist carefully. As soon as he came in, Jiang Chen smelled a faint fragrance, which suddenly made him feel refreshed, and he couldn't help taking a few more breaths, so did Xiao Yuyu behind him. Master, it smells so good in here. Well, follow me closely. Jiang Chen found that in this red fog, he couldn't see Xiao Yuyu behind him at all, unless the two of them were close together, they could see each other's existence. After advancing 20 meters, he discovered something was wrong, and a desire started to grow in his heart, and it quickly grew in his heart. Perhaps it was because he had inhaled too much mist. This desire came so violently that it invaded his mind all at once. The moment he lost his mind, he felt that Xiao Yuyu behind him was also dying, and hummed softly, as if he had fallen into a certain state. In his hazy consciousness, Jiang Chen found himself in the Wuhan Hall, sitting on the High Pope's throne, and his appearance was exactly what he looked like in the state of Wuhan fusion skill last night. Brother Xiaochen. 2 delicate voices came. Jiang Chen turned his head to look, and found 2 attractive young girls appeared on both sides of the throne. These 2 people turned out to be Qian Rongxiu and Hu Lina, and I saw the 2 women dressed boldly, with King Shin's pretty faces slightly raised, slowly crawling towards him, gently flapping white wings, slowly swaying big furry tail. I don't know how long it took. Jiang Chen's whole body trembled and he woke up. The scene just now was so real that it was almost impossible for him to pull himself out, but fortunately his will was tempered by Hu Lina, so he was able to escape at the last moment. What about Xiao Yuyu? Jiang Chen reached out and pulled the rope around his waist, and found that Xiaoyuyu was still behind him, which made him slightly relieved. But his face immediately became very strange. Xiaoyuyu was making strange noises, and was still calling his name. He quickly pulled up the rope and walked back, only to find Xiaoyuyu lying on the ground. Wake up! Jiang Chen shook her a few times, but it didn't have any effect. Xiaoyuyu seemed to be trapped in the same illusion as he was before, unable to extricate herself. Reluctantly, he could only blushed, covered Xiaoyuyu's clothes, and hugged her directly. Perhaps, if you want Xiaoyuyu to escape from the illusion, you can only rush out of this ghostly place first. Xiaoyuyu is very light. In Jiang Chen's view, this weight is equivalent to nothing. Holding Xiaoyuyu, he started to run wildly. What made him quite speechless was that Xiaoyuyu's hands had been grasping randomly, and her body was also constantly twisting. Master, 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 I want it. He didn't know why Xiaoyuyu would flirt with him. They only met each other in one night plus half a day. The range of the red mist was more than 100 meters. After rushing out, Jiang Chen was not polite, and directly threw Xiaoyuyu out. Ouch! Xiaoyuyu landed hard on her buttocks, let out a cry of pain, and her eyes began to recover. Master, how could I be on the ground? Xiaoyuyu asked in a daze at first, but immediately remembered the scenes in her illusion. At this moment, she finally understood that she had just fallen into an illusion. Her face turned red at an astonishing speed, as hot as a fire, and she didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Chen. I fantasized about being with Master. The more Xiaoyuyu thought about it, the more shy she became, and Jiang Chen must have noticed her embarrassment just now, which made her wish to sneak in immediately. Jiang Chen was also a little embarrassed. He didn't want to bring up this matter, so he immediately said, there should be an exit ahead, let's go out and complete the task first. Xiaoyuyu nodded lightly, her voice as small as a mosquito. However, she noticed something was wrong just after taking a few steps, and stopped to look at her pants suspiciously. What's the matter? Jiang Chen turned around in doubt, and found that Xiaoyuyu's pants got water somewhere, and a large area was wet. He was a little speechless. The canyon was quite dry, and there didn't seem to be any water on the ground. Seeing Xiaoyuyu's uncomfortable appearance, he reluctantly took out a simple tent and threw it out. Change your clothes first, hurry up, or others will catch up. Xiaoyuyu's neck was completely red. She didn't speak, and quickly got into the tent. She was very fast, as if she was really afraid that others would catch up, and she changed her clothes in a short time. Let's go. This time, Jiang Chen only said one sentence, then ignored her, and strode towards the gate hundreds of meters away. Xiaoyuyu chased after Jiang Chen, barely able to keep up with Jiang Chen's footsteps. Her eyes glanced at Jiang Chen from time to time. Her eyes flickered. She didn't know what she was thinking. That pink mist is the last level. After they pass, there will be no more obstacles. After a while, the two came to the gate. The tall iron gate was tightly locked, and there were many patrolling Soul Master teams outside the iron gate. And outside, close to the iron gate, on a recliner, lay a white-haired old man with narrowed eyes. Grandpa, please open the door. Jiang Chen shouted. The old man opened his eyes suspiciously, glanced around, and then saw Jiang Chen and Xiaoyuyu inside the iron gate. Hey, how could someone pass the level so quickly? Impossible. The old man murmured incredulously, got up, and opened the door. You just passed through that fog. Jiang Chen looked at the old man in front of him, with small eyes, two long beards. His face looked like a mouse, and there was an obscene temperament all over his body. Yes. Jiang Chen replied. Chapter 76 Kill. The old man put his eyes on Xiaoyuyu, and when he saw the latter's flushed face, he immediately showed a narrow smile. Little girl, doesn't that taste wonderful? The old man suddenly chuckled, exuding an obscene aura all over his body. You. Xiaoyuyu understood what the old man was referring to, and immediately glared at the old man with an angry face. The old man ignored Xiaoyuyu's murderous eyes, looked at Jiang Chen, and said, I said, how can it pass so fast? It turned out to be because of this little brat who doesn't understand anything. That's right, since I don't know anything I don't understand, how can I sink? Looking at the old man who was intoxicated in his own world, Jiang Chen was a little speechless, and said, Old man, are we number one? Hey, I don't care about this, I'm just a janitor. The old man laughed, then turned around suddenly and roared loudly. Boy Long, your student has come out. His roar turned into rolling sound waves, and a few hundred meters away, several people rushed out of several huge tents. Jiang Chen took a closer look. It was the chief instructor Longshan and several other deputy instructors. Oh, I'm going to work. The old man sighed and walked inside. The figures of several instructors flickered, and within a few breaths they rushed in front of Jiang Chen and the two of them. Little brother, it's you? Instructor Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Chen nodded, showing a kind smile. Longshan was still as serious as ever, looking at Jiang Chen and Xiaoyuyu. His brows were frowned. You brought him out. He looked at Xiaoyuyu. Xiaoyuyu shook her head and said, No, he led me out. He is the first, and I am the second. Longshan obviously didn't believe it. Qingqing said from the side, It's really possible. The old man's pink memory is not so easy to pass. When she said this, everyone understood what she meant, thinking that Xiaoyuyu passed this final level of lust only by relying on Jiang Chen. Longshan nodded. Originally the rules allowed to form a team. Even if Xiaoyuyu led Jiang Chen the whole time, He couldn't say anything. It was just because of Jiang Chen's identity that he had the previous question. After all, he will write a report to the Pope later. Jiang Chen is number 1, Xiaoxue is number 2. He turned around and said. Even a deputy instructor took out a notebook and recorded it. Instructor Long, can I go in again? Jiang Chen asked suddenly. Go in again? What do you want to do? Long Shan asked suspiciously, and the others looked over curiously. You have already won number 1, so why go in there? Jiang Chen didn't hide his purpose, his voice turned cold, because, I want to kill someone. Kill, everyone's eyes became weird. Could it be that someone provoked this kid inside, so he would say such a thing? They didn't think it was unusual for the students to fight each other, but who would be so weird that someone would come to mess with a 6-year-old child? Could it be that this kid is so talented that he makes people jealous? This idea suddenly flashed in their minds. Reminiscing that Jiang Chen was the first one to walk out, they became more certain about their guess. Maybe Jiang Chen is not only talented, but also extraordinary in strength. Who do you want to kill? Long Shen asked. Gong Yin. Jiang Chen spoke bluntly. Little brother, are you crazy? Qingqing was the first to call out. Her dream of being promoted and getting rich in the future was going to be realized by Jiang Chen, so how could she let Jiang Chen do such a dangerous thing? Xiaoxue, who was listening on the sidelines, was also a little startled, but she wasn't worried. Jiang Chen could easily kill even Lin Feng, so what is a Baoyan? Jiang Chen didn't speak, just looked at Long Shan quietly. Okay. To the surprise of all the instructors, he agreed. Boss Long, aren't you asking him to die? Qingqing shouted anxiously. Don't worry, Sister Qingqing, I'll be fine with this Sister Yuyo helping me. As he spoke, he led Zhao Yuyu inside. Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, but still looked at Long Shan, waiting for the other party's explanation. Like Qingqing, the others wanted to know why Long Shan made such a decision. Long Shan's words were very simple, I want to see his talent, and he won't die. After saying that, he followed in. He believed that Jiang Chen would definitely ask him for help in times of crisis. Qingqing finally felt relieved and followed her inside. The white-haired old man moved the recliner in, and lay down in front of the pink mist, waiting for the students to come out. Jiang Chen walked over without saying a word, found a platform on the edge of the cliff and sat down with Zhao Yuyu. Yuyu, what is the strength of Gong Yin? Zhao Yuyu said, Master, that Gong Yin is also 11 years old this year, and his aptitude is a little worse than mine. He is only a level 22 Great Soul Master. His martial soul is a big black bow, and his first soul skill takes the root of enhancing penetration. The second soul skill is exploding arrow. He is an orphan with no background, and was adopted by the spirit hall since he was a child. Master, why did you kill Gong Yin? Because he was plotting against me behind my back. Jiang Chen recounted the situation at that time. Zhao Yuyu's beautiful eyes revealed evil spirits. This Gong Yin dares to offend the master. He really deserves to die. Master, leave him to me. Jiang Chen shook his head. No, the two of us will fight together. Try our fusion skills. Zhao Yuyu froze for a moment, then understood immediately, and nodded excitedly. Hey, boy, it's not bad. You have such a beautiful maid at such a young age. The voice of the wretched old man suddenly came from not far away. Jiang Chen ignored the old man, but the old man cheered himself up. Have you seen these pink fogs? This is what I made, called Pink Memories. You don't understand the fun of it now. You don't know how many teenagers and girls in each concentration camp often sneak in looking for me. I want to enter that endless illusion. In the future, if you have someone you like but can't get, you can come to me, hee. I don't charge much. Sexy old man, shut up. Such a small child will not be let go. Are you still human? Qingqing heard the old man bewitching Jiang Chen as soon as she approached, and couldn't help yelling loudly. The old man laughed a few times, but didn't say anything more, as if he was a little afraid of Qingqing. Little brother, are you sure? Qingqing walked up to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said, Sister, you can call me Xiao Chen. Gong Yin must die, I'm %% sure. Okay, then sister depends on your performance. She also sat down on the platform as she spoke. Long Shan and the others did not approach, leaning against the edge of a cliff not far away. Hey, here comes another little guy. The old man looked over, as if he could see through the pink mist. Jiang Chen also sensed it, but because of the long distance, he didn't feel the existence of that person. 10 minutes later, a red-faced teenager rushed out. Immediately, all the instructors, including the old man, looked at the boy's crotch. Yes, this kid's willpower is not bad. The old man commented. The instructors also showed satisfied eyes and waved at the boy. Chapter 77 Terrifying Martial Soul Fusion Technique. The one who rushed out was none other than Wan Tiankai, who followed Zhao Yuyu across the river. It seemed that he finally left his team members and went on the road alone. Wan Tiankai rushed out suddenly, and suddenly found a large group of people looking at him, and couldn't help being stunned. When he saw Jiang Chen and Zhao Yuyu not far away, a deep look of disappointment appeared on his face. After all, he is still slower than Zhao Yuyu, and what the hell is that kid? When he was crossing the river, Jiang Chen was still hiding in the crowd. Later when he was in the swamp, he took another path, so he never saw Jiang Chen's strength. Seeing Jiang Chen appearing here suddenly at this moment, he was extremely surprised in his heart.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.